No. No, please. If you take away Xiao Tian's innate destiny bone, he'll die. Shut up. Whether he lives or dies is none of my damn business. I just want the innate destiny bone. Dig it out for me. In the Grand Xia dynasty, within the Chu family of Jiangcheng, the night was pitch black, thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain poured down relentlessly. A sinister and venomous voice pierced through the storm, more jarring than the deafening thunderclaps. Inside the grand hall of the Chu family villa, Chu Tian, who had been enjoying a peaceful evening contributing to the blockbuster box office success of Ne Zha, suddenly felt a heart-wrenching, excruciating pain surge through his body. His eyes shot open in agony. To his shock, he found himself tied to a chair, unable to move. His chest was sunken, covered in blood, the pain unbearable. In front of him, a middle-aged woman, her face smeared with blood, was screaming hoarsely and struggling desperately to break free from the grip of two men holding her down. Not far away stood a young man, cradling a translucent, blood-stained bone in his hands, his eyes brimming with excitement and greed. Have I transmigrated? Suddenly, a flood of fragmented memories surged into Chu Tian's mind. As he gradually processed them, everything became clear. He had indeed transmigrated. This was a place known as the Transmigrators' Haven, the Blue Star Continent. 1,000 years ago, the void cracked open, spiritual energy poured onto the lands, alien races invaded, and ferocious beasts rampaged across the world. Like a mountain crushing an egg, they devastated the Five Nations Federation, leaving humanity on the brink of annihilation. But at the very last moment, as if the heavens hadn't yet had their fill of the spectacle, they bestowed upon humanity the so-called salvation, the innate destiny bone. The innate destiny bone governed the human body's organs, veins, and countless meridians. Sacred and powerful, it determined both one's innate talent and the upper limit of cultivation. These bones varied in strength and were categorized as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and SS. Meanwhile, warriors were ranked across 9 realms: Initiate, Edge, Stone, Sharp, Command, Radiance, Abyss, Sovereign, and Emperor. The strong could tread across the 8 desolations and shatter mountains and rivers with their fists. But as for the original owner of this body, pathetic wasn't even the word to describe his plight. That very morning, he had just awakened to an S-rank innate destiny bone, causing a sensation throughout the family. He thought his destiny was about to be rewritten, his family celebrating with him in triumph. But by evening, the moment he stepped back into his home, his grandfather tied him to a chair and personally dug out his S-rank innate destiny bone to gift it to his cousin as a birthday present. The original owner resisted with all his might, only to be beaten to death by the family guards. As he thought back to all this, a storm of murderous intent surged in Chu Tian's eyes. Sitting in the seat of authority, Chu Wenzhong felt the intensity of that killing intent. His brow furrowed, and his expression darkened slightly. Chu Tian, even though I took your innate destiny bone, it was for your own good. Your body is nothing but trash. Merging with a holy bone, do you think that's appropriate? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's bloodshot eyes glared fiercely, blood trickling from his mouth. Oh, my dear grandfather, are you saying I should thank you for this? Shouldn't you? Chu Wenzhong retorted. Thank you? Of course, I should. Chu Tian's eyes widened like a tiger's, his voice a roar. Chu Tian thanks you for digging out my holy bone, grandfather. As soon as he finished, a mouthful of blood spewed from his lips, and his aura weakened further. Xiao Tian. At that moment, Chu Tian's mother, Wang Huiru, finally broke free from the guard's grasp. She stumbled and crawled her way to his side, pulling him into her arms as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Don't scare Mama. Xiao Tian. Chu Tian opened his eyes faintly. His vision was blurred, but he managed to murmur brokenly, Mum. I'll be fine. Wang Huiru's heart shattered into pieces. She knelt before Chu Wenzhong, her face pale and desperate, begging, Father. No matter what, Xiao Tian carries the blood of the Chu family. I beg you, spare him, leave him a way to survive, he's barely hanging on. Father. I'm begging you. Wang Huiru sobbed, her knees hitting the ground as she kowtowed repeatedly. To her, nothing mattered more than her son's life. However, just as her head was about to hit the floor again, it was stopped mid-air by a blood-stained hand. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating Chu Tian's face. It was stark white, yet resolute. Chu Tian shook his head slightly. Mom, he doesn't deserve it. Though his voice was weak, it carried an indomitable will. Oh, quite the backbone. My good brother, thank you for the birthday gift. I really like it. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Not far away, Chu Feng held the blood-stained innate destiny bone in his hands, pressing it against his chest. His eyes were full of derision and ridicule. Brother, you must stay alive to witness my rise with your own eyes. After all, I paid the price of 10 years of my life to extract your holy bone. Who knows how many spirit pills and elixirs it will take to recover that? Ah ha ha ha. The grating laughter echoed throughout the villa's grand hall. But at that moment, Chu Tian was stunned, completely immersed in a sudden, unexpected system notification ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the Kill Without Mercy 3 Altars C Annihilation God System. Kill God System, defeat or kill any hostile lifeforms to gain kill points. Every 10,000 kill points accumulated allows you to draw a random reward, be it divine abilities or artifacts. Considering the host's life-threatening condition, a beginner's gift package is being rewarded, SSS Class Innate Destiny Bone, Hellfire Body Refinement. The system's announcement sent a tremor through Chu Tian's heart, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He quickly said, "Wait. Don't give me the beginner's gift package until I've left the Chu family." Ding! Understood. Chu Tian took a deep breath, thinking to himself, with this golden finger, this is the power I've been waiting for. Enough! Xiaofeng, Master Lin is already here. Don't let this piece of trash delay the best time for you to merge with the S-Class Innate Destiny Bone. Chu Wenzhong's voice was as cold and sharp as a blade. Beneath his seemingly kind exterior was a heart devoid of mercy. His gaze toward Chu Feng was full of pride and satisfaction, but when it shifted toward Chu Tian, it twisted with contempt and killing intent. The Chu family doesn't raise trash. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy I can offer. Now get lost. With Wang Huiru's support, Chu Tian struggled to stand, his eyes sharp and unwavering as they met Chu Wenzhong's condescending gaze. His voice was calm yet resolute as he declared, "You old bastard, I swear I will kill you." "I will." Chu Wenzhong snorted dismissively, utterly indifferent. "Trash. Without your innate destiny bone, you'll either die or be crippled. Kill me? Let's see if you can even survive first. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. All that matters is that you die." Chu Tian's voice boomed like thunder, filled with fearless determination. Turning to Wang Huiru, he spoke softly, "Mom, let's go." "All right. Xiao Tian, just hold on. Mama will take you to the clinic right now," Wang Huiru said, her voice trembling as she carried Chu Tian on her back. Her legs were weak, nearly collapsing beneath her, but she gritted her teeth and pressed on, trudging toward the villa's exit. Behind them, Chu Feng's laughter cut through the storm like a chilling wind. "Chu Tian, the next time we meet, I'll personally take your pathetic life." Hearing this, Chu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. The brilliant grin on his face spoke volumes. This ignorant fool had no idea what it meant for a transmigrator to have a golden finger. Boom! The storm intensified, thunder and lightning roaring as rain poured down like a waterfall, drenching Chu Tian instantly. Wang Huiru's steps were heavy and faltering, each step splashing water in all directions. "Son, whatever you do, don't close your eyes or fall asleep. Talk to Mama, okay?" Her voice trembled, though she tried to stay calm. "I'm taking you to the clinic now, you're going to be fine. You'll be fine." Looking at her back, narrow but brimming with strength, Chu Tian felt a pang in his heart. Tears welled up and streamed down his face. "Mom, let's go home," he whispered. At that moment, he made a vow not only would he survive, but he would also make everyone who looked down on him pay the price. "Mom, let's go home." Hearing Chu Tian's weak voice, Wang Huiru was frantic with worry. "Xiao Tian, Mom will take you to the clinic first. Once your injuries stabilize, we'll go home." "Mom, my injuries are not serious. I won't die. Let's go home first. I'm feeling cold." Chu Tian's teeth were chattering. He was truly freezing. His innate life bone had been taken, and he was drenched to the skin, chilled to the core. Wang Huiru nodded quickly after hearing this. "All right. Mom will take you home now." After about 10 minutes, the two arrived at a 2-story small building. It was a standalone property, but it looked old and worn. Wang Huiru skillfully took out a key and unlocked the rusted iron gate, pushing it open. This was Chu Tian's home, and the 2-story building was a property left by his father before his passing, not under the Chu family's name. Back in the bedroom, Wang Huiru gently laid Chu Tian down, took out a clean set of pajamas, and said softly, "Xiao Tian, change out of your wet clothes first so you don't catch a cold. I'll boil some water." "Okay." Watching Wang Huiru's busy figure, a warmth surged in Chu Tian's heart, spreading to every corner of his body. "Xiao Tian, drink some hot water." Soon, Wang Huiru's voice came from outside the door, and she entered with a cup of hot water. Chu Tian lay on his side on the bed, sipping the hot water his mother had prepared through a straw. It carried the taste of his mother. However, Wang Huiru's brows were furrowed in worry, her eyes filled with concern. "Xiao Tian, are you sure you don't need to go to the clinic? Losing your innate life bone has hurt your foundation. I'm afraid. Chu Tian shook his head slightly and interrupted with a smile. Mom, I would never joke around with my own health. Trust me, I'm really fine. Seeing the color gradually returning to Chu Tian's face, Wang Huiru's heart, which had been in her throat, finally eased a bit. Yet her eyes were still filled with worry, her voice trembling slightly. Son, don't go anywhere these days. Stay home and take good care of yourself. I'll find a way to transfer you to a different school. Why transfer? You silly child, the news about your innate life bone being taken is spread like wildfire at Jiangcheng First High. I'm afraid your classmates will mock you. Besides, there's Chu Feng. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed, a chilling gleam flashing from within. Mom! Whether it's Chu Feng or the Chu family, I will make them pay back everything they've done to us hundredfold, thousandfold. His words carried a grand and determined tone. But to Wang Huiru, they only made her heart ache even more. Losing the innate life bone meant he was crippled. On the path of cultivation, he would progress no further. And in a week, the Tianyuan battle simulation would happen. The military and political elites of Jilin province would all be paying attention. By then, Chu Feng, equipped with his S-level innate life bone, would undoubtedly emerge as the shining star, soaring to great heights. The entire Chu family would rise along with him, unstoppable. In this lifetime, revenge seemed hopeless. However, how could Wang Huiru dampen her son's confidence? She patted Chu Tian's shoulder, comforting him. Xiao Tian, Mom only hopes for your safety and health. Chu Tian saw through her thoughts but chose not to expose them. Mom, I'm tired. You should go rest early too. All right. If you feel unwell, shout for me loudly. Okay. With a creak, the moment the door closed, Chu Tian threw off the blanket and sat cross-legged, murmuring to himself, System. Ding. System here. I want the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Beginner's gift pack activated, SSS level innate life bone, devil flame body tempering. As the system's notification sound faded, flames ignited out of nowhere. Crimson devil flames roared to life, instantly engulfing Chu Tian. The flames raged like fire dragons, the room's temperature skyrocketing, and the surrounding air distorted under the intense heat. Chu Tian's body trembled within the inferno, every inch of his skin enduring excruciating pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. How could cultivation allow for slack? The power of the devil flame body tempering seeped into his bones, continuously refining them until they became crystalline like divine jade, brimming with explosive strength. His previously pale complexion gradually turned rosy. Under the scorching flames, his meridians widened and toughened, while spiritual energy surged through them like molten lava. When the flames finally receded, Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes, a sharp brilliance emanating from them. In an instant, the aura around him surged, oppressive and terrifying, as if a demon god had descended. Simultaneously, a dazzling, multicolored radiance appeared on his chest, sacred and powerful. SSS level innate life bone, huh? Chu Tian murmured to himself. The next moment, the spiritual energy within his body began circulating on its own, flowing through his limbs and torso. It effortlessly shattered barriers, and his cultivation level began to soar. 7th transformation of the initial realm, breakthrough. 8th transformation of the initial realm, breakthrough. 9th transformation of the initial realm, breakthrough. 1st transformation of the blade realm, halt. Ah, is this the joy of being overpowered? Chu Tian exhaled a deep breath, his vitality surging, spiritual energy spilling out, and his injuries instantly healed. He stood up, stretched his body, and looked out at the storm raging outside the window. At that moment, with a loud crack, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. In Chu Tian's eyes, devil flames ignited once again, filled with endless killing intent. His voice, like thunder splitting the heavens, resounded. I want this world to know my name. The next day, the sun shone brightly over a cloudless sky, as if heralding the arrival of a storm. Chu Tian, his face glowing with vitality, convinced his mother after breakfast and took a ride to Jiangcheng First High. His appearance immediately caused an uproar on campus. The news of someone awakening an S-level innate life bone yesterday, only to have it taken that same night, had spread across the entire school. People were buzzing about it, and some had even turned the incident into a revenge drama, becoming a hot topic of gossip. Wow! Look! That person looks like Chu Tian. He's still alive, someone exclaimed in shock. He might as well be dead. In his current state, he's probably suffering more than if he were. Having had an S-level innate life bone only to become a foil to Chu Feng, just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for him, another sneered. Wouldn't those ordinary people he once overshadowed take advantage of the situation now? A nearby student wondered. Of course they would. Look, here they come. The crowd smirked, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, ready to witness the drama unfold. Chu Tian. Get over here. My boyfriend wants to spar with you. Stop dawdling and hurry up. Suddenly, an arrogant voice pierced through the air. Chu Tian turned towards the voice to see a girl standing with her hands on her hips, dressed in a light blue floral dress. Her sweet face was full of disdain and contempt. The moment he saw her, Chu Tian's brow furrowed, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Chu Shui, Chu Feng's younger sister, was cut from the same cloth as the Chu family brutes. She had always relied on Chu Wenzhong's favor to bully Chu Tian in every way possible. Now that he had been cast out of the Chu family, this woman was even more unrestrained, coming to humiliate him directly and even bringing her boyfriend along to gang up on him. Chu Tian's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly replied, "So everyone wants to step on me, huh? Trash. Stop wasting time. Come with me. It's your honor to be my boyfriend's sparring partner." Chu Shui finished with a smug expression, as if she could already foresee Chu Tian's submission. She turned and walked away, like a proud swan. However, Chu Tian followed without hesitation, his eyes flashing with an unyielding radiance. All the onlookers trailed behind, eagerly awaiting the impending clash. Jiangcheng First High School, Martial Arts Arena. On the arena stood a handsome and muscular young man, exuding an air of invincibility. His opponent was utterly powerless and could only endure a passive beating. "Brother Boki, that waste Chu Tian has arrived. Let him be your sparring partner." Chu Shui, shedding her usual aloof princess demeanor, ran onto the platform with a face full of admiration and excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Boki, you're amazing." Zheng Boki lightly pinched Chu Shui's chin and teased, "Am I amazing in bed too?" "Amazing." Chu Shui's face turned as red as an apple. She then turned to look at Chu Tian below the arena, a hint of malice flashing across her eyes. "Brother Boki, hit him hard later. It doesn't matter even if you kill him. Consider it done. Once I deal with this waste, we can head to the hotel to spar." Zhang Boki said playfully, giving Chu Shui a light slap on her rear, causing her to let out a coquettish protest. "Get up here, former prodigy." Zhang Boki's voice thundered across the martial arts arena. Zhang Boki is so shameless, preying on someone when they're down. To stomp a god beneath his feet, this is Zhang Boki's dream. Now that it's coming true, he can't stop grinning. Life is unpredictable, this is what you'd call a windfall from the heavens. The ones climbing the mountain mocking the fallen god, what a ridiculous drama. The murmurs from the crowd only made Zhang Boki more arrogant. "What's wrong, waste? Are you scared?" Chu Tian smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. With an effortless leap, he landed on the platform and said slowly, "Scared? Scared of your so-called heavenly talent bone or your measly seventh turn initial realm?" Zhang Boki's brows furrowed, a faint unease stirring within him. The moment Chu Tian stepped onto the platform, an overwhelming pressure surged forward like a tidal wave. No! This must be an illusion. He had clearly lost his heavenly talent bone and was nothing more than a cripple now. Resolving himself, Zhang Boki steadied his thoughts, gripped the longsword in his hand, and glared at Chu Tian with a sinister expression. "Come on. Let me see just how much of the number one prodigy remains in you." "Shut your mouth. Say one more word, and I'll make you fly." Chu Tian's face suddenly darkened, his patience wearing thin. "Fine." Zhang Boki sneered maliciously. "Waste. I was going to give you some face, but now I've decided to. Too much talking." Chu Tian's patience was completely exhausted. Suddenly, he stepped forward, his movement as swift as a streak of light crossing the arena. Then, crack! A deafening boom shattered the air. Under the gaze of hundreds, Chu Tian seemed to teleport in front of Zhang Boki. Without any unnecessary flair, he delivered a straight punch. This fist, shrouded in demonic flames and imbued with immense power, was unstoppable. It shattered Zhang Boki's right shoulder into fragments. Crack! A chilling sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. Blood erupted from Zhang Boki's shoulder like a blooming flower. His body was flung backward by the immense force, slamming into the edge of the arena, sending debris flying. Ah! A harrowing scream escaped Zhang Boki's lips as waves of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. He hadn't even seen Chu Tian's punch. It was too fast. Moreover, Chu Tian had truly kept his word, he made him fly. At this moment, the entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. The crowd stared in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. Yet Chu Tian didn't stop. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he leapt forward again. Zhang Boki, to his credit, reacted in time, rolling away to avoid Chu Tian's fist and struggling to his feet. His face twisted with pain and fury, he roared hoarsely, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Your heavenly talent bone was taken, how can you be this strong? Too noisy. Before Zhang Boqi could finish, Chu Tian shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Zhang Boqi tried to retreat, but Chu Tian's slender hand clamped onto him. With a sudden burst of force, Chu Tian smashed his head into the ground. The violent impact sent stars dancing before Zhang Boqi's eyes as his body instinctively curled up. But before he could react, a shoe sole marked with a faint question mark descended from above. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed repeatedly. In his final moments of consciousness, Zhang Boqi, abandoning all dignity, mumbled incoherently, "I yield." Too late. Thud! 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 Chu Tian's kicks left after images as blood spattered and the arena trembled. Zhang Boqi's screams grew weaker and weaker until they finally faded into silence. Ding! Slaughter points, plus 100. Slaughter points, total 100. Note, the stronger the opponent and the more severe the damage dealt, the more slaughter points the host earns. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold smirk tugged at his lips as he thought, good. I'm starting to understand everything now. The silent martial arts arena suddenly erupted with deafening cheers. Woohoo! The god is mighty. Holy crap! As expected of the god, so what if he lost his heavenly talent bone? My fate is mine to decide, not the heavens. Goodness, I have to say, he's still badass even without the heavenly talent bone. The enthusiastic discussions of the crowd rolled like a tidal wave. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Chu Shui finally regained her senses. She stared at the defeated Zhang Boqi, who lay on the arena like a dead dog, her face full of disbelief. Her eyes widened as she muttered to herself, impossible. How could Brother Boqi lose to that waste? He must have cheated, yes. That waste must have cheated. Waste! Stop right now, she screamed, her fury boiling over as she charged onto the platform. Her voice was sharp as she shouted, Chu Tian, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit my boyfriend? Stop right now. The noisy arena fell silent once again. Chu Tian stepped on Zhang Boqi's face, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. You call me waste, then what does that make him? Chu Shui was momentarily speechless, her anger causing her to grit her teeth. After a long pause, she stammered, Chu Tian, you shameless waste, you definitely cheated. Ha! Interesting. The Chu family truly knows no shame. What did you say? Say that again. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice firm and unyielding. The Chu family knows no shame. Waste. You're courting death. Furious, Chu Shui's anger erupted like a wildfire. With her spiritual energy surging, she charged at Chu Tian. But the next moment. Slap. With a crisp sound, Chu Shui was sent crashing onto the arena floor. Her once delicate face now bore 5 blood-red finger marks. Even her neatly tied bun was disheveled, leaving her looking like a kite with its string cut. For a long while, Chu Shui held her face, wiped the blood from her lips, and looked up at Chu Tian in disbelief. You dare hit me? Want me to do it again to wake you up? Chu Tian sneered coldly. You, she shrieked, seething with rage. Chu Tian, you waste. I'll kill you. Her eyes flashed with madness as she scrambled to her feet, spiritual energy surging once more. She lunged at Chu Tian with a crazed roar. If you dare fight back, I'll make sure you die a horrible death, she shrieked hysterically. The distance of several meters was crossed in the blink of an eye. Trash! Go to hell! Chu Shui roared with overwhelming confidence, convinced that Chu Tian would never dare to retaliate. Her punch was filled with murderous intent, if it landed, it would either kill or maim him. Bang! A sudden, muffled sound rang out. The vicious grin on Chu Shui's face froze instantly as she let out a furious roar. Let go! Who gave you the guts to dodge? Wretched woman! You're truly venomous! Chu Tian responded coldly. Before his voice faded, a sharp crack echoed. Chu Shui's wrist broke with a sickening sound, exposing pale white bone. Ah! My hand, her piercing screams were gut-wrenching, yet this was only the beginning. Chu Tian grabbed Chu Shui's disheveled hair with a reverse grip and, without any unnecessary movements, slammed her forcefully onto the ground. Boom! 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 The dull, heavy sounds echoed one after another. The stage cracked apart, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. The spectators in the martial arts arena were all left dumbstruck, their scalps tingling in horror. Every time Chu Shui was slammed into the ground, it felt as though the impact struck directly at their hearts, causing them to tremble in unison with the rhythm of the blows. Damn! That's brutal! After this combo, Chu Shui's health bar is probably near zero. Chu Tian must be venting all the grievances he's suffered over the years. Have you noticed something? It feels like Chu Tian has completely changed. Bang! Amidst the rising voices of discussion, Chu Shui lay on the ground like a dead dog, motionless and barely breathing. Slaughter value, plus 105. Total slaughter value, 205. As soon as the system notification ended, Chu Tian stepped on Chu Shui's now unrecognizable face and walked away without looking back. The onlookers, realizing there was no more drama to see, dispersed one after another. Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Class 1 of the Advanced Martial Arts Department. In the back row, by the window, the land of the king. Chu Tian turned his head to look out the window, his eyes flickering with light as he sank into deep thought. At present, the system had only granted him the divine ability of Samadhi True Fire. If a battle were to occur, he would still have to rely on martial techniques. With his SSS grade innate talent and destiny bone, mastering martial techniques would be a breeze, even a casual attempt would yield extraordinary results. But the problem he faced now was the lack of suitable martial techniques. Chu Tian had once applied to the Chu family for martial techniques to practice, but Chu Wenzhong had outright rejected him, not even allowing him access to a first-rank technique. As for the martial techniques at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, only those who had awakened their destiny bone talent and had a bone grade of B level or higher were eligible to train in them. Currently, Chu Tian only possessed a single first-rank martial technique, Ox Horse Fist, which his mother had obtained by selling his father's keepsake of their love. Ox Horse Fist, as the name suggested, was as lowly as oxen and horses. Ding! Slaughter value has another function, to improve and upgrade martial techniques. Would the host like to consume slaughter value to enhance and upgrade your martial technique? Hearing the system's prompt, a trace of excitement flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He hadn't expected this surprise bonus. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to himself. Enhance it. Go all in. Ding! Consumed 205 points of slaughter value. Martial technique upgraded. Upgrade complete. 7th rank martial technique, Dragon Tiger Fiery Fist. Going all in is an art form. Dragon Tiger Fiery Fist perfectly replaced Ox Horse Fist, and even its proficiency was successfully replicated. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, a crimson demonic flame igniting within them, as though it could burn everything to ashes. His entire body exuded an incredibly terrifying aura of dragon and tiger power. The fully mastered Dragon Tiger Fiery Fist was terrifying to the extreme. Chu Tian, get out here and come to my office with me. Suddenly, an angry roar broke the silence of the classroom. All the students turned to look. When they saw the middle-aged man with a dark face standing at the door, they immediately shrank back, their expressions becoming rather colorful. Of course, Chu Tian recognized this person, Li Tai Chang, the notorious disciplinary director of Jiangqing No. 1 High School, at the first stage of the Panjing realm. At the same time, Li Tai Chang had another identity, he was a son-in-law of the Chu family. If not for this identity, it would have been impossible for someone of his level to become the disciplinary director. And his S-grade destiny bone being stolen was directly tied to Li Tai Chang. A blood feud, one that could not coexist under the same sky. I was wondering which dog was barking incessantly. Turns out it's the Chu family's mutt. Chu Tian spoke slowly, his voice loud and clear. For a moment, the classroom fell utterly silent, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Li Tieching's eyes widened in shock. Never in a million years had he expected that this waste in front of him would dare to openly insult him as the Chu family's dog in front of the entire class. This was his lifelong sore spot because it was the truth. Insolence! Li Taiching roared, his face as dark as iron. His fists clenched tightly, and his knuckles cracked audibly. He strode into the classroom. His gaze sharp as a blade as it pierced toward Chu Tian. You, a piece of trash, dare act arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living. Chu Tian sneered coldly, rising slowly to his feet. His gaze met Li Tieching's without a hint of fear. At this moment, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, as if a long-dormant beast had suddenly awakened, exuding a heart-palpitating pressure. Faintly, shadows of a dragon and tiger intertwined behind him, their majestic presence making the air in the classroom feel stifling. Chu Tian's voice was icy, his eyes filled with killing intent. If you want to make a move, go ahead and try. Li Tieching's expression froze for a moment before he sneered. Have you gone mad, you piece of trash? You think you can fight me? I'd like to try, Chu Tian said, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, as if mocking Li Tieching's ignorance. Ah ha ha ha! Li Taichan laughed uproariously, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He laughed so hard he doubled over. Since you're so eager to die, your uncle-in-law will grant your wish. I'll clean house for the Chu family. Before he finished speaking, the laughter on his face was replaced by a sinister killing intent. Clenching his fists, The air around his hands cracked with sonic booms as he threw a powerful punch, its force sharp and fierce, aimed directly at Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian remained utterly calm, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. With a slight shift of his foot, his figure moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging Li Tai Chang's attack. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, which suddenly ignited with crimson flames. The fiery punch, imbued with the violent power of dragon and tiger, struck Li Tai Chang's abdomen with brutal force. Dragon Tiger Fiery Fist. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Li Tai Chang felt a searing pain in his abdomen as his body was thrown backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the classroom wall. Crack! The wall split into several fissures, debris scattering everywhere, causing the students to retreat in fright. Put! Li Tai Chang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had imagined countless outcomes, but never this one. No! Impossible! How could I be sent flying by a piece of trash like you? Li Tai Chang screamed hysterically, struggling with all his might to stand. His spiritual energy surged chaotically, as though he was desperately clinging to his last shred of dignity. Then stay trapped in your dream forever. Chu Tian said coldly, his gaze sharp and unyielding, as though he had already foreseen Li Tai Chang's inevitable downfall. Then stay trapped in your dream. As he spoke, Chu Tian stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to shatter instantly. Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold sneer. If you're going to be a dog, then you better have the consciousness of a dog. Dragon Tiger Fiery Fist. With a furious roar, Chu Tian struck out with his fist. Instantly, demonic flames transformed into two enormous dragons, coiling around his arm as if they were ready to devour everything in their path. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar and tiger's growl echoed throughout the heavens and earth, deafening all who heard. Li Tai Chang's pupils contracted sharply, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart, as though the shadow of death was drawing near. But at this moment, he had no path of retreat. I refuse to believe it. A useless trash like you dares to defy the heavens. Tiger Subduing Fist. Using a fourth-tier martial technique, Li Tai Chang showed no mercy, roaring as he unleashed his punch. Like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, it was unstoppable in its momentum. Boom! The two fists collided, and visible shockwaves rippled out, seemingly tearing the very air apart. Impossible! Li Tai Chang shouted in disbelief, his face full of horror. Under the dragon tiger state, the demonic flames overwhelmed his attack with an unstoppable force. The next second, the devouring demonic flames surged forward like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing his entire arm. Aha! Li Tai Chang let out a heart-wrenching scream. His arm was consumed by the demonic flames, the skin charring rapidly, the flesh turning to ash. The pain was so intense that he nearly lost consciousness, his face filled with terror. Chu Tian coldly observed the scene, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if everything was under his control. He slowly retracted his fist, and the dragon tiger state of the demonic flames dissipated alongside it, leaving only the burnt stench lingering in the air. Li Tai Chang, as if granted a reprieve, nearly fainted from the agony. When he glimpsed the blackened bones hanging from his shoulder, he let out another anguished scream. Aha! The onlookers witnessing the entire event were utterly stunned, their jaws practically hitting the ground as if they'd seen a ghost. Holy crap! Did I just see this? Chu Tian actually crippled the Dean of Discipline. This guy's defying the heavens. Li Tai Chang is a third realm, first-turn warrior. He's cheating. No way he's not cheating. If he's not cheating, I'll eat my words. Slaughter value, plus 300. Total slaughter value, 300. Amidst the heated discussions, Chu Tian spoke slowly, his voice booming like thunder. Next time we meet, I'll take your wretched life. Li Tai Chang struggled to lift his head. When he met the icy gaze of the young man before him, it felt as though a giant hand gripped his heart tightly, and the suffocating presence of death washed over him. He had never seen such a terrifying look in someone's eyes. A storm raged in Li Tai Chang's heart as he questioned himself, is this still the same useless trash whose innate life bone was stolen? Chu Tian. I don't know why you've suddenly become so strong, but let me tell you, going against the Chu family will only lead to disaster. Chu Feng has already perfectly fused with your life bone. Once the Tianyuan simulated battle begins, he will soar to unprecedented heights. By then, your death is inevitable. Li Tai Chang roared hoarsely, as if doing so could alleviate the fear in his heart. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze glinting coldly as he sneered. The Tianyuan simulated battle? Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. You're looking forward to the Tianyuan simulated battle? Li Tai Chang sneered sinisterly. You've already violated the school rules by attacking me. You think you'll still have a chance to participate in the Tianyuan simulated battle? Dream on. You're just waiting to be expelled. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as Chu Tian's foot slammed into Li Tai mouth, silencing his curses and knocking out his teeth, along with the rest of the words he hadn't yet spat out. At the same moment, an elderly figure appeared at the doorway. He had snow-white hair, hands clasped behind his back, and exuded an imposing aura. Stop! A thunderous voice rang out like a clap of lightning. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's principal, Huang Xiyu. Chu Tian sighed in exasperation and reluctantly pulled his foot back, its sole still stained with a few teeth. At this moment, Li Tai Chang looked at Huang Xiyu as if seeing his savior, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted hysterically. Ah! Principal Huang, you must seek justice for me. Chu Tian, this useless trash. Shut up! Huang Xiyu strode forward, his gaze landing on the severely injured Li Tai Chang. His eyes flickered as he frowned slightly. Then, he turned to Chu Tian. Did you do this to him? It was him. All the students can testify. Li Tai Chang interjected hastily. Chu Tian, however, did not deny it. He simply nodded. It was me. Are you going to expel me? Expel you? Huang Xiyu raised an eyebrow. Who said I'd expel you? I've already looked into the matter. Li Tai Chang struck first. You acted in self-defense. The moment these words were uttered, everyone was stunned. Li Tai Chang's face twisted as he roared, Principal Huang, what are you saying? He acted in self-defense. Do you have an objection? I do. I have a big objection. Then keep it to yourself. Huang Xiyu's words were like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into Li Tai Chang's heart. Blood surged to his head, his throat tasted sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, his rage remained, and he protested vehemently, Principal Huang, you're shielding Chu Tian. He assaulted the Dean of Discipline, he should be expelled. Huang Xiyu nodded slightly, responding indifferently, you make a valid point. For a brief moment, Li Tai Chang felt a surge of relief, secretly pleased that the principal seemed to side with him. However, the next words shattered his world like a thunderbolt. Li Tai Chang, for harming students and abusing your authority, you're a disgrace to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. You're hereby expelled. Get out. The declaration struck Li Tai Chang like a hammer, his face contorting in disbelief. Principal Huang, you're expelling me. Leave. Huang Xiyu's voice thundered, brooking no argument. Li Tai Chang's fury boiled over. He shot to his feet, his face ferocious. Principal Huang, before you make this decision, shouldn't you consult my father-in-law, Chu Wenzhong? Go tell Chu Wenzhong this. If he doesn't want to escalate matters, he should stop meddling with Chu Tian. Otherwise, he'll bear the consequences. Now, leave. Huang Xiyu's aura suddenly shifted, spiritual energy radiating out like a mountain, pressing down on all present. Under such oppressive might, Li Tai Chang felt as though he'd been struck by a massive force. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, gasping for air. Leave. Huang Xiyu commanded again, his voice like a thunderclap. Struggling to his feet, Li Tai Chang fled the classroom in disarray, consumed by a mix of fear and rage. Meanwhile, Chu Tian furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with doubt. Huang Xiyu's blatant favoritism was evident. He had even gone so far as to confront the Chu family. Why? Could it be that he saw potential in me and wanted me on his side? The thought barely surfaced before Chu Tian dismissed it. Huang Xiyu turned to him, his gaze complicated. Come with me. Without waiting for Chu Tian's response, he strode forward. Chu Tian had no choice but to follow quickly. Inside the principal's office, Huang Xiyu's face softened into a faint smile. It seems losing your innate life bone hasn't affected you much. Chu Tian hesitated slightly. I suppose it's a blessing in disguise. But, principal, why did you summon me? Oh, a true blessing in disguise. Huang Xiyu's gaze was profound, as if pondering something deeply. Then, he pulled out a piece of paper, placed it in front of Chu Tian, and said in a deep voice, this is a referral. Letter for the Martial Arts Pavilion. With the Tianyuan trial imminent, take this to the pavilion and select a martial technique. Sharpen your blade before battle, even if it's last minute it will still shine. Go! Chu Tian looked at the referral letter, his brows furrowing slightly. Principal, my life bone has been extracted. Isn't this inappropriate? Huang Xiyu shook his head with a faint smile. Although your life bone was taken, it seems the impact on you is negligible. Take it. This is something you deserve. He paused briefly before continuing. As for the Chu family, you don't need to worry, I'll handle it. Principal Huang, I want to know, what is your purpose in doing all this? After much hesitation, Chu Tian finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at his heart. Huang Xiyu raised his head, his eyes reflecting a trace of reminiscence. Slowly, he said, consider it my way of repaying your father. He once did me a great kindness. My father? Chu Tian repeated the unfamiliar word, a pang of sourness rising in his heart. The original owner of this body had almost no memories of his father, not even a clear recollection of his appearance. Yet, when the word father escaped his lips, Chu Tian's nose tingled, his eyes reddened, and he cautiously asked, My father, is he still alive? Huang Xiyu sighed and shook his head. I don't know. As for matters concerning your father, you'll have to investigate them on your own, bit by bit. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the conversation's end. Off you go. Train hard, and strive to bring glory to the Chu family in the Tianyuan trial. Chu Tian stood, bowed his head, and left, his heart heavy with thoughts of his father and countless unanswered questions. He wandered aimlessly, trying to recall anything related to his father, but those memories remained a void. Hello, student. The martial arts pavilion is not open to the public. Please stop right there. A sudden voice interrupted Chu Tian's thoughts. When he looked up, he found himself standing before the martial arts pavilion. Ah! Chu Tian exhaled deeply, gathering his thoughts. He pulled out the referral letter from Huang Xiyu and handed it over, saying, This is a referral letter from the principal. The voluptuous female teacher guarding the entrance took the letter, examined it carefully, and, after confirming its authenticity, stepped aside with a professional smile, ready to welcome this new talent. Go on in. You're allowed to choose only one martial technique. Once selected, you can head to the practice room to memorize it. The original copy cannot be taken out. Chu Tian clasped his hands in gratitude and respectfully said, Thank you. Without hesitation, he strode into the martial arts pavilion. Before the massive electronic display, Chu Tian began browsing through the vast repository of martial techniques. Second-tier martial technique, mountain crushing fist. Second-tier martial technique, serpentine movement technique. Third-tier martial technique, blade drawing technique. Faced with an array of dazzling martial techniques, Chu Tian found himself momentarily overwhelmed. However, he quickly began contemplating. He understood that selecting the right martial technique was critical. After a brief moment of deliberation, he gradually clarified his thoughts. In terms of offensive techniques, the Dragon Tiger Blazing Fist was undoubtedly powerful. Though Li Tai Chang's cultivation level was artificially boosted by Chu family resources, his ability to instantly defeat an opponent from a higher realm demonstrated the terrifying might of the 7th-tier Dragon Tiger Blazing Fist. It was more than sufficient for the Tianyuan trial. But to ensure his absolute safety, Chu Tian ultimately decided to prioritize movement techniques. A movement technique, then. With firm resolve, he filtered the options on the display to show only movement-related techniques and confirmed his selection. Immediately, dozens of movement techniques of varying tiers appeared before him. Chu Tian's eyes gleamed as he scanned through the list, quickly making his choice. Thunderous Phantom Steps, a second-tier movement technique. You're the one. Without hesitation, Chu Tian selected Thunderous Phantom Steps. A prompt appeared below. Keep browsing, confirm selection. He did not waver and decisively clicked, Confirm selection. With a metallic clang, a blue-covered book dropped down as if dispensed from a vending machine. Chu Tian bent down to pick up the Thunderous Phantom Steps manual and quickly made his way to the second floor. The second floor housed numerous private training rooms, providing students with a quiet environment to practice. Chu Tian casually entered one of the rooms, locked the door behind him, sat cross-legged, and silently thought, System. I want to enhance Thunderous Phantom Steps. Ding. Please allocate points. Chu Tian squinted, his eyes gleaming with determination. All in. Ding. 300 slaughter points consumed. Martial technique enhanced, tier upgraded. Enhancement complete, 5th tier martial technique, Thunderous 3000. The enhanced Thunderous 3000 technique was divided into 3 levels. The first level, Thunder Flash, moves with the speed of lightning. The second level, Thunder Shift, body shifts unpredictably and instantaneously. The third level, 3000 Thunder Phantoms, upon mastery, one can create 3000 thunderous clones. As soon as the system notification ended, the refined Thunderous 3000 was deeply imprinted into Chu Tian's mind, as though he had practiced it countless times. Now came the most critical step, cultivation. Chu Tian closed his eyes tightly, instantly immersing himself in his training. To master this technique, one must endure pain. Within his body, thunder rumbled, crackling sounds echoing endlessly. The process was grueling and filled with challenges. Meanwhile, in the western part of the city, at the Chu family residence, Chu Wenzhong sat in a grand chair, beaming as though he had regained his youth. The hall was filled with prominent guests, representatives from various families of Jiang City who had come to offer their congratulations. The news of Chu Feng successfully fusing with an S-grade innate life bone had spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the town. Once the Tianyuan trial commenced in a few days, Chu Feng was poised to rise to prominence, elevating the Chu family's status to unprecedented heights, perhaps even making them a noble clan. Thus, forming alliances with the Chu family in advance was undoubtedly a wise move. Master Chu, congratulations on nurturing a genius like Chu Feng. We hope you'll look after the Chun family in the future. The speaker, a rotund man, was Chen Shijun, head of the second-tier Chen family in Jiang City. A middle-aged man sitting beside Chen Shijun also clasped his hands and chimed in, "Brother Chen is right. When the Chu family ascends to nobility, we hope you won't forget us." "Don't speak such nonsense. How could the Chu family possibly bear the honor of being called nobility?" Chu Wenzhong humbly declined, though his heart was brimming with joy. Chen Shijun continued to flatter him, "Master Chu, if your family doesn't deserve it, then who does? An S-grade innate life bone, 1 in a billion. I firmly believe that after the Tianyuan trial, the Chu family will undoubtedly be ennobled." "Indeed. Nobility, no doubt. Congratulations, Master Chu, soon to be the patriarch of a noble family." Chu Wenzhong burst into hearty laughter, his face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Just as he was about to respond, a desperate cry echoed from outside the hall. "Father, you must seek justice for me." The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, and the atmosphere froze. A blood-soaked one-armed warrior staggered into the hall, his face full of terror. He collapsed to his knees with a loud thud, crying out, "Father, you must avenge me." Chu Wenzhong's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the young man. Shocked, he asked, "Are you Tai Chang?" "Father, it's me, Li Tai Chang." He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with despair. Chu Wenzhong furrowed his brows, thoughts racing. This son-in-law had always been looked down upon, but after extracting Chu Tian's life bone, Li Tai Chang had proven his worth with that major contribution. Chu Wenzhong's impression of him had since improved. In Jiang City, who dares to touch a member of the Chu family? This is a blatant slap to my face. Boom! Chu Wenzhong slammed the table and stood up, his anger blazing. "What's going on? Where did those injuries on your body come from?" Li Tai Chang raised his head, his face twisted in frustration, his teeth clenched. "Dad! It was that useless Chu Tian. We tried to take his life." "Enough!" Chu Wenzhong decisively interrupted him, scanning the representatives of each family present. He forced a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a little incident. I won't keep you any longer. Let's meet another day when I'll prepare a proper feast." Chen Shijun was the first to rise. He clasped his fists with both hands and bowed respectfully. "Elder Chu, you're too kind. If there's anything inconvenient, please feel free to let us know." "Shijun, you're considerate. Don't worry. If I need anything, I won't hesitate." "Then we'll take our leave for now." Everyone departed in an orderly manner, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Once the hall was left with only Chu Wenzhong and Li Tai Chang, a murderous aura flickered in Chu Wenzhong's eyes. "The injuries on your body were caused by Chu Tian?" Li Tai Chang quickly recounted the events with a tone of helplessness. "Dad, that's right. It was Chu Tian. First, he injured Xiao Xue. When I went to seek revenge, I ended up being seriously injured by that useless fool." Chu Wenzhong boiled with rage, questioning, "Aren't you at the first stage of the Pangean realm?" "I am." Li Tai Chang answered with a face full of grievance. "If I remember correctly, Chu Tian is only at the 7th stage of the initial realm. He crossed 2 major levels to seriously injure you? Were you just standing there letting him hit you?" Chu Wenzhong found it hard to believe, but Li Tai Chang shook his head. "Dad, I really gave it my all." Chu Wenzhong roared, "Do you know how difficult this is for me to believe? It's like you're telling me Chu Tian awakened an SS-grade innate life bone." "Dad, I'm not lying." Li Tai Chang defended himself weakly. Chu Wenzhong waved his hand. "Enough. Go tend to your wounds first. I'll have someone bring Chu Tian here later to get to the bottom of this." "Dad, Huang Shiyu asked me to deliver a message to you." Li Tai Chang hurriedly interjected. "What message?" Chu Wenzhong's brows furrowed tightly. "He said that if you don't want things to escalate, stop causing trouble for Chu Tian, or face the consequences." Li Tai Chang conveyed cautiously. Chu Wenzhong's expression instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light. "What else did he say?" "That's all. Leave now." Chu Wenzhong waved him off, his eyes filled with disdain. "Dad, then how should we deal with Chu Tian?" Li Tai Chang probed cautiously. Chu Wenzhong glared at him fiercely, his gaze full of disgust. "That's none of your concern. Li Tai Chang clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Understood, Dad. With that, he struggled to his feet and limped out of the hall. Chu Wenjong narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent thick in the air, muttering to himself, Huang Shiyu, you'd better not bring trouble upon yourself. Let the past remain in the past. At this moment, on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, inside a training room, Chu Tian sat with his eyes closed, blue electric arcs flickering around him like a thunder god descending. The crackling sound of electricity echoed in the air. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with lightning, and a surge of immense power coursed through him. He could feel the violent thunderous energy within him gradually calming down, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and agility. It was as if his body had been infused with limitless energy, every cell in his being cheering, ready to unleash an astonishing burst of speed at any moment. He stood up slowly, and with a gentle motion, his body vanished like a flash of lightning, leaving behind only a faint trail of residual thunderlight. The air in the training room was torn apart, producing a faint hissing sound. Chu Tian was shocked, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered, "So, this is the speed of thunder flash?" He tried again, this time moving even more fluidly. His figure darted around the training room like a phantom, his speed so fast that it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Each movement was accompanied by subtle flashes of lightning, as if his body had merged with the thunder itself. Chu Tian stopped, feeling the surging power within him, his heart filled with anticipation. This was only the first level of the Thunder Movement 3000 technique, Thunder Flash. Its power was already astonishing. If he could train to the second level, Thunder Instant, or even the third level, 3000 Thunder Illusions, how terrifying would that be? He could hardly wait. Chu Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, accompanied by dazzling arcs of electricity exploding in the air, as if announcing his breakthrough to a new level of cultivation. The sky grew dark as night fell, and the world plunged into a deep silence. Outside, the stars and the moon were veiled by thick clouds, like gems shrouded in shadows. The sky was ink black, exuding an oppressive feeling. Chu Tian pulled out his silenced phone and was startled to see the number of missed calls exceeding 99 plus. Even without looking, he knew it must be his mother worrying about him. A warm current surged through his heart as he quickly returned the call. As soon as it connected, his mother's anxious and trembling voice came through. "Xiao Tian, where are you?" "Xiao Tian. Mom. I'm in the training room, my phone was on silent." Chu Tian's tone was firm, tinged with reassurance. On the other end, his mother sighed in relief, her voice filled with concern. "As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay. Xiao Tian, did I interrupt your training?" "No." Chu Tian replied with a smile. "Mom, I'm on my way home now. If you're tired, go ahead and rest. I'm at the school gate." Before his mother's words had fully registered, Chu Tian's heart tightened. He hung up immediately, his figure flickering like lightning as he bolted toward the school gate. Thunder flash! A streak of lightning tore through the dark night sky of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, as if heralding Chu Tian's return. Under the dim yellow streetlights at the school gate, Wang Huiro stood silently, her shadow elongated by the light. The night breeze was cool, gently brushing against the strands of silver in her hair, yet she seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on the direction of the school gate, filled with anticipation. "Mom!" Chu Tian's voice broke through the stillness like the first light of dawn. Wang Huiro turned abruptly, seeing her son standing not far away, a warm smile lighting up his face. Her heart swelled with boundless emotion. "Xiao Tian!" Her eyes instantly reddened, and she hurried forward, her heart overflowing with worry for her son. "You scared me to death." Chu Tian smiled faintly, scratching his head. "I didn't want to be disturbed, so I put my phone on silent. As long as you're okay. Let's go home. Are you hungry?" Wang Huiro asked with concern. "Yeah." Chu Tian nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "What do you want to eat?" "Mom will cook it for you when we get home." Wang Huiro asked gently. Chu Tian rubbed his chin, a grin forming on his lips. "I want crispy pork." "All right." She agreed readily, her eyes brimming with delight. The night deepened, the stars twinkled faintly, and the silhouettes of mother and son gradually disappeared into the darkness, their bond illuminating the night sky. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a figure appeared out of thin air, bowing respectfully in the direction they had left, as if foreshadowing the extraordinary fate soon to unfold. The next day, the classroom was unusually noisy. Students whispered to each other, their faces tense, and the atmosphere seemed on the brink of eruption. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, listening carefully for a moment, and finally understood the truth. The school, in collaboration with the city's garrison, had organized a live combat training exercise to help students prepare for the abyssal war simulations using savage beasts as practice opponents. Compared to the bizarre monsters in the Abyss simulation battle, ferocious beasts that are violent and brutal but lack intelligence are much easier to deal with. Therefore, choosing to conduct special training with ferocious beasts is not only safe but also a great way to enhance students' combat experience. It's simply the perfect choice. I wonder if killing these beasts will generate slaughter points. Chu Tian questioned himself silently, but a faint excitement flickered across his face, completely ignoring the tense atmosphere among his classmates. Shoo! The homeroom teacher's here. The noisy classroom instantly quieted down. A middle-aged man wearing thick glasses walked into the classroom slowly, his footsteps light and his posture listless. His thin face was pale yellow, and his lips were colorless. Such a condition could only mean one of two things. Either he'd been single for too long and had been holding back for ages, or his wife at home had been nagging him relentlessly about unfinished work. Clearly, their homeroom teacher belonged to the first category, a longtime bachelor. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he might have engaged in some fun activities after work. Clearing his throat, the teacher spoke in a weak voice, "Emergency assembly. Line up. Let's move." "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, dozens of buses drove out of the city and quickly dispersed. Due to the limited area of the training grounds, the school and the city defense army had decided that 3 classes would share one training ground. The training grounds were actually the ruins of villages or towns that had been ravaged by beast tides. Although the city defense army had resolved the beast tides, the ruins were still teeming with ferocious beasts, most of which were of the first tier. Thus, these areas were commonly used for student training sessions and occasionally for competitive events. Suddenly, the bus began to shake violently. All the students instinctively leaned toward the windows to see what was going on outside. By now, they had entered a region overgrown with weeds. The rugged terrain caused the bus to jolt and sway violently. It wasn't the driver's lack of skill, it was the uneven road. The path was littered with various skeletons, some human and some belonging to ferocious beasts. The air was thick with a putrid odor, a mix of blood, decay, and scorched earth, seeping into the bus through the cracks of the windows, making everyone nauseous. Occasionally, low growls of beasts echoed from the surroundings, hoarse and menacing, as if warning these intruders. Inside the bus, silence reigned. The students swallowed nervously, their faces pale, eyes filled with fear. Hiss! The sound of brakes screeched abruptly. The homeroom teacher stood up, his voice low, "We're here. Get off!" Creak! The bus door opened slowly, and a cold wind carrying a foul stench rushed in. Chu Tian was the first to jump off the bus. The ground beneath his feet was soft and damp, as if it could collapse at any moment. Once all the students had disembarked, the homeroom teacher kicked the bus door shut and shouted, "Retreat quickly!" The bus drifted away with a tailspin and sped off. *T. That bastard is really something else. The students couldn't hold back their curses. But just then, the ruins around them, filled with danger, echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps. Chu Tian turned toward the noise and saw 3 soldiers in military uniforms striding forward. Their faces were cold and ruthless, exuding an intimidating aura. "Attention!" Suddenly, a resounding shout broke the tense silence. All the students instinctively straightened up, standing at attention, their movements swift. However, the buzzcut soldier in the middle appeared displeased and barked, "So slow. If you face beasts with this kind of hesitation, death will be your only outcome." Faced with these 3 city defense soldiers, the students were filled with awe and dared not show any dissatisfaction. But Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, his impression of the buzzcut soldier plummeting, which also tainted his view of the entire city defense force. The buzzcut soldier's stern gaze scanned the students, pausing briefly on Chu Tian. "What are you looking at me for? Then where should I look?" Chu Tian retorted without backing down. The buzzcut soldier was momentarily stunned and then snapped, "How dare you? Don't you know you're supposed to report before speaking to me?" "I didn't know." "Good kid, I like defiant ones like you." With that, the buzzcut soldier suddenly threw a punch, his spiritual energy surging. Chu Tian shifted his body slightly, easily dodging the attack. Seeing this, the buzzcut soldier's eyes were filled with disdain, and he sneered, "No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you've got some skills. But do you think that's enough to defy me? I think you've misunderstood something. This is joint special training, not military training. We are here to cooperate. If you don't understand what cooperation means, feel free to call your superior and ask for clarification. Lastly, let me tell you this, if you want to flaunt your authority, go do it somewhere else." With that, Chu Tian turned and walked away, as if the ruins themselves were parting to make way for him. The stunned students suddenly had an epiphany. That's right. This is a joint special training, not military training. Why is he acting so high and mighty? Plus, these three are from the City Defense Force, not the Abyss Army. Where do they get off acting this way? But just as the students were about to disperse, the buzzcut soldier roared, "Stop right there!" Chu Tian paused, sensing a gust of wind rushing toward him. "Watch out, Tian Shen," a student shouted in warning. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold. His body shifted sharply to the side, and the buzzcut soldier's fist grazed his shoulder, producing a piercing whoosh. Out of respect for the term soldier, Chu Tian refrained from striking back, instead fixing the man with a chilling stare, his gaze devoid of fear. "What's the meaning of this?" Chu Tian's voice was low, tinged with a hint of questioning. The buzzcut soldier's face grew dark and menacing, clearly not expecting Chu Tian to evade so effortlessly. But that didn't deter him from trying to assert his dominance. "Kid, do you think having a bit of skill entitles you to act arrogant here? This is a training ground, not your school playground. Here, I call the shots." Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I'll say this one last time, this is joint special training, not military training. Stop acting like a big shot." The buzzcut soldier cracked his knuckles, the sounds echoing ominously. He smirked and said, "But I want to flaunt my authority." "What are you gonna do about it? Is this guy even a soldier? How is he any different from some punk in skinny jeans and loafers, clutching a man-purse under his arm?" Chu Tian's eyes grew colder, his fleeting tolerance for the buzzcut soldier evaporating completely. "Don't mistake my patience for indulgence. Get lost. Spouting off cliches at me? I'll..." Before the buzzcut soldier could finish, a sudden crackling sound interrupted him. He looked up, bewildered. A bolt of lightning tore through the void, appearing out of nowhere. Boom! A dull impact rang out, as if the air itself had been torn apart. A figure was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Ah!" A chilling scream pierced the air, making everyone's scalp tingle. As the dust gradually settled, all eyes turned to the proud figure of Chu Tian standing in the center. Slowly, their gazes shifted downward to the buzzcut soldier curled up in a pit, blood gushing from his mouth as he moaned in agony. "Woohoo! Divine might, unparalleled!" The surrounding students erupted into deafening cheers, their voices brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Suddenly, Chu Tian took a single step forward, his figure flickering like a phantom as he instantly appeared before the crewcut soldier. Towering over him, Chu Tian gazed down coldly and said, "Did you eat crap for breakfast? You speak so filthily." The crewcut soldier struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a 5th stage Feng Realm warrior, while Chu Tian was merely at the 1st stage. How could this defeat be so absolute? How is this possible? The crewcut soldier's voice trembled, as though questioning himself. Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk, his tone filled with disdain as he said, "Let me gift you a classic line, it's not that I'm too strong, you're just too weak." "Ah! Damn it!" The crewcut soldier's features contorted with rage. He gritted his teeth and roared, "I am an active-duty city guard soldier. You dare strike me? You're finished." Chu Tian scoffed and shrugged indifferently. "And I am an active student, the future of Daxia Nation. Besides, this was legitimate self-defense, what the hell do I have to fear?" Before the words fully left his mouth, Chu Tian kicked out again. Bang! The crewcut soldier's head slammed heavily against the ground once more, blood splattering in all directions and staining his cheeks red. Kill value, +50. Ah! Before his scream could fade. Meow! Suddenly, a sharp cat's cry pierced the air, like the wailing of a feral cat in heat. It instantly drowned out the crewcut soldier's howls. Everyone turned toward the sound, their expressions changing drastically. "It's a first-tier blood lynx." Chu Tian's eyebrows arched, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He was just about to make his move when the blood lynx acted first, its speed reaching an extreme level as it darted toward the fallen crewcut soldier. The scent of blood had excited it, its crimson-slit pupils gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. The blood lynx was astonishingly fast, its bite force exceeding 1,800 kilograms. If bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Save me!" The crewcut soldier was utterly panicked, shouting for help without regard for his dignity. Fortunately, 2 other city guard soldiers nearby were already on high alert. One quickly intercepted the blood lynx, while the other seized the opportunity to drag the crewcut soldier to safety. Seeing its ambush fail, the blood lynx decisively turned and prepared to flee. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, a deadly intent radiating from within. Thunder flash. With a low shout, Chu Tian unleashed the power of thunder. A surge of electricity erupted, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he instantly caught up to the blood links. Crackle! Sparks and flashes of lightning tore through the stillness of the air, creating a dazzling spectacle. The blood lynx abruptly turned its head, its crimson slit pupils flickering with a trace of terror. It had clearly not expected to be caught. Meow! This cry was filled with shock and fear. Yet Chu Tian showed no hesitation. His fist, imbued with the power of the tiger and dragon, struck out with explosive force. Thud! The blood lynx's head was smashed to pieces with a single punch, red and white fluid splattering everywhere, instantly ending the chase. Kill value, plus 150. Total kill value, 200. As Chu Tian observed the updated kill value, an excited smile appeared on his face. The results were indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the students and the 3 soldiers standing at a distance were all dumbfounded. They weren't just shocked by Chu Tian's one-punch kill, but by the fact that he had completely outpaced the so-called Speed King blood lynx. My god! Captain, I think you've bitten off more than you can chew this time. The crew-cut soldier clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with a mix of fear and respect in his eyes. Life is long, who's to say who will shine in the end? Captain, are you quoting classic lines now too? Another soldier couldn't help but tease. Damn it! Mind your own damn business, the crew-cut soldier snapped. Focus on the mission. Don't let this bunch of spineless rookies outdo you. Kill! His shout carried a trace of unease toward Chu Tian, but he quickly turned to charge in the opposite direction. At this moment, Chu Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Slaying ferocious beasts, racking up kill value, he could already envision the screen filling with thousands upon thousands of points. His heart surged with exhilaration. Thunder flash! With another low shout, Chu Tian stepped forth on thunder, his figure vanishing from sight, leaving behind only trails of lightning and afterimages. It was a breathtaking sight. Weed Town. 10 years ago, a beast tide had ravaged this place, reducing it to ruins overnight. Of the 30-some thousand inhabitants, fewer than 30 survived. Now, Weed Town was no longer the bustling community it once was. It had become a desolate and lifeless wasteland. The streets were overrun with weeds and vines, the walls of broken homes covered in moss. Nature silently reclaimed the remnants of this human settlement. Occasionally, a few crows would take flight from shattered rooftops, their piercing cries breaking the eerie silence. The air was thick with the stench of decay, mingled with the damp earth and the metallic tang of blood, enough to make one retch. The shops lining the streets were dilapidated beyond repair, their shattered windows creaking in the wind. The oppressive atmosphere grew more stifling. Massive, ferocious beasts roamed the town unchecked, an invisible pressure emanating from their presence. Roar! A nearly 2-meter-tall saber-toothed rabbit stood before a crumbling 2-story building. Its low growl rumbled as its blood-red eyes gleamed with murderous intent, seemingly searching for prey. However, just as it prepared to enter the building, a roar echoed from afar. The beast whipped around and vanished in a flash, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye, its speed astonishing. Amit Ba. Thank you, Buddha, for your protection. Scared me half to death. Suddenly, a trembling voice came from within the 2-story building. Behind a broken iron door hid 3 men, holding their breath, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. The man who had just thanked Buddha turned to the bald, burly man in the center and cautiously said, "Boss, we've been squatting here for 3 days. Without finding a single clue. Even if that girl was here, she's probably been devoured by these beasts by now. Let's just get out of this cursed place." "Yeah, boss, he's right. If we stay any longer, I'll end up as beast food myself," another chimed in anxiously. "Shut up. One more word, and I'll slit both your throats," the bald man bellowed, brandishing a large blade. "Do you fools think I came here just to draw blood? I've done my homework. That girl's family? Loaded. Once we grab her and secure the ransom, won't that be sweet?" "That's if we make it out alive," muttered the third man under his breath, his unease evident. In the next instant, the blade was at his throat, and his legs gave out as he collapsed, crying out, "Boss, spare me." Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed. The second man exclaimed excitedly, "BB boss. Look! That girl, there she is." Meanwhile, Chu Tian strolled leisurely through Weed Town. Unlike his classmates, who cowered at the sight of beasts, Chu Tian charged headlong into every encounter, fists blazing with no trace of fear. Meow! With a sharp cry, 2 blood lynxes shot out like arrows from a nearby building, pouncing straight at Chu Tian. Their razor-sharp fangs glinted with a chilling light, saliva dripping as though famished. Chu Tian's lips curved into a dazzling smile. Unfazed, his fists, imbued with the power of the tiger and dragon, burst forth with fiery might. Flames roared. Like a wildfire. One blood lynx screeched and was forced back, while the other's assault followed in relentless succession, unstoppable in its momentum. Thunder flash. Chu Tian stepped on thunder, easily dodging the blood lynx's bite. In an instant, he counterattacked, his fist smashing down fiercely. With a puff sound, blood splattered everywhere, and brain matter burst out. Slaughter value, plus 155. As its companion was headshot, the other blood lynx did not choose to escape. Instead, its aura grew even more ferocious, as if it had been enraged. Meow. The blood lynx let out a strange cry, preparing to attack. However, Chu Tian acted first, using Thunder Flash to instantly close the distance. His twin fists swung out, the power of the dragon and tiger intertwined with demonic flames, forming a terrifying force of destruction. In just a moment, under Chu Tian's ferocious assault, the blood lynx's head exploded. Blood rained through the air. Slaughter value, plus 160. Total slaughter value, 360. Chu Tian glanced at the steadily increasing slaughter value and raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, too slow. At this pace, who knows when I'll be able to accumulate 10,000. No. I need to speed up. Chu Tian muttered to himself, suddenly charging toward the area where beasts were most densely concentrated. His lightning-like figure shimmered with thunder beneath his feet as he swiftly maneuvered through the ruins of Weed Town. He scanned his surroundings, searching for more traces of ferocious beasts. As he ventured deeper, the ominous aura of the beasts intensified, and the air became thick with the scent of blood and savagery. Moo! A deep, guttural roar of a beast came from ahead. Chu Tian paused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Looking up, he saw a massive iron-armored rhino slowly emerging from the ruins. Its entire body was covered in thick iron armor, and its steady, deliberate steps left trembling marks on the ground. Second tier, huh? Now this is getting interesting, Chu Tian murmured to himself, his eyes burning with battle intent. The iron-armored rhino had clearly noticed Chu Tian's presence as well. Its enormous eyes locked onto him, and two streams of white air spurted from its nostrils. With an ear-splitting roar, it suddenly accelerated, charging straight at Chu Tian. Good timing. Chu Tian did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his fists clenched tightly. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared at the rhino's flank. Die! Chu Tian growled, punching hard at the rhino's side. However, the iron-armored rhino's defense was incredibly formidable. Although Chu Tian's fist struck true, it only left a shallow crack on the iron armor. "TCH, tough hide," Chu Tian muttered, frowning slightly as he swiftly retreated to avoid the rhino's counterattack. The enraged iron-armored rhino let out a furious roar, thoroughly provoked by Chu Tian's assault. Its massive body turned abruptly, and its tail swept out like an iron whip. Lightning flashed beneath Chu Tian's feet once again, allowing him to effortlessly dodge the attack. His battle spirit surged as he shouted, again. Dragon Tiger Fiery Fist. The power of the dragon and tiger within Chu Tian's body rapidly fused with the demonic flame. His aura soared instantly. In a flash, the demonic flame transformed into the shapes of a dragon and tiger, coiling around his fists. The roars of the dragon and tiger echoed across the battlefield. Wherever his fists passed, the air was torn apart with sharp explosive sounds. The blazing demonic flame intertwined with the savage power of the dragon and tiger, forming a massive vortex of energy. The dragon and tiger shapes surged forward with the momentum of his punch. The iron-armored rhino seemed to sense the terror of this strike. A flicker of panic flashed across its crimson eyes, but it did not retreat. Instead, it roared defiantly, its iron armor glowing with a heavy, earth-yellow radiance as it braced to withstand the blow. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the iron-armored rhino's head was struck by the thunderous fiery blow. Its thick iron armor shattered instantly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The rhino let out a miserable wail before its massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Slaughter value, plus 500. Total slaughter value, 860. Chu Tian landed on the ground, breathing slightly heavily. He nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the fallen iron-armored rhino. However, he did not pause, continuing deeper into the area. As he delved further, the number and strength of the beasts increased dramatically. Chu Tian held nothing back, fully utilizing Thunder Flash and Dragon Tiger Fiery Fist. Every strike carried overwhelming power, annihilating one beast after another. Slaughter value, plus 300. Slaughter value, plus 450. Slaughter value, plus 250. Total slaughter value, 2,300. Chu Tian's slaughter value climbed rapidly, but his brows only furrowed deeper. Although the value was increasing much faster than before, the goal of 10,000 still felt far out of reach. Still too slow, Chu Tian thought to himself, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings as he continued moving, searching for more beasts. Not far away, a group of students who had witnessed the entire scene stood frozen in place, their mouths agape. Am I hallucinating? That was a second-tier iron-armored rhino, and the heavenly god just blew it up with a single punch? Holy crap! I'm seriously starting to doubt if the heavenly god's lifebone was really taken. That can't be faked. There are videos online. Chu Tian paid no attention to the chatter behind him, advancing on his own. The ferocious beasts, once filled with brutality, now retreated in fear. The young man before them had etched a deep psychological terror into their minds. Thud! Suddenly, a blood lynx could no longer withstand the invisible pressure. Its front legs gave out, and it collapsed to the ground, letting out a pitiful whimper from its sharp-toothed mouth, full of fear. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction. More and more beasts fell to the ground, their bodies trembling violently as they emitted low howls of submission. Their heads pressed to the ground, they dared not lift their eyes to look at the black-clad youth approaching. 100 beasts prostrate. This scene was unimaginably shocking. Weed Town seemed to fall into a deathly silence in that moment, with only Chu Tian's footsteps echoing through the ruins. His figure, illuminated by the setting sun, cast a long shadow that seemed to envelop the entire world. Captain, maybe you should join those beasts and kneel too. It's not shameful. Yeah, Captain, what's more important, your life or your dignity? In a corner, 3 blood-soaked town guards watched the scene unfold, their faces pale as sheets. The buzzcut soldier, in particular, was trembling uncontrollably. Hearing his companion's remarks, his expression froze as he wrestled with the difficult decision. But at that moment, Chu Tian's spiritual energy erupted like a storm. Lightning surrounded his body, moving as fast as a bolt. The roars of dragons and tigers echoed as he charged forward. Each punch landed a headshot. One by one, the massive beasts fell into pools of blood, lifeless. Blood flowed like rivers, and the ground piled with corpses. Chu Tian mercilessly reaped the lives of these beasts. Slaughter value, plus 150. Slaughter value, plus 350. Slaughter value, plus 230. Total slaughter value, 7,900. After a long time, when the last beast fell into a pool of blood, the battle ended. Without looking back, Chu Tian continued forward, leaving behind a single sentence, "Don't follow me." The people behind him remained rooted in place, not daring to move. The sun set in the west. Chu Tian walked for half an hour. Suddenly, "Little girl, you can't escape. You might as well give in to the 3 of us. That's right. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come here." At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, anger igniting within him. "Are you courting death?" He turned around, exuding a powerful oppressive aura. His entire being resembled a war god descending to earth, striking fear into the hearts of others. "Come, let me see what you're capable of." Suddenly, a burst of unrestrained laughter echoed through the air. Immediately after, a disheveled girl with terror in her eyes appeared, followed closely by 3 fierce and malicious men wearing sinister grins. The atmosphere turned tense to the extreme in an instant. However, the 4 of them quickly halted their steps simultaneously, their gazes snapping toward a black-clad youth not far away, their expressions becoming incredibly complex. "What the hell?" The bald man cursed, his eyes flashing with disbelief. "Am I seeing things? Chu Tian." The girl cried out in shock, first stunned, then overjoyed. "You useless idiot, what are you standing there for? Come over and help me." There was a glimmer of hope in her voice as she calculated inwardly. With her being at the 9th rotation of the initial realm, and adding Chu Tian to the mix, these 3 beasts could definitely be dealt with. The bald man's highest strength was merely at the 1st rotation of the Edge realm, and the other 2 were only at the 6th rotation of the initial realm. There was no reason to fail. Thinking of this, the girl clenched her fists, her fighting spirit surging. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, his heart filled with surprise. He hadn't expected to run into Chen Xia, Chu Feng's girlfriend, here. Judging by the situation, it seemed she was indeed being chased down. "Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle, or I'll make sure you die alongside her." The bald man threatened, his knife gleaming menacingly in his hand, exuding a fierce aura. Yet Chu Tian appeared as though he hadn't heard a word, still standing where he was. His gaze swept back and forth between Chen Xia and the 3 men, a faintly amused smile appearing on his face. "Chu Tian." Chen Xia grew anxious, her voice tinged with anger. "Hurry up and help me. They're trying to kill me. Chu Tian's lips curled up slightly, and he responded with a laugh, and then? Whether you live or die, what does that have to do with me? What did you say? Chen Xia screamed in disbelief. Are you out of your mind, you useless trash? If Brother Feng finds out, he won't let you off. Hearing this, Chu Tian's smile grew even brighter. He tilted his head toward the bald man and said slowly, Can you make her shut up for me? Of course. As long as you don't meddle, I guarantee she won't have time to say another word. The bald man stared at Chu Tian, his mind filled with doubt. What was this kid playing at? Chu Tian nodded lightly and smiled. I'd hate to meddle in other people's business. Wish you all a good time. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Xia's face turned pale at the sight of this, her body trembling violently. Her eyes filled with despair and fury as she shouted with a trembling voice, Chu Tian. You worthless coward, you trash. Chu Tian paused his steps and responded coldly, Good luck on your way out. Ah! Chen Xia screamed in rage, her features twisting. She turned to the three men and barked furiously, Kill him. As long as you kill him for me, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. The bald man licked his lips, his grin growing even more sinister. Really? Really? I want him dead. Chen Xia nodded fervently, her eyes filled with madness. The bald man was overjoyed in his heart. He had been eyeing this girl for a long time, and now that the opportunity had come, how could he let it slip? Rubbing his shiny bald head, he walked toward Chen Xia, saying, Little miss, how about we watch together while enjoying the sight of this boy being hacked to death? Chen Xia instinctively backed away. I want to see him die first. You don't get to decide that. The bald man laughed heartily, suddenly speeding up and grabbing Chen Xia, pulling her forcefully into his arms. No! Don't, please. She frantically channeled her spiritual energy and struggled desperately, but the bald man shattered her resistance with a single palm strike. Stop struggling, little girl. Just behave and give in to me. You two, don't just stand there. Finish the kid off so we can enjoy this little lady together. Got it, boss. The other two responded in unison, their faces alight with excitement as they charged toward Chu Tian. The bald man hugged Chen Xia tightly, leaning close to her ear and greedily inhaling her scent, his body brimming with lust. His rough hands slid into her collar, moving slowly downward. At that moment, Chen Xia bit her lip tightly, trembling more violently by the second. Finally, she hesitated no longer. Her hand quietly grasped a dagger and, in an instant, she plunged it into the bald man's chest, blood splattering everywhere. You bitch! I'll kill you! The bald man roared in pain, enduring the agony as he yanked the dagger out, his fury ignited. The two of them instantly plunged into chaos, blood intermingling, as though the scales of fate were tipping silently in that moment. However, on the other side, the fight had yet to begin. The faces of the other two men turned pale instantly. Just as they were about to turn and check on the bald man, a piercing sound suddenly reached their ears. Whoosh! Chu Tian appeared before them in an instant, the corners of his mouth curving into a faintly mocking smile. No need to worry. The sooner you die, the sooner you can catch the train to the afterlife. The skinny man, known as second brother, roared, Damn it! Third brother, let's take him down first, then we'll enjoy that little lady. If she's dead, what's there to enjoy? Third brother grumbled regretfully. If she's dead, we'll just enjoy the... Second brother's brash laughter was cut short. Chu Tian's lips twitched slightly at their words. Raising his thumb, he said coolly, Beasts! Go to hell, you brat! Second brother roared, swinging his blade as spiritual energy erupted from within him, charging straight for Chu Tian. Chu Tian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Without a hint of fear, he threw a sudden punch. Bang! Second brother instantly turned into a mist of blood, unable to even cry out in pain. Kill points, plus 50. Third brother, who was standing nearby, was so terrified that his legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Thud! Spare me, young master. Third brother knelt on the ground, his head repeatedly banging against the floor as he begged for his life. Young master, I have an elderly mother and young children. Enough nonsense! Chu Tian interrupted coldly, throwing another punch. Bang! Another mist of blood erupted into the air. Kill points, plus 60. Total kill points, 8,010. Having killed both men, Chu Tian felt a lightness wash over him. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, ready to continue deeper into Weed Town. However, a sudden flare lit up in the sky. The special training session had ended. Chu Tian glanced at the time, frowning slightly. He muttered under his breath, why did it end 2 hours early? Though puzzled, he chose to comply. Meanwhile, outside Weed Town. Get out of my way. I'm going in right now. If anyone dares stop me again, don't blame me for turning hostile. A chubby man, red-faced and furious, shouted at the top of his lungs. Beside him, a stern-looking middle-aged man in a military uniform stood his ground, his own temper flaring. Chen Shijun, watch your tone. My tone? Chen Shijun gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over. Song Kai, I've already been polite enough. My daughter's life is at stake in there. Song Kai's expression turned grim, his brows furrowed deeply. Keeping his composure, he said, I understand how you feel, but there are regulations. We must ensure the safe evacuation of the students inside before you can enter. Besides, I've already bent the rules by launching the signal flare early, so don't push your luck. Chen Shijun took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. His gaze locked onto the students who were gradually leaving Weed Town, silently praying in his heart. Time ticked by, and as more students emerged, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What's going on? Why did the special training end early? Who cares? If it's over early, that just means more time for chess. You don't get it. That fat guy is Chen Shijun. His daughter, Chen Xia, was being chased and fled into Weed Town. Her life's in danger. Chen Xia? Isn't she the campus belle of Marshall High School? Suddenly, the chatter ceased abruptly. The air grew heavy with tension as everyone fell silent. Chen Shijun's face was ashen as he roared, Has anyone seen my daughter, Chen Xia from Marshall High School? A group of students shook their heads one after another. Chen Shijun's heart sank instantly to the bottom. His face began to twist as he resolutely strode toward the entrance of Weed Town, followed closely by the Chen family's retainers. Song Kai's figure flashed, once again blocking him. What are you doing? I'm going in. Move aside. Chen Shijun roared angrily. No way. Song Kai's attitude was firm and unyielding. Chen Shijun glared at him, grinding his teeth. Song Kai, you'd better not push me. And you better not push me either. Song Kai responded with a cold smile, gesturing sharply. The city guard soldiers behind him swarmed like wolves, exuding a murderous aura. The Chen family's retainers, fiercely loyal to their master, quickly activated their spiritual energy and stood ready. The tension between the two sides was palpable, as if the air itself was about to ignite. Excuse me, can I squeeze through? Suddenly, a voice broke the standoff. Chu Tian, looking awkward, quickly added, Can you all make some room for me? Chen Shijun exhaled sharply in relief, then let out a cold snort. Stand down. The Chen family's retainers retreated in unison. Chu Tian swiftly moved through the crowd. At the same time, a buzzcut soldier from the joint training stepped forward, saluted, and reported in a clear voice, reporting. All joint training students are present and accounted for. Song Kai nodded, glanced at Chen Shijun, and spoke slowly, Go ahead. I'll give you 1 hour, whether you find the person or not, you must withdraw. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Song Kai, if anything happens to Xia, I won't let this go. Chen Shijun hurled his angry words and led his group toward the entrance of Weed Town. At that moment, Chu Tian paused his steps slightly, his eyes flickering with thought. No wonder he seemed familiar, it's Chen Shijun. That fat scoundrel is no better than the rest of the Chen family, always in cahoots with those Chu family snakes. He couldn't help but imagine Chen Shijun's expression upon finding Chen Xia's corpse. A peculiar smile crept onto Chu Tian's lips. Night fell, the bright moon hung high, and the stars dotted the sky. In the second-floor bedroom, Chu Tian sat by the window, enjoying the night breeze, feeling refreshed. With a mere thought, the slaughter value data appeared in his mind. Slaughter value accumulated, 10,001. The number had surpassed 10,000. Ding! Would the host like to draw a reward? The system notification sounded. A glint of light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as he nodded slightly. Drawl. Ding! Random reward, artifact, a flame dragon spear. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled. A rift appeared in the pitch-black night sky, and a blinding red light shot out from the fissure. In an instant, it seemed to tear apart the darkness of the night. Accompanied by a deafening hum, the spear's shaft slowly emerged. Its surface rolled with crimson flames, resembling dragon scales dancing, radiating dazzling brilliance that overshadowed the moonlight and starlight. At the tip of the spear, flames gathered, like a blazing sun, exuding an aura of destruction. Wherever it passed, the air sizzled and warped from the intense heat. As the flame dragon spear fully materialized, an ancient, overwhelming pressure, as if from the primordial wilderness, surged across the land. Chu Tian's clothes fluttered, his hair danced in the wind, and he stared at the domineeringly emerging flame dragon spear with fiery eyes filled with awe. Unable to resist, he reached out to grasp this peerless divine weapon. The moment his fingertips touched the spear shaft, the flame dragon spear seemed to resonate with him. The flames on the shaft suddenly surged several feet higher, the searing heat reaching its peak, as if responding to his desire and fighting spirit. Chu Tian showed no fear, gripping the flame dragon spear tightly. He felt the endless power surging forth like a volcano. At this moment, it seemed as though the spear had merged with his soul, becoming the embodiment of his strength. What a weapon! Chu Tian exclaimed in excitement, his eyes gleaming sharply. As he held the spear's hilt firmly, the flame dragon spear seemed to sense its master's lofty ambitions. It emitted a low humming sound, as though answering his call. But I don't even have a storage bag yet. Carrying it around like this is way too flashy, he muttered softly, thinking to himself, if only I could hide it somehow. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the flame dragon spear disappeared into thin air. Chu Tian's heart tightened, and he quickly opened his hands. To his surprise, he found a tattoo-like mark on his wrist, the emblem of the flame dragon spear. Wow, this ability is on par with the Monkey King's golden cudgel. Chu Tian was so thrilled he almost jumped up. With a mere thought, the flame dragon spear reappeared in his hand. The spear could change size at will, absolutely incredible. Creak! Just then, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. Chu Tian leaned out to look and saw his mother pushing a cart, walking cautiously into their home, her face filled with exhaustion. His heart clenched, and without hesitation, he jumped down from the second floor. Thud! Wang Huira heard the noise and turned pale with fright, rushing over. Xiao Tian, why you jumped off the building? Chu Tian stood up, scratched his head, and put on an innocent face. Mom! I wasn't jumping off the building, I just wanted to come help you push the cart. Wang Huiro sighed helplessly, scolding him gently. You child, do you want to scare your mother to death? Then, with concern, she asked, did I disturb you? No. I was just cultivating. Mom, were you out selling at the market again? Yes. The Sky Abyss trial is approaching, and I wanted to get you a proper weapon. Wang Huiru's tone carried a hint of guilt. She always felt like she owed her son. Chu Tian understood his mother's good intentions. A smile tugged at his lips. Mom! I already have a weapon. He then summoned the flame dragon spear with a thought, making it appear out of thin air. Wang Huiru froze. Where did you get the money? The school rewarded me. Chu Tian casually made up an excuse. Then, with sincerity, he said, Mom, starting today, you don't need to sell at the market anymore. I'll take care of you. Wang Huiru's eyes reddened, and she whispered, Xiao Tian, I know you care about me, but your priority is cultivation. Don't get distracted. Go back upstairs and rest. She forcefully pushed Chu Tian back into his room. After sitting down, Chu Tian furrowed his brows slightly and opened his phone. His eyes lit up instantly. In Class 3's group chat, the discussion was lively. Shinshu Young Master had just posted a message in the group. The Sky Abyss trial is coming soon. To ensure everyone is in peak condition, there will be a holiday starting tomorrow. During the break, make sure to balance work and rest, play moderately, relax appropriately, and cultivate diligently. Chu Tian replied with a simple, got it. He then exited the chat and opened the Kualu browser, searching for Wan King tasks, heading straight for Zheng City. The Wan King task platform was designed specifically for martial artists. Completing various tasks earned generous rewards. The platform also provided martial arts techniques, weapons, pills, and more, a martial artist's ultimate hub. Exceptional martial artists even had the chance to be directly recruited into the City Guard or the Sky Abyss Army. Chu Tian filled out the basic electronic form and applied for a martial artist information certification appointment. 2 minutes later, he received a confirmation notice. The designated location, Wan King Tower. It wasn't far from home, just a 30-minute ride on bus line 1. Setting his alarm for 7 a.m., Chu Tian lay down on his bed, listening to the sounds of chirping insects, and drifted into sleep, filled with anticipation for what was to come. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the streets were bustling with activity. In the Century Square CBD of Jiang City, towering skyscrapers stood in close ranks, showcasing the prosperity of the city. In this prime location, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the Wan King Corporation's headquarters proudly occupied an imposing building, exuding an air of wealth and dominance. It was said that Wan King Corporation owned such luxurious buildings in every city across the Grand Xia Nation, and its mysterious boss was rumored to be a high-ranking military figure. Such grandeur! If only it were mine! Chu Tian fantasized as he stepped into the Wan King building. Welcome! A melodious voice greeted him. At the entrance, the receptionists bowed slightly. Their beauty and sweet smiles evoked a fluttering feeling akin to a first crush. Hello, how may I assist you? The front desk receptionist approached with a graceful sway in her steps. Chu Tian was startled, thinking to himself, goodness. This place is as extravagant as a mobile palace. Hello? I've made an appointment for martial artist certification, Chu Tian replied, his gaze steady and expression calm. The receptionist smiled warmly. Understood, sir. I am your dedicated customer service manager, Gui Yorong. You can call me Yorong. Yorong? Chu Tian repeated, nodding slightly. A fitting name for someone like you. Sir, you're quite witty. The receptionist blushed slightly. Being teased by the refined and handsome young man before her, she didn't feel offended but rather experienced an inexplicable sense of excitement. Chu Tian refrained from further banter and got straight to the point. I'd like to know the process for martial artist certification. Gui Yorong was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. Pointing to the tablet in her hand, she said softly, Sir, please place your ID card here so I can verify your information. Chu Tian nodded and placed his ID card on the tablet. The personal details he had filled out the previous night appeared on the screen. This way, please, Yorong said after confirming the information, gesturing politely as she led Chu Tian inside. 5 minutes later, Chu Tian entered a room fully equipped with advanced and precise instruments. Mr. Chu, all your tests will be conducted here. You'll need to follow the instructions provided. Once the tests are complete, I'll escort you to the lounge to await your results. Yorong paused, giving Chu Tian a moment to process her words, then continued, Mr. Chu, do you have any questions? Chu Tian shook his head. No, I don't. Please proceed to the central area and prepare yourself. The martial artist certification will begin shortly. With that, Yorong turned and left. Chu Tian stepped onto the central platform and stood still. A serene voice echoed around him. Verification, first step, assessing martial realm. Please release your spiritual energy. Chu Tian closed his eyes, silently concentrating as he unleashed his spiritual energy. Almost instantly, the voice echoed again. Age, 18. Realm, Edge Transformation, first tier. Rating, excellent. Verification, second step, testing innate life bone grade. Chu Tian's heart stirred with anticipation, eager to discover the grade of his innate life bone. Please place your hand on the testing crystal and remain still for 3 seconds. A circular crystal slowly rose. Following the instructions, Chu Tian reached out and grasped the crystal. As the 3 seconds ended, the transparent crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling rainbow light. The entire testing room was bathed in a misty glow, evoking the sensation of being in a celestial realm. Test result, SS grade innate life bone. This is my limit, not the tester's limit. Chu Tian was ecstatic, his eyes gleaming with determination. The path ahead promised unparalleled brilliance. Hearing the system's remark, Chu Tian's lips twitched and he praised, what a thoughtful testing assistant. The subsequent tests felt insignificant to him. Chu Tian followed the instructions step by step, his heart secretly brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the 88th floor of the Wanking building, at the very top, an opulent office occupied the entire floor. A middle-aged man reclined leisurely on a genuine leather sofa, a cigar in hand, its smoke curling upward. The aroma of coffee filled the spacious office. Just as he was savoring this moment of tranquility, a sudden, urgent electronic alert interrupted. SS grade innate life bone awakener detected in testing room 301 on the 3rd floor. The man's hand trembled, nearly dropping his coffee cup. His eyes widened, the pupils behind his gold-rimmed glasses contracting sharply, as a wave of shock surged through him. SS grade innate life bone, he repeated instinctively, his voice quivering with disbelief. He stood abruptly, the cigar slipping from his fingers and landing on the plush carpet, its smoke curling upward. His expression turned grave, a fleeting hint of panic betraying his composed demeanor. In an instant, the commanding presence of the CEO seemed to vanish. How is this possible? SS grade innate life bone. This is the stuff of legends, he muttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Striding quickly to his desk, the man's fingers moved swiftly across its surface, pulling up the live feed from testing room 301. On the screen, Chu Tian could be seen calmly completing the tests as instructed. The man's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on the screen. His breathing quickened, his fingers trembling slightly as he struggled to control his emotions. SS grade. No, this is merely the limit of the testing crystal, not his limit. The man's voice grew softer, fading into a murmur. His mind raced with countless thoughts, his heartbeat accelerating and his blood surging. An SS grade innate life bone awakener signified the pinnacle of martial potential, an unimaginable reservoir of talent, a force that could reshape the balance of the 5 Nations Alliance. A talent of this caliber. I must secure him. With a forceful slap on the desk, his voice radiated uncontainable excitement, like a predator ready to pounce. The man quickly activated the intercom, his tone urgent and commanding. Immediately locked down all information regarding testing room 301. No one is allowed to leak anything. After speaking, he took a deep breath, striving to steady himself, though the shock and excitement in his eyes remained undeniable. Removing his gold-rimmed glasses, he rubbed his temples, but a smile crept unbidden across his lips. SS-grade innate life bone. No, perhaps even more. He murmured, a flicker of fervor in his gaze. This kid. I didn't expect such a surprise while hosting a mere Tianyuan simulation battle. The man put his glasses back on, adjusted his suit, and regained his usual composure. Yet only he knew that his inner world was in turmoil. If I let such talent slip away, the old man would skin me alive, he chuckled, striding out of the office with urgency. His departing figure radiated an unprecedented sense of urgency, as if time itself had frozen, and the entire world held its breath for the storm that was about to erupt. Third floor, testing room 301. Chu Tian opened the door and stepped out slowly, exuding an air of confidence. Gui Yurong was taken aback when she saw him and couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Chu, why are you out already? The test is over, so I came out. Chu Tian's voice was firm and clear. The test is over? Yurong frowned slightly, her gaze falling on the blank test information displayed on her tablet. She explained, Mr. Chu, I haven't received any notification here that your test is completed. Could it be that your system has a bug? I have no reason to lie about such a thing. Chu Tian replied earnestly, his tone carrying a hint of defiance. Seeing how resolute Chu Tian was, Yurong reluctantly concluded it might indeed be a system issue. Mr. Chu, how about this? You wait in the lounge for now, and I'll go to the back end to double-check. All right. Chu Tian nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. This way, please. Yurong swayed her graceful figure as she led the way. The two walked down the corridor toward the waiting lounge. Mr. Chu, here we are. Please, go on in. Yurong said with a smile, gesturing toward the door. Thank you. Chu Tian replied as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The waiting lounge was filled with smoke, and several men were puffing away on cigarettes, chatting loudly and passionately, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Chu Tian frowned slightly, trying to find a seat near the window to get some fresh air. It was then he noticed a girl sitting quietly in the corner, standing out starkly from the noisy surroundings. She wore a flowing white dress, her bun hairstyle swaying gently. There was a faint sense of cool detachment in her brows, and the corners of her lips carried a barely noticeable smile. She was like moonlight reflected on a tranquil lake, serene and gentle. Chu Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances. This was undoubtedly his ideal vision of beauty, his white moonlight. The girl seemed to sense Chu Tian's gaze. She looked up, and their eyes met. She smiled faintly, and Chu Tian responded with a graceful smile of his own before sitting down to quietly wait for the results. As time ticked by, the behavior of the men in the lounge grew increasingly unruly. The smoke thickened, turning the waiting room into something resembling a gambling den. The overpowering smell made Chu Tian feel dizzy, and his patience finally snapped. Quiet down. Can you stop smoking, damn it? He suddenly stood up, his voice thunderous and commanding. The room fell silent instantly. Dozens of eyes turned to him, all stunned. Even the girl in the corner looked at Chu Tian, her expression showing a mix of surprise and confusion. Chu Tian pointed to the words keep quiet and no smoking on the wall, his voice sharp. Do you not know how to read? Let's read it together. Keep quiet. No smoking. Read it. Who the hell are you to shout at us like that? A cross-eyed middle-aged man stood up angrily, his face full of disdain. Bang! A sudden loud sound interrupted him as the lounge door was kicked open. A burly man with a commanding presence stormed in, his sharp gaze locking onto the cross-eyed man. He roared, "Who the hell are you to shout like that?" Before the cross-eyed man could react, the burly man grabbed him by the collar and, with a single motion, tossed him out of the room like a sack of garbage. Everyone in the waiting lounge was left dumbfounded, 3 large question marks practically floating above their heads. The burly man ignored their stunned expressions. He turned to Chu Tian with a broad smile. "Young Master Chu, hello. I'm Yan Luo, the person in charge of Jiangqing's One King operations." The moment he spoke, the lounge went deathly silent. Jiangqing's One King leader? Chu Tian's eyes flickered. This was no ordinary figure. Even his father, Chu Wenzhong, would need to schedule an appointment to meet Yan Luo. Could Yan Luo's courtesy toward him be because of his righteous stance just now? Chu Tian maintained a calm expression and nodded slightly. "Hello." Yan Luo's demeanor was respectful as he said, "Young Master Chu, your test results are ready. Please come with me, our boss wants to meet you personally. Before he finished speaking, the waiting room erupted into hushed whispers. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and envy. The boss behind Jianqing's Wan King? And a personal meeting? Even the girl in the corner lifted her gaze, her eyes shifting between Chu Tian and Yen Luo with a hint of curiosity. Chu Tian felt a subtle stirring in his heart, as though he had grasped the situation, but he said nothing. He merely nodded lightly. All right. Yen Luo stepped aside, creating a path, and gestured politely. This way, please. Chu Tian walked out of the lounge, hearing faint murmurs behind him. Who is this guy? He's getting a personal meeting with the Wan King boss? If I heard correctly, Yen Luo called him Young Master Chu. Is he from the Chu family in Jiangcheng? That's right. Jiangcheng's Chu family. I just heard a couple of days ago that their young master, Chu Feng, awakened an S-level heavenly talent bone. That must be him. Chu Tian paid no attention to the chatter as he followed Yen Luo to the elevator. The elevator ascended directly to the 88th floor. When the doors opened, an opulent office came into view. Inside, a middle-aged man stood with his back to the door, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the entire Jiangcheng skyline. His posture was as upright as a pine tree. His tailored suit exuding authority, and his very presence radiated an aura of dominance. Even just his back carried an oppressive weight that made the air in the room feel heavy. Standing at the doorway, Chu Tian could feel the immense pressure emanating from the man. He instinctively held his breath, his eyes fixed on the man's back as he silently speculated about the true identity of this enigmatic boss. Just then, the middle-aged man slowly turned around. Chu Tian's previously tense expression froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. The man had a cigar in his mouth, and through the swirling smoke, his face carried a roguish grin. His eyes were playful and lazy, completely devoid of the stern authority he had projected moments earlier. Well, you made it, my dear brother? The man exhaled a smoke ring, his tone teasing as he sized up Chu Tian. Caught off guard, Chu Tian's initial reverence for this mysterious boss evaporated instantly. He opened his mouth, but words failed him. All he could manage was a stiff nod. I'm here. The man laughed heartily, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray before striding over to Chu Tian. He gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. You've got spirit. Not as handsome as I was back in the day, but still a fine young man. Chu Tian. He had never expected that the legendary Wan King boss would turn out to be such a carefree, roguish character. The imposing image of a stern and commanding tycoon crumbled instantly, replaced by the reality of a laid-back, playful, and slightly greasy middle-aged man. The man seemed very pleased with Chu Tian's reaction. His grin widened. What's the matter? Disappointed? Thought I'd be some grim, humorless old fossil? Chu Tian forced a dry laugh and managed to reply, not really, just a bit, surprised. Surprised is good. The man laughed loudly, grabbing a glass of red wine from the desk and taking a sip. I hate putting on airs. It's exhausting to keep a straight face all day. Life's short, why not enjoy it while we can? Care for a drink? He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Chu Tian's heart skipped a beat as he began to grasp the man's personality. This wasn't just a business mogul, this was a man who dared to embrace life's pleasures unapologetically. Have a drink? Chu Tian waved his hand and politely declined. I can't handle alcohol. All right. Then I guess I'll have to drink alone. The middle-aged man laughed, tilted his head back, and took a sip, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. Let me introduce myself. I am the legendary and mysterious boss of Wanwang, Yi Wuliang. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and asked bluntly, Boss Yi, why did you call me here? I want to invite you to join the Roll King. Yi Wuliang took out a black card from his pocket and began introducing it mysteriously. This is the Roll King Black Card, a symbol of status. With this card, you can purchase any martial arts techniques or weapons at the Roll King Tower nationwide with a 90% discount. Moreover, the rewards for completing Roll King missions are 10 times the listed amount. The Roll King Black Card, the most prestigious guest in the Great Xia Kingdom, those who possess this card are extremely rare. After hearing this, Chu Tian's eyes remained calm as he asked indifferently, so, what do I need to give in return? Yi Wuliang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Good lad, you've got some guts. What you need to give is very simple. One day in the future, when the King of Scrolls needs something, you cannot refuse. That's it? That's it. Chu Tian's eyes flickered, his mind racing as he fell into deep thought. Beside him, Yi Wuliang savored the red wine on his own, his face full of intoxication, seemingly enjoying the process immensely. After a long while, Chu Tian's gaze regained clarity, and he asked, What if I want to take revenge on the Chu family? After tonight, there will be no more Chu family in Jiangcheng. Yi Wuliang said casually, raising his glass and drinking it all in one go, as if announcing the Chu family's death sentence. Chu Tian clasped his hands and said loudly, "Thank you, Boss Yi. I'll accept this black card." Yi Wuliang personally handed him the black card. Congratulations on joining the King of Strivers. So, should the Chu family be destroyed? The corners of Chu Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Letting them fall from heaven to hell would be much more satisfying. You brat, you're quite devious. I'm liking you more and more. A gleam of admiration sparkled in Yi Wuliang's eyes. Chu Tian looked wary. Boss Yi, you wouldn't be lusting after my body, would you? I'm not someone who sells my body for money. I perform, but I don't sell myself. Damn. Yi Wuliang's mouth twitched as he laughed and cursed. You brat, my daughter is about your age. I'm a pure, straight steel man. Chu Tian chuckled. Boss Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll head down first. Go ahead, and feel free to ask if you need anything, esteemed black card guest. Chu Tian nodded slightly and turned to leave. The first floor of Wanwang building. Gui Yurong stared straight at the young man beside her, her eyes filled with shock and fervor, secretly thinking, if only I could have a beautiful encounter with him, how wonderful that would be. Is there a flower on my face? Chu Tian suddenly asked in a calm tone. As the words fell, Gui Yurong was caught red-handed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Her pretty face instantly turned crimson as she lowered her head and stammered, "And no, I didn't." Then why were you staring at me? I wasn't staring at you. Gui Yurong wished she could find a hole to crawl into and quickly change the subject. Mr. Chu, this mission offers generous rewards, but it's also extremely dangerous. Please be extra careful. Let me secretly share some news with you. What news? Chu Tian asked curiously. At that moment, Gui Yurong leaned close to his ear, her fragrant breath brushing against him, and whispered softly like a mosquito, someone else has also taken this task. Such an intimate gesture was undoubtedly the most fatal temptation for a hot-blooded young man. Time seemed to stand still. Chu Tian. At this moment, an extremely jarring voice rang out. The tender feelings in Chu Tian's heart instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling killing intent, because he was all too familiar with this voice, so familiar that he wished he could tear its owner to pieces on the spot. Chu Shui. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Hurried footsteps sounded. Chu Tian squinted his eyes and turned to look at Chu Shui, who was walking quickly toward him. With great interest, he asked, "Your injuries healed so quickly?" "Trash, shut your mouth." Chu Shui gritted her teeth, her features gradually twisting as a venomous look bloomed in her eyes. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth lifted into a sneer as he said coldly, "What? Feeling itchy again? Want me to help you loosen up?" Chu Shui originally came to purchase martial techniques, but never expected to run into Chu Tian as soon as she entered. The scene of being brutally beaten by Chu Tian 2 days ago flashed in her mind, and anger clouded her judgment. Chu Shui rushed toward Chu Tian in a few quick steps, shouting harshly, "You worthless scum, I'll kill you." Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed through the air, and Chu Shui fell to the ground in response. The entire hall instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Chu Tian coldly stared at Gui Yurong, whose face was frosty, in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as fury burned in his heart. "You stole my moment." Gui Yurong immediately withdrew all her spiritual energy, took a step back, and spoke hurriedly, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, this little girl has such a foul mouth that I couldn't help but teach her a lesson for you." "Wretch! How dare you, a mere receptionist who's been used by everyone, hit me? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest daughter of the Chu family." Chu Shui climbed up from the ground, her face twisted in rage, screaming at the top of her lungs. Gui Yurong sneered coldly, standing her ground without retreating. "So what if you're the eldest daughter of the Chu family? If you dare to break the rules of the Wanwang building, you must face punishment." Chu Shui's furious gaze locked onto Gui Yurong, her voice rising sharply. "How did I break the rules of the Wanwang building? You just spoke rudely to young Master Chu, and besides, violence is prohibited in the Wanwang building." Gui Yurong pointed out mercilessly. "Young Master Chu?" Chu Shui seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. "Chu Tian, you worthless fool, how dare you parade around under the guise of being the eldest young master of the Chu family? The eldest young master of the Chu family? How dare you insult me?" Chu Tian's heart burned with rage as he took a sudden step forward, grabbed Chu Shui by the neck, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and said coldly, "You should be grateful for the harmonious high martial society that saved you." Smack! Chu Tian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Chu Shue's eyes instantly sparkled with gold stars, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Smack! He swung back with another blow, blood splattering everywhere. Chu Shue screamed in pain. Ah! Chu Tian, you useless trash, let go of me. Chu Shue, her hair disheveled, struggled desperately like a madwoman, but Chu Tian's fingers were like iron clamps, unmoving, suddenly exerting force. Ugh! Chu Shue's eyes rolled back, her face turning a purplish red, and for the first time, she felt the imminent approach of death. Go back and tell Chu Feng, his days are numbered. At the Tianyuan battle, I will personally take back everything that belongs to me. Chu Tian's words were like thunder, shaking the soul. After speaking, he casually threw Chu Shui to the ground and strode away, like a fearless warrior, his figure resolute and unwavering. Ah! Chu Tian, stop right there. Chu Shui clutched her neck, screaming hoarsely, but could only helplessly watch as Chu Tian's figure grew more distant, the fury in her heart erupting like a volcano. At that moment, she suddenly turned her head to glare at Gui Yurong, roaring hoarsely, he also broke the rules of the Wanwang building, why do you turn a blind eye? Gui Yurong looked at the crumpled Chu Shui on the ground, like a mad dog, with eyes full of mockery. Young Master Chu is the most distinguished guest of the Wanwang mission. Not to mention hitting you, even if he killed you, this matter would still be swept under the rug. What? That good-for-nothing Chu Tian is actually the most honored guest of the Scroll King mission? Impossible, absolutely impossible. On what grounds? Chu Shui widened her eyes, angrily shaking her head and shouting. Gui Yurong curled her lips and waved her hand lightly, throw her out. Yes. The security guard, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward, mercilessly grabbed Chu Shui, and headed toward the door. Let go of me, let go of me. I am the eldest daughter of the Chu family, the Chu family won't let you off. Chu Shui's voice echoed in the air. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Chu Shui was thrown onto the road, instantly causing a commotion. Ah! You bastards, I'll make you pay. Chu Shui screamed hysterically, pulling out her phone to call Chu Wenzhong, silently cursing her misfortune. Meanwhile, in the Chu family hall, Chu Wenzhong still sat loftily on the Grand Master's chair. To his left was his most beloved grandson, Chu Feng, and to his right was the grim-faced Chen Shijun. The three were discussing the matter of Chen Xia's death in Zakao town, planning to demand an explanation from the city guard. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. At that moment, Chu Shui called. Chu Wenzhong pressed the answer button and, too lazy to hold the phone, directly turned on the speaker. Chu Shui's sobbing voice came through as she exaggeratedly recounted the events that had occurred at Wanwang Tower. After listening, the three of them had rather colorful expressions. Chen Shijun sneered and said, that useless Chu Tian actually dares to parade around under the name of the eldest son of the Chu family? Truly outrageous. However, Chu Feng frowned slightly and shook his head, saying, I think there's something suspicious about this matter. Oh? Chu Wenzhong asked with interest, Xiaofeng, tell us what you think. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he slowly spoke. First of all, with the capabilities of the Wanwang mission, it's impossible for them not to know that Chu Tian was kicked out by us. Secondly, if the Wanwang mission considers Chu Tian, the eldest young master of the Chu family, as the most distinguished guest because of his title, then how is Shuer, the eldest young lady of the Chu family, any less? So, I think there must be another reason behind this. That useless Chu Tian must have some secret we don't know about. Don't forget, my second uncle is no simple man. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, enthusiastic applause followed. Well said. Chu Wenzhong's face was glowing with delight, his eyes filled with admiration and approval. Xiao Feng, having you is the Chu family's fortune. Your analysis is absolutely correct. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Shijun sighed deeply, breaking the joyful atmosphere. Chu Wenzhong raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Shijun, what's the matter with you? Chen Shijun looked regretful, shaking his head and sighing. I'm lamenting that Xia doesn't have the fortune to meet someone like Chu Feng, such an outstanding young talent, truly rare in this world. Chu Feng curled his lips into a confident smile. Uncle Chen, although you can't become my father-in-law, you are still my Uncle Chen. Feel free to ask for anything you need. Steve Chen was waiting for this sentence, and the regret on his face instantly disappeared. He laughed heartily and said, Xiao Feng, with your words, that's enough. If you don't mind, I'll go home, work hard, and have another daughter to marry you. Chu Wenzhong had just taken a sip of tea and sprayed it all out, coughing with a flushed face. Steve, this is absolutely out of the question. Steve Chen laughed heartily, and the atmosphere became even more relaxed. However, Chu Feng put away his smile and slowly said, Grandpa, I remember you've always wanted the Chu family to connect with the Task King project, right? Chu Wenzhong nodded, that's right. Behind the Task King project might be the Abyss Army. If our Chu family can become friends with the Task King project, it would bring immeasurable benefits to you and the entire Chu family. But the Jiangchang representative of Wanwan, Yen Luo, avoids me at all costs. I've visited him multiple times, only to be turned away each time. At this point, Chu Wenzhong's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. However, Chu Feng's face was full of a sinister smile as he said, "Grandfather, the opportunity is right in front of us now." Chu Wenzhong's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood. You mean to bring Chu Tian back and use his identity to establish a connection with Wanwan? No. If my guess is correct, second uncle must have left Chu Tian with something extremely precious. Chu Feng's face was filled with a treacherous smile as he continued, what Wanwan cares about is that treasure, not the owner of the treasure. Are you thinking? Chu Wenzhong's eyes sparkled. Kill the donkey after the grinding. Chu Feng's voice radiated endless murderous intent. Chen Shijun couldn't help but shiver, secretly thinking to himself that perhaps this marriage falling through wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, having such a sinister and cunning son-in-law would make it hard to sleep soundly at night. Chu Wenzhong pondered for a moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, then nodded and said, "All right. As you said, kill the donkey after the grinding. I'll call that little bastard right now and tell him to get back here." "Grandpa, why don't I personally go and invite him?" suggested a respectful junior of the Chu family. "Invite him? What kind of thing is he to deserve you inviting him? All I need to do is make a phone call, and he'll come running back immediately." Chu Wenzhong sneered, his tone filled with an oppressive air. At that moment, he had already dialed the phone, his expression dark as water. Meanwhile, Chu Tian swiftly left the city and headed straight for the mission destination, Black Wind Mountain. The difficulty level of this mission was shockingly rated as S level. Rumor had it that a mysterious ferocious beast lurked within Black Wind Mountain, capable of invisibility, with strength comparable to a third-tier demon beast, striking fear into all who heard of it. Even more terrifying was that this beast was the guardian of the rootless grass. Few warriors who accepted this mission have survived after entering Black Wind Mountain. The danger level of this mission is self-evident, but the reward is also extremely generous, amounting to 300,000 Great Xia currency, and upon completion, it multiplies tenfold, instantly reaching 3 million Great Xia currency. With great rewards come brave men. Chu Tian is one such brave man. He silently vowed in his heart that he would never let his mother push a cart to set up a stall in the early hours again. Isn't the purpose of diligent cultivation to protect the people you want to protect? Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, Chu Tian's phone vibrated incessantly. He looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, Chu Wenzhong's voice thundered like a storm, authoritative and indisputable. "Chu Tian, I'm giving you a chance, get back here immediately, right now." Chu Tian frowned and asked, "Are you Chu Wenzhong? How dare you?" Chu Wenzhong roared angrily, his voice full of authority. "Show some respect and call me grandfather. WQNMD, you old geezer, I curse you to have sores on your backside, pus all over your face, and a miserable death. Get lost. You mangy dog, this young master is busy right now." Chu Tian, burning with rage, spewed profanities and decisively hung up the phone after cursing. On the other end of the call, Chu Wenzhong's face instantly darkened like water. The phone in his tightly clenched hand was almost crushed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. That little bastard is truly too arrogant. Beep beep beep. The busy tone of the phone echoed sharply in the silent hall, as if heralding the arrival of a storm. Chu Wenzhong's face quickly turned red, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His fists clenched tightly, joints emitting a crackling sound, and the air was thick with the fury about to explode from him. "Ah! Bastard!" Crack! He slammed the table in anger, instantly shattering it into pieces. A fierce murderous aura surged out like a flood, filling the entire hall and making it hard to breathe. Chu Feng's face turned pale instantly, and he hurriedly said, "Grandfather, calm down. Why bother competing with that useless Chu Tian? It's not worth it." "Exactly. Old Master Chu, don't get angry. Your health is the most important," Chen Shijun quickly advised, fearing the flames of anger might spread to him. However, Chu Wenzhong's fury did not subside, and his furious breathing echoed like thunder throughout the hall. "Ah! That little brat, I really should show him how powerful I am. Grandfather, don't act impulsively. For that good-for-nothing Chu Tian to dare speak to you like that, he might have made contact with Wan Wang. Let's endure for a few days and let him have his moment of arrogance." Xu Feng observed Chu Wenzhong's emotions. Seeing him calm down slightly, he breathed a sigh of relief, but his gaze turned sinister as he changed the subject. Grandfather, the Tianyuan battle simulation is about to begin. I guarantee, Chu Tian will undoubtedly die. Chu Wenjong took a deep breath, his tightly clenched fist slightly loosening, and said through gritted teeth, I know, but I just can't quell this anger in my heart. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Wenjong suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Shijun beside him and commanded. Shijun, I'm leaving this matter to you. Vent my anger for me. Any problems? Chen Shijun's legs instantly went weak, and he almost slid off his chair. Leave it to me? Damn. The old man is really cunning, afraid of that giant overachiever? Am I not afraid too? Damn it. Let's sabotage each other then. Although cursing him furiously in my heart, I said with a smile, Mr. Chu, don't worry, I'll handle it. Absolutely no problem. Great. Go ahead. Chu Wenjong waved his hand, releasing him. Chen Shijun secretly rejoiced in his heart, hurried downstairs, got into the car, and calmly instructed the driver, to Wanwang Tower. Immediately, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Yan Wang, it's me, Chen Shijun. I have important news, Chu Tian is in danger. That's right, I'm heading over now. Black Wind Mountain, as the name suggests, is shrouded in thick black mist, resembling a giant beast lurking on the ground. The bone-chilling wind howls through the mountain, emitting a deep woo-woo sound, sweeping up fallen leaves and dust from the ground, transforming into black whirlwinds. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered to himself, making money is hard, eating crap is harder, crude words, but they make sense. After saying this, he stepped into Black Wind Mountain, determined to face the unknown challenges ahead. The wind continued to roar, the darkness continued to spread, and Chu Tian's figure was gradually swallowed by the endless shadows. Crack! A dry branch snapped under his foot, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Chu Tian gripped the flame dragon spear, his gaze as calm as a still pond, steadily advancing through the forest. Suddenly, he halted, spun around abruptly, and thrust the spear forward like lightning. Poof! A blaze shot into the sky, blood spurted wildly, and the scent of blood filled the air. Chu Tian took a step back, easily dodging the attack. Thud! A first-tier blood lynx was pierced through, collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Slaughter value, plus 105. Total slaughter value, 105. Chu Tian lowered his head and glanced, frowning slightly. He had just entered the mountain less than 100 meters and already encountered a blood lynx. Black Wind Mountain truly lives up to its reputation, extremely perilous. Must leave before dark, or the consequences will be unimaginable. He raised his hand to check the smartwatch, which displayed 2 light points on the map, one red and one white. The red represents the location of the rootless grass, while the white indicates his own position. According to the map, it would take at least an hour to find the rootless grass, provided the path is clear and no ferocious beasts cause trouble. Chu Tian took a deep breath and continued to step forward. 1 hour later, Chu Tian, covered in blood, stopped in his tracks. In front of him were 2 gale wolves with their heads severed from their bodies. The blood had not yet coagulated, indicating they had just died not long ago. Moreover, the wounds were smooth, clearly the result of a single sword strike. This person's strength is not to be underestimated. Interesting. Chu Tian developed a strong interest in the strength of this competitor. However, his goal remained unwavering. Rootless grass, I am determined to obtain it. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed throughout Black Wind Mountain, shaking the soul. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Looking ahead, he saw demonic energy soaring into the sky, and a violent aura sweeping over like a tidal wave. It's a Tier 3 ferocious beast. At that moment, a sword aura like a rainbow instantly suppressed the overwhelming demonic energy. 5th realm of the blade. Chu Tian's gaze slightly focused, his figure flickered, and he instantly shot forward. Vile beast. Die! Accompanied by a sharp cry, a graceful silhouette soared into the air. Chu Tian looked up and was startled. It's her. He never expected that his competitor would turn out to be the girl from the waiting room who had left a deep impression on him. She held a 3-foot-long green blade, its sword light as frosty as ice. Her figure was as light as a swallow, descending like a shooting star. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring directly at the swirling demonic aura ahead. It was a peak 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the Shadow Panther. Its figure was agile, its fur as black as ink, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding Black Wind Mountain. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with cunning and ferocity. However, the most fearsome aspect of the Shadow Panther is its ability to turn invisible, merging into the darkness in an instant and vanishing without a trace. At this moment, it crouched under the shadow of a giant tree, its body trembling slightly as if gathering strength. Its aura was completely restrained, even its breathing became barely audible, as though it had merged with the surrounding darkness. If not for the girl's sword energy locking onto its demonic aura, even Chu Tian might have struggled to detect its presence. Suddenly, the Shadow Panther moved. Its figure vanished like a phantom, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. In the next second, its sharp claws closed in on the girl's back, accompanied by a piercing sound as it tore through the air. "Watch out!" Chu Tian shouted in a low voice, but the warning came too late. The girl was struck by a claw and sent flying. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the young girl spat out fresh blood and was violently slammed to the ground with such force that it created a deep pit in the earth. Roar! The Shadow Fiend leopard roared again, opening its blood-red maw and shooting forward at an extreme speed, disappearing into thin air once more. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the girl, its massive jaws snapping down fiercely. Clang! Sparks flew as the flame dragon spear swept out, forcibly blocking the Shadow Fiend leopard's lethal strike. The spear trembled, emitting a low, resonant hum. Chu Tian's figure stood firmly in front of the girl, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the crimson eyes of the Shadow Fiend leopard. "Are you all right?" Chu Tian turned his head slightly to glance at the girl behind him. His tone was calm, his voice deep and magnetic. "Don't worry." The young girl wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, stood up with difficulty, her brows tightly furrowed, and her eyes revealing a mix of unwillingness and pain. She took a deep breath and said softly, "Let's try joining forces." "All right." Chu Tian responded decisively, fiercely swinging the flame dragon spear in his hand, unleashing a surge of demonic flames. At the same time, he stepped on thunder and shot forward explosively. "Attack!" The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes, flashing with brilliance, lightly tapping her toes as her figure moved like a swallow. The long sword in her hand erupted with an intimidating sword aura, raging incessantly as it charged straight at the shadow leopard. Chu Tian's figure moved like lightning, the flame dragon spear wrapped in blazing demonic flames, tearing through the sky as it thrust directly at the shadow leopard's brow. Wherever the spear tip passed, the air was ripped apart, emitting a piercing screech. The Shadow Panther let out a low growl, its figure darting away like a phantom with ease. Its sharp claws, carrying a foul wind, suddenly struck out. Chu Tian shifted his spear stance, the shaft blocking horizontally, forcibly taking the blow. The immense impact numbed his arms, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and dust flew into the air. At that moment, the girl's figure swept past like the wind, her sword gleaming like frost, slashing downward with the momentum. The sword energy was fierce, its chill piercing, as if it intended to freeze the air itself. The Shadow Panther sensed the danger, twisted abruptly, and swept its claws horizontally, colliding with the sword edge, sparks flying. Bang! The girl was forced back several steps, her palms numb, and the sword trembled slightly. The Shadow Panther's strength was overwhelmingly domineering, even with her full effort, she still struggled to shake it. Seeing this, Chu Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. The flame dragon spear swept out once more, its demonic flames transforming into a fiery dragon, roaring as it lunged at the Shadow Panther. The Shadow Panther growled lowly, its figure suddenly vanishing, once again merging into the darkness. "Watch out!" Chu Tian shouted in a low voice, his gaze sweeping around like a hawk. Annoyingly, the Shadow Fiend leopard was too fast. In the next second, it appeared behind the young girl, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aiming straight for her back. The girl's pupils contracted as she barely twisted her body, but the claws still grazed her shoulder. Blood instantly stained her garment red. She let out a muffled groan, staggering backward with a pale face as white as paper. The two stood back to back, breathing heavily, both bearing injuries. The Shadow Fiend leopard's growls echoed in the darkness, instantly heightening the tension. Thud, thud, thud accompanied by heavy, powerful footsteps, the Shadow Fiend leopard slowly emerged from the darkness. Its scarlet eyes glowed with overwhelming ferocity as it locked its gaze on Chu Tian and the girl, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The young girl furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes filled with a heavy expression, and said in a deep voice, "The Shadow Panther is too strong. With our current strength, I'm afraid we are no match for it." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, composed smile. He slowly raised the flame dragon spear. In his hand, its tip pointing directly at the Shadow Panther, his tone carrying an indescribable confidence and pride. "Then what about a breakthrough?" The young girl was stunned, not yet able to react, when Chu Tian's aura began to surge. He closed his eyes slightly, and the innate bone at his chest emitted a faint seven-colored radiance. Immediately, the spiritual energy within his body surged, flowing through his limbs and bones, forming vortexes one after another. The spiritual energy in the air seemed to be drawn by some force, frantically converging toward him. Chu Tian's aura climbed steadily, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, accumulating boundless power. Edge Realm, Second. Transformation Break. With a low shout, Chu Tian's aura suddenly erupted, the spiritual energy forming visible ripples that spread outward. At that moment, his realm directly broke through, leaping from the first transformation of the Edge Realm to the second transformation. Yet, the spiritual energy within him remained abundant, continuing to push toward the third transformation of the Edge Realm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from Chu Tian's body. Third transformation of the Blade Realm, complete. In an instant, Chu Tian's aura erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the entire forest. He suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in his pupils, spiritual energy spilling out, and thunder crackling beneath his feet. The flame dragon spear trembled in his hand, and the demonic flames on its shaft surged violently, transforming into a ferocious fire dragon that coiled around him, emitting a low, resonant dragon's roar. Flames and thunder intertwined, illuminating his figure with a dazzling brilliance. Third transformation of the Blade Realm. The young girl stared at Chu Tian's back, her eyes filled with shock. She could clearly sense that Chu Tian's aura at this moment was more than twice as powerful as before. The Shadowfawn leopard seemed to sense the danger as well, a trace of apprehension flickered in its blood-red eyes. Its muscles tensed, and it let out a low growl. Its sharp claws dug deep into the ground, and demonic energy churned around its body, clearly indicating it had entered a state of full alert. Chu Tian slowly raised the flame dragon spear, its tip pointing directly at the Shadowfawn leopard, his tone cold and confident. Now, it's my turn. Before his words had fully landed, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing the next moment above the Shadowfawn leopard's head. The flame dragon spear, engulfed in overwhelming demonic flames, slashed down fiercely, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. Boom! The Shadowfawn leopard roared furiously, its claws meeting the spear. At the moment of collision, a deafening explosion erupted. Terrifying energy waves swept across the surroundings, the ground fracturing inch by inch, debris flying everywhere. However, this time, the Shadowfawn leopard did not gain the upper hand. Its claws were forcibly pushed back by the flame dragon spear, and its massive body was shaken several meters away, leaving deep furrows in the ground beneath its feet. Chu Tian did not relent, stepping on thunder as he closed in again. The flame dragon spear in his hand transformed into countless afterimages, each strike carrying a world-shattering force, driving the Shadowfawn leopard into continuous retreat. The young girl, seeing this, had a brilliant light flash in her beautiful eyes. The long sword in her hand once again erupted with dazzling sword light. Her figure flickered as she joined the battle, fighting side by side with Chu Tian. Sword light and spear shadows intertwined, demonic flames and sword energy raged wildly, and the two were unstoppable. Under their overwhelming attacks, the Shadowfiend leopard finally showed signs of fatigue, a trace of panic flashing in its scarlet eyes. It's over! Chu Tian shouted in a low voice, thrusting the flame dragon spear forward. The spear tip, imbued with endless demonic flames, aimed straight for the heart of the Shadowfiend leopard. Put! The spear pierced through the leopard's chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The Shadowfiend leopard let out a piercing howl before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed and finally extinguished completely. Chu Tian retracted the flame dragon spear and let out a long breath, his aura gradually calming. He turned to look at the young girl, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Pleasure working with you. The girl nodded, her heart rippling with an inexplicable emotion. The classic hero saves the beauty scenario, though cliché, was undeniably effective. The darkness of Black Wind Mountain remained as deep as ever. After tending to her wounds, the girl blinked her star-like eyes and smiled faintly. Suddenly, she extended her slender, jade-like hand and softly said, "Suruwashi." "Chu Tian," he replied, gently shaking her hand, feeling a coolness spread through him, her touch soft and boneless. "Thank you, young Master Chu, for saving my life today. I am deeply grateful. If you ever need anything from Ruwashi, just say the word." Chu Tian, upon hearing this, loosened his grip, pointed to the two red clovers floating not far away in the air, and said slowly, "No need for repayment. 2 rootless grasses, 1 for each of us." Suruwashi's delicate face froze slightly, then she let out a soft laugh. "Of course, that's fine. These 2 rootless grasses are originally your spoils of war, Chu Gongzi. I never coveted them. Then I won't hold back." Chu Tian finished speaking, quickly walked toward the 2 rootless grasses, bent down to pick them, and carefully placed them in his arms. After he finished all this, he turned and left. "Aren't you leaving?" Chu Tian looked at Suruwashi, who was standing in place, and asked. I still have one more thing to do. Farewell for now, young Master Chu. Suruwashi replied with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of mystery. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Stay safe." Then, he turned and left. Suruwashi looked at the figure gradually disappearing into the jungle, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a meaningful smile appeared in her eyes. Crack! Ripples spread through the void, splitting it open in response. An old woman stepped out of the spatial rift, standing respectfully with a bow, her eyes full of reverence. "Miss, your injury." "It's nothing." Suruwashi withdrew her gaze, the smile on her face vanishing instantly. Her eyes turned icy cold as she said in a frosty tone, "Are you sure that thing is up ahead?" "Confirmed." The old woman nodded firmly. "Open it." "Yes, miss." The old woman moved her hands swiftly, and runic imprints appeared in her palms, rising into the air. With a gentle push, the runic imprints all disappeared into the void. Immediately, the surrounding space underwent a tremendous transformation. The pitch-black jungle vanished in an instant, replaced by a towering ancient tree lush with greenery. A white fruit hung on the ancient tree, emanating a majestic wave of spiritual energy. Suruwashi's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. "Before the Tianyuan simulated battle, do not disturb me." The old woman bowed and asked, "Miss, should we inform Third Master?" "No need." "Yes." After the old woman finished speaking, she raised her hands again and gently waved them. The towering ancient tree and Suruwashi both vanished into thin air. After completing all this, the old woman suddenly furrowed her brows, slowly turned her head to look behind her, and muttered softly, "Little rascal." Then, the old woman's figure flickered and disappeared. Phew! What a terrifying look in her eyes. Chu Tian let out a long breath, patting his chest with lingering fear. In that brief moment when the old woman stared at him, he seemed to see the figure of his great-grandmother. It took him quite a while to regain his composure. Struggling to stand up, he glanced again in Suruwashi's direction and secretly grumbled, "No wonder you gave me the rootless grass. Turns out you have an even better treasure." Chu Tian touched the rootless grass in his arms, feeling utterly satisfied. One stalk of rootless grass is 300,000, so two would be 600,000. Multiply that by 10, and that's 6 million. From a down-and-out young man expelled from his home to a millionaire in the blink of an eye. Chu Tian clutched two rootless herbs and quickly retreated from Black Wind Mountain. At this moment, the sun had already set, and Black Wind Mountain was pitch dark, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Chu Tian wielded the flame dragon spear, slaughtering all around. Blood splattered in the firelight, blooming under the night sky. With the final second-tier blood lynx shot in the head, Chu Tian had already fought his way to the foot of the mountain. Slaughter value, plus 205. Total slaughter value, 5555. This mission yielded great rewards, feeling delighted. Chu Tian sped toward the urban area of Jiangcheng under the cover of night. 100 years ago, in order to reduce the tragedies caused by beast tides, the Great Xia Kingdom implemented a centralization system, relocating all the people from villages and towns to the nearest main city. The implementation of this system turned areas outside the main cities into almost uninhabited zones. Even during the day, it was rare to see pedestrians, let alone at night. On his way, Chu Tian hadn't seen a single living person. However, he did come across two corpses. Judging by the wounds, they seemed to have been attacked by ferocious beasts. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The hurried footsteps sounded particularly clear in the pitch-black, silent night. From afar, Chu Tian saw the myriad lights of homes, and the outline of Jiangcheng gradually became distinct in the night. The towering city walls, brightly lit, formed a stark contrast with the pitch-black, desolate no-man's land. Chu Tian, eager to return, couldn't help but quicken his pace. At the city gate, the fully armed city guards were vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. Seeing Chu Tian covered in blood, the guards immediately became alert and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" Chu Tian stopped in his tracks, raised his left hand, and opened the unique mission watch of the Scroll King, saying loudly, "I'm heading out of the city to carry out a mission, and it's already registered." "What's your name?" "Chu Tian." "Come here, scan the code." Chu Tian stepped forward, swiped his watch, found the QR code, and lightly scanned it on the scanner to the left of the city gate. His photo and basic information appeared on the screen. After the city guards carefully confirmed everything was correct, they opened the gate to let him through. Chu Tian entered the city, but did not go home immediately. Instead, he first called Wang Huiru to let her know he was safe, then took a car to Wanwang Tower. Even at night, people entering the Wanwang building were still coming in an endless stream. As Chu Tian had just stepped through the door, a familiar voice immediately rang out. "Young Master Chu." Gui Yorong came running over at a brisk pace. Watching the peaks sway violently up and down, the scene was simply exhilarating. About to emerge. If this falls to the ground, wouldn't it create 2 deep pits? The floor is really a bit fortunate. Young Master Chu, have you really completed the task? Gui Yorong's eyes sparkled with a look of shock, almost unable to believe her own eyes. Chu Tian nodded slightly, took out 2 rootless herbs from his pocket, and calmly asked, "Where do I go to exchange for the reward?" Gui Yorong swallowed hard. As the receptionist, she knew how dangerous this task was, almost a certain death. None of those who had taken on this task ever returned. But now, the young man before her had actually succeeded. He is truly extraordinary. Young Master Chu, you are amazing. Faced with Gui Yorong's heartfelt praise, Chu Tian appeared slightly bashful, touched his nose, and asked again, "Where do I go to redeem my reward?" "Young Master Chu, this way please." Gui Yorong immediately led the way, secretly feeling fortunate to have such an opportunity. Chu Tian held the King of Cards black card, as if walking through a VIP green channel, completing in 1 minute what others would need an hour to finish. 6 million successfully credited. Chu Tian looked at the steadily increasing balance on his phone, secretly calculating, thinking the decimal point placement was simply too considerate. "Young Master Chu, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why don't we eat together?" Gui Yorong's cheeks flushed slightly as she took the initiative to extend the invitation, secretly hoping to get to know this young man on a deeper level. Dinner was just an excuse, she was more eager to experience the mysterious charm surrounding this young man. Chu Tian's eyes were full of vigilance as he righteously declared, "You, woman, don't even think about my 6 million. Let me tell you, there's no way." Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, turned back, and added, "And just so you know, there's no window either." Gui Yorong stomped her foot in anger, her 2 peaks trembling once more in her fury. She spat and gritted her teeth, saying, "Do I want your money?" Chu Tian left the Wanwang building and took a car to the place where his mother usually set up her stall, Jiangnan Night Market. The Jiangnan Night Market was a mix of all kinds of people, a gathering place for both cultivators and ordinary folks, with the constant noise of bustling activity. Both sides of the night market were lined with all sorts of stalls, selling snacks, clothes, handicrafts, and even some vendors offering strange and unusual items. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled skewers and the scent of cooking oil, mingling with the sounds of laughter, chatter, and bargaining. Chu Tian weaved through the crowded throng, his eyes quickly scanning the stalls until he spotted his mother at a glance. She was skillfully cutting small animals out of paper with scissors, and after imbuing them with spiritual energy, these little creatures seemed to come to life, delighting the children. At this moment, a group of children surrounded the small stall, chattering away. The mother occasionally looked up, smiling as she chatted with them. Chu Tian saw the smile on his mother's face and couldn't help but smile alone. He quickened his pace and walked over. "Auntie, I want a groundhog." Wang Huiru froze at the familiar voice, her hands stiffening as she hurriedly looked up. "Xiao Tian? Why are you here?" "To take you home." "You silly child, it's not like I can't find my way home. Sit for a while, let me finish cutting animals for these little ones, and then we'll go home." "All right." Chu Tian sat down by himself, glancing around for a while before his gaze fell on his mother's hands. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. "So, the spiritual energy here is so dense. How could Mom's spiritual energy contain such vitality? No wonder it could bring these little animals back to life, the secret lies within. Clear the way, Yi Gu is here." Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out, causing a commotion among the crowd in the night market. The children who had been gathered around Wang Huiru's stall scattered in fear, and the nearby vendors hurriedly packed up their things, afraid of getting into trouble. Chu Tian frowned slightly and looked toward the source of the voice. Several young thugs with dyed yellow hair surrounded a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses as they walked over. He was dressed in branded casual wear, fiddling with a jade thumb ring in his hand, a faint sneer on his face, yet his eyes exuded a chilling coldness. "Brother Yi, after you." One of the yellow-haired youths beside him fawned, nodding, and bowing obsequiously. The young man addressed as Brother Yi adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding stalls before finally landing on Wang Huiru's small stand. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. As he leisurely walked up to the stall, picked up a freshly cut small animal figure, toyed with it in his hand for a moment, and then threw it to the ground with a loud smack, grinding it under his foot. "Aunt Wang, your craftsmanship is quite impressive. No wonder business is booming. But, have you perhaps forgotten something? The protection fee hasn't been paid yet." Wang Huiru's face instantly turned pale, and the scissors in her hand stopped moving. She forced a faint smile and said softly, "But I've already paid the booth fee." "Booth fee?" Iga sneered, and the yellow-haired guy beside him immediately burst into laughter. "Aunt Wang, are you getting old and hard of hearing? I was talking about protection money, do you understand?" Iga said as he reached out to pat Wang Huiru's shoulder. However, just as his hand was about to land, a slender palm appeared out of nowhere and stopped him. "Hey, what the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Who the hell are you?" Iga squinted his eyes, cursing angrily. Chu Tian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, "Take your filthy hand off me. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. You little brat, do you even know who dares to mess around in Jiangnan night market on my turf?" Crack. Ah. Iga clutched his wrist, exposing stark white bones, trembling violently as large beads of sweat instantly rolled down. His heart-wrenching screams echoed loudly. My hand, what are you all standing there for? Get him, go on, cripple him." 4 or 5 little yellow-haired guys rushed forward. Chu Tian's figure flickered, darting like lightning. Before the yellow-haired guys could react, they felt a tremendous force strike them, and the next moment, they were uncontrollably sent flying. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, all the yellow-haired guys were sent flying like kicked sandbags, crashing heavily onto the ground. Their chests caved in, blood spilled everywhere, and their screams echoed one after another. Kill value, plus 20. Kill value, plus 30. Kill value, plus 15. Total kill value, 60-50. Iga saw this and his legs went weak, directly falling to his knees, his face full of tears. "Big brother, big dad, big uncle, spare me. Ta. Chu Tian walked step by step toward Iga, each step seeming to tread on Ege's heart, a suffocating feeling instantly sweeping over him. Big uncle, treat me like a fart and let me go. With your pathetic skills, you still want to collect protection fees? Who the hell gave you the courage?" Chu Tian sneered coldly, suddenly grabbing Ege's head and forcefully smashing it onto the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, Ege's glasses shattered and scattered, his face covered in blood as he curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Chu Tian raised his foot and stepped on Ege's head, gradually increasing the pressure. At this moment, Ege's head throbbed with excruciating pain, as if it were about to explode, and the suffocating feeling of impending death loomed over him. Don't kill me, I won't dare anymore." Iga pleaded desperately, trembling as he wailed. Slaughter value, plus 50. Total slaughter value, 6,100. The killing intent in Chu Tian's eyes grew even stronger, his voice as cold as frost. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Iga shuddered violently, his eyes flickering uncertainly, and shook his head, saying, "And no one instructed me." "Really? Really? Sir, I am not lying to you." Ege's voice trembled so much it was almost incoherent, his face smeared with a mix of blood and cold sweat, utterly disheveled. Chu Tian stared at him coldly, applying even more pressure with his foot. "I'll give you one last chance to confess honestly, or else. I won't mind making you shut up forever." Iga felt the excruciating pain on his head, as if his skull might shatter at any moment. The fear of death overwhelmed him, and he quickly shouted, I'll talk. It was. Who is it?" Chu Tian asked sharply, pressing him. It's Li Tai Chang. A few days ago, he came to the night market. I invited him for a drink and accidentally saw Aunt Wang. Then he asked me to monitor Aunt Wang and also, Sai. And also what? Speak quickly." Chu Tian's tone grew increasingly cold. Iga trembled violently and stammered hurriedly, and also, he asked me to, from time to time, cause some trouble. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's murderous aura materialized, causing the temperature to plummet and making the entire space unbearably cold. "It seems last time wasn't enough. In that case, let's continue. Can you get him to meet?" Igu instinctively asked, "Master. What are you planning to do?" Chu Tian gave him a cold glance and slowly spoke. "Do you know the ancient saying of Disya, the more you know, the faster you die? Master, spare me." Brother trembled like a sieve, his head repeatedly banging against the ground, smashing it until it was bloody, but he dared not stop. Bang bang bang. The muffled sounds rang out one after another, blood splattering everywhere. Chu Tian's face remained expressionless as he slowly spoke, "Enough? Go wait for me outside. If you dare to run away, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death. Boss, even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare run. I'll wait obediently for you." Igo quickly kowtowed again to show his loyalty. Chu Tian impatiently waved his hand, "All right. Get lost. And the rest of you, stop pretending to be dead, get out together." Upon hearing the order, Ege's face stiffened. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and rolled out on the ground. The other little yellow-haired guys saw this and quickly followed suit, curling up their bodies and rolling out one after another. For a moment, the silent night market echoed with the sound of rumbling rolling, creating a comical scene where no one dared to laugh aloud. Everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with fear. Even the cultivators among the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of dread when they saw Chu Tian. Who would have thought that An Wang, usually gentle as water and kind-hearted, would have such a bloodthirsty and decisive son? Chu Tian coldly watched Igu and the others roll away, then turned to look at Wang Huiru, a harmless smile appearing on his face. If it hadn't been witnessed firsthand, who could have imagined that this smiling young man would be so ruthless in his methods? Mom! You head home first. Wang Huiru, being exceptionally perceptive, naturally understood Chu Tian's plan. However, she didn't say much and simply reminded him, "Stay safe, Mom will wait for you to come home for a late-night snack." "Alright. Mom, I really want to eat your sweet and sour pork." Chu Tian grinned, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wang Huiru nodded, her eyes full of worry, watching Chu Tian leave while silently praying in her heart for his safety. At this moment, outside the gates of the Jiangnan night market, a row of young gangsters knelt neatly in a line, creating an extremely striking scene. "Brother E, do we really have to kneel here? Let's run." "I don't believe he can catch up with us," one of the underlings said anxiously. "Yeah. Brother E, when have we ever endured such humiliation? Just give the word, and we'll fight him to the end," another underling said indignantly. "Brother E, let's do it." Their voices rose and fell, filled with unwillingness and anger. Kneeling in the front row, Brother E turned to glance at his flushed, death-defying subordinates. A surge of heroic spirit filled his heart, but his expression appeared somewhat conflicted. "Damn it. Maybe. Boss. You're finally here." At that moment, Brother E saw Chu Tian approaching. His heart tightened, and he immediately kowtowed. Bang! Igu looked at Chu Tian, his heart trembled. What ambition and heroism! Go to hell! All of you, get up! Chu Tian stared at Igu and the others kneeling in a row, his expression slightly stunned, then immediately gave the order. "Thank you, Master." Igu had just stood up when he suddenly let out a miserable scream. "Ah!" Chu Tian's brows furrowed slightly, his face darkened, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Igu hurriedly forced a smile and explained, "Numb. Then keep kneeling." Chu Tian responded coldly. After hearing this, Igu wished he could chop off his two useless lackeys, feeling extremely furious inside. "Master, I can endure it and still stand up." Igu hurriedly pleaded. "Cut the nonsense. Call Li Tai Chang now and arrange to meet him in the west of the city." Chu Tian commanded mercilessly. "The west of the city?" Brother Yi's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "Boss, that godforsaken place is full of abandoned graves. Will Li Tai Chang even go there?" Suddenly, Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile as he patted Brother Yi on the shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. He said leisurely, "So, it all depends on your performance. If you can't get him to come out, then I'll just have to take you to the west of the city." Brother Yi's legs went weak, almost kneeling again. "Master, I'll call Li Tai Chang right now." His heart tightened as he hurriedly took out his phone. I believe in you. You can do it," Chu Tian encouraged. Brother Yi composed himself and dialed the number. Soon, Li Tai Chang's groggy and slightly annoyed voice sounded, "Day? Calling so late, are you crazy? Chengji, calm down first. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Aunt Wan? There's a situation." Yi's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly said, "What situation? Speak quickly." Li Tai Chang's voice instantly became alert. "Chengji, help! Aunt Wan's son wants to kill me and told me to lure you to the west side of the city. He's right next to me now," Ege said urgently. "What the heck?" A group of little yellow-haired guys shouted in unison, clearly stunned by Brother Yi's godlike maneuver. Even Chu Tian was dumbfounded. Could villains play like this? This wasn't how the plot went in the novel. On the other end of the phone, Li Tai Chang was silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Chu Tian?" At this point, Chu Tian saw no need to keep pretending. "Director Li, I wonder if it's convenient to meet on the west side of the city." "Alright. Wait for me, I'm coming over right now." "Don't worry, I'll definitely come alone." Li Tai Chang responded decisively, then hung up the phone. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking, does this guy have a masochistic tendency? He really dares to come alone? Or is it a trap? Lost in thought, Chu Tian suddenly turned his head sharply to look at Igu beside him. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes, and without warning, he lashed out with a kick. Bang! It's such a simple matter, and you messed it up completely. I'll kick you to death. Chu Tian roared angrily, kicking furiously as he spoke. Ah! Ego held his head with both hands, screaming miserably, feeling his consciousness gradually sinking into darkness. Miscalculation. However, Chu Tian still didn't deliver a fatal blow, sparing his life. Who? Chu Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, already formulating a plan in his mind. Head to the west side of the city first, then act according to the situation. If there's a trap, just run. Having made up his mind, Chu Tian turned to look at the group of small yellow-haired men kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "Find me a car." At this moment, a young man with yellow hair pointed at the old Mercedes at the entrance, which was even older than they were, and said, "Boss. This is Brother Yi's car." Chu Tian grabbed Brother Yi, stuffed him into the car, and said, "Someone who can drive, get in and take me somewhere." In the western part of Jiangchang, there was a place known to the locals as the Ghost Domain, a sinister and terrifying area that seemed like a forgotten forbidden zone, where no one dared to approach. As night fell, chilling winds howled, sending shivers down the spine, as if invisible ghostly hands were gently stroking one's back. The air was thick with the stench of decay, mixed with the earthy smell of soil and the nauseating odor of rotting corpses. Chu Tian stood at the entrance to the west of the city, surveying the surroundings. The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, leaving only scattered points of light on the ground, casting mottled shadows. In the distance, a few dead trees twisted their branches, swaying in the wind and emitting creaking sounds. The occasional cawing of crows was sharp and eerie. Ego was dragged out of the car by Chu Tian, his face pale as paper, his legs trembling, his eyes filled with fear. His lips quivered, but he dared not make a sound. The remaining two young men with dyed yellow hair were even more terrified, huddling together and not daring to breathe loudly. "Boss, this place is way too creepy, isn't it?" Ego finally couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. Chu Tian cast a cold glance, indifferent, and stepped forward. The ground beneath his feet was soft and damp, each step feeling as though he was treading on decayed bones. The graves were unevenly scattered, some long eroded by wind and rain, leaving only shallow mounds of earth, exposing ghastly white bones. Suddenly, a gust of eerie wind swept through, stirring up the fallen leaves and dust on the ground, forming a strange vortex that seemed to carry a low, mournful wail, as if countless wronged souls were weeping. Ego was so frightened that he fell to the ground, clutching his head with both hands, muttering incessantly, "Don't come for me, don't come for me." Chu Tian, however, remained completely unfazed. He grabbed Ego by the hair and continued forward. After walking for a few minutes, Chu Tian arrived at an open clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated ancestral hall, its door half open and half closed. The interior was pitch black, exuding an aura of unknown terror. "This is the place," Chu Tian muttered to himself. Then he turned to Ego and said, "You, go in and take a look." Ego was terrified, his soul almost leaving his body, and he waved his hands repeatedly, "Master, I don't dare. There must be ghosts in there." Chu Tian sneered coldly, grabbed Ego by the collar, and lifted him up. "Don't dare? Weren't you quite brave just now?" Ego wore a mournful expression and pleaded, "Master, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please spare me." Chu Tian couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly threw Ego into the ancestral hall. Ego fell to the ground, let out a miserable scream, and tried to crawl out, but Chu Tian kicked him back in. "If you dare come out again, I'll turn you into a ghost." Ego covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to make a sound, trembling as he crawled inside. Chu Tian turned to look at the two little yellow-haired boys behind him and commanded without question, "You two, get in as well." The two imitated Ego, crawling on the ground to get inside. Chu Tian followed closely behind. The ancestral hall was in ruins, littered with memorial tablets, and strange noises occasionally echoed in the darkness. Ego and the other two huddled together in a corner, trembling like leaves, softly sobbing. Chu Tian casually picked up a piece of rag and walked toward Ego. "Day. Master. No, please don't. I really know I was wrong, don't kill me. I'll serve you like a beast of burden, no." Sob. "Once I deal with Li Tai Chang, I'll come back to take care of you all." Chu Tian stuffed rags into the mouths of the three people and used spiritual energy to restrain them. After completing all this, Chu Tian slowly walked to the doorway, standing in the darkness, staring intently at the entrance to the Ghost Abyss. This was the only passage into the Ghost Abyss, allowing him to see Li Tai Chang immediately and confirm whether he was alone. Time passed second by second. No one knew how long had gone by when suddenly, a faint rustle of footsteps echoed in the darkness, so light it was almost imperceptible, yet piercingly sharp in the deathly silence of the Ghost Abyss. Chu Tian opened his eyes, and a beam of spiritual light shot forth. At the entrance to the ghost abyss, a figure appeared, looking around as if searching for something. Li Tai Chang. The person who came was indeed Li Tai Chang, clearly looking for him. Chu Tian did not reveal himself immediately but continued to sit in the darkness and observe. 5 minutes later, Li Tai Chang took out his phone. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibration of the phone broke the eerie silence of the ghostly place. Li Tai Chang turned his head toward the sound. In the darkness, Chu Tian, holding the vibrating phone, slowly walked out of the ancestral hall. Enemies meeting face to face, their eyes burned with hatred. Li Tai Chang glared angrily and sneered, Chu Tian, oh Chu Tian, I never thought that a useless person like you would deliver yourself to me. And you even invited me here? What, have you already chosen your own grave? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly said, at first, I couldn't figure out why, after being beaten so miserably by me last time, you still dared to come back on your own. Turns out you've broken through to the second stage of the rock realm. Shut up! Li Tai Chang roared, anger and humiliation intertwining in his heart. His sinister gaze was like a venomous snake in the dark night. With a grim smile, he said, you useless trash really are your uncle's lucky charm. Lately, that old fossil Chuanzhong has been quite displeased with me. But now, this is perfect, I can use your worthless life to amuse him a little. Chu Tian smiled faintly, his expression calm. Have you ever considered, what if I've broken through as well? As soon as the words were spoken, Li Tai Chang's eyes flickered, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Chu Tian paused briefly before continuing, perhaps, I'll break through 2 levels in a row. This statement was like a heavy hammer striking Li Tai Chang's heart, causing his eyes to widen as he angrily exclaimed, impossible. You've just broken through a few days ago, how could you possibly break through again so soon? Trust me, anything is possible. Chu Tian responded boldly. As his words fell, the spiritual energy within him surged like a tidal wave, his vitality skyrocketing instantly, forming an invisible aura of majesty that swept forth. Li Tai Chang felt the terrifying momentum and his expression changed drastically. His previous confidence and arrogance shattered like foam in that moment. His body involuntarily stepped back, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. In his desperation, he activated his spiritual energy, unleashing his full aura. Chu Tian, so what if you've broken through? I am in the rock realm. Li Tai Chang forced himself to puff out his chest, trying to conceal the fear in his heart. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth lifted slightly as he gave a calm smile. Oh, really? As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward, and a violent surge of spiritual energy rushed forth like a tidal wave, sweeping over everything. Thud, thud, thud. Unable to withstand the pressure, Li Tai Chang staggered back 3 steps. His blood and energy churned within, his face flushed red, as if caught completely off guard. No! How is this possible? Li Tai Chang's voice trembled, unable to believe everything happening before his eyes. I told you, trust me, anything is possible. Chu Tian repeated, the smile on his face gradually fading as his eyes filled with murderous intent. In a cold voice, he said, you set your sights on my mother, which is a violation of the heavenly rules. Not even Jesus can save you, I swear. Ah! Chu Tian, even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Li Tai Chang's roar was like thunder, shaking the entire ghostly realm. His eyes were crimson, his face twisted, and his entire body surged with spiritual energy like a tidal wave, instantly erupting with an incomparably violent aura. Suddenly, Li Tai Chang clenched his fists tightly, his bones emitting a cracking sound, and his fists were enveloped in a dense, earthy yellow spiritual energy, as if containing the power of a mountain. Mountain-splitting fist! He roared, his fist suddenly swinging out. The air was torn apart in an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar. Where the force of the punch passed, the ground was forcibly ripped into a deep trench, with soil and rubble scattering in all directions. The momentum of the punch was like a rainbow, carrying an overwhelming power as it charged straight toward Chu Tian. Li Tai Chang's lips curled into a sinister smile. This was his final trump card and his strongest killing move. Chu Tian's eyes slightly narrowed, a cold glint flashing. Mountain-splitting fist, a 5th-level martial technique, the treasured heirloom of the Chu family. In the past, as the eldest grandson of the Chu family, he couldn't even obtain permission to train in a 1st-level martial technique despite his desperate pleas. But Li Tai Chang, this outsider, can actually master the 5th-level mountain-splitting fist. Chuanzhong, do you really not see me as a person? Chu Tian took a deep breath and faced the terrifying force of the punch head-on. The next second, a sudden surge of demonic flames enveloped his entire body. With a fierce swing of the flame dragon spear in his hand, crimson flames coiled around the spear like a fire dragon, the spearhead pointing directly at Li Tai Chang. Kill! Thunder flash! Chu Tian shouted in a low voice, holding the flame dragon spear, stepping on thunder, and shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. The spear instantly pierced through the space in front of the two. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flame dragon spear collided fiercely with the punch, and the shockwaves of the attack rippled outward in all directions. The burial mound exploded, scattering ghastly white bones into the sky. The ancestral hall was uprooted, exposing Yi Gu and the others to the open air. This scene was incredibly shocking. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Crack! Suddenly, a shattering sound broke the dead silence. The earth-shattering fist force showed cracks. Crack! Immediately, the cracks spread like a tide in all directions, and the fist force instantly collapsed. Chu Tian suddenly exerted force. The flame dragon spear's demonic flames surged, unstoppable, directly pressing toward Li Tai Chang. At this moment, the suffocating feeling of death swept through the entire body. No! Li Tai Chang's eyes widened in shock, and he cried out involuntarily. However, the spearhead, brimming with endless killing intent, stopped less than 10 centimeters away from him. Thud! Li Tai Chang's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Xiao Tian, I beg you, spare my life. No matter what, I am your uncle-in-law. Chu Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Uncle? Then when you suggested to Chu Wenzhong to dig out my gifted lifebone, did you not consider that you were my uncle? Li Tai Chang was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, Xiao Tian, you've misunderstood me. That old bastard Chu Wenzhong had his eyes on you long ago. I even tried to persuade him not to take your life bone, but that old fool wouldn't listen and insisted on doing it. Chu Tian feigned shock. Oh, really? So, by that logic, I should be thanking you? There's no need for thanks, as long as you don't hold a grudge against your uncle-in-law. Chu Tian shook his head and said earnestly, No. I must properly thank my uncle-in-law. How about this, I'll give you a few shots, guaranteed to leave bloody holes. Before the words were finished, Chu Tian pressed the gun with one hand and thrust directly. Put! Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Li Tai Chang struggled to lower his head, looking at the bloody hole in his chest. He tried to speak but was drowned by the blood surging into his throat. Chu Tian raised his hand to press down on Li Tai Chang's head, grinning as he asked, Uncle, do you like this gift? If you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Here comes the second strike. With that, Chu Tian thrust his spear again. Poof! Blood spurted out wildly. Li Tai Chang trembled violently, life completely drained, his eyes wide open, dying with unresolved grievances. Slaughter value, plus 350. Total slaughter value, 6450. Not far away, Yi Gu witnessed Li Tai Chang being pierced by Chu Tian's bullets one after another, collapsing to the ground in fear. At that moment, Chu Tian turned his head to look over, his face smeared with blood that appeared vivid and glaring under the pale moonlight. Their eyes met. With a whoosh sound, Yi Gu was so scared that he wet himself on the spot, unable to move. Chu Tian dragged the blood-dripping Yanlong spear, approaching step by step, the tip of the spear scraping against the ground with a screeching sound. Each step Chu Tian took felt like it was stomping on Ege's heart, leaving him breathless. I gave you a chance, but clearly, you didn't seize it. Chu Tian spoke as he pulled the rag out of Brother Yi's mouth. Master Chu, please, I beg you, spare me, I really know I was wrong, I won't dare again. As soon as Brother Yi regained the ability to speak, he cried out loudly, his eyes incomparably clear, as if struggling desperately. Chu Tian raised his hand and patted Brother Yi's face, a trace of regret appearing on his own. What I hate most is being lied to. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. No. Crack. Blame yourself. Accompanied by a crisp sound of bone cracking, Ege's head drooped lifelessly as Chu Tian personally twisted his neck. Slaughter value, plus 10. Slaughter value accumulated, 6460. Inside the ghostly realm, it finally quieted down, as if everything had returned to tranquility. Chu Tian sat on the ground, looking at Li Tai Chang's corpse not far away. His gaze was calm and resolute, his face showing little expression. Anger and pleasure intertwined, yet there was still no joy from personally taking down his enemy. For him, personally eliminating Li Tai Chang was not the end of hatred. On the contrary, this was just the beginning of revenge. Chu Feng, Chu Wenzhong, and the entire Chu family all must die. Chu Tian stood up, stretched lazily, intending to take a breath of fresh air, but what he inhaled was the stench of rotting corpses and the metallic tang of blood. There was nothing fresh about the air. He lifted his leg and walked toward the two little yellow-haired men who were already rolling their eyes in terror, mercilessly yanking the rags out of their mouths and simultaneously releasing their restraints. Master Chu, Lord Tian, spare us. The two immediately knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly and desperately begging for mercy. Chu Tian asked expressionlessly. If someone asks, do you know what to say? Yes, yes, yes. Dai and Li Tai Chang fought like dogs and perished together. The two spoke in perfect unison, their expressions earnest, as if afraid to miss even the slightest opportunity. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand. Go. Thank you, Master Chu. Thank you, Lord Tian, for sparing our lives. The two little yellow-haired men scrambled to their feet, tumbling and crawling as they fled into the darkness. However, at that moment, a gust of eerie wind swept through. No. Bang. Ah. Help. Poof. Chu Tian's gaze flickered, and the screams of those two little yellow-haired guys from earlier reached his ears. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that today's prey was far from limited to just this. Jiancheng, urban area. A black off-road vehicle with a special license plate sped down the street like an arrow released from a bow. Screech. With the piercing sound of brakes, the tires violently scraped against the ground. Thick black smoke instantly billowed up, accompanied by the acrid smell of burning. Damn it! Another red light. The young man in the driver's seat looked anxious and slammed the steering wheel hard. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the passenger seat took out his phone, dialed a number, and commanded sternly, "Hello? City Lord Qin, listen carefully. From now on, ensure that the black SUV with license plate T00003 can smoothly reach the ghost abyss in the west of the city without a second of delay." At this time, in the city lord's villa, Qin Xizheng, who was sleeping soundly while holding his beautiful wife, was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Upon hearing the content of the call, his expression changed drastically. "Are you ordering me?" "Humph." His wife snorted discontentedly. "How can this person be so arrogant?" "The Abyss Army, 7th Squad, Captain Wei Pingsheng." The voice on the other end was like thunder. Qin Xizheng's heart trembled, cold sweat poured down, and he hurriedly bent down to pick up the phone that had fallen, stood upright, and replied respectfully, "So it's General Wei. I will issue the order immediately. Please rest assured, not a second will be delayed." After hanging up the phone, Qin Xizheng's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and he secretly felt relieved. "Honey, who was that? Are they really that powerful?" his curious wife asked. Qin Xizheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, a trace of reverence appearing in his eyes. "He holds the power of life and death, eradicating all the demons of Daxia. Do you think he's powerful?" On the streets of Jiangcheng, a black SUV sped by like the wind. All the traffic lights ahead turned green for it, and only after it had completely passed did the signals return to normal. "Ha ha ha, power is truly fascinating." The young man laughed excitedly. Wei Pingsheng rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Drive faster. If that thing gets away, I'll skin you alive." "Boss, my foot is practically in the gas tank already. This is as fast as it gets." The young man muttered innocently. Wei Pingsheng ignored him, found a comfortable position, and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in the ghostly realm of the western city, Chu Tian stared intently at the black mist ahead. Crack! Crunch! A chilling sound of gnawing came from within the black mist. Something was devouring flesh and blood, producing a heart-stopping noise. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, slightly raising the flame dragon spear in his hand. The crimson flames at the tip of the spear flickered in the darkness. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the black mist slowly dissipated, revealing a nauseating scene. It turned out that Li Tai Chang had come back to life, lying on the ground and voraciously tearing into the corpses of two young men with yellow-dyed hair. His movements were stiff, as if controlled by some sinister force. He gripped the bloodied, mangled limbs with both hands, frantically stuffing them into his mouth. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, producing a drip-drip sound. However, what made Chu Tian even more uneasy was, a monster the size of an adult's arm had grown out of Li Tiecheng's back. The creature had human-like limbs but bore the head of a catfish. Its black scales shimmered with an eerie luster under the moonlight, and its ghostly green fish eyes stared fixedly at Chu Tian. With blood and flesh hanging from its mouth, it let out a low, guttural laugh, guh. Giggle, fresh, flesh and blood. The monster's voice was hoarse and piercing, as if squeezed out from deep within its throat, sending chills down one's spine. Chu Tian frowned deeply, gripping the flame dragon spear tightly in both hands, and asked coldly, "What are you?" The monster did not answer, continuing to emit its giggle laughter while manipulating Li Tiecheng's corpse to stand up. Li Tiecheng's body twisted. His neck bent at an unnatural angle, his eyes hollow and lifeless, with flesh and bone fragments still hanging from the corners of his mouth. Crack! Suddenly, Li Tiecheng's corpse opened its mouth, letting out a low growl, and lunged at Chu Tian. Though its movements were stiff, its strength was far greater than when it was alive. Thunder flash! With a low shout, Chu Tian stepped on the roaring thunder, effortlessly dodging Li Tai Chang's attack. At the same time, he thrust his spear forward, the tip tracing a crimson flame as it shot straight toward Li Tai Chang's chest. Poof! The flame dragon spear pierced into Li Tai Chang's chest, black-red blood gushing out like an ink-splattered painting, nauseating to behold. However, Li Tai Chang did not fall. Instead, he continued to charge forward, as if he felt no pain, resembling an immortal being. He. It's useless. He's already dead. You can't kill him. The monster clung to Li Tai Chang's back, letting out a piercing laugh. Its ghostly green eyes were full of mockery, as if it were looking at an ignorant ant. Chu Tian's gaze turned cold as he suddenly exerted force, pulling back the flame dragon spear, then delivered a kick that sent Li Tai Chang flying hundreds of meters away. The sheer power seemed as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as bones flew in all directions. Li Tai Chang's chest caved in and he crashed heavily into a burial mound. Yet, he quickly climbed back up and continued charging at Chu Tian, like an unyielding beast. If I can't kill it, then I'll kill you first. Chu Tian growled coldly, his voice low and filled with murderous intent. Ignorant human. Ha. You think you can kill me? The monster's voice was sharp and grating, as if mocking Chu Tian's ignorance. My 10,000 scale golden armor is impervious to blades and spears. Really? Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile as he took a step forward, and a sea of flames suddenly erupted beneath his feet, the scorching heat instantly sweeping across the surroundings. In an instant, Chu Tian was engulfed by the sea of flames, seemingly transformed into a war god within the inferno. The creature crouched over. Li Tai Chang's corpse stared with its ghostly green, lifeless eyes, fixating on the sea of flames as a faint sense of unease rose in its heart. Suddenly, it felt an unprecedented sense of mortal danger, and fear surged within. Ha. This must be an illusion. I'd like to see just how tough your golden-scaled armor really is. Accompanied by a mocking laugh, a tall figure slowly emerged from the crimson sea of flames, surrounded by demonic fire. His eyes burned with intensity, a striking red mark adorned his brow, and he wielded a flame dragon spear, appearing like a demon god descending to the mortal realm, his aura unstoppable. Kill! A thunderous roar shook the void as Chu Tian raised the flame dragon spear and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. A trace of terror flashed in the monster's eyes. It had never felt such a horrifying pressure before, and panic surged in its heart. Even before the spear approached, it could feel its scales beginning to crack under the intense heat. Black liquid seeped from the gaps between its scales as despair and fear spread within it. No, impossible. My 10,000 scale golden armor is impervious to blades and spears. The monster let out a sharp screech, its voice filled with incredulous fear. Chu Tian curled his lips in disdain, his face full of contempt. 10,000 scale golden armor? Even if it were 10,000 dragon armor, I'd still pierce right through it. Like a fearless war god, he charged straight at the monster. The monster frantically twisted its body, trying to evade, but Chu Tian's speed was too fast, like a flash of lightning. Crack! The golden armor of 1,000 scales shattered, like broken glass, collapsing in an instant. Poof! The flame dragon spear pierced directly through the monster, stabbing fiercely into its heart. Ah! The monster let out a piercing scream, struggling desperately, its limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Yet no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape the demonic flames clinging to it like a bone-deep curse. The fire tightly coiled around its body, continuously burning its flesh and blood into ashes. Within a few breaths, a charred corpse was impaled on the flame dragon spear. Isn't this just like freshly grilled fish straight out of the oven? It's still steaming, making one's mouth water. The monster completely lost its vitality, and Li Tai Chang's corpse collapsed to the ground, no longer moving, as if everything had returned to tranquility. Slaughter value, plus 505. Slaughter value, plus 400. Kill value accumulated, 7365. Ah! Chu Tian exhaled a breath of hot air, plopping down on the ground, utterly exhausted, and thought to himself, I didn't expect such a surprise, but this god of killing system is too draining on energy. Hopefully, there won't be any more true. Amid heavy panting, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he prepared to face the next challenge. Ta. The sound of footsteps was particularly jarring in the silent graveyard. Chu Tian's muscles instantly tensed up as he struggled to stand, leaning on the flame dragon spear. Sparks flew as the spear tip scraped against the ground, and his pupils suddenly contracted. On a broken steel 50 meters away, two figures stood silently, their appearance unknown. The middle-aged man on the left had a resolute face, eyes like torches, and exuded a powerful aura of authority without anger. On the other hand, the young man was completely different. He had strikingly handsome features, even more beautiful than a woman, with a hint of a carefree smile at the corner of his lips, appearing both frivolous and casual. The combination of the middle-aged man and the pretty boy inevitably sparked wild imaginations, but it only heightened Chu Tian's vigilance. The military uniforms they wore clearly indicated their identities. Moreover, they were the uniforms of the most mysterious and powerful Tian Yuan army of the Great Xia Kingdom. The two characters Tian Yuan embroidered in gold thread on the chest were extremely dazzling. Tian Yuan Army. Chu Tian's heart trembled, faintly sensing that the arrival of these two must be related to the strange creature from earlier. The young man's gaze fell on the charred corpse of the monster beside Chu Tian's feet, his pupils instantly contracted, and astonishment surfaced in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Chu Tian, then raised his hand. The square watch on his wrist flashed with a red light, displaying a line of text. Target confirmed, alien species no. S003, shark ghost, parasite type. Tisk, TSK, Tisk. The young man examined Chu Tian with great interest and softly praised, "Interesting, you actually broke the shark ghost's 10,000 scale golden armor. Quickly, tell me, how did you do it?" Cough. Suddenly, the middle-aged man coughed heavily, interrupting the young man's excitement. The smile on the young man's face instantly disappeared. He composed himself and pretended to be serious. "Let me introduce myself. I am Wei Pingsheng, captain of the 7th Squad of the Abyss Army Special Operations Team. I am Mo Lu, assassin of the 7th Squad of the Abyss Army Special Operations Team. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Get lost." Wei Pingsheng suddenly flicked a hard knock on Mo Lu's head without warning, leaving him dizzy. Mo Lu quickly dodged to the side, muttering under his breath, "You ambushed me, you can't play fair, you little." At that moment, Wei Pingsheng's gaze suddenly locked onto Mo Lu. Mo Lu hurriedly changed the subject. "The sun tonight is so big and round." Put. Chu Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wei Pingsheng turned his head, his slightly hoarse voice sounding, "What's your name?" Chu Tian dared not be negligent, stood at attention, saluted, and said loudly, reporting to the commander, "My name is Chu Tian. The Tian Yuan army is not important, the key is to respect the virtue of honoring elders." However, when Wei Pingsheng heard this name, his eyes flickered, and the stern expression on his face seemed to freeze instantly. Suddenly, he took a sharp step forward, his military boots crushing the scattered white bones on the ground into powder, and an overwhelming sense of oppression surged like a tide. Chu Tian's heart tightened, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he failed to notice Wei Pingsheng's unusual behavior as he instinctively wanted to step back. The terrifying aura emanating from Wei Pingsheng instantly disappeared, and his tone softened considerably. "Did you kill this Jiao ghost?" Chu Tian nodded, "I killed it." Wei Pingsheng raised an eyebrow. "The Jiao Ghost's 10,000 scale golden armor is impervious to blades and spears, even I can't handle it. I want to know how you managed it." "I just stabbed it with one shot." Chu Tian finished speaking and, fearing that Wei Pingsheng wouldn't believe him, deliberately demonstrated on the spot. As a result, when Wei Pingsheng and Mo Lu saw the flame dragon spear and the demon flame, their pupils suddenly contracted. "What terrifying flames!" Mo Lu gasped, his tone unable to hide his shock. Wei Pingsheng frowned slightly, falling into deep thought. The atmosphere on site instantly became tense. Chu Tian's entire body stiffened, hesitating, unable to move or stay still. Finally, Wei Pingsheng slowly spoke, "Are you interested in joining the Tian Yuan Army, 7th Squad?" This sentence was like a thunderous strike, shaking everything around. "Ah!" Chu Tian exclaimed in shock. Even Mo Lu widened his eyes, his heart surging like waves. The flames of the boy before him were indeed abnormal. But just based on this, inviting him to join the 7th Squad seems too hasty, doesn't it? Could it be, the leader is an illegitimate child? Thinking of this, Mo Lu secretly observed Chu Tian and Wei Pingsheng's appearances, and the more he looked, the more alike they seemed. Gaga! What have I discovered? Mo Lu suppressed his inner excitement, chuckled, and said, "Brother, this is the boss's first time recruiting someone into the team. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" How could Chu Tian have imagined that Mo Lu had managed to conjure up so much in such a short time, almost rivaling artificial intelligence? He said excitedly, "I'm interested, I'm very interested. Let me join the Tian Yuan army right away. Wow! An interesting soul, a kindred spirit." Mo Lu's eyes lit up as he threw a flirtatious glance, making Chu Tian shiver and secretly think to himself that this guy was truly a charmer. "Bro! I'm not into guys," Chu Tian quickly clarified, feeling a wave of helplessness. "Damn! You punk, I'm a real man." Mo Lu instantly turned red with anger, though his expression appeared particularly alluring. "Enough! Can you shut your mouth first?" Wei Pingxing's voice was like thunder, instantly silencing the two of them. Mo Lu gritted his teeth after hearing this, turned his head away, and thought to himself, this is infuriating. Seeing this, Chu Tian couldn't help but mutter in his heart, getting angry just makes him even more effeminate. Wei Pingsheng withdrew his gaze, his expression softened considerably, and he asked, how much do you know about the Tianyuan army? Chu Tian pondered for a moment and said, the Tianyuan army guards the Tianyuan rift, slays ferocious beasts, and eradicates anomalies. You're absolutely right. Wei Pingxing nodded slightly and continued, however, there's one thing you might not have considered. Only the 7th Squad is tasked with eradicating anomalies. And not limited to the Tianyuan rift, we move under the city's night sky. That's why the 7th Squad has another name, the Night Squad. So, does that mean the 7th Squad is very dangerous? Chu Tian's heart tightened, but his face remained fearless. Brother, be confident, remove the Ma. It's extremely dangerous, but the power is immense. Just like earlier, the boss made a call to the Jiangqing city lord. Wei Pingxing's tone revealed fearless boldness. Shut up! Wei Pingxing suddenly growled, instantly silencing Mo Lu. Chu Tian took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Suddenly, he stood up straight and said loudly, I am willing to join the Tianyuan army and become a member of the 7th Squad. Very well. Nightfall Squad welcomes your joining. Wei Pingxing slightly narrowed his eyes, a look of appreciation flashing in them, as he proactively extended his hand. Chu Tian was flattered and hurriedly grasped that rough, calloused hand, secretly overjoyed. Click! Accompanied by the sudden sound of a shutter, a flash of light lit up. This scene was captured by Mo Lu, who thought to himself, this guy is really crazy. Wei Pingxing took out a badge from his pocket, his expression turning serious. This is the Nightfall badge, a symbol of identity and the honor of the Nightfall Squad. Keep it well. When Chu Tian received the Nightfall badge with both hands, his arms sank unexpectedly. The badge weighed at least several hundred pounds. The front was engraved with the majestic and imposing flag of the Great Xia Kingdom, while the back bore only 2 words, Nightfall. For some reason, when Chu Tian saw these 2 words, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Wei Pingxing seemed to notice Chu Tian's unusual reaction and casually said, these 2 words hold extraordinary meaning for you. Ah? Chu Tian looked at the Nightfall badge in his hand with a puzzled expression. However, when he raised his head again, Wei Pingxing and Mo Lu had already turned and walked into the darkness, their majestic voices once again echoing through the night sky of the ghostly realm. Although you are already a member of the Nightfall Squad, the Abyss Simulation Battle is still a test you must undergo. Perform well. Chu Tian stood at attention, saluted, and shouted, yes. The small courtyard at home. Wang Huiro sat in the courtyard, her brows tightly furrowed, her eyes full of worry. She glanced toward the doorway from time to time, her hands sweating nervously. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. The intense knocking on the door broke the silence of the small courtyard. Wang Huiro hurriedly got up and rushed toward the door, feeling a wave of unease in her heart. But when she opened the iron door, it wasn't Chu Tian who appeared before her, but 5 city guard soldiers dressed in military uniforms. One of them asked loudly, is Chu Tian here? What's the matter? Wang Huiru frowned, staring at them warily. You only need to answer whether he is here or not. Why so much nonsense? The city guard soldier's attitude was extremely tough. Not here. Wang Huiru replied and was about to close the iron door, but she was secretly worried in her heart. However, the city guard soldier raised his hand to stop her. Let me tell you, Chu Tian is suspected of murder. If you lie, that's aiding and abetting, and you won't get away unscathed either. Murder! Wang Huiru's voice rose, her pupils instantly contracted, and a faint sense of foreboding flashed through her mind. But she forced herself to remain calm, shook her head, and said with great certainty, impossible, Xiao Tian could never kill anyone. A city guard soldier sneered and said, whether he killed or not, the evidence will speak. Is it up to you to decide? Evidence? Then I'd like to hear what evidence you have to prove I killed someone. Wang Huiru retorted firmly, her voice unwavering. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Chu Tian walking straight toward them, a faintly mocking smile on his face. His cold gaze swept over the faces of the city guard soldiers, as if scrutinizing their ignorance. Kid, you seem calm. Listen up, someone has reported you for murdering Li Tai Chang. Now come with us to undergo investigation. The city guard soldier said, swiftly taking out the spirit-binding handcuffs, ready to restrain Chu Tian. Stop! Wang Huiru rushed forward, spreading her arms to shield Chu Tian behind her, shouting loudly, what evidence do you have? On what grounds are you arresting him? You want evidence, huh? I am the evidence. Accompanied by a sharp voice ringing out. A burly woman walked over fiercely, looking menacing. She was Chu Lan, the only woman in the second generation of the Chu family. Chu Lan was burning with rage, glaring at Chu Tian and roaring, "I heard with my own ears that this little bastard Chu Tian called Li Tai Chang to meet in the west of the city. And now, Li Tai Chang's body was just found in the west of the city. Isn't that obvious enough?" Wang Huiru opened her mouth, ready to retort. But Chu Tian behind her pulled her aside, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he smiled provocatively. "That's right, I killed Li Tai Chang." This sentence instantly stunned everyone present. No one had expected Chu Tian to admit it so straightforwardly. "You all heard it, didn't you? He admitted it. This little bastard admitted with his own mouth that he killed my Li Tai Chang. What are you waiting for? Arrest him." Chu Lan was the first to react, like an enraged wild boar, pointing at Chu Tian and roaring hysterically, "You little bastard, I'm going to make you pay with your life for a life." The city guards swarmed forward. However, in the next second, this group of aggressive city guards stood frozen in place as if paralyzed, their faces full of terror. Chu Tian raised the Nightfall emblem high, turned around in a circle, and revealed a sly smile. "You all recognize this, don't you?" Looking at the bold and powerful words Nightfall, a suffocating pressure overwhelmed them. As city guards, they naturally understood the weight of this emblem. The five people's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly stood at attention, saluted, and shouted in unison, reporting to the officer, "We know him." "Are you still going to arrest me then?" Reporting to the officer, "We wouldn't dare." However, at this moment, Chu Lan's anger made her completely lose her composure. She continued to rant relentlessly. "What do you mean by this? Does he have some kind of immunity token? It's just a worthless badge." Bang! A sudden dull thud. Chu Lan, the nearly 200-pound fatty, was kicked flying by a city guard soldier. "Idiot! What's an immunity token worth? This badge not only spares lives, but it can also take yours." "You're talking nonsense." Chu Lan, with her naturally thick layer of flesh seemingly impervious to normal attacks, struggled to get up, her face twisted in fury. "I'd like to see what he can do to me." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, his aura filled with killing intent, and spoke slowly. "Li Tai Chang colluded with monsters and was killed by me. His wife, Chu Lan, is suspected of being an accomplice. Arrest her and conduct a thorough investigation." "Yes, sir." 5 city guards rushed toward Chu Lan, pinning her firmly to the ground. Chu Lan screamed and struggled desperately, the scene resembling the slaughter of a pig. "Ah! Are you all crazy? I'm going to report you. Let go of me. I am Chu Lan of the Chu family." Smack! A city guard soldier slapped Chu Lan hard across the face and gritted his teeth, saying, "Chu Lan, I think it's time for you to be pinned up. Behave yourself." Reporting, "Sir. The target has been subdued." Chu Tian looked at Chu Lan, who was being pinned to the ground, the killing intent in his eyes growing even stronger. In a cold voice, he said, "Now, do you understand what I can do to you?" Chu Lan's chubby face violently scraped against the ground, covered in blood, looking ferocious and terrifying. She glared with eyes full of venomous hatred and shouted harshly, "Chu Tian, you little bastard, I won't let you off. Just you wait. Do you think I would let you off?" Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, suddenly lifted his leg, and stomped down abruptly. This kick was powerful and heavy. Only a muffled bang was heard, and blood spurted out wildly. Chu Lan's facial features were already unrecognizable. When she opened her mouth, her teeth fell out with a crackling sound. It was a horrifying sight, and she could only let out woo-woo-woo groans. "Do you know what to say when you go back?" Chu Tian turned his head to glance at the city guards and asked with a smile. Reporting to the officer, "We know, but it's a military secret and cannot be disclosed." The 5 spoke in unison. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Nice. Thank you all for your hard work. I won't see you off." "Officer, thank you for your hard work." After watching the city guards leave, Wang Huiro quickly pulled Chu Tian into the courtyard, locked the iron gate, patted her chest, and asked with lingering fear, "Xiao Tian, did you really kill Li Tai Chang?" "Yes." Chu Tian nodded slightly, then changed the subject with a smile. "Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "I'm hungry, is there any food left?" "There is. Go wash your hands first, then change into clean clothes. I'll heat up the food for you." "All right." Chu Tian jogged upstairs, stood in front of his room door, and looked at the groundhog that had come to life on the doorknob. He lifted the corner of his mouth in a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Wang Huiro remained in place, staring at the staircase with a complicated expression in her eyes. Suddenly, she murmured softly, "Zhang Hao. Could it be that all of this is fate?" The next day, the sky over Jiangchang was gray and drizzling, as if the entire city was shrouded in a layer of gloom. At the Chu family residence, the atmosphere was oppressively tense, with an air of unease permeating the surroundings, as though a storm was about to break. In the main hall, Chu Wenjong sat in the grand chair, his face as dark as iron, fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly, like a beast ready to spring from its cage at any moment. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with fury, his gaze sweeping over the Chu family members like a knife. Instantly, the oppressive feeling surged like a tide, suffocating everyone present. Who can tell me, how did Li Tai Chang die? And why was Xiaolan locked in the iron prison? His voice was hoarse and low, breaking the dead silence in the hall. The members of the Chu family all lowered their heads, no one daring to meet his gaze, and the tension in the air intensified once again. Bang! Crack! Chu Wenjong slammed his palm down, the table shattered instantly, splinters flying, as if declaring his fury. Speak! Aren't you all usually quite talkative? His roar was like thunder crashing down, shaking everyone's hearts and leaving them too afraid to even breathe. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Hurried footsteps echoed outside the hall as Chu Feng walked in quickly. Seeing the furious Chu Wenjong, his eyes flickered, and he promptly bowed, saying, "Grandfather, please calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health." At this moment, the only person who could soothe Chu Wenjong was Chu Feng. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, pointed to the chair covered in wood shavings nearby, and said slowly, "Xiaofeng is here. Come sit by my side." Chu Feng immediately stepped forward, first pouring a cup of tea for Chu Wenjong, and said with a smile, "Grandfather, have some tea first to moisten your throat." Chu Wenjong took the teacup, sipped lightly, and a trace of comfort flashed in his eyes. "Xiaofeng, if this group of useless people were as considerate as you, how could I be so furious?" As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Chu family secretly grumbled in their hearts. If anyone had gone over just now to help you cool off, they would have been slapped to death by you. Their fate must be ridiculously tough. Chu Feng chuckled lightly and said, "Grandfather, I've actually found some clues about Third Ant's matter." "Speak quickly." Chu Wenjong urged anxiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chu Feng's smile gradually faded, and he said solemnly, "Grandfather, Uncle's death might be related to that useless Chu Tian." "What? Chu Tian?" Chu Wenjong suddenly exerted force, crushing the teacup in his hand into pieces, with blood flowing down his fingers. A palpable killing intent instantly spread, making the entire hall seem to tremble. "Speak! What happened?" His voice was like thunder, shaking everyone's hearts. Chu Feng realized the urgency of the situation, quickly stood up, and replied, "Grandfather, I found out that it was Chu Tian who invited Uncle to the west side of the city last night." "Someone come! Bring Chu Tian back to me. Whether it's him or not, I want him dead. The dignity of the Chu family cannot be trampled upon." Chu Wenjong's thunderous roar reverberated like a storm, intimidating all around. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth lifted as he secretly chuckled, his face revealing a sinister smile. In truth, he had no idea that Chu Tian had lured Li Tai Chang to the west side of the city. He simply wanted to take the opportunity to harm Chu Tian, making it easier for him to gain recognition for the Scroll King task. Just as Chu Feng was fantasizing about a bright future, Chu Wenjong suddenly spoke up, stopping the attendants who were about to capture Chu Tian. "Wait a moment, come back." "Grandfather, what's wrong?" Chu Feng's smile froze instantly, his face full of confusion. Chu Wenjong frowned deeply, gritting his teeth as he said, "I suddenly realized that Chu Tian is getting a bit too close to the Wan Wang mission. Acting rashly, I fear we might offend the Wan Wang mission." Chu Feng opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Chu Wenjong. "Xiaofeng, the Tian Yuan simulated battle is about to begin. This worthless life is now entrusted to you." "Yes, Grandpa, I'll go train now," Chu Feng said, then turned and left, a sinister smile hanging on his face. Chu Wenjong waved his hand, dismissing the Chu family members. He then took out his phone to call Mayor Qin Xizheng, intending to get Chu Lan out first. However, Qin Xizheng completely ignored his call. "King of the Tower Building." As Chu Tian stepped through the door, a familiar voice greeted him as expected, "Young Master Chu, welcome." Wei Yorong approached with two large thunderbolts, dressed in a white shirt and a pencil skirt. Her alluring waistline shimmered faintly under the light, and her long legs were particularly captivating. Chu Tian glanced subtly and thought to himself, "Perfect for the wandering dragon." "Young Master Chu, are you here to take on another task?" Wei Yorong beamed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chu Tian withdrew his gaze and shook his head solemnly. "Today, I want to buy a martial arts technique." "Oh, then please follow me. I'll take you to the martial arts pavilion." Wei Yorong immediately and enthusiastically led Chu Tian, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Wei Yorong chuckled softly, her eyes shimmering with light. "It is truly my honor to serve young Master Chu." The two stepped into the elevator. Gui Yorong slightly leaned closer to Chu Tian, deliberately letting her two ample curves lightly brush against Chu Tian's arm. The atmosphere inside the elevator instantly became subtle and ambiguous. Ahem. Chu Tian coughed awkwardly and asked in a low voice, "Are you really that hungry?" Gui Yorong froze immediately, her cheeks turning as red as fire. She bit her red lips tightly and responded shyly, "Young Master Chu, you're so annoying." Chu Tian rolled his eyes and said irritably, "You know exactly what you're doing, you little vixen." Gui Yorong was momentarily stunned, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She quickly took a step back, creating some distance. The ambiguous and awkward atmosphere spread in the elevator, suffocating. Fortunately, this stalemate lasted only a minute. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Chu Tian stepped out. In front of him was a specially designed glass door over a meter high. Gui Yorong swiftly took out her work ID and lightly swiped it across the access control. The glass door slowly opened. Suppressing her inner shame and anger, she gracefully bent down and made a gesture of invitation. "Young Master Chu, please come in. I hope you can find a martial skill that suits you. I will wait here, so feel free to call on me if you need anything." Chu Tian nodded slightly and stepped into the martial skills pavilion. The glass door behind him closed immediately. In an instant, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Chu Tian looked around, his eyes filled with awe. This place was more than 10 times larger than the martial arts pavilion of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, resembling a stadium capable of accommodating 100,000 people. Countless martial arts techniques were embedded in the walls, emitting a faint white glow, like scattered stars. At the center of the martial arts pavilion were rows of independent training rooms, exuding grandeur. Wow, the King of Rollers mission truly spares no expense, constantly showing off. Chu Tian couldn't help but mutter softly. Then he walked to the massive screen. This time, his goal was very clear: he wanted to purchase a gun technique martial art. After filtering his requirements, the screen instantly displayed hundreds of gun technique martial arts ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 5. Just as Chu Tian furrowed his brows, struggling with indecision, a gentle and melodious voice sounded behind him. "Young Master Chu." Chu Tian turned around, his gaze suddenly locking onto Su Ruoshi not far away. Her face carried a serene smile, like the warm sun of spring. Su Ruoshi? Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, she has indeed finished her seclusion. Her spiritual energy is so abundant, it's truly awe-inspiring. Su Ruoshi approached gracefully, her clear black and white eyes sparkling with lively brilliance. "Young Master Chu, what a coincidence." "Quite a coincidence. Are you here to choose martial techniques as well?" Chu Tian asked. "I'm not. I'm here to consolidate my realm." Su Ruoshi smiled faintly, her gaze falling on the large screen. After seeing the filtering options displayed, she curiously asked, "Young Master Chu, are you selecting spear techniques?" "Yes, I want to practice a spear technique before the simulated battle at Tianyuan," Chu Tian replied. A hint of brilliance flashed in Su Ruoshi's eyes as she softly said, "Young Master Chu, I have a spear technique here. If you don't mind, you can give it a try." Before the words had finished, her delicate jade-like hand opened, and a blue-covered martial arts manual, 13 Deadly Spears, appeared in her palm out of thin air. "Young Master Chu, you can take a look first and then decide whether to practice it." Su Ruoshi smiled as radiantly as a blooming field of flowers. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this really okay? You are my savior, what's wrong with that?" Her smile was as dazzling as a blossoming flower. Chu Tian no longer declined, took the 13 Deadly Spears, and after merely glancing at it, he was deeply captivated, closing his eyes tightly and entering a profoundly mysterious state. In an instant, a terrifying spear momentum erupted violently, spreading in all directions, distorting the air around him like waves. Crack! 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 Sonic booms echoed repeatedly, deafeningly loud. Su Ruoshi stood to the side, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, as if witnessing an incredible scene. Suddenly, Chu Tian abruptly opened his eyes, his face full of shock. "This 13 death strikes is too powerful. It's like it was tailor-made for me. Young Master Chu, how does it feel?" Su Ruoshi's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Chu Tian snapped back to reality and nodded in astonishment. "It feels nice. Then it's yours." Su Ruoshi smiled generously. "Miss Su, this swordsmanship manual is too valuable, I can't accept it. Please take it back." Chu Tian shook his head solemnly, refusing. Su Ruoshi blinked, her expression half-smiling as she said, "I'm afraid you've already memorized it, haven't you?" Cough, cough, cough. Chu Tian coughed violently, his face turning red. How did you know?" Su Ruoshi rolled her eyes, exuding charm. Young Master Chu, you're overacting. Chu Tian was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Blushing, he stammered, Miss Su, I won't take it for free. I can buy it. Name your price. I'm giving it to you. Just take it. And don't call me Miss Su anymore, call me Ruoshi. Su Ruoshi finished speaking and turned to walk toward the training room. Ruoshi? Chu Tian's heart trembled. This way of addressing her seemed much more intimate. But, whatever, she gave me such a precious gun technique. Forget calling her Ruoshi, even calling her darling, I could reluctantly accept. Inside the training room, Chu Tian sat cross-legged. Instead of immediately practicing the 13 deadly spear strikes, he activated the system. System, I want to improve the deadly 13 spears. Ding! This spear technique is already perfect, improvement is not recommended. After hearing this, Chu Tian couldn't help but exclaim, a conscientious system, truly worth having. Since that's the case, let's begin. Chu Tian closed his eyes and instantly entered a state of cultivation. The first strike, thunderous force shatters mountains and rivers. The spear's momentum is as violent as thunder, shaking the land with a single blow. This strike wasn't particularly difficult for Chu Tian. With his experience in cultivating the 3,000 thunder movements, he was undoubtedly a master of wielding thunder. Chu Tian suddenly stood up, holding his spear upright. Thunder and electric arcs crackled around him, as if proclaiming his immense power. He took a deep breath, and the tip of the flame dragon spear suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Thunderclouds began to gather at the ceiling of the training room. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, as if a deity had descended. Chu Tian's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward. The spear tip arrived in an instant, and the flame dragon spear effortlessly dispelled the lightning. However, the protective array patterns forged from millennia-old profound iron on the wall were scorched with spiderweb-like cracks by the lightning, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone. Boom! Before Chu Tian could react, a second bolt of lightning struck down, even thicker than before, resembling a massive purple dragon descending from the heavens, charging straight at Chu Tian. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, sweeping the flame dragon spear horizontally, its tip slicing through the air with unparalleled might. The instant the thunder collided with the spear's edge, a deafening roar erupted, causing the entire training room to tremble. Crack! The stone slabs on the ground shattered explosively, sending debris flying as the air became thick with a scorched scent. The muscles in Chu Tian's arms tensed, veins bulging, as the flame dragon spear in his hands seemed to come alive. The thunder on the spear's tip grew increasingly violent, as if it were about to tear the entire space apart. Again! Chu Tian roared, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes, as if a war god had descended. He crouched down, then suddenly leaped up, raising the flame dragon spear high above his head, its tip pointing straight at the heavens, as if challenging the sky's brilliance. The third bolt of lightning struck, its power even more astonishing than the previous two, causing heaven and earth to change color. Chu Tian showed no fear, gripping the spear shaft tightly with both hands and thrusting it upward with all his might. Boom! At the moment when the lightning collided with the spear's tip, a burst of lightning illuminated the scene, instantly flooding the entire training room with its brilliance, as if intent on burning everything to ashes. Chu Tian's figure flickered in and out of the lightning, resembling a thunder god. Dense purple lightning patterns emerged on his skin, each one brimming with terrifying thunderous power, as if proclaiming his might. Break for me! Chu Tian roared. The flame dragon spear trembled violently, and the lightning at the spearhead erupted instantly, transforming into a massive thunder dragon that roared as it charged toward the dome, tearing everything apart in an instant. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, the air was ripped apart, space distorted, and the protective formation of the training chamber emitted unbearable cracking sounds, like countless fragile pieces of glass shattering in an instant. Crack! The protective formation on the dome finally succumbed to the violent force and shattered with a thunderous crash, as if heralding the arrival of an apocalypse. The moment the thunder dragon broke through the dome, the defensive array of the Wanwang building was instantly activated. The immense pressure easily suppressed it, preventing more severe damage. However, the entire building still trembled. At this moment, Su Ruoshi, separated from Chu Tian by only a wall, stood outside the cultivation room. Her small mouth was slightly open, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. This guy is so strong, she murmured to herself, a trace of complexity flashing in her eyes as she thought to herself, could he really be the legendary genius? Meanwhile, the Wanwang building fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in stunned amazement at the boy surrounded by lightning, their hearts filled with awe. What a terrifying young man, he actually destroyed the protective array of the martial arts pavilion in the Wanwang Tower, exclaimed a martial artist, his face full of disbelief. That strike just now was definitely at the level of a sharp realm expert, stammered another person, his eyes gleaming with awe. How old is he? He looks about the same age as my son. If that rebellious kid of mine had half his strength, I could die with a smile on my face, a parent lamented, filled with helplessness and envy. You should be glad he's not your son. Otherwise, after causing such a big mess, the Wanwang Tower would be after your life, someone nearby teased, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Look! The King of Hell is here, someone exclaimed again, their voice tinged with a trace of fear. Everyone turned to look and saw the King of Hell with a grim expression, striding forward with the imposing air of a dragon and tiger, heading toward Chu Tian like a ferocious beast about to erupt in fury, exuding an overwhelming presence. But at that moment, Wei Yorong snapped out of her shock and quickly stepped forward to explain, President Yen, that's young Master Chu. I don't care who it is. Causing such massive damage today, even if it's the Jade Emperor himself, no one is leaving the Wanwang building, the King of Hell roared, his momentum growing even stronger, as if the entire building trembled in his wake. Chu Tian's challenge has only just begun. Inside the training room, Chu Tian knelt on one knee, the flame dragon spear thrust into the ground, the lightning on the spearhead gradually dissipating. He panted heavily, sweat sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground, evaporating instantly. His arms trembled slightly, and faint lightning patterns still lingered on the surface of his skin. So this is the power of overwhelming thunder? Chu Tian murmured to himself, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. He slowly stood up, the flame dragon spear in his hand trembling slightly, with faint lightning flickering at its tip. At this moment, Yen Luo also walked up to Chu Tian, frowned, and said in a deep voice, Young Master Chu, you almost tore down my Wanwang Tower. Chu Tian felt deeply ashamed. President Yen, how much compensation do you need? I'll pay it in full. Young Master Chu, you're generous. Considering you're the most esteemed guest of the Wanwang mission, I'll just charge you 100 million. How would you like to pay? Card, scan, or cash? Can you swipe for lives? Upon hearing this, Yen Luo immediately put on a stern face. Are you trying to renege on your debt? Could it be that you're asking for too much? A dissatisfied voice rang out. Suddenly, Su Ruoshi slowly walked over, stared directly at Yen Luo, and chuckled lightly. President Yen, why don't you just go and rob instead? A trace of fear flashed in Yen Luo's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He forced a smile. Little girl, this has nothing to do with you. Please don't meddle. Su Ruoshi curled her lips and asked meaningfully, President Yen, I want to know, was it your idea to make young Master Chu pay compensation? Of course. Yen Luo stammered, his gaze flickering uncertainly. But the next second, Su Ruoshi narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing. I hate it when people lie to me. The icy voice sent chills down people's spines. Yen Luo's legs went weak, and he quickly bowed in salute. Miss, I am sorry, it was the boss told me to do this. Young Master Chu, my apologies, I was just following orders. The sudden reversal left everyone present utterly stunned. Watching Yama Bawan apologize, his face full of fear, the onlookers below looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is this still the infamous, ruthless King of Hell? What the hell? Did I wake up too fast? What did I just see? Yama bowing his head and admitting fault? Is that the point? Did you guys just hear what Yama called that girl? Was it Miss? Seems like it. Could she be the daughter of the Taskmaster boss? Oh my gosh, this is some juicy gossip. Chu Tian turned his head to look at the girl beside him, his face full of surprise. Are you Boss Ye's daughter? Su Ruoshi didn't say a word but grabbed Chu Tian's hand and turned around to leave directly. Miss, take care. It wasn't until Su Ruoshi and Chu Tian entered the elevator that Yen Luo straightened up, wiped his sweat, and muttered with lingering fear, I really don't want to be part of the play between you father and daughter. The top floor of Wanwan Tower, 88th floor. Yi Wuliang looked at Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi standing hand in front of him, his eyes full of shock. Isn't your progress a bit too fast? Su Ruoshi then realized that she was actually holding hands with Chu Tian. This. Dad. It's not what you think. I and young Master Chu are just friends. Yi Wuliang curled his lips. Friends? Friends holding hands? Ruoshi, I don't object to you dating, and if you're with Chu Tian, your dad would fully support it. This kid is worthy of you. Dad. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Ruoshi let out a coquettish complaint, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. In contrast, Chu Tian remained calm, looking just like a bystander. However, Yi Wuliang had no intention of letting him stay so relaxed and asked with a faint smile, Chu Tian, what do you think of my daughter? She's great. Beautiful, gentle personality, strong abilities, almost perfect. Chu Tian answered without hesitation. Su Ruoshi felt ripples in her heart, her emotions fluttering wildly, and she thought to herself, I didn't expect my image in his heart to be so outstanding. Yi Wuliang, then do you like my daughter? Su Ruoshi, Dad. Chu Tian, Boss Yi, your question really, caught me off guard. Ah ha ha ha. Yi Wuliang laughed heartily and said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Stay and have dinner with us. Chu Tian quickly waved his hand to politely decline. Boss Yi, my mom is still waiting for me at home, so I won't intrude. Goodbye? After saying that, he fled in a hurry. However, Su Ruoshi felt a bit lost as she looked at Chu Tian's back. She didn't even know what she was feeling lost about. Suddenly, Yi Wuliang's voice rang out. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing, nothing. Su Ruoshi finished speaking and turned to leave as if fleeing. Yi Wuliang watched his daughter's hurriedly departing figure, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He gently shook his head and muttered to himself, young people, always so shy. At the same time, Chu Tian completed his task at the Wanwang building and unhesitatingly took a car to the city gate. City Guard Routine Registration Office. Coincidentally, the City Guard registering was the same soldier who verified Chu Tian's identity last night. You're really a mission fanatic, huh? The sun's already set, and you should know how dangerous it is outside the city. Are you sure you want to leave? The City Guard soldier half-joked, half-advised. Chu Tian grinned and replied without hesitation, I'm sure. Alright then. Wishing you a safe return. Let him through. Thank you. The city gate slowly opened, and Chu Tian walked toward the setting sun, his figure gradually fading into the distance. The sunset dyed the wild grass outside the city a blood-red color. As far as the eye could see, there was desolation and deathly silence. The difficulty level of this mission, S level. Task content, according to intelligence, a weapons processing plant under Wan Wang's banner was attacked by a wolf pack 2 days ago. All 100 workers in the factory and the cultivators responsible for security were killed by the wolf pack, with no survivors. Among them was a Tier 3 peak swift-wind wolf king. However, for Chu Tian, these issues are nothing at all. Chu Tian stood on the wasteland dyed red by the sunset, the wind carrying the scent of blood rushing toward him. In the distance, the collapsed weapons processing plant had become a ruin, with twisted steel bars stabbing toward the sky. He stepped over a section of stark white bones that had been gnawed clean, the crunching sound of bone fragments under his shoe sole echoing sharply in the silence of the abandoned factory. Awu! A wolf's howl tore through the deathly silence, followed by hundreds and thousands of howls. The ground began to tremble, and the wild grass swayed from side to side. Countless ghostly green dots lit up along the horizon, those were the eyes of the wolf pack, densely packed together, forming a flowing river of stars. Suddenly, all the howls came to an abrupt stop. A giant silver-white wolf crushed the ruins of the factory, leapt into the air, and landed on a high platform. The moonlight coated its long fur with a layer of mercury-like cold glow. This 3-meter-tall wolf king left spiderweb-like cracks on the platform with each step, its fangs still carrying remnants of torn flesh, exuding a bloody and savage aura. What was most unsettling were its eyes. Its left eye burned with green flames, while its right eye was encrusted with frost. This Gale Wolf King actually contained 2 extreme forces within its body. What a hybrid! Snort! The Wolf King exhaled, and the green flames in its left eye flared up violently. Boom! The wild grass within 10 meters around Chu Tian's feet suddenly ignited, and his pant leg caught fire as well. He casually flicked the flame dragon spear. Slah! Thunder coiled around him like a dragon, and the flames were instantly extinguished into wisps of blue smoke. The wolf pack moved. Over 100 first-tier Gale wolves charged simultaneously, their wind blades swirling around them, shredding even concrete blocks into powder wherever they passed. Chu Tian's pupils contracted, his fighting spirit surged, and he shouted loudly, "Good timing, kill!" With that, he fiercely swung the flame dragon spear in his hand. Boom! Centered on the spearhead, the ultimate attacks of purple lightning and crimson demonic flames merged together. The intertwining of fire and lightning instantly shook the void, the air shattered, and the sonic boom was deafening. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the demonic flames and thunder gradually formed a dark brown barrier, converging at the tip of the spear. Howl! The pack of wolves roared, arriving in an instant. The moment these beasts collided with the barrier, they were instantly turned into charred fragments of flesh, with the smell of burning mixed with the stench of blood spreading in the air. The wolves behind stepped over the corpses of their companions, charging forward without any sense of fear. The dark brown barrier was like a giant meat grinder, spraying blood and scattering flesh everywhere, creating an extremely gruesome scene. The slaughter value began to skyrocket wildly. Slaughter value, plus 130. Slaughter value, plus 135. Slaughter value, plus 150. Suddenly, a whoa! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Wolf King finally moved. The hurricane it stirred up as it leapt directly blew off the factory roof, and its right claw, wrapped in frost, struck down, freezing even the air into cracks. With a loud boom, the Wolf King's claw smashed into the dark brown barrier, the shockwaves of the attack spreading outward in visible ripples. Wherever they passed, the air rippled layer by layer, and deafening sonic booms erupted one after another. The Wolf King's claw carried an unstoppable momentum, yet the dark brown barrier remained steadfast. Chu Tian squinted his eyes, his entire body exuding intense battle intent. He suddenly took a step forward, and a deep pit appeared beneath his feet as rubble scattered. At the same time, Chu Tian abruptly unleashed his strength, thrusting the flame dragon spear forward, shattering the dark brown barrier. The spearhead, carrying immense power, shot out explosively, so fast that even the Gale Wolf King couldn't react in time. Splurt! The flame dragon spear pierced straight through the frost giant claw. At that moment, the green flame in the left eye of the Gale Wolf King suddenly surged tenfold. Roar! A monstrous wave of fire spewed from its mouth, instantly engulfing Chu Tian and turning the surrounding 100 meters of land into a sea of flames, resembling a purgatory. Steel melted in the intense heat, flowing like molten iron, making the area look like the furnace of hell. Even the wolves watching the battle from afar were not spared, swallowed by molten iron and turned into wisps of smoke. The Gale Wolf King looked at Chu Tian, who was enveloped in blue flames, with disdain in its eyes, secretly feeling smug as it noticed Chu Tian had not made any moves for a long time. Howl! The Wolf King raised its head and let out a triumphant roar, majestic and imposing, twisting its massive body as it prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a chuckle came from within the blue flames. The Gale Wolf King froze in its tracks, turning around to stare intently at the source of the blue flames. Tap, tap, tap. Chu Tian emerged, stepping on waves of fire, surrounded by demonic flames, not a single strand of his hair singed. Is this it? Such a petty trick, and you dare show off in front of me? Chu Tian sneered coldly, flicking the tip of his spear before shouting, "Thunderous might shatters mountains and rivers." As the words fell, thunder roared across the sky, and lightning danced in the void. Chu Tian's eyes brimmed with killing intent as he raised the flame dragon spear and smashed it down fiercely. In an instant, the thunderbolt, like a giant dragon, shattered the night and enveloped the swift-winged Wolf King. Howl! The Wolf King struggled frantically under the oppressive force of the thunder, its dual-colored eyes of ice and fire alternately flickering, but gradually dimmed under the relentless assault. Suddenly, its silver fur bristled, and with all its might, it condensed a twisted wind blade, blending green flames with frost, a desperate, final strike. Oh, a last-ditch berserk mode? Chu Tian's eyes lit up as the flame dragon spear ignited once more with crimson demonic flames, thrusting forward with overwhelming force. Zzz boom. The moment the flame dragon spear pierced through the wind blade, the entire world was bathed in a greenish-brown hue, and the explosive shockwave overturned the desolate plain. As the dust settled, Chu Tian gripped the Wolf King's throat with one hand, pressing it into the ground, while his right knee pinned its chest, where the still humming flame dragon spear was embedded. The blue flame in the left eye of the Wolf King extinguished, while frost in its right eye cracked into a web-like pattern. It let out a cluck-cluck sound from its throat, and its front paw attempted to claw at Chu Tian, only to be swiftly scorched into charcoal by him. Beast, stop struggling. Chu Tian's gaze turned cold as he exerted force once more. Thud! The blood-stained spearhead pierced through the massive body of the Gale Wolf King, ending its life. Slaughter value, plus 800. Chu Tian pulled out the flame dragon spear, flicked off the blood droplets, and turned to look at the remaining wolf pack. This group of beasts let out whimpers, their ghostly green eyes filled with fear as they kept retreating. However, Chu Tian had no intention of letting them go. This was his chance to accumulate wealth. Thunder flash! Chu Tian stepped on lightning and instantly charged into the wolf pack. His spear thrust out repeatedly, blood blooming under the night sky as the slaughter value began to soar. Slaughter value, plus 125. Slaughter value, plus 135. Slaughter value, plus 140. Total slaughter value, 10007. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accumulating 10007 slaughter value. Would you like to immediately draw a divine ability or treasure? Chu Tian didn't hesitate and replied directly, draw. Ding! Consume 10,000 slaughter points to draw a divine ability and a magical treasure. Divine ability drawn, immobilization technique. Note, the immobilization technique can make the target enemy remain motionless. The duration depends on the host's strength. This divine power is absolutely amazing. Chu Tian muttered under his breath. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the head of the Gale Wolf King glowing. Could it be? Chu Tian's face lit up with joy, his eyes filled with excitement, and he quickly rushed over. If it really was that thing, he would strike it rich. Bang! Chu Tian stomped on the Wolf King's head, shattering it as red and white fluids splattered everywhere. Then, a bead emitting a bluish-white glow rolled out, its surface covered in mysterious patterns and radiating a violent energy fluctuation. Chu Tian's pupils contracted, and then he was overjoyed. It's really a demon core. This item could be directly absorbed by cultivators, converting into spiritual energy and enhancing their cultivation level. He thought to himself, wondering how much it could fetch in the King of Tasks mission. 1 million should be a conservative estimate, right? This mission was a total windfall. Chu Tian happily placed the demon core into his pocket and turned to walk toward the city. Under the starry sky, he walked alone on the desolate and silent highway, with the occasional roar of ferocious beasts echoing from the distant darkness. Beneath the endless night sky, countless unknown dangers lurked unseen. Vroom vroom vroom, the roar of an engine shattered the night silence. Chu Tian instinctively turned his head and saw a sports car kicking up dust as it sped toward him. Vroom. The sports car approached Chu Tian like a cheetah, its roaring engine tearing through the night sky. The driver showed no intention of slowing down, instead flooring the accelerator as if intent on crushing Chu Tian beneath its wheels. Chu Tian's killing intent burned like a raging fire, his entire body surrounded by crimson demonic flames, as if ready to incinerate all obstacles in his path. However, just as he was about to make his move, a speeding sports car suddenly shot out 2 streams of blue flames, streaking past like lightning and vanishing into the night in an instant. Chu Tian's gaze fixed on the disappearing taillights, his brows furrowing slightly as he thought to himself, the speed of that car is extraordinary. With that, he lifted his leg and began walking toward the city. At the city gate, the Lamborghini shot forward like an arrow piercing through time and space, heading straight for the tightly shut gate and the guarding soldiers without showing any sign of slowing down. Open the gate quickly. It's that ancestor returning. A furious shout from the city guards immediately prompted the gate to swing open. The Lamborghini roared past, speeding like lightning, leaving the city guard soldiers with a lingering sense of fear as they wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Damn! Captain, who is this guy? He's way too arrogant. This already constitutes attempted murder of active duty soldiers, a rookie shouted angrily. The veteran sighed helplessly, shaking his head and saying, Xiao Lu, there's no need to call it attempted murder. Even if he really killed someone, nothing would happen. Who is he? So impressive? Xiao Lu asked curiously. The veteran pointed to the pitch-black night sky, his words tinged with awe. Xiao Lu froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something, retreating in terror to the side and resuming his post. As the night deepened, most of the soldiers at the city gate were drowsy, but Xiao Lu remained tense, staring intently outside the city. Rustle, rustle, the sudden sound of footsteps shattered the night silence. Who goes there? Xiao Lu's voice was loud, startling the other drowsy veterans awake. The captain rolled his eyes and said irritably, Xiao Lu, keep your voice down, we're not deaf. Yes, Captain, understood. Xiao Lu responded. I don't think you understand at all. Get lost, you're making my heart race. The captain cursed and kicked Xiao Lu aside, walking toward the city gate. When he saw the blood-covered young man standing outside the gate, his expression instantly turned to shock. Oh, it's you, kid. Chu Tian grinned, sorry, did I disturb your rest? The captain shook his head, carefully sizing up Chu Tian, clicking his tongue in admiration. Good kid, you actually made it back alive. Impressive, come on in. Chu Tian was slightly stunned. No need to scan the code anymore? As long as I'm on duty here in the future, you don't need to scan the code, just show your face. The captain's eyes were full of admiration. Chu Tian clasped his hands in a fist salute and solemnly expressed his gratitude before walking into the city. The captain suddenly turned his head and loudly asked in the direction Chu Tian was leaving, by the way, what's the mission this time? Hunt the swift-winged Wolf King. A calm yet resolute voice echoed in the darkness. Oh, so it's about killing the alpha wolf. The captain muttered to himself, but in the next second, he noticed that all the city guard soldiers around him were visibly shocked, as if they'd seen a ghost. Damn! What's wrong with you all? The captain asked in confusion. Captain, that young man just said he killed the Swift-Wind Wolf King. Xiao Lu swallowed hard. Swift-Wind Wolf King? Swift-Wind Wolf King. The captain's face turned red as he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, damn. Why does that sound familiar? He actually killed that beast? Who is this kid? Over the past 2 days, they had been tormented by the Swift-Wind Wolf King. countless patrolling soldiers were attacked, their remains devoured, becoming meals for that beast. But now, that young man claimed he had killed the Swift-Wind Wolf King. Could this kid be bluffing? Xiao Lu, come with me to check it out. The captain still harbored doubts in his heart. After all, it was the Swift-Wind Wolf King at the peak of Tier 3. The two drove out of the city and headed straight for the abandoned factory. As soon as the car entered the factory, a strong stench of blood wafted through the window cracks, and incomplete wolf carcasses were scattered everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. Damn! Even a slaughterhouse wouldn't be this bloody. The captain forced himself to suppress his nausea and spoke with difficulty. At that moment, Xiao Lu turned pale and exclaimed, "Captain! Look over there, is that? Could it be the corpse of the Gale Wolf King?" The captain followed Xiao Lu's pointing finger and instantly widened his eyes, his breath catching as he was so shocked he nearly suffocated. For a long time, he finally came to his senses, his face flushed red, and he murmured softly as if talking to himself, he crushed the head of the Gale Wolf King with one foot. After the captain finished speaking, Chu Tian's harmless smile slowly surfaced in his mind. Luckily, I didn't offend him. Let's go. The captain felt a wave of relief, shivered involuntarily, and quickly ordered Xiao Lu to head back to the city. Meanwhile, Chu Tian stood in front of the King of Hustle Tower, his gaze sharp like an eagle, staring at the Lamborghini parked nearby. The corner of his mouth curled into a wicked smile. Since I've run into it, I can't just do nothing, can I? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and demonic flames ignited at his fingertips, as if awaiting his command. With a gentle flick, the flames shot out like arrows, landing precisely on the car's fuel tank, instantly triggering a burst of sparks. Then, Chu Tian leisurely walked into the Wanwang building with his hands behind his back, as if everything he had just done had nothing to do with him. "Young Master Chu, welcome, welcome." A pleasant voice rang out as the receptionist enthusiastically came forward to greet him. This time, the receptionist was not Gui Yurong, but another young and beautiful woman with a sexy figure and extraordinary charm. "Young Master Chu, your exclusive receptionist Yurong is off tonight. I will be serving you instead. You can call me Shuer." Chu Tian nodded slightly. "Hello. I'm here to redeem a task." "All right. Young Master Chu, this way, please. I'll guide you over." Shuer bent slightly and made a graceful gesture of invitation, her movements as elegant as a dancer's. Seeing this, Chu Tian silently admired her in his heart. The receptionists at the Wanwang building were indeed rigorously trained professionals. They always showcased their most beautiful side to guests without reservation, as if it were their mission. At the task exchange area, Chu Tian completed the task submission, and the news of 8 million being credited to his account brought him a wave of delight. However, he did not rush to leave but instead turned and asked, "I want to sell demon cores. Do you accept them?" "Of course. Young Master Chu, please present your demon cores. We need to conduct identification and grading." The receptionist's voice carried a tone of respect. Chu Tian nodded, took out the demon core of the Gale Wolf King from his chest, and instantly, a surge of demonic energy spread out. The intertwining forces of green flames and frost seemed to showcase a breathtaking display of combat skills. The entire exchange area was instantly captivated, with everyone fixating their gaze on the demon core in Chu Tian's hand. The clamor vanished in an instant, leaving only the yearning for power lingering in the air. One of the elders, his eyes filled with greed, had a gentle smile that made the wrinkles on his face appear even softer. "Young man, is this demon core from the Gale Wolf King?" Chu Tian turned his head to look at the elder beside him and sneered coldly, "It's the demon core of the Gale Wolf King. Got a problem?" The old man was slightly taken aback, then made a gesture of invitation, speaking earnestly, "Young friend, could we have a word?" Chu Tian curled his lips and shook his head bluntly, "Why should we? Just say what you want." The old man's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suppressing his anger, he forced a smile and said, "Young friend, to be honest, I'm very interested in the demon core in your hand. Would you consider giving it to me?" Chu Tian was stunned upon hearing this and asked incredulously, "How are you so audacious? I risked my life to get this demon core, why should I give it to you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers around burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. The old man looked embarrassed and forced a slight smile. "Little one, you misunderstood. What I meant was that I want to buy the demon core in your hand." Chu Tian suddenly understood. "Ah, you want to buy it? That's right. Not selling. You." The smile on the old man's face instantly froze, his anger flaring up, faintly mixed with a murderous aura, while the laughter around him grew even louder. The old man took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Young man, to be honest, I really need this demon core of yours. I can offer the same price as the Roll King. Sell it to me. Chu Tian looked at the shop assistant and asked, he's poaching your business, and you don't care? Young Master Chu, the Roll King mission respects the needs of every customer and ensures fair trade, the shop assistant explained with a smile. Chu Tian nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, how much can you offer for this demon core? The shop assistant quickly replied, the demon core of a peak third-tier ferocious beast is worth 3 million. The old man smiled warmly and teased, you're sharp for your age. Do you think I would deceive you? Now you know how much this demon core is worth, right? I know. In that case, I'll offer 3 million and take it. Chu Tian curled his lips, 4 million, cash and carry. Young man, you're raising the price on the spot. The elder could no longer hold back, his face darkened with anger. Chu Tian couldn't be bothered to argue and directly placed the demon core on the counter. I'm selling it to you. Wait. The old man shouted to stop him, gritting his teeth and said, 4 million, I'll take it. Chu Tian chuckled and extended his hand over the money. The old man snorted coldly, I don't have that much money right now. No money, pretending to trade, wasting emotions. Chu Tian's smile instantly disappeared, his expression turning serious. The old man clenched his fists tightly and quickly said, the money is in the card, I'll go get it for you. Old pal, don't speak so breathlessly, it hurts feelings. You go get it, I'll wait for you here. Chu Tian's smile was radiant, and everyone around was stunned, secretly thinking, this kid is not simple. The old man glanced at Chu Tian and said coldly, you come with me. We'll exchange money for goods on the spot. I don't want to go back here again. Chu Tian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, alright, I'll go with you. A sly glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he turned and left first, with Chu Tian following closely behind. Outside the Wanwang building, Chu Tian glanced at the Lamborghini parked at the entrance, raised an eyebrow, and smirked slightly, pretty sturdy. As he spoke, he discreetly flicked out a streak of demonic flame, instantly igniting the air. The night was deep, the streets were sparsely populated, and the atmosphere was incredibly desolate, with a dark moon and high winds. As he walked, Chu Tian suddenly stopped, looked around, and found that there wasn't even a single lamp nearby, everything was pitch black. This place resembled an abandoned junkyard, with a pungent stench that made one nauseous. Chu Tian frowned and asked naively, what kind of bank are you running? Why is it so remote? The old man stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips, Heaven and Earth Bank. Heaven and Earth Bank? Chu Tian became alert, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Are you planning to kill and rob me? Aren't you afraid of the city guards? Ah ha ha ha. The old man threw his head back and laughed. Little one, it's just you and me here, not even a surveillance camera in sight. Plus, with all this trash around, if I dump your body here, no one will ever find it. Your technique seems awfully practiced. Looks like you've done your fair share of killing and robbing. I don't want to either, but the key is there's always someone like you who doesn't know what's good for them. The old man said as he reached out his hand, grinning maliciously, kid, give me the demon core, and I'll make it quick for you. Chu Tian also reached out his hand, smiling as he said, old man, give me the money, and I'll make it quick for you. Hey, damn it. You little brat, what the hell are you thinking? I'm the hunter, and you're the prey. The old man's voice revealed a hint of nervousness, his eyes flickering uncertainly, and the situation instantly became tense and confrontational. However, Chu Tian's smile remained radiant, old man, to be honest, I also want to be a hunter. You want to be a hunter? The elder laughed so hard, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chu Tian sighed helplessly, demonic flames surged, he stepped forward, thunder patterns raged, and the flame dragon spear descended from the sky, smashing straight down. The elder was shocked, not expecting Chu Tian to act as soon as he spoke, frantically channeling spiritual energy and retreating rapidly. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens, and a deep pit appeared where the old man had just been standing. Rubble flew in all directions, and demonic flames scattered. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and he cried out, how are you so strong, kid? Chu Tian hoisted the flame dragon spear onto his shoulder and grinned. If I weren't strong, how could I have taken this demon core? The old man's pupils contracted, and his aura erupted instantly. Young one, I didn't expect to run into such a tough opponent this time. However, if you think you can kill me, you're still a bit too green. Chu Tian raised the flame dragon spear, pointing it directly at the old man's forehead, and said irritably, old people get loose, useless at everything, but sure talk a lot. Get over here and die. You insolent brat, the old man roared, reaching out to grab, and a large blade appeared out of thin air as his blood surged wildly. You little punk, today I'll teach you what it means to respect the elderly and care for the young. Before the words had even finished, a blood mist rose around the old man, its crimson reflection cutting through the pitch-black night. The ground beneath his feet shattered, and his figure shot out like a cannonball, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, heading straight for Chu Tian's face. But in the next instant, his pupils suddenly contracted. Chu Tian stepped on thunder, teleporting in an instant, and the flame dragon spear in his hand smashed down with overwhelming force. Clang! The flame dragon spear collided with the blade, and crimson demonic flames suddenly exploded. The elder's hands trembled, and the scarlet broadsword in his grip nearly slipped out. Before he could retreat, Chu Tian's wrist flicked lightly, the spear shaft slid down like a venomous snake, and the spear's tail swept across horizontally. Poof! The elder spat blood and was sent flying backward. Thunder flash! Chu Tian shouted explosively, stepping on thunder, closing in aggressively, strike while the iron is hot. The elder stared at the approaching Chu Tian, his eyes widening in shock, his face filled with horror. No! How can you be this strong? However, before he could finish his sentence, the flame dragon spear in Chu Tian's hand had already pierced through the void, thrusting straight forward. Clang! A deafening roar echoed as the old man glared with wide, furious eyes. Summoning all his strength, he stood firm with his blade, forcibly withstanding the blow. Though he survived, he was gravely injured. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out as the blade in his hand became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. His chest caved in, with stark white bones piercing through flesh, blood streaming down. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into an abandoned shipping container. The metal dented inward, forming a human-shaped impression. Tap, tap, tap. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Tian walked slowly, the tip of his spear dragging across the concrete ground, sparks flying everywhere. Old man, have you ever considered that while you were scheming against me, I was also scheming against you? The young man paused, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said with a smile, "He who kills shall be killed in return." As soon as the words fell, Chu Tian swung the flame dragon spear fiercely, and the demonic flames spilled into the air, forming dazzling fire rings that swept toward the old man. Damn it! The old man roared angrily. Ignoring his dignity, he rolled on the ground like a donkey, barely dodging the attack. The next second, his eyes widened in terror as he watched the iron sheets of the container melt into molten iron at a speed visible to the naked eye, dripping down with a sizzling sound. The terrifying heat made the very air in the space seem to melt. The old man took a step back, his entire body trembling. Coughing up bloody foam, he leaned on a curved blade that seemed ready to shatter at any moment, struggling to stand upright. Suddenly, the old man bit the tip of his tongue, spraying fresh blood onto the blade. In an instant, dark red patterns spread across the knife's edge, and the surrounding trash began to move without wind, forming a blood-colored vortex. At the same time, a terrifying surge of blood energy rushed forth like a tide, dyeing the pitch-black night sky blood red. Even the hazy crescent moon above seemed to be coated in the blood aura. Little one, forcing me to use this move, dying should be a source of pride for you. The old man's features twisted, his eyes filled with madness. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing the dense blood energy, and said with interest, "Now this is getting interesting. Little brat, go to hell." The elder raised the curved blade covered in eerie patterns, shouting fiercely, "Blood fiend ninefold slash." He roared as he unleashed 9 crimson blade auras, each shadow of the blade revealing twisted skeletal ghost faces, charging aggressively straight at Chu Tian. Chu Tian stepped on thunder, forging ahead fearlessly, swinging the flame dragon spear in a wide arc, carving out a brilliant fire will like the moon. Boom! A loud bang shook the surroundings. The demonic flames and the blood aura clashed fiercely in midair. The crimson blood mist filling the sky was instantly devoured by the scarlet demonic flames, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. Abandoned refrigerators, color TVs, and washing machines disintegrated instantly in the aftermath of the attack. The rotting garbage mound exploded with a thunderous roar, sending dust flying everywhere. The swirling plastic bag had not yet touched the ground before it turned to ashes. Kill! Chu Tian's voice was cold and merciless, piercing through the roar of the explosion. The flame dragon spear tore through the final layer of blade aura as if it were nothing. The old man's face was filled with terror, his eyes bloodshot, and he stammered, "No. Impossible. This isn't real. No." However, he quickly discovered in horror that the curved blade in his hand was gradually disintegrating in the demonic flames. This murderous weapon, which had drunk countless blood, was now melting like a candle. Suddenly, the old man felt a strong sense of impending death approaching. The flame dragon spear, wrapped in endless murderous intent, came straight at him. "No! Don't kill me, I'll give you the money, spare my worthless life." The old man shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse and desperate. Chu Tian curled his lips, full of disdain. "I'm not a greedy person. Hand over the money." The flame dragon spear stopped less than a fist's distance from the old man's forehead. Whoosh! The old man couldn't help but let out a long breath, secretly feeling fortunate. The old man hurriedly said, I have a card in my pocket, the password is 135246. It contains all my savings, about 10 million. It's all yours. After hearing this, Chu Tian reached out and rummaged through, indeed finding a bank card. He frowned slightly and asked, Are you sure you're not lying to me? Wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. If you don't believe me, I can go with you to withdraw the money. The old man hurriedly clarified his stance, fearing that Chu Tian wouldn't believe him. I'll reluctantly trust you this time. Then can you let me go? Chu Tian's expression changed, and he retorted, Let you go? When did I ever say I would let you go? The old man immediately flew into a rage. You're playing me? No, I didn't. I said I'm not a greedy person. Chu Tian feigned an innocent look. The old man's eyes were wide with rage, and he roared hoarsely, You damn liar. You said you weren't greedy, then why did you take my bank card? Give it back. Here. Take it. Chu Tian said as he stuffed the bank card back into the old man's pocket. Then, he gripped the flame dragon spear again, and demonic flames surged forth. No. Bang. A muffled sound, the expected outcome. The old man's head instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Until the very last second of his life, he couldn't understand why the one to die would be himself. Chu Tian bent down and took the bank card from the old man's pocket, muttering to himself, This money will cover the cremation expenses. After saying that, he gently waved his arm, and the crimson demonic flames incinerated the old man's corpse completely. Slaughter value, plus 666. Total slaughter value, 673. At the same time, in front of the main entrance of the Wanwang building, a sudden loud explosion occurred. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, shaking the surroundings. The receptionist hurriedly ran into the broadcasting room and announced loudly, whose Lamborghini with the license plate Jiang A, B5478 is parked downstairs. The broadcast echoed through every corner of Wanwang Tower. In the waiting room, discussions arose one after another. I bet the car owner definitely won't be in this room. Do you even need to say that? Even a fool knows. Among us poor folks, who could afford a Lamborghini worth over 40 million? And who would come here to certify as a martial artist, enduring hardship? If you ask me, it might be some rich kid coming here to flirt with the receptionist. Makes sense, that's what I guess too. At that moment, a young man stood up and walked toward the door. As he reached the doorway, he paused and said arrogantly, The 10 minutes I spent with you all were the most humiliating moments of my life. A bunch of losers. Before the young man could finish his sentence, the broadcast sounded again, Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt once more, but the owner of the Lamborghini has been found. Everyone, sorry to bother you again, but the owner of the Lamborghini has been found. Everyone, sorry to bother you again, but the owner of the Lamborghini has been found. The crowd turned their heads to look at the young man at the door, the air instantly froze, and a tense atmosphere spread. Damn! Don't run! You pretended to be at the market, who are you calling a broke loser? Stop! Damn it! He almost managed to pull it off. The curses in the waiting room roared like thunder as the young man ran away with all his might. Meanwhile, in front of Wanwang Tower, the Lamborghini turned into a pool of molten iron amidst the flames, with the liquefied metal flowing in all directions. Damn it! My car would never catch fire for no reason, someone must be trying to harm me. The young man's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his expression suffocatingly grim. He was convinced this was no coincidence. Young Master Yang, please calm down. I will report this matter to President Yen and ensure you get a satisfactory response. The receptionist spoke cautiously, fearing she might anger this furious heir. However, the fury in the young man's heart did not subside due to her gentleness. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he said in a deep voice, I want to see the surveillance footage. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. I will apply for access right away. The receptionist's heart was uneasy, her voice trembling. I want to see it now. The young man gritted his teeth, burning with rage. Young Master Yang, I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to access the surveillance. The receptionist looked troubled, softly explaining. The young man, furious beyond control, suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck, his voice as cold as a blade. I want to see the surveillance now. Stop. A sharp voice rang out, like a sudden clap of thunder, shattering the tense atmosphere. The young man turned around, saw the girl behind him, and immediately let go of his hand. The anger on his face instantly turned into a smile. Miss Su, why are you here? Su Ruashi frowned, her gentle face covered with a layer of frost. What are you doing? Miss Su, my car turned into a puddle of molten metal in front of the Wanwang building. I wanted to check the surveillance footage to find out the truth, but she stopped me, the young man explained anxiously. The receptionist, upon hearing this, had tears welling up in her eyes and was filled with fear. Miss, Su Ruwashi raised her hand to interrupt her. I can show you the surveillance footage, but you have to apologize to her. Apologize to her? The young man was stunned for a moment, then revealed a sly smile. Fine. I'll apologize. I'm sorry. The receptionist's face was full of fear as she hurriedly lowered her head, stammering, Young Master Yang, no need to apologize, I apologize to you. However, the young man paid no attention to her panic. His gaze remained fixed on Su Ruwashi's face as he said loudly, Miss Su, in Jiangcheng, you are the first person to make me, Yang Dianfeng, apologize. Really? Then I'm honored. Su Ruwashi responded calmly, taking the tablet and opening the surveillance video. As the video progressed, a suspect suddenly appeared on screen. Su Ruwashi raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, Young Master Chu? Why is he here? Chu Tian was the only person in the entire surveillance footage who lingered by the car for the longest time. Although he didn't make any suspicious moves, he still couldn't shake off suspicion. Yang Dianfeng noticed Su Ruwashi's unusual behavior and asked with a smile, Miss Su, do you know this person? I do. Su Ruwashi nodded, feeling a faint sense of unease in her heart. Then that's easy. Call him over, I want to ask him face to face. A murderous glint flashed in Yang Dianfeng's eyes. It was clearly more than just a simple inquiry. Just as Su Ruwashi hesitated about whether to call Chu Tian over, a teasing voice rang out. So lively? Su Ruwashi's eyes flashed, and she turned her head to look. Chu Tian walked over with a big smile on his face. Yang Dianfeng took one look and immediately recognized this as the suspect. His heart burned with anger. Was it you who tampered with my car? Chu Tian feigned confusion, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you an idiot? What car? I don't understand what you're talking about. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence, and everyone around was dumbfounded. Who is Yang Dianfeng? The son of the commander of Zhengqing's city guard army, a notorious little demon king, with formidable strength, possessing an A+. Great innate bone of destiny, a martial arts realm at the peak of the edge boundary. Any one of these attributes is enough to strike fear into people. Yang Dianfeng stared at Chu Tian, the killing intent in his eyes surging out as if it were tangible. In Jiangcheng, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. That's because you haven't met me sooner. Ha ha ha. Yang Dianfeng laughed in fury, exuding an oppressive aura. Very well. You want to die, then I shall grant your wish. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yang Dianfeng suddenly threw a punch without warning. It was powerful and heavy, the sonic boom piercingly sharp. Crack! A trace of sympathy flashed in the eyes of the onlookers as they witnessed Yang Dianfeng's fist, wrapped in spiritual energy and radiating violent power, seemingly heralding the arrival of a storm. They seemed to already envision the scene of Chu Tian's head being smashed by a single punch. However, in the next instant, the deafening boom shattered the silence. Yang Dianfeng's punch, filled with boundless killing intent, was effortlessly stopped by a slender hand. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly broke the dead silence. Yang Dianfeng's face twisted, his fist scorched and blackened, wisps of smoke rising, emitting an enticing aroma of roasted meat. All the onlookers were shocked, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Yang Dianfeng had actually been defeated by an unknown young man. Su Ruwashi's eyes sparkled with amazement. Chu Tian's strength had once again shattered her understanding. Yang Dianfeng was completely enraged, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he roared with a sinister grin, You bastard! I'll kill you! Stop! A stern shout came from afar, dispersing the rampant spiritual energy within Yang Dianfeng. Who? Everyone's hearts tightened. Yan Luo. Accompanied by a deep voice, Yan Luo descended like a fierce tiger, his steps steady, and an overwhelming sense of oppression instantly spread. He roared angrily, You little brat, do you even know where you are trying to act wild? Get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Uncle Yan. Yang Dianfeng still wanted to argue. What do you mean causing trouble here? Did you ask your father first? Does he think his position in the city guard is too comfortable and wants a change? Yan Luo's attitude was firm and merciless. Yang Dianfeng's face was as dark as water, his fists clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Uncle Yan, get me some face, I want him dead. Give you some face? Yan Luo sneered, You little brat, do you think you have face here? Now I'll give you two choices, either leave on your own, or I'll send you away. 3 seconds, make your choice. 3. Yang Dianfeng couldn't help trembling. The anger in his heart was impossible to vent, as if he was about to become a prisoner of his inner demons. 2. Yan Luo's gaze was like frost, making him feel a deep sense of fear. 1. State your choice. Before the words had even faded, Yan Luo suddenly stepped forward, his momentum overwhelming, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, causing everyone to hold their breath, awaiting Yang Dianfeng's final decision. You may escape for now, but you won't escape forever. I will personally make sure to kill you. Yang Dianfeng angrily spat out these harsh words, turned, and left, his heart filled with humiliation. He chose to escape, ultimately leaving the stage in disgrace. Watching Yang Dianfeng's gradually disappearing figure, everyone felt a storm of emotions in their hearts. The little demon king of Jiangcheng actually suffered such a huge loss, his hand crippled, wandering like a lost soul. If this matter were to spread, it would surely cause quite a stir in Jiangcheng. The onlookers cast curious glances, eager to uncover Chu Tian's mysterious veil. Not only did he completely crush the little demon king in terms of strength, but he also had a powerful background, so much so that even Yan Luo offended the city guard commander to protect him. Who exactly is this young man? The crowd looked at Chu Tian with eyes that seemed as if they wanted to strip him bare and scrutinize him closely. Everyone, disperse. Yan Luo waved his hand to disperse the crowd. Chu Tian clasped his fists with a smile on his face. President Yan, thank you for stepping in to save me. Yan Luo chuckled softly. Young Master Chu, as long as you don't blame me for meddling. How could it be? President Yan is also looking out for me, afraid that I might act impulsively and make a mistake. I understand. Chu Tian responded earnestly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Of course, he understood Yan Luo's well-intentioned concerns. Killing Yang Dianfeng was not difficult, but his father, a major general, was a formidable figure not to be underestimated. Acting rashly was absolutely out of the question. Yan Luo looked at Chu Tian's serious and mature face, his eyes revealing a hint of admiration. No wonder the boss held such a high opinion of this young man. His temperament and strength completely surpassed those of his peers. This boy, once he encounters storms, will surely transform into a dragon. Thinking of this, Yan Luo lowered his stance and said loudly, Young Master Chu, just call me Old Yan from now on. It sounds more familiar. Chu Tian quickly waved his hand. How could I do that? I'll call you Brother Yan instead. Alright. Then I'll call you Brother Chu. Yan bro. Brother Chu. Su Ruoshi, standing nearby, watched the two bantering back and forth, her eyebrows slightly raised, as if she thought they couldn't wait to become sworn brothers. Ahem. Su Ruoshi coughed lightly and asked softly, Young Master Chu, are you here this time for Yan Dianfeng? Oh no. How could I forget the main matter? Chu Tian slapped his forehead and quickly rushed toward the Wanwang building, saying as he ran, Miss Su, Brother Yan, I have something to attend to. I'll go ahead first, let's talk later. At the same time, inside a luxurious villa in the center of Jiangcheng, Yang Dianfeng sat on the sofa with his right hand wrapped in bandages, his face twisted in a grimace. His eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent, and he was panting heavily, as if he might erupt at any moment. The atmosphere inside the entire villa was tense and oppressive to the extreme. All the servants were trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Yang Dianfeng squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth, Get in here. A minute later, a city guard soldier cautiously knelt and entered, respectfully saluting, Greetings, young commander. Did you find out what I asked you to investigate? Found it, young commander, please take a look. The city guard soldier held a file folder with both hands and gently placed it on the table. Yang Dianfeng instinctively reached out his right hand to grab it, but the intense pain instantly brought him back to his senses, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Damn it! He opened the file, and the first thing that caught his eye was a small 2-inch photo of Chu Tian. Behind it was detailed information spanning over 100,000 words, exceeding the word count of most novels written by authors. Chu Tian? The abandoned son of the Chu family? How could this abandoned son be so impressive? Bang! Yang Dianfeng suddenly slammed his fist down, causing the teacup on the table to shake violently and tea to splash everywhere, frightening the servants into shrinking back. At that moment, a city guard soldier lying on the ground whispered, Young commander, I have something I'm not sure if I should say. Yang Dianfeng narrowed his eyes, his aura filled with killing intent, and asked coldly, Do you know what I hate the most? Reporting to the young commander, I just saw the head of the Chu family, Chu Wenzhong, visiting the commander. He should be in the commander's reception hall right now. After the city guard soldier finished speaking, large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead with a pitter-patter. Are you sure? Reporting to the young commander, I am certain. Yang Dianfeng suddenly stood up, strode out of the villa, and headed toward the commander's reception hall. Just as the city guard soldier had said, Chu Wenzhong indeed brought Chu Feng to visit Commander Yang Kuan in the reception hall. Commander Yang, to be honest, I've wanted to visit you for a long time, but family matters kept delaying it until today. Chu Wenzhong said respectfully, feeling immense pressure in the presence of Yang Kuan, who held military power, as he had come this time with a request. Major General Yang Kuan sat in the main seat. He had a long face, a handlebar mustache, and a slim build, which at first glance made him seem somewhat frail, making it hard to associate him with the identity of the Major General of Jianchen's City Defense Forces. However, his hawk-like eyes sent chills down people's spines. The fierceness in his gaze made anyone under his scrutiny feel as if they could be torn apart at any moment. Yang Kuan glanced at Chu Wenzhong indifferently and spoke slowly, "Old Chu, you're being too formal. Your visit this time surely isn't just a simple courtesy call, is it?" Chu Wenzhong first let out a bitter laugh to mask his inner awkwardness, then got straight to the point. As expected, nothing escapes Major General Yang's eyes. "I have indeed come with a request this time. Please speak, Elder Chu." Chu Wenzhong turned his head and gave Chu Feng a meaningful glance. The latter immediately stood up, bowed, and saluted Chu Feng, paying respects to Commander Yang. Yang Kuan raised an eyebrow, speaking with interest. "Elder Chu, is this the rumored S-grade talent with awakened destiny bone from Jianchan, Chu Feng?" Mentioning Chu Feng, Chu Wenzhong nodded with pride. "That's right. It's him. Commander Yang, to be honest, the main reason for my visit this time is to ask for your help in introducing Xiao Feng to join the Tianyuan army. Rest assured, no matter whether this matter succeeds or not, our Chu family will never forget this kindness." Yang Kuan burst into laughter and slowly said, "Old Chu, you know what the Tianyuan army represents. There are only a few spots available each year, and so many people are eyeing them. Everyone is scrambling to become a member of the Tianyuan army. You're asking me to arrange for Chu Feng to get in. I'm truly powerless to help." Upon hearing this, Chu Wenzhong understood immediately. He hurriedly stood up, took out a Qiankuan bag from his chest, and revealed a broad smile on his face. "Commander Yang, I know this is a difficult matter, so I specially prepared some spirit pearls for you to manage the connections. As long as Chu Feng can enter the Tianyuan army, whatever you need, just say the word." "Is that so?" At that moment, a chilling voice echoed at the entrance of the hall. Chu Wenzhong and Chu Feng simultaneously turned their heads and saw Yang Dianfeng walking in with a ferocious expression, seething with rage. "Young Commander, what happened to you?" Chu Wenzhong's heart tightened, and an ominous feeling surged within him. Yang Dianfeng strode into the reception hall, the bandage wrapped around his right hand faintly seeping blood. The ferocious expression on his face sent chills down everyone's spine, and the atmosphere instantly turned as heavy as ice. Chu Wenzhong's heart tightened, and he quickly stood up, his face plastered with a smile as he tried to ease the tension. "Young Commander, what happened to you? Could there be some misunderstanding?" His tone was full of caution. "Misunderstanding? There's not a single decent person in the Chu family." Yang Dianfeng sneered, his gaze sweeping over Chu Wenzhong and Chu Feng like a blade. His voice was icy, as if it could freeze the air. Chu Feng frowned slightly. Having heard of Yang Dianfeng's reputation, he had long harbored disdain for the so-called Little Demon King of Jiangcheng. As a young genius who had awakened an S-level innate destiny bone, he felt secretly confident and proud. "Brother Yang, my grandfather and I are here to visit the commander. Isn't what you're saying a bit too much? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you even worthy of calling me your brother?" Yang Dianfeng sneered coldly, walking straight up to Chu Feng, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, responding without the slightest courtesy. Before the words had even settled, Yang Dianfeng raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the hall as Chu Feng staggered from the blow, a trace of bright red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chu Feng froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. You dared to hit me? Hit you? I'll damn well kill you, do you believe me?" Yang Dianfeng swung back with another slap, showing no mercy. Chu Wenzhong was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yang Dianfeng, smiling apologetically. "Young Commander, Xiao Feng is young and ignorant. If he has offended you in any way, I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive him this time." Yang Dianfeng gave him a cold glance and then suddenly kicked him hard in the stomach. Caught off guard, Chu Wenzhong staggered back a few steps, his face turning ashen. Though burning with anger inside, he restrained himself because this was the commander's residence. "Your Chu family is nothing but worthless trash." Yang Dianfeng sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, feeling secretly pleased. "Yang Dianfeng, what gives you the right to hit my grandfather? The furious Chu Feng could no longer hold back and questioned him angrily. Why? Because I am Yang Dianfeng. He laughed recklessly, lunging forward once more, throwing a punch as violent spiritual energy tore through the air. Chu Feng refused to back down, his spiritual energy surging wildly within him as he swung his fist to counter. However, Yang Dianfeng roared, "If you dare fight back, forget about ever joining the Tianyuan army in this lifetime." Chu Feng's heart tightened, and his attack halted instantly. "Xiao Feng, watch out." Chu Wenzhong's warning came too late. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward out of the hall like a kite with a broken string. "Xiao Feng!" Chu Wenzhong cried out in terror, quickly darting out of the hall to support Chu Feng. "Xiao Feng, are you alright?" "Ugh!" Chu Feng spat out blood again, his face pale. Shaking his head, he said, "Grandpa, I'm fine. Let's go. The Tianyuan army. I don't want to join. I want to go home." "Alright. Home, we'll go home," Chu Wenzhong said, then raised his head to look at the brightly lit reception hall, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, burning with fury. "Young commander, I only ask you one question. Why are you treating my grandson and me like this?" Chu Wenzhong demanded angrily. Yang Dianfeng casually pulled over a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and sneered, "Do you see this hand? What does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with Xiaofeng?" Chu Wenzhong retorted angrily. "It indeed has nothing to do with you, but..." Yang Dianfeng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he coldly sneered, "But, it has everything to do with Chu Tian." "Chu Tian?" Chu Wenzhong's expression instantly became extremely colorful. "Young commander, that good-for-nothing Chu Tian was already kicked out of the family by me. I know. Blame it on all of you having the surname Chu." Yang Dianfeng's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes full of mockery. Chu Wenzhong's eyes widened in anger, his face instantly flushed red. He suppressed his fury and gritted his teeth, saying, "Commander Yang, farewell." Yang Kuan finally spoke at this moment. "Old Chu, safe travels." Dang dang dang. Chu Wenzhong suddenly trembled, his steps faltering, as Yang Dianfeng's unrestrained laughter echoed behind him. The grandfather and grandson walked out of the general's residence step by step, their hearts filled with humiliation and anger, never expecting Chu Tian to suffer such disgrace. "Ah!" Outside the general's residence, Chu Feng suddenly let out a furious roar, his face twisted in rage. "Grandfather, I will make Chu Tian wish he were dead." Chu Wenzhong took a deep breath, his voice low and resolute. "Xiao Feng, the most important thing now is to stabilize your injuries. For tomorrow's Tianyuan mock battle, you must give it your all." Chu Feng trembled violently, turning to look at the heavily guarded general's mansion. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with rage. "Yang Dianfeng, the humiliation of today, I will make you taste double the pain. Let's go." The two got into the car and left, the flames in their hearts growing ever fiercer. On the second floor of the small courtyard, Chu Tian sat by the window, gazing at the star-filled sky, lost in thought. "I've traveled through time. I wonder how Xiao Ba is doing. Is she still alive? Killing value, plus 550. Total killing value, 1223. The sudden update of the killing value pulled Chu Tian's thoughts back to reality. He trembled slightly and pondered to himself, "I absolutely cannot hold back in this battle. Phew." He exhaled a breath of stale air, stretched his arms lazily, and let out a strange cry, so refreshing. Time to sleep. The bright moon hung high, the chirping of insects filled the ears, the evening breeze gently brushed by, and Chu Tian on the bed had already begun to wander in a dreamlike state, his snores rising and falling. However, the lights on the first floor were still brightly lit, and the kitchen was bustling with activity, steam rising and a fragrant aroma spreading everywhere. Wang Huira leaned on her waist, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and despite her fatigue, a bright smile hung on her face as she murmured softly, "Xiao Tian will definitely achieve a good result." The next morning, Chu Tian walked downstairs, and Wang Huiro had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The soup that had been simmering all night was aromatic and mouth-watering. "Xiao Tian, come have breakfast quickly, don't be late." Wang Huiro, wearing an apron, bustled about. "Come. There are still buns and pickles here." Chu Tian took a sip of the soup, warm and smooth like jade. Instantly, it felt as if every cell in his body was awakened, and spiritual energy surged within him. "Mom, come and eat with me. I'm not in a hurry. You eat first, I'll take you to school." Be a son who doesn't disappoint, starting with Chu Tian. Jiangqing No. 1 High School, all the students stood on the playground, the atmosphere solemn and tense. Some were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Some were so terrified that their faces turned pale. Someone is eagerly anticipating, their heart racing. The upcoming Tianyuan simulation battle will determine their future, whether they end up working in a factory or achieve fame in a single fight. Principal Huang Shiyu stood on the podium, his stern gaze sweeping across the faces of every student on the field. When his eyes landed on the black-clad youth in the front row, he paused slightly, a trace of gratification flashing in his eyes. Chu Tian's expression shifted slightly. He understood Huang Shiyu's expectations and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Cough. Huang Shiyu cleared his throat and began the pre-battle mobilization. 20,000 words omitted here. Finally, I wish everyone to make a name for themselves in one battle. Clap clap clap. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Huang Shiyu waved his hand grandly and said loudly, "Set off, Ninth Abyss Rift." In the crowd, a gaze filled with venomous hatred was fixed on Chu Tian standing in the front row, as if ready to attack at any moment. The Abyss Simulation Battle. The annual Abyss Simulation Battle Ranking Competition is a nationally celebrated event, drawing attention from Jiangchang and the entire Great Xia Kingdom. All streets in Jiangchang are completely closed, with parents standing by the roadside, eagerly hoping their children can achieve fame in one battle. Of course, there are also parents who comfort themselves, believing that talent and strength aren't important. As long as their children have good health and can endure hits, that's enough. Buses filled with students sped through the streets, unimpeded, with an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Jiangchang has 4 Lingwu high schools and 1 vocational high school. Jiangchang No. 1 High School, Jiangchang No. 2 High School, Jiangchang No. 3 High School, Shangu High School, and Lanxiang Vocational High School. Apart from Lanxiang Vocational High School, where most of the students are little yellow-haired kids, the other 4 high schools are evenly matched in strength. The top contenders for the championship are Jiangchang No. 1 High School, Chu Family, who stole the S-level talent Fate Bone. Jiangchang No. 2 High School, Yang Dianfeng, the son of the general. Jiangchang No. 3 High School, Hao Jian, a genius in swordsmanship. Shangu High School, Zhao Dezhu, born with divine strength. These 4 have already secured the top 4 spots in the Jiangcheng Warzone's Tianyuan simulated battle rankings. Who will claim the top position and break into the province's top 3? The entire city is eagerly watching. Half an hour later, over 100 buses roared out of the city and arrived at a massive ruin, surrounded by towering copper walls that completely isolated the area from the outside world. Standing around were a group of warriors dressed in black military uniforms, their expressions stern and filled with murderous intent, standing like statues beneath the high walls, their gazes unwavering. All the students got off the bus in an orderly manner, looking up at the towering copper walls and iron fortifications that seemed to pierce the clouds. Their hearts were filled with awe, and a sense of oppression surged over them like a tide. Chu Tian curiously looked around. Ruined walls and broken remnants were everywhere, with ghastly white bones scattered about. The air was thick with a pungent, decaying stench. Goodness, is this supposed to be some kind of post-apocalyptic city? How does a doomsday scenario fit into my high-level martial arts script? Chu Tian muttered softly to himself. At that moment, a burst of exclamations arose from the crowd. Holy crap! Look, those soldiers are from the Tianyuan army. In an instant, all the students turned their heads to look at the soldiers in black military uniforms under the high wall, their eyes full of awe. They couldn't help but straighten their backs and stand in solemn respect. Tianyuan army, these 3 words symbolize power, talent, and the dignity of soldiers. The noisy scene instantly fell silent. Chu Tian saw this and a trace of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, the prestige of the Tianyuan army is rising again. Young Master Chu, what are you thinking about? A gentle and melodious voice suddenly sounded. Chu Tian turned his head and saw a young girl dressed in a purple battle outfit, standing gracefully. Her smile was as radiant as a flower, stunningly beautiful. The purple aura is truly captivating. Miss Su, you. Young Master Chu, didn't we agree you'd call me Ruwashi? Chu Tian touched his nose and awkwardly forced a smile. Sorry, I forgot. Then call me now. The girl blinked her star-like eyes, full of laughter. Chu Tian tried several times and finally mustered the courage to say, Ruwashi. A blush instantly appeared on her pretty face, and she softly responded, Young Master Chu, you. I've already called you Ruwashi, and you're still calling me Young Master Chu? What is that called? Chu Tian's eyes shifted, his lips curled up, and he slowly said, Brother. Su Ruwashi widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, What do you want me to call you? Brother. Keep dreaming. Su Ruwashi rolled her eyes, playfully huffed, and turned to leave, her steps slightly unsteady. However, Chu Tian had yet to recover from that fleeting glance when the clear sky above suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, quickly obscuring the sun, and the sky turned as black as ink. The howling wind swept up the dust and rubble on the ground, as if it were about to completely devour this wasteland. Then, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Everyone looked up in terror, only to see the pitch-black sky suddenly split open with a massive rift, as if a giant eye were slowly opening. The crack grew larger and larger, eventually forming a massive fissure spanning the sky. From the fissure, an extremely terrifying aura surged out like a tidal wave. The ground began to shake violently, buildings in the ruins collapsed one after another, dust filled the air, resembling the arrival of doomsday. The students were thrown off balance by the energy wave, some even unable to stand, falling to the ground. However, no one backed down. All the students raised their youthful faces, staring intently at the crack. Suddenly, boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure shot up from the ground, transforming into a streak of light that darted straight toward the rift. This person is actually the seemingly careless and unremarkable Boss Yi. Chu Tian's heart trembled, his eyes filled with shock. Yi Wuliang stood in mid-air, his hands moving swiftly as streams of golden spiritual energy surged forth, eventually forming 8 golden chains that tore the rift open, preventing it from closing. Exhausted. Come out, all of you, Yi Wuliang said as he plopped down into the void. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves echoed across the sky. Clop clop clop. In the next second, 8 flying warhorses stepped forward first, their hooves ablaze with ghostly blue flames. With each step, the space beneath them was scorched into charred cracks. The warrior on horseback was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, its plates covered with dark red blood rust, as if he had just crawled out of a sea of blood. An overwhelming aura of bloodthirsty slaughter swept across like a storm. The middle-aged man at the forefront leapt down from his flying warhorse, strode toward Yi Wuliang, stopped 3 meters away, stood at attention, and saluted, his voice booming like muffled thunder. Lin Fan, captain of Squad 139, 4th Army of the Abyssal Army, reporting to General Yi. Yi Wuliang waved his hand, his face showing impatience. All right. Hurry up and get started. Yes, General Yi. Lin Fan's attitude and actions both demonstrated his reverence for Yi Wuliang. All the examinees below, including the principals of the 5 high schools and the city guard commander Yang Koan, were filled with curiosity and shock toward the man sitting in the void. Regarding Yi Wuliang's identity, opinions vary. Meanwhile, Chu Tian's eyes were also wide open as he gasped sharply, turning to look at Su Ruoshi, who was gazing upward not far away, and silently sighed in his heart. Perhaps, she feels very proud right now. Having a father who can make the warriors of the Tianyuan army bow and salute is indeed something to be proud of. However, Su Ruoshi's true thoughts at this moment were, Dad, if you hadn't been afraid of that guy escaping back home, you would at least be a corps commander by now. Lin Fan turned around and left, once again mounting the flying warhorse. His gaze was sharp as he shouted loudly, I am the overseer of this Tianyuan simulated battle, Lin Fan. I will only explain the rules once, so listen carefully. The Tianyuan simulated battle will take place in the area conquered by the Tianyuan army, but remnants of ferocious beasts still exist. Their ranks are not high and will not exceed tier 4. Your task is to completely eliminate these beasts. For every beast you kill, your score will increase. The tactical watch on your wrist will evaluate the score based on the beast's rank, strength, and other factors. The most important thing is, once you enter the abyssal rift, life and death are determined by fate, and fortune lies in the heavens. Lin Fan's voice was like a war drum, inspiring and uplifting. Finally, I wish everyone a triumphant return. The abyssal simulation battle, commence. With Lin Fan's thunderous shout, the 100-meter-high copper walls surrounding the ruins suddenly burst into dazzling white light, and the rumbling echoed like the roar of giant machinery. Clang clang clang. The ground began to shake violently, making it difficult to stand. The examinees staggered and swayed, exclaiming in surprise. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and looked down, noticing the ground beneath his feet rising rapidly. No, it's not just the ground, this entire ruin is rising from the earth. The surrounding copper walls and iron barriers transformed into massive engines, operating frantically. The entire ruin resembled an elevator. Hold on tight. We're about to accelerate. Lin Fan's voice sounded in his ear. The ascent speed instantly soared to thousands of yards. The intense gravitational force caused some people to vomit uncontrollably, but Chu Tian remained calm and composed, his mind as still as water. At this moment, a gaze filled with murderous intent shot out from the crowd, and Chu Tian instantly caught this killing intent. The source was none other than Chu Feng. The two locked eyes, the murderous intent in their gazes as sharp as blades. Chu Feng grinned and made a throat-slitting gesture, his mouth opening and closing as if eager to act on the spot. Chu Tian, I'm here for your life. In response, Chu Tian chose to ignore it. The ruins rose into the void in just 2 minutes, and the massive fissure before them filled them with an overwhelming terror far beyond imagination. You will be assigned to different areas after entering. Lin Fan's voice rang out again. I hope everyone can survive based on their own abilities. Go in. With a wave of Lin Fan's hand, thousands of students rushed forward, scrambling toward the pitch-black spiritual energy barrier. Chu Tian stepped through the black barrier unhurriedly, and instantly, a pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses. Meow! A sudden roar echoed sharply, making Chu Tian's eardrums buzz. 3 second-tier blood lynx cats appeared like shadows, their massive blood-red mouths wide open, fangs gleaming with a chilling light. Whoosh! Whoosh! In that instant, thunder descended from the heavens. With 2 puff sounds, the 2 ferocious second-tier blood lynxes were instantly reduced to blood mist, leaving no trace of their bodies. Killing value, plus 199. Slaughter value, plus 201. Total slaughter value, 1623. Meanwhile, the copper walls and iron barriers beneath the rift transformed into a live 4D screen and scoreboard. First place, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Chu Tian, 400 points. The rankings were just updated, and the Chu family camp in the VIP viewing area instantly erupted. How is this possible? How did that good-for-nothing get first place? He must have cheated. Chu Feng's mother, Lu Milan, pointed at the screen and roared angrily. Cheated? Do you have objections? Lin Fan's voice was like thunder, icy and oppressive, enveloping everyone in the Chu family and making them shiver. Chu Wenzhong's expression changed drastically, and he whispered sternly, Big brother, control your wife's mouth. This is the Tianyuan simulated battle, fair and just. Lu Milan was already trembling with fear at Lin Fan's imposing presence, her head lowered, not daring to breathe. Captain Lin, I'm sorry, this woman has never seen the world. Please don't hold it against her. Chu Wenzhong quickly apologized. Lin Fan snorted coldly, just as the big screen began playing the spectacular replay of Chu Tian taking first place. The young man held a long spear, stepped on thunder, surrounded by lightning, and swept the spear fiercely, instantly turning 2 blood lynxes into misty shadows. This strike was fast, precise, ruthless, and incredibly powerful. At this moment, a close-up shot of Chu Tian's face reveals his calm and serene gaze, as if he is fearless. What a handsome young man. Old Huang, could this little guy be that unfortunate child? In the audience, the sudden question made Chu Wenzhong's heart sink sharply, as if an ominous premonition surged within him. His gaze, sharp as a knife, shot toward Huang Xiyu, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, filled with warning and anger. However, Huang Xiyu showed no fear and declared loudly, That's right. He is the unfortunate child whose destiny bone of talent was taken away by his family. As these words were spoken, the scene instantly plunged into a deathly silence, and everyone held their breath. Although this matter had long been an open secret at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, being exposed publicly at this moment was undoubtedly a harsh slap in the face for the Chu family. Chu Wenzhong, burning with rage, slammed the table and demanded sharply, Principal Huang, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. What evidence do you have to prove that we extracted Chu Tian's gifted destiny bone? Huang Xiyu was about to speak when a sinister voice suddenly interrupted him. I have evidence. Chen Shijun. Chu Wenzhong's heart tightened, sensing trouble, and he gritted his teeth to warn, Shijun, you better think carefully. Chen Shijun looked smug, his belly sticking out, grinning slyly, Old Chu, sorry, I've switched sides. Your threats won't work on me, and besides, weren't you looking for evidence? Scoundrel! Get out of my sight! Chu Wenzhong was burning with rage, ready to act, but Huang Xiyu quickly stepped in front of Chen Shijun and said coldly, hand over the evidence. Chen Shijun wiped the sweat off his forehead, hurriedly took out a voice recorder, and respectfully handed it to Huang Xiyu. Principal Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. Facing a peak-level Royal Realm expert, Chen Shijun dared not act recklessly. Huang Xiyu pressed the play button on the voice recorder, and Chu Wenzhong's sinister voice immediately rang out. Shijun, help me find a spiritual healer who can dissolve blood. I've already extracted Chu Tian's gifted life bone, and we need to replace it for Xiaofeng as soon as possible. The rest of the content was no longer important. Chu Wenzhong's face instantly turned as dark as water, rage surging in his heart, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Huang Xiyu let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as he stared at Chu Wenzhong. Chu Wenzhong, do you have anything else to say? Suddenly, Chu Wenzhong burst into laughter, a hint of madness in his voice. Ha ha ha, I have nothing more to say. Actually, even without this recording pen, isn't it something everyone already knows deep down? You. Huang Xiyu was so furious that he couldn't speak, his anger reaching its peak. Chu Wenjong sat down heavily, glanced around, and said in a loud voice, Chu Tian is nothing but a lowly wretch. Is it appropriate for him to merge with an S-level gifted life bone? Everyone knows the saying, a man without sin becomes guilty by possessing a treasure. By taking away his gifted life bone, am I not helping him? How could I possibly harm my own grandson? After saying this, Chu Wenjong's gaze fell on Huang Shiyu once again and continued, Principal Huang, Xiaofeng has already fused with an S-level talent life bone. He is destined to bring glory to your #1 high school. You'll thank me for this. Huang Shiyu's eyes widened in anger, his face ashen, trembling with rage. However, at that moment, the giant screen broadcasted again, and the figure on the screen left everyone dumbfounded. The person on the screen was none other than Chu Tian. At this moment, he was surrounded by 5 second-tier blood lynx cats, the situation perilous, resembling the prelude to a life and death struggle. Even through the screen, the audience could vividly feel the tense atmosphere, as if the blood mist spewed by the blood lynxes was rushing straight at them. These 5 blood lynxes are all at the second tier, their strength at least equivalent to the 3rd transformation of the Pawn realm. In the Chu family camp, Chu Feng's father, Chu Shang, spoke with a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Meanwhile, Lu Mylan made no effort to hide her resentment, gritting her teeth as she said, Trash, this time you definitely won't survive. The people in the audience seats stared intently at the big screen, eagerly anticipating the next dramatic twist. Chu Tian's handsome and stern face appeared particularly resolute on the 8K ultra-high-definition screen, with not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Meow. Suddenly, 5 blood lynx cats let out simultaneous roars, their fangs gleaming coldly as they lunged fiercely at Chu Tian. Their speed was breathtakingly fast, their sharp claws tearing through the air, stirring up a foul wind. Ahaha, why is this useless thing not moving at all? Could he be scared stiff? Lu Mylan's shrill laughter was unbearably piercing. However, in the next second, her laughter abruptly stopped, as if she were a screaming chicken suddenly choked by the neck. Chu Tian moved. Boom! A loud bang shook the entire venue. The flame dragon spear in Chu Tian's hand swept out horizontally, its shaft erupting with dazzling thunderous power. Arcs of electricity danced in the air, as if a thunder dragon roared forth. Poof! 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 The spear's shadow, like lightning, instantly pierced through the skulls of 3 blood lynxes. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and their bodies crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining 2 blood lynxes had yet to react when Chu Tian's spear thrust out again, the spearhead wrapped in thunderous power piercing straight ahead. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the heads of the last 2 blood lynxes were also pierced by the spearhead. Their massive bodies collapsed powerlessly, staining the ground red with blood. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes, during which Chu Tian effortlessly slaughtered all 5 second-tier blood lynxes. Thunderous might, decisive slaughter. Killing value, plus 199. Slaughter value, plus 201. Kill value, plus 198. Kill value, plus 200. Kill value, plus 202. Total kill value, 2623. At the same time, the score on the screen began to jump, and Chu Tian's score instantly soared to 1,000 points, firmly securing the top spot. Everyone present witnessed this scene clearly. The audience fell silent in an instant, as if deathly still, the air frozen and suffocating. The faces of the Chu family members turned extremely grim. Especially Chu Wenjong, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his fists clenched tightly, with his nails deeply embedded in his palms, yet he was completely unaware of the pain. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? He clearly doesn't have a gifted destiny bone, this is unreasonable, unscientific, how could this happen? Lu Mylan's pale face was full of shock, she cried out in disbelief, her lips trembling as if she had swallowed a fly in disgust. The gloating Chu Sheng stared at the screen, gritting his teeth and saying, that useless trash, how could this be? Ha ha! Huang Shiyu let out a cold laugh, looked at Chu Wenjong, and said indifferently, Chu Wenjong, is this the trash you were talking about? And where is the genius Chu Feng you mentioned? As soon as the words fell, the broadcast teacher, who loved stirring up drama, immediately switched to Chu Feng's camera. In the screen, Chu Feng was being chased by 3 saber-toothed tigers, fleeing in a sorry state, not daring to confront them head-on. The split-screen display highlighted the stark contrast between the 2 individuals' performances. One was slaughtering enemies left and right, while the other was fleeing in all directions. The Chu family members wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. The sharp-tongued Lu Mylan lowered her head, falling silent. The schadenfreude-filled Chu Shine looked at his phone, feigning composure. Meanwhile, Chu Wenjong clenched his fists tightly, trembling violently, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, but devoid of any hint of regret. He said in a deep voice, Xiaofeng will surely seize the crown in one fell swoop, surely. In the VIP seats, the members of the Chu family sat as if on pins and needles, their expressions as unpleasant as if they had eaten something foul. Cold sweat seeped from Chu Wenzhong's forehead as he suddenly realized that he might have underestimated the potential of this good-for-nothing. At this moment, Chu Tian had already put away his spear and was walking into the distance. The boy's figure, from behind, was like a towering mountain, standing imposingly before the Chu family. For a long time, the leaderboard of Abyssal Battle was firmly dominated by Chu Tian. All the so-called 4 championship favorites were trampled underfoot as he raced ahead, leaving everyone far behind. His score was constantly being updated, skyrocketing. Ranking up was as effortless as drinking water, utterly relaxed. Chu Tian did not act like the protagonists in novels, who first lie low and then develop, making a stunning debut. He was always astonishing, slaughtering his way through the abyssal rift. Who? Chu Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air and plopped down onto the pitch-black ground to rest on the spot. His sleeves were soaked, and with a gentle twist, blood gushed out in streams. Since entering the abyssal rift until now, he had only traveled 10 kilometers, yet he had already slain over 100 ferocious beasts, ranging from first to second tier. Points, 9,783. Slaughter value accumulated, 12406. A bountiful harvest. Ding. Slaughter value accumulated, 12406. Would you like to immediately draw for divine abilities or treasures? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. The abyssal rift was fraught with dangers. Having one more divine ability or magical artifact meant one more means of self-preservation. The heavens are vast, but life is paramount. So, Chu Tian, drawl. Ding. Consumed 10,000 slaughter points to draw a divine ability and a magical treasure. Slaughter value remaining, 2406. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the divine ability, Rebirth from Fire. Note, Rebirth from Fire, indestructible demonic flames, unending life, super regeneration. As the system prompt ended, Chu Tian clearly felt countless small flames spreading to every corner of his body, each containing endless vitality. Pooh! Suddenly, a small flame blossomed without any warning. A surge of rich vitality erupted within his body. The fatigue on Chu Tian's body vanished completely, and even the depleted spiritual energy instantly reached a full state, returning to its peak. Is this the fire of life? Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, then he lifted the corners of his mouth, his smile as radiant as sunlight. This divine ability can be described as invincible. Especially within the perilous abyssal rift, it is simply like adding wings to a tiger. Mom doesn't have to worry about my safety anymore. Chu Tian muttered softly to himself and was about to get up when suddenly a terrified scream came from nearby. Help, help me, save me. I don't want to die. Ah! You beast, don't come near me. Get lost, go away. Chu Tian turned his head upon hearing the voice, and a surge of killing intent rose in his heart. The one shouting for help turned out to be Chu Shui. Enemies are bound to meet. At this moment, Chu Shui was covered in wounds, her hair disheveled, shouting for help as she desperately sprinted with all her might. Behind her, 2 giant ants, half a meter tall and 1 meter long, were relentlessly chasing her. Their sharp fangs emitted a faint, chilling gleam. 2 antennae floated in the air like venomous snakes, their grotesque appearance sending shivers down the spine. Chu Tian was momentarily stunned when he saw these 2 giant ants. Second-tier peak, demon ants. A ferocious beast that only exists in the Myriad Beasts Compendium had actually appeared before his eyes. As expected of the abyssal rift, when the forest is vast, all kinds of beasts can be found. Chu Tian. At this moment, Chu Shui also noticed Chu Tian directly ahead. She was instantly overjoyed. Chu Tian, come save me, hurry. Help me kill these 2 beasts. However, Chu Tian remained standing in place, unmoved, looking at her with a faint smile. Chu Shui suddenly widened her eyes and shouted sharply, Chu Tian, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and save. Poof. Ah! Chu Shui screamed incessantly. In her moment of distraction, the giant demon ant suddenly accelerated, its long antennae shooting out and piercing directly through her shoulder. Ah! Chu Tian, you useless fool, hurry up and save me. Chu Shui screamed hysterically as she charged toward Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian's figure flickered as he swiftly retreated, instantly widening the distance. Seeing this, Chu Shui's eyes widened in terror, filled with fear. Chu Tian, what are you doing? Save me. I am your sister, blood is thicker than water. Sister? Chu Tian grinned and laughed, speaking with great interest, my dear sister, but what if your brother wants to watch you die with his own eyes? What then? Chu Shui, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed by the fear of death. The giant demon ants behind drew closer and closer, their long feelers whipping through the air with sharp cracking sounds. Bang! Chu Shui slipped and suddenly fell. The giant demon ant seized the opportunity, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs and biting down fiercely. At the critical moment, Chu Shui unexpectedly unleashed her potential. A surge of boundless spiritual energy erupted from within her, and with one powerful kick, she sent the giant demon ant flying before struggling to her feet. Chu Tian, you bastard! Chu Shui's delicate features twisted into a contorted expression. With a face full of fury, she lunged at Chu Tian, screaming hoarsely, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Sister, I'm your brother." Chu Tian roared, abruptly raising his hand and grabbing Chu Shui by the neck, lifting her off the ground. The next second, a sharp crack resounded as the giant demon ant's razor-sharp teeth bit down mercilessly. Chu Shui's head was instantly severed, flying through the air. Blood spurted like a fountain, painting a grotesque and horrifying scene. "Beast! I'll avenge my sister!" Chu Tian bellowed, his fury ignited. His gaze was sharp as blades, and blood dripped from the wound on his finger. Without hesitation, he hurled a devastating punch. His fist carried an unparalleled force, hurtling toward the giant demon ant with a speed that struck terror into anyone watching. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the demon ant's head shattered into pieces. Chu Shui's head, too, was consumed, as blood and brain matter splattered in all directions, forming a scene of unparalleled carnage. Witnessing this, another giant demon ant was overcome with terror and turned to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Chu Tian roared, his legs propelling him forward like arrows released from a bowstring. In an instant, he caught up. Crackle and pop. He wielded the flame dragon spear, flames bursting forth, and struck down fiercely. Poof! The giant demon ant turned into a mist of blood, instantly dissipating in the wind. Slaughter value, plus 301. Slaughter value, plus 299. Slaughter value accumulated, 3006. Killing 2 giant demon ants was a piece of cake for Chu Tian. Carrying the flame dragon spear, he set off on his journey once again, his heart burning with endless fighting spirit. Who would be the next lucky beast? As night deepened, the night market in Jiangcheng was bustling, like a grand carnival. On the large screen in the central area, the live broadcast of the Abyss Simulation Battle Leaderboard was being displayed. Small vendors and customers gathered around, with heated discussions and cheers echoing one after another, as passionate as the World Cup. "Aunt Wang, your son also went to participate in the Tianyuan simulated battle, right?" a female customer curiously asked at the paper-cutting stall. Wang Hui turned her head to glance at the big screen, her face full of pride, and nodded affirmatively, "Yes. Xiaotian is in the Tianyuan simulated battle arena. What a coincidence! My eldest also went to participate. His performance is pretty good. I just saw that he has already made it into the top 500. Impressive, right? Indeed impressive." Wang Huiru responded with a smile. The female customer sighed, pretending to look melancholy. "I wonder if I can make it into the top 100 in the end." "And Wang, have you checked where your son ranks? Did he make it into the top 1000? "He did," Wang Huiru said proudly. Following her response, the female customer's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly asked, "Could it be that your son also made it into the top 500? At that moment, a spirited young man rushed over excitedly and said, "Aunt Wang, I brought you great news. Brother Tian is still ranked first, ahead of the second place by a full 1000 points. It's absolutely unbeatable." The female customer was stunned upon hearing this and screamed in shock. "What? Your son is Chu Tian, ranked first?" Wang Huiru smiled faintly and nodded firmly. "It's my son, Xiaotian. Don't lose heart. Believe me, your son can definitely make it into the top 100. The female customer instantly felt extremely awkward, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. In the face of the mother of the first-ranked student, her own son, ranked 499th, seemed utterly insignificant. She turned and hurried away, leaving behind a quick remark, Aunt Wang, I have something to do. Let's talk later." "Hey! You're paper cutting," Wang Huiru called out. No more." The female customer had already disappeared without a trace. Wang Huiru watched her hurriedly departing figure, shook her head with a wry smile, and then turned her gaze to the big screen, where that name shone with dazzling brilliance. Ranked first, Chu Tian, 10,040 points. Wang Huiru's eyes reddened slightly, tears glistening, as if she were talking to herself. "Zhenghao, did you see that? Our son is number 1 in the Tianyuan simulation battle." The legend continues. Under the 9th Abyss Rift, the faces of the Chu family members had turned extremely grim. The points on the screen seemed like a thorn, piercing the heart of every Chu family member. Dad! What's going on here? How is that trash still so strong? Could it be that the bone isn't a talent life bone? Chu Sheng frowned deeply, his face full of confusion. Chu Wenzhong's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth. That is definitely the talent life bone. I dug it out with my own hands, there's no mistake. What's going on? Xiaofeng has already fused with an S-level talent bone, so why is he still inferior to Chu Tian? How the hell should I know? Why don't you consider whether your genes are just too lousy? After hearing this, Chu Sheng muttered softly, if my genes are lousy, isn't that inherited from you? You're the source. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Chu Wenzhong slammed the table in fury, his angry gaze sweeping across the crowd, instantly making everyone feel the heavy atmosphere, their eyes filled with mockery and amusement. At this moment, Chu Wenzhong felt like a clown, with anger and helplessness intertwined, facing endless pressure and challenges. No! This can't go on any longer. Chu Wenzhong furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at Chu Tian's name, a hint of a crazed smile appearing on his face. The anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, and the situation before him had reached an irreversible point. He absolutely could not allow Chu Tian to continue growing recklessly under his watch. Action must be taken. Chu Tian, do you think a little cleverness is enough to turn the tables in front of me? He muttered to himself in a low voice, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips, his eyes glinting with danger. He quickly pulled out his phone, dialed a mysterious number, and spoke in a cold tone, prepare what I asked for. I need to deal with Chu Tian as soon as possible. A deep voice came from the other end of the line, don't worry, everything is under control. Just give me a little time, and I'll make Chu Tian disappear completely. Chu Wenzhong felt a surge of joy in his heart, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. At this moment, his resolve grew even stronger. Chu Tian was destined to live under his shadow, and he would personally put an end to it all. I'll make you understand who the true king is, he muttered to himself, his eyes burning with an increasingly fervent flame. The ninth abyssal rift. The outside world was pitch black, as it was already late at night. However, within the abyssal rift, it remained shrouded in a gray haze. As if time had come to a standstill, Chu Tian wandered alone, gripping the flame dragon spear, fearlessly treading this uncharted land. Suddenly, the ground trembled, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was deafening, like thunderclaps. Chu Tian thought to himself, this ferocious beast is definitely no ordinary creature, it surpasses anything he has ever known. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Chu Tian gripped the gun handle tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly in the direction of the sound. Thud! A massive white bear leaped up from 100 meters away, its momentum overwhelming. Chu Tian instantly felt a wave of fear. He quickly raised his head, lightning flashing beneath his feet as he retreated explosively backward. Boom! The giant bear landed, smashing a nearly 2-meter deep pit into the ground, with cracks spreading outward. Chu Tian was shocked. Staring intently at this Tier 3 white steel bear, knowing that its strength was directly proportional to its size, utterly terrifying. Roar! The white steel bear roared furiously, as if mocking Chu Tian, raising its massive paw with a face full of disdain. Chu Tian, undeterred, shouted back angrily, you damned bear, your life is mine. Roar! The white steel bear seemed to understand his words, leaping up in rage once more. Its enormous paw, wrapped in a fierce scale, came crashing down. Chu Tian's pupils contracted as he instantly flashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Boom! The gale howled as the ground shattered, debris flying in all directions. Chu Tian inwardly thought to himself, this strength is truly terrifying. Missing its strike, the white steel bear was completely driven into a frenzy. It threw its head back and roared in fury, revealing its mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Mixed within its mouth were remnants of human flesh and blood, the stench of carnage thick in the air. Chu Tian's heart burned with anger, the killing intent in his eyes growing even stronger. Kill! Chu Tian suddenly swung the flame dragon spear in his hand, demonic flames surged, and the spearhead pointed directly at the white steel bear as he roared angrily, Beast! Come here and meet your death! Roar! The white steel bear burned with fury, using all 4 limbs, moving at an astonishing speed, charging toward Chu Tian like a white blur. Knock, knock, knock! Chu Tian advanced instead of retreating, the flame dragon spear spinning, its flame-wrapped spearhead dazzling like the blazing sun, instantly piercing through the space in front of them. The attacks collided in an instant, the void trembled, seemingly breaking through the spatial barrier of the ninth abyss rift. The white steel bear pressed its palms firmly against the spearhead, locked in a stalemate. Chu Tian's lips curled into a smile, Beast, I'm hungry. Before the words had even fallen, the demonic flames enveloping the spearhead suddenly erupted. The all-consuming demonic flames poured down, instantly engulfing the white steel bear, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Roar! Howl! The white steel bear struggled in agony, its massive body frantically rubbing against the ground in an attempt to extinguish the demonic flames on its body. But the fire, like the grip of death itself, was utterly inextinguishable. Chu Tian's lips curved upward as he chuckled lightly. "You eat my kind, so I'll eat you." With that, he thrust his spear forward, and the white steel bear's head exploded instantly, killing it on the spot. Slaughter value, plus 567. Total slaughter value, 3573. Chu Tian touched his growling stomach and thought to himself, if I could have a meal of roasted bear paw in this godforsaken place, wouldn't that be delightful? No sooner said than done. Chu Tian unleashed a burst of demonic flame to ignite a fire, removed the 4 giant paws of the white steel bear, skewered them on the flame dragon spear, and began roasting the meat. The sizzling sound made mouths water, and the fragrant aroma instantly spread, attracting many students nearby who followed the scent and gathered around. When they saw Chu Tian devouring the food heartily, they were instantly dumbfounded. Damn! Who the hell is this guy? Treating the Tianyuan simulation battle like a camping trip? Even grilling bear paws, how extravagant. This smells so damn good, I'm starving. This brother not only has a life but also a show. What a sin! I want to report him for affecting our combat state. Amid the surrounding chatter, Chu Tian took big bites of meat and praised, "This bear paw is really good, not tough at all, and very tender. Truly a great thing." Hearing his evaluation, the people around became even hungrier, but since Chu Tian didn't invite them, no one dared to step forward and ask for a bite. They just stood there swallowing their saliva, watching, feeling utterly tormented inside. No one knows how much time had passed, but Chu Tian finally stuffed the last bite of bear paw into his mouth, bringing this wild barbecue to an end. Burp. A satisfied burp marked the perfect conclusion. Chu Tian turned his head to look at the crowd around him, all staring eagerly and drooling, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Want some?" Everyone nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with longing. Hee, a new way to make money has arrived. Chu Tian thought to himself with delight. With a gentle stroke of the flame dragon spear, a piece of tender bear meat instantly appeared in his hand. After a slight touch of the magic flame, the fragrant roasted meat quickly took shape. 10,000 per piece, line up if you want to eat. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding area erupted in chaos. Why don't you just go rob someone? 10,000? I could buy a whole bear on the black market for that, someone angrily accused, their emotions running high. Facing such a broke customer, Chu Tian always showed disdain. His eyes flashed with cold light as he said coldly, "If you can't afford it, get lost." F*******. What the hell do you mean? The other party was furious. Too much nonsense. Chu Tian was not intimidated at all. He raised the flame dragon spear, and a streak of demonic flame shot straight toward the troublemaking examinee. Crack! The sound of shattering rang out as the demonic flame was smashed apart with a single punch. Immediately, a burly teenager slowly stepped out of the crowd, exuding a powerful aura. All the examinees instinctively stepped back, making way for him. "Kid, do you have any idea who I am?" the burly teenager asked mockingly, his voice deep like thunder. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, his expression turning more serious. It seemed the other party indeed had some skill. He looked at the burly teenager and shook his head. "No idea." "Listen up, my name is Zhao Dezhu, the top dog of Shangwu High School. Now you know, right?" "Got it." Chu Tian sneered inwardly, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Next, the air instantly froze, and the atmosphere around became tense. About 3 seconds later, Zhao Dezhu crossed his arms and snorted coldly, "Since you know, then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring me a piece of meat to taste. Are you a beggar or what? If you want to eat, pay for it, 10,000 per piece. If you don't have the money, then get lost." Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively, completely indifferent, his face full of impatience. Zhao Dezhu suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. "I am the top dog of Shangwu High School, Zhao Dezhu. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you love J8 say? If you keep babbling and delay my business, don't blame me for being rude." Chu Tian coldly responded, slamming the flame dragon spear in his hand forcefully. Bang! The ground trembled violently, and everyone around retreated in fear, thinking to themselves, "This guy is definitely not ordinary." "Ah, damn it." Zhao Dezhu's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking with a caca sound. His eyes widened in fury, and his voice was low and filled with anger. "Kid, you're courting death. Before the words had even finished, Zhao Dezhu suddenly stepped forward, causing the ground to crack instantly and debris to fly everywhere. He threw a punch, spiritual energy raging, as if the very air was trembling. Seeing this, Chu Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. With a flicker of his figure, he effortlessly dodged the flame. Dragon spear spun in his hand, its tip pointing directly at Zhao Dezhu's chest. Is this all you've got? Think you can handle it? Looks to me like you can't. Zhao Dezhu's strike missed, his fury intensifying. He charged forward again, his fists as large as sandbags pounding wildly, each blow carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The whistling of his punches and the deafening sonic booms seemed to tear through the surrounding air. Chu Tian remained calm and composed, the flame dragon spear in his hand moving like a dancing dragon shadow. As it collided with Zhao Dezhu's iron fists, muffled bang-bang sounds echoed. Their attack speed was so fast that the surrounding examinees could only see two afterimages fiercely clashing. Boom! Zhao Dezhu's punch missed again, causing the ground to collapse instantly and dust to rise into the air. Seizing the momentum, Chu Tian leapt into the air, the flame dragon spear tracing a crimson arc in the sky, its tip aimed directly at Zhao Dezhu's brow. Take this strike! Zhao Dezhu looked up, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Crossing his fists above his head, he forcefully blocked Chu Tian's attack. The immense impact drove his feet into the ground, but he gritted his teeth and held firm, grinning. Is that all you've got? Not even enough to tickle me. Is that so? Chu Tian sneered, and the demonic flames on the flame dragon spear suddenly erupted. Crimson fire coiled around the spear like a fiery dragon, its scorching aura spreading outward. With one thrust, the fire dragon seemed to roar, its dragon cries echoing, melting the air and stirring ripples layer by layer. Zhao Dezhu's pupils contracted as he witnessed the scene, an unprecedented sense of crisis sweeping over him. He clashed his fists together, forcibly resisting. Bang! With a muffled sound, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him, forming an invisible barrier. Yet that force was utterly incapable of stopping the impending terror. Boom! The collision of the two forces unleashed a deafening explosion, sending the surrounding examinees stumbling backward in the shockwave. They exclaimed in astonishment, "Are these two monsters?" Zhao Dezhu looked at Chu Tian, who was stopped 2 meters away, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Raising his head, he confidently declared once more, "I, Zhao Dezhu, can handle this." "Are you sure you can handle it?" Chu Tian lifted the corner of his mouth, smiling as he countered. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. However, at that moment, zzzzzzzzz, the sound of electricity suddenly crackled. Zhao Dezhu turned toward the source, and shock flashed in his eyes. He saw purple lightning patterns clinging to the tip of the gun. "This is impossible." Crackle! In an instant, thunder roared as purple lightning and crimson flames rapidly merged. A crack appeared on Zhao Dezhu's shield, spreading outward like a spider web. "I told you, you can't hold it." Before the words had even faded, the spearhead, imbued with two supreme forces, swept forward with unstoppable momentum. Zhao Dezhu's tiger-like eyes widened, and the fear of death instantly engulfed his entire being. At this moment, he seemed to see his great-grandmother waving at him. "Can you handle it?" A cold voice rang out. Zhao Dezhu snapped back to reality, staring at the gun barrel just an inch from his forehead. His heart pounded, and his eyes were filled with terror as he stammered, What do you want to do?" Chu Tian chuckled, "Not much. I just want to ask you, can you handle it?" Can't cover it." "Very good. Get lost." Slaughter value, plus 100. Total slaughter value, 3,673. Zhao Dezhu watched Chu Tian's back, secretly clenching his fists, his eyes full of unwillingness. But soon, he deflated like a punctured balloon, loosening his grip with a look of dejection. Too strong. That shot just now was ridiculously powerful, completely cementing his dominance in Zhao Dezhu's heart. Holy moly! Zhao Dezhu actually lost? Do you guys know what this means? It means Zhao Dezhu lost, he can't cover it. Damn! You're here showing off your nonsense literature to me. Zhao Dezhu losing means this guy might be a T0 level existence in this Abyss simulation battle. Oh wow! Now that you mention it, that's really the case. Which school is this guy from? Why haven't I heard of him before? Amid the surrounding chatter, Chu Tian returned to Bai Gengxiong's side and shouted loudly, "Business continues, line up if you want to eat. 10,000 bucks, you won't feel cheated, you won't feel fooled, it's absolutely worth every penny. After such grueling and exhausting simulated battles, is it wrong to treat yourself? That's right. Give me one." A sudden shout rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look, and when they saw Zhao Dezhu striding over, the expressions on their faces were nothing short of spectacular. Chu Tian hadn't expected his first customer to be Zhao Dezhu. He couldn't help but ask warily, "What do you mean? Haven't had enough of getting beaten up?" Zhao Dezhu's face was filled with a flattering smile. "Brother Tian, I admit defeat, completely convinced. From today on, I'll follow you." Chu Tian curled his lips, looking skeptical. "Did I hit you so hard you became dumb?" "Brother Tian, I'm sharp as ever. My dad taught me from a young age, if you can't beat them, join them," Zhao Dezhu said earnestly, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. After hearing this, Chu Tian gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." 1 hour later, Chu Tian's small shop business was booming beyond imagination, with an entire white gang bear sold out completely, like a grand carnival. A tearful profit of 3.1 million. Exorbitant profits. Absolutely exorbitant. Zhao Dezhu looked at Chu Tian, who was collecting money non-stop, full of envy, and said excitedly, "Brother Tian, you have such a knack for business, you're simply a genius. Learn by doing." Chu Tian's smile was as bright as the sun as he casually grabbed a handful of money from the ground. "This is your salary." Although Zhao Dezhu's family was not short of money, in fact, they were quite wealthy, the reward earned through his own hard work was a completely different feeling, and even more, a sense of accomplishment. Zhao Dezhu was very happy and quickly reached out his hand. "Thank you, Brother Tian." "You're welcome, it's not much money, just a token of goodwill." After Chu Tian finished speaking, he shook his hand indifferently, and a large wad of cash ended up with only 3 bills left. Zhao Dezhu saw the scene and felt disheartened. "Brother Tian, are you the apprentice of the lunch lady at our school? Too little? Want a big slap?" Threat. A blatant threat. Zhao Dezhu looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh, accepting his hard-earned money of 300 yuan with tears in his eyes. His heart was filled with emotions, thinking of how in ancient times there was Zhou Bapi, and now there is Chu Dosho. At the same time, atop a black mountain, a young man sat cross-legged, with spiritual energy surging violently around him. The air surrounding him rippled in waves, his aura overwhelming and impossible to look at directly. Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed, as if some kind of shackle within his body had been broken. A powerful aura erupted instantly, shaking heaven and earth. He suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam bursting forth like a star on the verge of exploding, sending shivers down one's spine. Immediately, the young man slowly rose to his feet, spiritual energy surging around him like tidal waves. His robes fluttered without wind, rustling loudly, as if proclaiming his strength. An invisible pressure filled the air, suffocating everyone. Crack, crack. The black mountain rocks beneath his feet cracked inch by inch under the impact of his breath, with fragments tumbling down and producing muffled sounds. The young man slightly raised his hand, the spiritual energy in his palm as heavy as a boulder, displaying unparalleled power. "Finally, I've broken through," he murmured to himself, his voice brimming with excitement and confidence, as if the entire world was cheering for him. As his words fell, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to some kind of summons, frantically converging to form a massive vortex of energy, swirling above his head like the descent of a deity. The young man took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, as if every inch of his flesh and blood was brimming with boundless energy, making his blood boil. He gently clenched his fist, and the air was instantly compressed, producing a buzzing explosion that shook the soul. "So this is the Pango realm?" A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "Chu Tian, it's time to settle our score." With that said, the young man took a step forward, his figure like lightning, disappearing instantly from where he stood, leaving only an afterimage and the lingering spiritual energy fluctuations in the air, as if a storm was about to descend. "Brother Tian, this isn't a good sign. How come we've been walking for so long without encountering a single fierce beast?" Zhao Dezhu scratched his head, his face full of confusion, with a hint of unease in his tone. Chu Tian also furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes glinting with a wary light. 3 hours have passed since the last big profit of 3 million, and still, not a single ferocious beast has appeared, as if all the beasts in the simulated Battle of Tianyuan have vanished without a trace. This situation is definitely unusual. Moreover, it's not just the two of them, other examinees have also failed to spot any ferocious beasts. When something unusual happens, there's always a reason. Chu Tian scanned the surroundings, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "Be careful, there might be an unknown danger waiting for us." "Yes, Brother Tian." Zhao Dezhu had long been awed by Chu Tian's strength and was filled with trust in him. The two continued forward, walking for another hour without encountering any ferocious beasts. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. "Holy crap! Is this white steel bear dead or alive? Exactly, it's so damn creepy. Look, its eyes are still moving. Not just that. It even stood up and took a couple of steps earlier. As everyone was engaged in heated discussion, the lifeless white steel bear lying on the ground suddenly stood up, scaring the surrounding people into retreating and scattering in all directions. Chu Tian's expression turned serious, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. This white steel bear was indeed strange. Despite appearing lifeless, it could suddenly move. This is simply unscientific. Damn! Brother Tian, look at this beast's eyes, why have they turned blood red? Zhao Deju exclaimed in shock, his face pale. Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted without hesitation, "Quick, move back!" As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy surged wildly from his body as he leapt backward. Roar! The white steel bear suddenly let out a deafening roar, opening its blood-red maw and charging straight at the surrounding students. Ah! Help! Crack! A candidate had no time to react before being crushed by the white gang bear's jaws. Blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the bear's entire body crimson, making it appear even more ferocious and terrifying, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Roar! The white gang bear roared once more, launching a ferocious attack. After a brief moment of terror, the surrounding candidates quickly regained their composure. They channeled their spiritual energy and launched a coordinated assault against the beast. Blood splattered everywhere as the white gang bear's body became covered in wounds. Deep gashes, exposing bone, were horrific to behold. Yet, even in such a state, the bear's violent and brutal aura showed no signs of diminishing. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with endless savagery. Roar! The white gang bear howled in fury, counterattacking wildly. Beast! Died already, the candidates shouted in unison, unleashing a final, lethal strike meant to end this brutal battle. With a single devastating blow, the bear's skull exploded, sending red and white fluids spraying in all directions. The massive creature's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Bang! A loud bang, dust flying everywhere. Zhao Deju cursed while letting out a big sigh of relief. Damn! That beast is finally dead. However, Chu Tian's tightly furrowed brows did not relax. He stared intently at the white steel bear, his sense of danger growing stronger. What's going on? Where exactly is the problem? Chu Tian frowned deeply, unable to figure it out. Why is its stomach still moving? Could it still be breathing? At this moment, a candidate muttered and walked toward the white steel bear. Chu Tian's heart tightened, his eyes widened sharply, and he shouted again, "Run!" In the next instant, there was a loud boom, and the white steel bear unexpectedly self-destructed. The void trembled, and the spatial barrier instantly collapsed. Chu Tian frowned deeply, lost in thought. At the moment when Bai Gangxiong self-destructed, he sensed a strange fluctuation in the aura, something familiar. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had encountered this aura before. Brother Tian? Brother Tian? Brother Tian? Zhao Deju called out cautiously. Chu Tian snapped out of it and walked forward without looking back. Zhao Deju looked shocked and quickly followed. What Chu Tian didn't know was that throughout the entire abyss, mutations similar to the white steel bear were continuously occurring. In just 1 hour, thousands of examinees had perished. Meanwhile, outside the rift of the ninth abyss, although it was already early morning, the audience was still enthusiastic. The principals of various schools, as well as the powerful figures from Jiangqing's families and factions, were wide awake, each intently focused on the leaderboard. The name Chu Tian remains at the top of the leaderboard, shining brilliantly and dazzlingly. With a terrifying 30,700 points, it leads by a wide margin, leaving others far behind. Old Huang. This time, the champion of the Tianyuan simulated battle is definitely going to your #1 high school. Let me congratulate you in advance. Zhao Lin, the principal of Shanggu High School, clasped his hands together, his tone full of envy. Huang Shiyu laughed heartily and said without a hint of modesty, "I'll take your kind words. Deju isn't bad either, aiming for third, striving for second, the future looks bright. That brat, he only has strength but no skill. If he can hold on to the top 3, it would already bring me glory." Zhao Lin finished speaking, and the two exchanged a smile, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. However, at that moment, the leaderboard underwent a dramatic change. Nearly 6,000 candidates were reduced to 5,000 almost instantly. A scream erupted from the audience. What's going on? Why has my son's name disappeared? My kid's name is gone too. My daughter's name is gone too? Did the leaderboard card bug out? More and more voices of doubt arose, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Captain, something's wrong, it seems like something has happened. At this moment, a soldier of the Abyssal Army deliberately lowered his voice to avoid causing panic. Lin Fan opened his eyes and slowly asked, "What happened?" "Captain, over 1,000 examinees inside the rift died in an instant." "What?" Lin Fan shot up instantly, then dismounted from his horse, his gaze sharp as lightning, staring intently at the leaderboard. But before he could speak, the names of over 100 candidates were erased from the leaderboard. "Captain Lin, what's going on? Where's my son's name?" "Captain Lin, does the disappearance of a name mean the person has died inside the rift? Have so many people really died? Say something." "That's right. Captain Lin, give us an explanation." The voices in the audience grew louder, and the parents of the candidates whose names had disappeared became increasingly emotional. Lin Fan frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "Quiet. I will investigate this as soon as possible. Everyone, please sit down." "Sit down? How the hell are we supposed to sit down? If anything happens to my daughter, I won't let this go with you." "Exactly. This isn't over with you." Boom! Lin Fan's tiger-like eyes widened as he stomped in mid-air, spiritual energy rippling outward and instantly enveloping everyone. For a moment, the oppressive feeling surged, and the crowd seemed frozen in place, falling silent. The audience seats were utterly silent. Lin Fan said coldly, "I will investigate the cause, but I don't want to hear another word of nonsense. You all understand the nature of the Tianyuan simulated battle. This is not an ordinary test or training. From the moment you and your children chose to join the Tianyuan simulated battle, it was equivalent to signing a life and death contract. Let me tell you one last thing, no matter the outcome, stand firm." Lin Fan was forceful and resolute, his words carrying an undeniable authority. Joining the Abyssal simulated battle automatically means agreeing to a life and death contract. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth, and honor by the heavens. The Abyssal simulated battle is meant to eliminate those who are both incompetent and overly playful. The scene was utterly silent. Inside the ninth abyss rift, Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu were still on their way, and the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The air was filled with an unsettling aura, as if something was secretly watching them. "Tiange, why do I feel like something's getting more and more off?" Zhao Dezhu scratched his head and said in a low voice. Chu Tian did not answer, his gaze constantly and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ever since the white steel bear self-destructed, an ominous feeling had been lingering in his heart. That strange fluctuation of energy, he always felt he had encountered it somewhere before, but couldn't recall it for the moment. "Be careful, don't let your guard down," Chu Tian said in a deep voice, his heart sounding alarm bells. Zhao Dezhu nodded, clenched his fists, and closely followed behind Chu Tian. At that moment, a low growl suddenly came from ahead. "Howl!" Immediately after, the ground began to tremble slightly. "Tiangu, something's coming," Zhao Dezhu said in a low voice, stopping in his tracks, ready for battle, his fighting spirit soaring. Chu Tian also stopped, with spiritual energy quietly circulating within his body, ready for battle. Within 2 breaths, a massive ferocious beast charged straight at him. It was a giant wolf with a pitch-black body, blood-red eyes, exposed fangs, and an aura of violent hostility emanating from it. Another one of these strange ferocious beasts. Chu Tian's heart sank as he immediately realized the situation was dire. This black wolf, like the white steel bear, clearly has no signs of life, yet it can move freely, even more ferocious and brutal than ordinary beasts. Howl! The giant wolf roared fiercely, charging at Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu, and the battle was about to begin. The black wolf let out a low growl and suddenly lunged at Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu. "Kill!" Chu Tian shouted loudly, stepping on thunder, and instantly shot forward like a bolt. Dragon Tiger Blazing Fist. He unleashed both fists simultaneously, with demonic flames surging forth, instantly transforming into the phantom images of a dragon and tiger, charging straight toward the Wolf King's head. The dragon's roar and tiger's growl were deafening, and the terrifying force of the punches descended like a torrential storm, obliterating everything in its path. If this strike landed, the Wolf King's head would undoubtedly explode. Howl! The Wolf King let out a desperate cry, frantically dodging the vital blow. However, Chu Tian's true killing move was not in his fists but in the hidden flame dragon spear. Whoosh! A piercing sound suddenly echoed, and the Wolf King's black fur stood on end as it whipped its head around. The crimson spearhead magnified infinitely in its blood-red eyes. Under the terrifying aftermath of the explosion, more than a dozen examinees were instantly blown into pieces of flesh, the scene so gruesome it was nauseating. As the shockwave of the explosion subsided, the remaining examinees stood dumbfounded, their hearts still pounding with fear as they glanced around. The sight of flesh and gore scattered all over the ground was horrifying beyond words. Zhao Dezhu wiped the blood off his face, his expression filled with confusion as he asked, "Damn it! That beast was already as dead as it could be, how could it still self-destruct?" Slaughter value accumulated, 4006. Zhao Dezhu secretly felt relieved inside inwardly. It's a good thing Chu Tian took action. If it were me, I wouldn't have died, but I would definitely have paid a painful price. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu was completely in awe of Chu Tian, his heart filled with admiration. "Brother Tian, what's going on with these beasts? Why are they acting like rabid dogs?" Chu Tian's eyes flickered, and he seemed deep in thought. They must be under the control of some kind of power. This power is very strange. So what do we do next? If all the ferocious beasts in the Ninth Abyss Rift are controlled by this strange power, aren't we doomed to die here? After Zhao Dezhu finished speaking, a wave of panic surged in his heart, and he quickly spat to comfort himself. At that moment, roars, growls, and faint cries for help echoed from all directions. The two exchanged a glance, and the air instantly froze. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Is your mouth blessed or something?" Before the words were finished, nearly 100 frenzied beasts were chasing over 1,000 terrified examinees, charging madly in their direction. "Tian Gewh, what do we do?" Zhao Dezhu's face was filled with fear. "Run! What the hell else can we do?" Chu Tian didn't hesitate, throwing out the words as he joined the main group, swinging his arms and sprinting wildly. Though he was strong, he wouldn't dare take risks against 100 ferocious beasts charging like rabid dogs. Especially since these creatures could self-destruct, there was no solution, only desperate escape. Within the rift of the Ninth Abyss, heaven and earth seemed torn apart as a violent horde of beasts surged forward like a black tide. Their eyes glowed crimson, fangs bared, and their mouths spewed a foul stench. Every step they took made the ground tremble. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a suffocating aura of violence, making even breathing difficult. Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu ran for their lives when suddenly Zhao Dezhu's voice trembled. "Brother Tian. Up ahead. There's more ahead." Chu Tian looked up, and his heart sank. A dozen massive white steel bears and saber-toothed tigers blocked the path ahead. Their eyes were also crimson, fangs bared, and they stared menacingly, ready to strike. "Damn it, we're surrounded." Chu Tian gritted his teeth and growled, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The surrounding examinees were already in chaos, some frantically channeled spiritual energy, wielding weapons in an attempt to break through, only to be bitten by the ferocious beasts. Their screams were instantly drowned out by the beasts' roars. "Brother Tian, what do we do? We can't escape." Despair flashed in Zhao Dezhu's eyes, and he immediately clenched his fists, shouting angrily, "Why don't we just fight these beasts to the death?" Chu Tian glared at him, "If you want to go ahead." "I'm not going." Zhao Dezhu's mouth twitched. "Then what do we do?" "Follow me." Chu Tian gave a low shout, suddenly turned, and dashed to the side. Zhao Dezhu followed without hesitation, and the fleeing group quickly followed suit. Chu Tian squeezed into a narrow crevice, leading to a pitch-black cave ahead. Everyone entered in single file. The narrow crevice perfectly blocked all the ferocious beasts. Roar! The beasts watched helplessly as their prey escaped, instantly enraged. Many chose to self-destruct, attempting to blow open the crevice. However, this was the Ninth Abyss crevice, with a material as hard as iron, remaining completely intact despite the explosions. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped everything. Heavy breathing echoed one after another, as a strange aura quietly spread. The crowd did not feel the joy of surviving a disaster. In the darkness, their expressions grew increasingly grave, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. "Where is this place?" a candidate asked tremblingly, his voice echoing in the empty cave, sounding particularly jarring. No one answered him, because no one knew the answer. In the darkness, everyone's hearts were filled with fear of the unknown. They did not know where the cave led, nor whether it concealed something even more terrifying. Suddenly, a sharp laugh shattered the silence. "Ha ha ha, ha ah ah ah." The laughter was manic and eerie, like a mix of laughter and sobbing, sending chills down the spine. Everyone looked over in horror, only to see a candidate curled up in the corner, clutching their head with both hands, laughing hysterically. He's gone mad," someone shouted in terror. The laughter of that examinee grew louder and shriller, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if manipulated by some invisible force. Suddenly, he jerked his head up, his bloodshot eyes glaring, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his entire being exuding an aura of madness. You will all die here. Ha, no one can escape," he screamed maniacally, a mix of despair and insanity woven into his voice. The crowd was so frightened by his words that they took a few steps back, the feeling of unease in their hearts growing stronger. Someone tried to step forward to stop him, but as soon as they got close, the candidate lunged at them, gripping their neck tightly with both hands. "Let me go! Let me go!" The candidate being choked struggled desperately, their face turning bright red, their eyes filled with terror. Seeing this, the others quickly stepped forward to pull him away. The crazed candidate was pinned to the ground, yet he continued to laugh hysterically, muttering incessantly, "Die, die, die." This scene made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom, fear spreading like a plague, and despair was written all over their faces. What should we do?" a girl asked with a trembling voice, her eyes brimming with tears. But the only response she received was the laughter of the deranged examinee. In the darkness, fear and despair gripped everyone's hearts like a giant hand. At this moment, everyone's nerves were stretched taut like rubber bands, teetering on the verge of snapping. But just at this desperate instant, bang! With a dull thud, blood spattered everywhere. That examinee slammed his head against the wall, his skull shattering on the spot. The bright red blood stood out starkly in the darkness. He killed himself? The girl widened her eyes in shock, her face pale as she clutched her hair with both hands, muttering repeatedly, "He killed himself. He committed suicide." Her voice was like a curse, unsettling and intensifying the sense of fear. Smack. A bespectacled boy, his face twisted in rage, slapped the girl furiously and threatened, "Shut up, you wretch. If you keep nagging, I'll kill you first." The girl held her head with both hands, slowly squatted down, curled up in the corner trembling, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost her soul and turned into a walking corpse. "Can someone tell me what to do now?" The man with glasses, his eyes bloodshot, looked around and shouted hoarsely. "Ta-ta-ta." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. A young man with an extraordinary demeanor stepped forward. With his hands clasped behind his back, a strange smile played on his lips as his sinister gaze swept over the crowd. "Chu Tian, aren't you going to come out and give everyone an explanation?" As these words were spoken, the pitch-black cave fell silent. The young man looked at the crowd, their faces full of confusion, and curled his lips into a smile, saying, "Have you all forgotten how we got here? I remember it crystal clear." "Damn it! What the hell do you mean?" Zhao Dezhu roared angrily, instantly drawing everyone's attention. In the corner, Chu Tian's eyes gleamed brightly, piercing through the darkness. "Chu Feng, I didn't expect you to be here too?" "That's right. The young man is Chu Feng, and he is also a member of the fleeing army." He had long discovered Chu Tian and was waiting for an opportunity to put Chu Tian to death. Now, the time has come. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and sneered maliciously, "Chu Tian, you brought all of us here. What should we do now? Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Go to hell." Zhao Dezhu cursed angrily, "You bastard, who told you to come in? You followed us in on your own. And also, if you hadn't come in, you'd all be dead by now. One should know to repay kindness, not repay it with betrayal." Chu Feng glanced at the furious Zhao Dezhu, full of mockery. "Don't let someone sell you out and still help them count the money. Damn! You dog, Brother Zhu really gave you face." Zhao Dezhu was burning with rage, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Chu Tian raised his hand to stop Zhao Dezhu, who was about to make a move. The atmosphere at that moment was like the calm before the storm, suffocatingly tense. Then, he gazed at Chu Feng's face, which was full of an insidious smile, and slowly said, "I have no solution." "No solution?" Chu Feng's lips curled upward, his smile growing even brighter. "Do you know that because of your foolish actions, you might get all of us killed here?" Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, secretly thinking to himself that he had still underestimated Chu Feng's shamelessness. How on earth did this guy manage to lower the bar so much? It was simply beyond comprehension. Chu Tian said coldly, "First of all, I didn't ask you to follow me in. Secondly, if you hadn't followed me in, you'd already have been eaten by those beasts outside." Chu Feng, upon hearing this, seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and burst into laughter, his head tilted back. The laughter carried a sense of fearlessness and provocation, until he suddenly stopped and loudly questioned, "And the result? You brought us in here, with no way out. Aren't we all going to die here anyway? So, tell me, how are you any different from those beasts outside?" Boom! With a furious roar, Chu Tian stood up, and in that instant, the killing intent within him surged out like a raging tide, engulfing everything in its path. Chu Feng felt the overwhelming killing intent and trembled violently, the fear of death instantly consuming his entire being. He desperately shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling. But just at that moment, tap, tap, tap. The clear and forceful sound of footsteps shattered the dead silence, sending chills down the spine. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face vanished without a trace. At the same time, the fear in his heart grew stronger with each step Chu Tian took. "No! Impossible! How could I be scared of this useless trash? He clenched his fists tightly, staring directly at the expressionless, murderous Chu Tian with a sinister look in his eyes. What? Furious now? Did I say something wrong? You brought us to this cursed place, yet you have no way to get us out. Now everyone is going to die here because of you. Chu Feng's words were like flames, igniting the tense atmosphere around them. At this moment, the majority of the examinees needed someone to bear the consequences. They craved an outlet for their frustration, and Chu Tian happened to become that outlet. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Chu Tian was filled with hostility. However, Chu Tian remained indifferent and continued walking toward Chu Feng. With each step, the murderous aura around him grew increasingly intense, almost tangible, oppressing everyone present. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowed tightly as he angrily shouted, "Trash! Why aren't you speaking? Do you think playing dumb will make this matter go away?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chu Tian's gaze turned icy, responding to his provocation with cold ruthlessness. At this moment, the tension had reached its peak, and Chu Tian's murderous aura erupted completely. Chu Tian suddenly accelerated, like a thunderbolt, darting forward in an instant, his speed suffocatingly fast. The next second, he almost teleported in front of Chu Feng, his gaze sharp as lightning, showing no mercy. Without any unnecessary words, his fist struck out fiercely. Dragon Tiger Blazing Flame Fist. Accompanied by deafening dragon roars and tiger growls, the shadowy figures of a dragon and tiger, entwined with demonic flames, roared out like ferocious beasts. Chu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with terror as he hastily prepared to fight. Mountain-splitting fist. He roared and charged forward, his fist surging like a tidal wave toward Chu Tian. However, in the face of Chu Tian's Dragon Tiger Blazing Flame Fist, this fist force seemed utterly feeble and powerless. The moment the two fists collided, Chu Feng felt an unstoppable force surging like a tide, his arms seemingly scorched by raging flames, and the intense pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Chu Feng let out a continuous scream as his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. A one-hit knockout. How are you so strong? Chu Feng's eyes widened, his heart filled with disbelief, his voice trembling. Actually, I've always been this strong. Chu Tian let out a cold laugh, his fist striking out once more. Chu Feng's expression changed drastically as he hurried to get up, but Chu Tian's fist had already descended like lightning. Bang! Chu Feng was once again sent flying, crashing into the cave wall. His ribs fractured, and the pain made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Cough, cough. You. Chu Feng struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. He never would have imagined that Chu Tian, whom he regarded as a worthless nobody and had stolen the gifted lifebone from, would stage a comeback. Suddenly, a surge of scorching heat rushed toward him. Accompanied by a terrifying fist engulfed in demonic flames, it magnified endlessly in Chu Feng's pupils. Boom! Bang! With a muffled sound, Chu Feng's body was sent flying once again, colliding intimately with the rock wall. Poof! Blood splattered out. Crack! Chu Feng's chest caved in, and the sound of his ribs breaking was clearly audible. His facial features gradually twisted as he screamed hoarsely, "No, impossible, how could I lose to you?" Chu Feng was utterly crushed by Chu Tian's terrifying killing intent and overwhelming strength, even beginning to question his own existence. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't understand. He had clearly fused with an S-grade talent lifebone, so why did he lose? Why? However, Chu Tian did not give him the time to think. His figure flickered, teleporting once again in an instant. His cold gaze brimmed with boundless killing intent. Bang! Another punch landed. Chu Feng's head jerked backward, his nasal bone snapping on the spot. Blood poured out as his body was sent flying once more, skidding along the ground for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Ah! Chu Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his face with both hands as blood continued to gush out from between his fingers. But Chu Tian had no intention of stopping. He closed in again, his fists wrapped in demonic flames, raining down like a relentless storm. Bang! 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 Each punch landed with brutal force. Chu Feng's body, like a sandbag, was pummeled by Chu Tian's fists and kicks. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously, blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Chu Feng's agonizing screams reverberated through the cave. Everyone watching was terrified by the gruesome and merciless scene, fear filling their eyes as they instinctively retreated. Zhao Dezhu noticed their timid movements and curled his lips in disdain, sneering coldly, "A bunch of trash." Though the words were harsh, no one dared to refute. Every punch from Chu Tian carried boundless killing intent. Chu Feng held his head with both hands, curled up on the ground, shouting loudly, You can't kill me. Chu Tian seemed to have grown tired from hitting, paused his movements, and said slowly, Don't worry, with so many people watching, I won't kill you. After hearing this, Chu Feng's heart, which had been in his throat, was just about to settle, but he noticed the mockery in Chu Tian's eyes, and an ominous feeling instantly rose in his heart. What do you want to do? Chu Tian grinned, his smile radiant, Don't be afraid. I really won't kill you. But, what you owe me, shouldn't you return it now? What I owe you? Chu Feng's eyes flickered, and suddenly thinking of something, he cried out in terror, You want my talent life bone? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, the smile on his face vanishing instantly. Say that again, your talent life bone. Yours. Chu Feng said, trembling. Chu Tian snorted coldly, Give me back what's mine. Before the words had even fallen, the clothes on Chu Feng's body instantly turned to ashes. Some girls quickly turned their heads away, unable to bear looking directly. At the same time, Chu Tian held a flame dragon spear only 10 centimeters long in his hand, its tip shrouded in crimson demonic flames, exuding a terrifying aura. Come on. Let's begin. No. Chu Tian, don't. I beg you, don't take away my innate life bone, I'll die. Chu Feng's eyes burned with fury, and the flames of resentment ignited in his heart. In that instant, his body seemed to ignite, and violent spiritual energy surged out from within him, his blood and chi swelling like a raging torrent. Ah, damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Chu Feng roared furiously, like an enraged beast, slamming into the stunned Chu Tian. Then, like lightning, he dashed toward the fissure, with only one thought in his mind, escape. Desperately escape. Damn! That bastard ran away. Brother Tian, I'll go after him. Zhao Dezhu roared angrily and was about to rush out, but Chu Tian stopped him, shaking his head and saying, Don't chase him. Let him go. Zhao Dezhu froze for a moment, then suddenly realized, his expression changing, Brother Tian, do you mean that scum Chu Feng will be eaten by those beasts outside? Perhaps. Chu Tian calmly withdrew his gaze, lifted his leg, and walked to the side to sit down, once again immersing himself in the darkness. Zhao Dezhu followed closely behind, secretly feeling relieved. Slaughter value, plus 555. Kill value accumulated, 4561. All the examinees sat down obediently, the air filled with a tense atmosphere, and no one dared to make a sound. The unknown crisis left. Everyone trembling with fear, while Chu Tian's bloody methods were like a nightmare, deeply etched into their minds, impossible to forget. Time passed bit by bit, and the cave was eerily silent. The silence belonged to the normal people, but not to the girl curled up in the corner. She stared blankly at the headless corpse, muttering repeatedly, He's dead. The eerie and terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the cave. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the bespectacled man roared and dashed toward the crevice. No. I can't take it anymore. I'd rather be eaten by the beasts than die here. Everyone stared intently at his back, their hearts filled with anticipation, straining their ears to carefully listen for any sounds outside. After a long while, there was not a single scream from outside. It's safe. It's safe outside, let's go. At this moment, everyone's faces lit up with joy, scrambling to rush toward the crevice. However, inside the cave, there were still 3 people who remained motionless, Chu Tian, Zhao Dezhu, and that madwoman. A faint unease crept into Zhao Dezhu's heart as he tentatively asked, Brother Tian, aren't we going out? Chu Tian opened his eyes, gritting his teeth, just about to speak when suddenly, a series of heart-wrenching screams erupted from outside the cave, one after another. Chu Tian extended his hand, made a gesture of invitation, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Please. Zhao Dezhu's face instantly turned pale, and he plopped down into a seat, shaking his head like a rattledrum. I'm not going out, I'd rather die than go out. Chu Tian merely smiled without saying a word. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught the girl curled up in the corner no longer repeating the phrase he's dead, but instead staring devoutly into the darkness. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and followed her gaze, only to see endless darkness. Just then, a weak voice broke the deathly silence of the cave, Help me. Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu turned their gazes almost simultaneously toward the source of the sound. At the crack of the opening, a blood-soaked examinee dragged his broken body forward. Missing both legs, his eyes were filled with terror as he desperately crawled across the ground. However, before Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu could take any action, the examinee could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhao Dezhu muttered with lingering fear, Good thing I didn't go out. After saying this, he turned to look at Chu Tian with gratitude. Brother Tian, how did you know those beasts were lying in ambush outside? I didn't know they were lying in ambush out there, Chu Tian replied calmly. Ha! Brother Tian, why didn't you go out with them? Zhao Dezhu asked, full of confusion. Chu Tian rolled his eyes and said irritably, I freaking fell asleep. If you hadn't called me, I'd still be dreaming. The corner of Zhao Dezhu's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, no wonder he's so calm. He then asked, so, when I woke you up, what were you trying to tell me? Chu Tian looked embarrassed, rubbed his nose, and said, are you sure you want to know? Sure. Actually, I wanted to scold you. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Zhao Dezhu heard this, a black line appeared on his forehead, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath in his heart. Brother Tian, luckily we were both half a beat slow. It wasn't our time to die. Chu Tian rolled his eyes, stretched lazily, then stood up and walked toward the crack. It should be safe now. Are you coming or not? Tian Gu, you're not sleepwalking this time, are you? Zhao Dezhu asked nervously. No. Only then did Zhao Dezhu relax and quickly catch up. Let's go, Tian Gu. Chu Tian lifted his leg but then stopped, turning back to look at the madwoman in the corner and slowly asked, are you coming out? The madwoman showed no reaction. Chu Tian frowned slightly and repeated, are you going out? I can take you out. His voice carried urgency and unease, as if deeply disturbed by the madwoman's indifference. However, the madwoman still did not respond. She gazed devoutly into the darkness, as if praying to some invisible presence. Zhao Dezhu, seeing this, said in a deep voice, Brother Tian, she might be safer here. His voice was filled with concern, as though unwilling to disturb the madwoman's tranquility any further. Chu Tian took a deep look at the madwoman, his heart a mix of emotions. In the end, he did not continue to persuade her. Resolutely, he stepped into the fissure. Zhao Dezhu followed closely behind, leaving only a dead silence in their wake. The cave returned to dead silence. The madwoman gazed devoutly into the darkness, motionless, as if awaiting some kind of summons. Time slipped by quietly. No one knew how much time had passed when the madwoman suddenly fell to her knees, her forehead striking the ground heavily, producing a dull thud. Her movements were mechanical and resolute, as if controlled by some invisible force. With each bow, her forehead collided with the ground, emitting a thud, thud, thud sound. Blood trickled down her cheeks, staining the ground beneath her. Drip, drip, drip the blood flowed incessantly, yet a strange smile appeared on her face. Her lips stretched wide, revealing gleaming white teeth, and her eyes sparkled with fervent zeal. The madwoman's laughter echoed through the vast cave, carrying an eerie sense of delight. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Her laughter grew louder and sharper, as if it were tearing through the air of the entire cave. Zhao Dezhu and Chu Tian had already stepped out of the crevice, but the madwoman's laughter pierced through the cave walls, striking directly at their eardrums. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but shiver and asked softly, Brother Tian, she won't be in trouble, will she? His heart was filled with unease, yearning for an answer. Chu Tian frowned slightly, glancing back in the direction of the cave, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. He did not respond, merely quickened his pace, seemingly eager to escape this eerie place as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the madwoman's laughter abruptly stopped. She slowly stood up, the bloodstains and smile on her face intertwining to create an exceptionally eerie sight. Her gaze remained fixed on the depths of the darkness, as if her fate lay hidden there. The madwoman stepped forward, one step at a time, moving into the darkness. Her movements were slow but resolute, and her figure was gradually swallowed by the shadows until she completely disappeared into the depths of the cave. Moments later, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from within the cave. The sound was neither fully human nor entirely inhuman, carrying an indescribable distortion and agony. The scream reverberated through the cave, sending chills down one's spine. Gradually, the scream came to an abrupt halt. Inside the cave, the darkness remained as profound as ever, and the madwoman's figure had long vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chu Tian and Zhao Dezhu had already emerged from the crevice. Taking in the scene before them, Zhao Dezhu gasped sharply, holy shit! This is crazy, brutal, total annihilation. The ground was littered with severed limbs and mutilated remains, with barely a single intact corpse in sight. Zhao Dezhu smacked his lips and turned to look at Chu Tian, asking, Brother Tian, have you found Chu Feng's corpse? His voice carried a hint of anticipation, as if hoping for an unfortunate answer. Chu Tian shook his head slightly, no. His tone revealed a trace of disappointment. That scumbag actually managed to escape? Zhao Dezhu looked incredulous, secretly thinking that this guy's luck was truly extraordinary. Maybe. Let's get out of here. I can't shake the feeling that this place is creepy, and who knows what other dangers might be lurking. After saying this, Chu Tian scanned the surroundings vigilantly, then, without waiting for Zhao Dezhu to react, quickly strode forward. The two had just left not long ago when a fierce wind suddenly arose. The severed limbs and corpses on the ground were swept up by this eerie tornado, heading toward the fissure, as if lamenting their fate. Outside the ninth abyss fissure, a very handsome young man arrived by car. Lin Fan led the abyss army to greet him respectfully, and with Yi Wuliang's assistance, the young man quickly entered the abyss fissure. Lin Fan said solemnly, "Wait for the result." His gaze was sharp, filled with anticipation and tension. After speaking, he mounted his flying warhorse again, closed his eyes to rest, as if making final preparations for the imminent challenge. The audience once again turned their attention to the leaderboard. The top 5 are as follows. First place, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Chu Tian, score, 36,666. Second place, Su Ruwashi, score, 30,345. Third place, Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, Yang Dianfeng, score, 10,001. Fourth place, Shangu High School, Zhao Dezhu, score, 10,000. Fifth place, Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, Hao Jian, score, 8,900. Old Huang. This year's champion is definitely going to be Chu Tian, you can rest assured now. The principal of Shangwu High School congratulated again, his face full of pride. Huang Shiyu laughed heartily. It's hard to say until the very last moment. This year's candidates are all very strong, especially that girl Su Ruwashi in second place. She's performed exceptionally well. When you put it that way, I'm also very curious. Where did this girl come from? A trace of curiosity flashed in the eyes of the principal of Shangwu High School. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted everyone's discussion. Ow! Who dares to ambush me? Zhao Lin roared, clutching his reddened and swollen forehead, his eyes full of anger as he scanned the surroundings, only to find no suspicious figures nearby. Old Huang, could it be you? He glared angrily at Huang Shiyu, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Would I be that bored? Zhao Lin scratched his head, thinking to himself, this is truly a puzzle. He muttered, then who could it be? Something strange is going on. By the way, where were we just now? Huang Shiyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking, this guy is a natural-born detective. Always so mysterious. We were talking about where Su Ruwashi suddenly appeared from. She's not a simple character. Rumor has it there's a big shot backing her, so we need to be careful. A hint of caution flashed in his eyes, as if a storm was about to break. Zhao Lin's heart skipped a beat, and Su Ruwashi's stunningly beautiful face immediately surfaced in his mind. He thought, if Ruwashi has a big shot behind her, we can't afford to be careless. You're right. We need to investigate thoroughly who she really is, so we don't get caught up in this storm. Huang Shiyu nodded, then his eyes lit up. By the way, I heard she's been frequently attending some secret gatherings recently. Should we follow her quietly? Great idea. Zhao Lin's heartbeat quickened, the thrill of adventure making his blood boil. Let's go tonight. The two exchanged a smile, as if they could already see the dawn of truth. The tense atmosphere became infinitely electrifying at that moment. Bang! Another earth-shaking muffled sound echoed, and the air was filled with a sense of tension. Huang Shiyu covered his forehead, his gaze like a knife as he stared at Zhao Lin. Old Zhao, are you really this bored? Zhao Lin's lips twitched slightly as he responded, it wasn't me. The two exchanged a glance, a faint sense of unease rising in their hearts. Looking up at the void, a cold gaze shot forth like an arrow, suffocating, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. In the Chu family area, a tense atmosphere pervaded. Chu Sheng's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said, Dad, what should we do? The Tianyuan battle simulation has already progressed 2/3 of the way, but Xiaofeng's ranking still hasn't improved. That good-for-nothing Chu Tian is actually dominating the top spot. If this continues, we'll lose everything. Chu Wenzhong glanced at the leaderboard, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. What's so great about being at the top? I believe Xiaofeng can absolutely make a comeback and win the championship. Dad! Even though Xiaofeng is my son, let's not deceive ourselves at this point. If Xiaofeng can make it into the top 5, I'll be eternally grateful. Chu Wenzhong glared fiercely at Chu Sheng and snorted coldly, who said only the first place on the leaderboard can win the championship? Dad! If we don't look at the leaderboard, then what? Look at talent and fate. Chu Sheng's words came to an abrupt halt, and then his eyes widened in surprise and delight. Dad! Are you saying, the lamplighter? That's right. As long as Xiaofeng can light the heavenly lamp, he is the champion. No matter how proud Chu Tian gets, it doesn't matter. I believe Xiaofeng is quietly gathering strength, waiting for the right moment to act. Chu Wenzhong's confidence flickered like a candle flame. Upon hearing his words, the gloom in everyone's hearts was instantly swept away. They all regained their confidence, their eyes filled with anticipation, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. In the Great Xia Kingdom, every Tianyuan simulation battle has an unwritten rule. Light the sky lantern, illuminate Tianyuan. The battle for the championship shakes the 9 heavens. Within every Tianyuan rift, there is a towering peak called Demon Ceiling Mountain. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts are bound by chains, and there is a force of rules on the mountain that constantly erodes the strength of the beasts. Each time the abyssal trial begins, the strength of the beasts is suppressed to just below the peak of the 2nd tier. However, at their peak, the beasts of Demon Ceiling Mountain are all ferocious creatures of the 4th tier or higher, with terrifying strength that cannot be underestimated. At the mountain's summit, there is a lamp that participants must light. The lamp lighter, even if not the champion of the abyssal simulated battle, can still enjoy the treatment of a champion. But history has proven that the lamplighters and champions of past abyssal simulated battles are almost always the same person. Reaching the summit of Demon Ceiling Mountain is by no means an easy task. Ferocious beasts swarm like tides, and the competition among candidates is even fiercer. At this moment, beneath Demon Ceiling Mountain, a young boy and girl stand side by side. The young man was dressed in black, his aura wild and untamed, like a fierce beast unleashed, exuding an astonishing presence with sharp determination etched between his brows. He was the young commander of Jiangqing's city guard Yang Dianfeng. Beside him stood a young woman in a purple battle outfit, gentle and serene, like the moonlighted dawn, evoking a sense of tender affection. She was the lady of the Wanwang mission, Su Ruoshi. Yang Dianfeng's lips curved slightly upward, revealing what he believed to be a charming smile, and he said loudly, "Miss Su, I didn't expect us to meet here as well." "What a coincidence!" Su Ruoshi remained expressionless, not even bothering to glance at him. With a swift movement, she prepared to head straight to the mountain peak. "Miss Su, wait for me." Unwilling to be outdone, Yang Dianfeng let out a sudden roar, his momentum surging. As he stomped his foot, gravel scattered, leaving a deep pit in the ground. Roar! 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 On the Demon Ceiling Mountain, the roars of countless beasts surged like a tide, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the void to tremble. The cliff walls began to crumble under the impact of the chains binding the ferocious beasts, with shattered rocks pouring down like a torrential rain, only to be trampled into dust by the surging beast tide before they could hit the ground. Scarlet beastly eyes flickered within the dust and mist, like flames ignited from the depths of hell, striking terror into the heart. The air was thick with the stench of rotting flesh and the foul breath of the ferocious beasts, gripping the entire mountain range in a deathly chokehold. The sky lantern atop the mountain swayed in the fierce wind, its faint golden light like the plea of a drowning man, on the verge of being devoured by darkness. An 8-armed demon ape suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the mountain split open with 100 zhang chasm. This was the final warning. At this moment, Demon Ceiling Mountain resembled a hellish prison. More and more examinees gathered at the foot of the mountain. The final showdown was about to begin. Can we defy fate? It all depends on this battle. Brother Tian, the final circle is here. There are no brothers on the battlefield. Bang! With a thunderous muffled sound, Chu Tian suddenly threw a punch without warning, sending Zhao Dezhu flying, and the rest of his words were forcefully smashed into his stomach. After a while, Zhao Dezhu, with a bloody nose and a bewildered expression, returned to Chu Tian. Seeing the latter raise his fist again, he quickly stepped back, secretly crying out that things were not looking good. "Whoa! Tianji, what are you doing? Attacking me at the marketplace?" Zhao Dezhu shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with discontent. Chu Tian clenched his fists, rubbing his hands together, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't you say there are no brothers on the battlefield? Good grief!" Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth and said, "Tianji, I hadn't finished speaking yet. What I meant to say was, there are no brothers on the battlefield, but I don't believe that." Chu Tian sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "But I do believe there are no brothers on the battlefield." Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, Chu Tian's fist shot out in an instant. Zhao Dezhu's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly retreated, his heart screaming in alarm. However, midway through, Chu Tian's punch suddenly changed its trajectory, veering directly to the side. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a giant demon ant that had somehow crept up behind Zhao Dezhu was obliterated by the punch. It exploded into a mist of blood, leaving not a trace of its corpse behind. The scene was utterly gruesome. "Brother Tian, you do love me after all," Zhao Dezhu exclaimed nonsensically, his face full of exaggerated gratitude, though inwardly he let out a sigh of relief. "Goon!" Chu Tian rolled his eyes in annoyance, looked up at the ferocious beasts covering the mountains, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a strong killing intent. "Brothers, charge! For the tribe!" Zhao Deju's sudden roar instantly eased the tense atmosphere a little. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and said, "You attention seeker, stay away from me." He. "Brother Tian, everyone calls me the life of the party," Zhao Deju said with an innocent look. "Who?" Zhao Deju pointed with his finger. "You, in front of the screen." "Me? Where did you learn this? So cheeky?" "Self-taught." Before the voice had even faded, suddenly, swish, a sharp sword aura descended from the sky, forcibly slicing a crack into the rock wall. The two blood lynx cats were instantly decapitated, blood gushing out like fountains, creating a shocking scene. Everyone swiftly turned their heads to look, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped the foot of the mountain. A young man in a white robe, holding a 3-foot-long sword, strolled forward. His entire being exuded an overwhelming sword aura, sharp and imposing, like a deity descending to the mortal world. Zhao Deju looked annoyed, snorted coldly, and said, "Damn. This swordsman definitely didn't install a GPS. GPS? What does that mean? Doesn't know his own position, huh? He thinks he's the protagonist? Making such a flashy entrance." Zhao Deju's voice was naturally loud, and the scene was utterly silent, so these two sentences were clearly heard by everyone present, including the sharp and imposing young man. "Zhao Deju, if you wanna die, I'll grant your wish." The young man sneered coldly, his sword flashing as he charged forward. "Zhao Deju, if you wanna die, I'll grant your wish." Hao Jian's voice was like a cold blade, exuding an unparalleled sharpness and intensity. Zhao Deju curled his lips in disdain, his face full of contempt. "Hao Jian, your tricks might work on others, but with me, I advise you to tone it down. I won't tolerate you courting death." A cold glint flashed in Hao Jian's eyes as he mercilessly thrust his sword forward. Zhao Deju, however, charged straight ahead, raising his fist without a hint of retreat. Boom! The clash of sword energy and fist force erupted into a thunderous shockwave, as if tearing through the surrounding air, with ripples spreading in all directions. Neither of them took a step back, evenly matched. Chu Tian was unwilling to waste time here, his gaze fixed on the faint light atop the demon-locking mountain, his whole body surging with battle intent. "This heavenly lamp, I'll light it." Gripping the flame dragon spear, he stepped on thunder and charged straight toward the demon-locking mountain. Roar! The roar of the beasts was as deafening as thunder. Blood-colored miasma rose at the foot of Demon Lock Mountain. As Chu Tian stepped across the scarlet boundary, the entire mountain trembled violently. The black iron chains on the rock wall shook frantically, and the sparks they scattered transformed into countless ghostly flames within the miasma. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with the foul odor of rotting flesh, making one nauseous. The ground beneath was no longer solid rock but mud soaked in blood, with each step feeling like treading on a sticky swamp, producing a squelching sound. Roar! A deep growl came from ahead, and Chu Tian looked up to see a massive ferocious beast slowly emerging from the shadows. It was a three-eyed demon wolf, its pitch-black fur shimmering with eerie green phosphorescence. Its 3 eyes, like blood-red rubies, shimmered with greed and ferocity. Its fangs were exposed, saliva dripping and corroding the ground. Behind the demon wolf, more ferocious beasts gradually revealed their forms. There was a giant python covered in scales, its forked tongue hissing, a 2-headed griffin, its wings spanning 10 meters wide, with sharp claws, carving deep grooves into the ground, and a swarm of blood-red bats, densely hanging from the rock walls, their knife-like claws glinting coldly. The gazes of these ferocious beasts were all fixed on Chu Tian, filled with indifference and savagery. Their breaths rose and fell, creating an oppressive atmosphere that suffocated. The air was filled with an eerie silence, with only low growls and the sound of chains scraping echoing. Suddenly, a crimson blood lynx shot out from one side like lightning, leaving streaks of blood-red afterimages. However, Chu Tian didn't even turn his head. With a gentle swing of the flame dragon spear in his hand, demonic flames swirled around. Poof! The blood lynx was instantly sliced into 2, spraying blood everywhere. Killing value, plus 199. Kill value accumulated, 4760. Boom! The corpse of the blood lynx had yet to hit the ground when more ferocious beasts, unable to hold back, pounced one after another. Chu Tian sneered coldly, the flame dragon spear spinning in his hand as demonic flames flared up. He stomped fiercely, his figure darting into the beast horde like lightning. The spear's shadow moved like a dragon, and wherever it passed, the ferocious beasts fell one by one, their blood staining the entire ground red. The number of ferocious beasts was simply too overwhelming, surging like a tide, impossible to kill them all. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear in the eyes of these creatures, only madness and greed, as if Chu Tian's flesh and blood held an irresistible allure for them. Chu Tian gripped the flame dragon spear, its shaft surrounded by demonic flames, like a roaring fire dragon twisting and turning in his hands. His figure darted through the beast horde like lightning, each swing of the spear unleashing scorching waves of fire. Wherever the spear tip passed, the anguished cries of beasts echoed, flesh and blood flying in all directions. At that moment, a massive two-headed griffin swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws aiming straight for Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian's gaze turned cold, and with a sudden stomp, he leapt into the air, sweeping out the flame dragon spear. The spear tip tore through the air, creating a blazing arc, instantly severing the griffin's two heads. Blood rained down like a storm, staining the heavens. Roar! The ground trembled as an 8-armed demon ape swung its enormous fists and struck fiercely. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, advancing instead of retreating. The spear tip thrust forward with precision, colliding violently and erupting into a deafening roar. In the next second, the demon ape's fist was pierced through by the spear. Blood spurted out in torrents, and the scent of it only drove the creature into a more frenzied state, wildly swinging its remaining 7 arms. With a cold snort, Chu Tian's spear suddenly trembled. In an instant, demonic flames capable of incinerating everything erupted, engulfing the demon ape's 7 arms. Roar! The demon ape let out a harrowing scream as its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chu Tian gripped the flame dragon spear, his gaze sharp as a blade, and mercilessly struck down with force. Poof! The 8-armed demon ape instantly turned into a mist of blood, a horrifying scene that shocked the surrounding ferocious beasts. With overwhelming power, Chu Tian fiercely slew several ferocious beasts, causing the bloodthirsty and savage creatures nearby to be stunned and halt their attacks in disbelief. Although they were mere beasts, their instincts told them, this human before them must not be underestimated. Chu Tian held the flame dragon spear, his gaze resolutely lifted. The sky lantern atop the mountain swayed in the fierce wind, its faint glow illuminating his unyielding face. His eyes burned with boundless fighting spirit. Chu Tian showed no sign of retreat, only the determination to face the challenge head-on. Roar! Suddenly, the flame dragon spear resonated with the battle intent within Chu Tian. The spear trembled, emitting waves of dragon roars, like the call of a battle horn summoning him to fight. Come on! Chu Tian growled, his voice like thunder, brimming with fearless momentum. Let me see just how savage you beasts truly are. Roar! Provoked by a mere ant-like human, the ferocious beasts were utterly enraged, losing all reason. Their deafening roars shook the entire demon-sealing mountain. Chu Tian showed no fear, striding forward boldly. His figure darted through the beast horde like a flash of lightning, and wherever he passed, the ferocious beasts fell one after another. But he knew that more beasts were about to surge in from all directions, ready to completely overwhelm him. At this moment, the battle on Demon Sealing Mountain was being broadcast live, with the original leaderboard replaced by a live streaming screen. The Jiangnan night market was bustling with activity. Both the vendors at their stalls and the customers strolling through the market gathered in front of a massive screen, nervously fixated on the scene. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their eyes red, fists clenched tightly, their faces filled with anxiety and anticipation. On the screen, over a dozen bloodthirsty and ferocious beasts dominated the view, while Chu Tian remained motionless, leaving everyone on edge. Tears welled up in Wang Huiru's eyes and silently streamed down her face. Watching the roaring beasts on the screen, she prayed silently in her heart, "Please protect my son, keep him safe and sound." Not only her, but the surrounding strangers also clasped their hands together, silently praying, their hearts filled with concern for Chu Tian. Suddenly, kill! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, as if tearing the sky apart. In the scene, flames soared into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire Demon Lock Mountain. Amid the crimson sea of fire, Chu Tian's figure stood tall and resolute, surrounded by blazing flames. His eyes burned like fire, a radiant red mark shone on his brow, and he wielded the flame dragon spear, resembling a god of war descending to the world, exuding an unparalleled aura. This scene will become eternal. This moment is eternity. Die. God of Death mode, activated. Chu Tian suddenly swung the flame dragon spear, and the demonic flames transformed into a fiery dragon that surged upward. The ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts around him instantly turned to ashes, unable to even let out a scream. Sizzle sizzle. At this moment, the sound of flames burning seemed to be the only sound in the Ninth Abyss Rift and the night market, striking fear into the hearts of all. The young man stood proudly amidst the sea of fire, holding the flame dragon spear, like a war god descending to the mortal realm. For a long time, Wang Huiru wept with joy. She had never been so excited before. Xiao Tian, you are mom's pride. This sentence was like a bomb thrown into the quiet night market, instantly igniting everyone's enthusiasm. All the vendors and customers cast envious and admiring glances, whispering among themselves, "Sister Wang, your stall fees will be waived from now on." Additionally, I will set up a shop for you in the best area of the night market, along with an extra subsidy of 20,000 yuan per month. A pot-bellied, balding man with a Mediterranean hairstyle wore a fawning smile, eagerly trying to curry favor. Wang Huiro quickly waved her hand and politely declined. Manager's son, thank you for your kindness, but I'm fine with my original stall. There's no need to move. That won't do. How can the original stall be worthy of the mother of the Tianyuan simulation battle champion? We'll do as I said. Manager's son waved his hand grandly, speaking with an air of immense confidence. The surrounding stall owners looked on with envy. Those with children went home to scold them, while those without children went home to make them, each secretly plotting how to excel. The same scene unfolded at the viewing site of the Tianyuan simulated battle. Compared to the ordinary big-screen broadcast at the Jiangnan night market, the level of impact at the first live broadcast site was simply incomparable. Chu Tian's earlier shot seemed to immerse everyone as if they were there, their breathing becoming rapid. Good lad, this shot is enough to make you a legend. Lin Fan, straddling the flying warhorse, did not hold back his praise. A rare smile appeared on his usually cold face, his eyes full of admiration. The crowd below the stage was dumbfounded upon hearing this somewhat exaggerated compliment. This shot is enough to ascend to godhood. Recognition from the colonel of the Abyssal Army means that Chu Tian has already set one foot into the gates of the Abyssal Army. And the one who finds this result most unacceptable is, of course, Chu Wenzhong, who drove Chu Tian out of the house. That old face looked as if he had eaten excrement, utterly unpleasant, with flames of anger burning in his heart. Dad! What should we do? If Chu Tian joins the Tianyuan army, we won't have a good time in the future. Chu Sheng's tone carried panic, as if he had foreseen a looming crisis. Chu Wenzhong glared angrily, gritted his teeth, and hissed in a low voice, "Shut up!" Chu Sheng shrank his head, kept silent, and didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Chu Wenzhong clenched his fists tightly. When he looked up and saw the boy engulfed in flames on the screen, a peculiar smile flashed in his eyes as he slowly spoke. After the Tianyuan simulated battle ends, I will bring Chu Tian back to the Chu family. What? Chu Sheng exclaimed in shock, his face instantly turning pale. Dad, you want Chu Tian to return to the Chu family? Dad, if Chu Tian comes back, what about Xiaofeng? Are you planning to abandon Xiaofeng? Lu Milan was horrified, her tone revealing dissatisfaction and anxiety. However, Chu Wenzhong coldly glared at the two of them. I will not allow anyone to disrupt the harmony of the Chu family. The voice was deep, exuding dominance and leaving no room for doubt. Chu Sheng and Lu Milan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with venomous resentment. They would never allow Chu Tian to return to the Chu family. Hey! Old Huang, look, that's my grandson Dizhu. Although he can't compare to that kid Chu Tian, when it comes to fighting fierce beasts, he's incredibly brave too. Zhao Lin looked at Zhao Dazhu on the screen, waving his fists, his face glowing with pride. Chu Tian's personal showcase ended, and the live stream returned to normal. Other candidates began their journey up the mountain, each displaying their unique skills. Yang Dianfeng wielded a black long blade, its body wrapped in violent spiritual energy. With every swing, it unleashed a streak of black blade light, like a messenger of death, sweeping through everything. His figure moved swiftly among the beasts, forcefully reaping the lives of ferocious creatures, leaving people astonished. Su Ruwashi, on the other hand, wielded a 3-foot-long green blade, its sword body shimmering with gentle sword energy. Her swordsmanship and movements were light and agile, highly captivating. Even though the beautiful girl killed a beast with every step, leaving blood in her wake, it still felt pleasing to the eye. The camera shifted to Hao Jian, exuding an overwhelming aura of sword energy. His swordsmanship was fierce, with every swing of the sword unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy. The ferocious beasts were either killed or maimed, creating a shocking scene. As for Zhao Dezhu, this guy was incredibly fierce, wielding a pair of iron fists. His punches were as powerful as a mountain, and every strike brought forth a violent gust of wind. Each punch landed directly on the head, pushing the level of gore to the maximum, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, the figure of another young boy appeared at the foot of the mountain. He exuded a domineering aura as he charged toward the demon lot mountain, resembling an enraged beast. The young man also wielded a spear, thrusting it forward as violent spiritual energy erupted with overwhelming force. The second-tier ferocious beasts were no match for him and were easily defeated. With absolute strength, he advanced forward, the spear in his hand as agile as a venomous snake, cunning and unpredictable, always catching his enemies off guard with unexpected moves. Soon, the young man attracted everyone's attention, becoming the center of focus. In the Chu family area, Chu Sheng and Lu Milan, who had gloomy expressions just a second ago, were so excited they almost jumped for joy, exclaiming in unison, "Xiaofeng, it's Xiaofeng." Chu Wenzhong hadn't expected that just as he was about to give up hope on Chu Feng, his grandson would appear in everyone's sight in such a manner. "Good boy, I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Chu Wenzhong suddenly stood up, raised his arm, and shouted loudly, his face finally showing a long-lost smile, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Seeing this, Chu Sheng cautiously asked, "Father, isn't having Xiaofeng alone enough for the Chu family?" Chu Wenzhong's laughter abruptly stopped. After a brief pause, he shook his head and said, "Xingzi, the interests of the Chu family come above all else. I hope you can understand." "Father, you..." Chu Wenzhong raised his hand to interrupt, speaking very seriously, "Enough. My mind is made up on this matter, don't say any more. However, there is one thing that will never change, and that is Xiaofeng's place in my heart, no one can replace it." This last sentence, for Chu Sheng, could be considered a small psychological comfort. Even so, he still felt unwilling to accept it. At the same time, the ninth abyssal rift, demon-locking mountain. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The examinees were locked in a fierce battle with ferocious beasts, rivers of blood flowing, and mountains of corpses piling up. The air was thick with the stench of blood, so overpowering it made one nauseous. The roars of ferocious beasts, the shouts of examinees, and the clash of weapons intertwined to form a battle hymn that struck straight to the soul. This was a contest of life and death, as well as a collision of will and madness. Kill! 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 After entering his god of slaughter mode, Chu Tian's combat power skyrocketed. With just himself and his spear, he slaughtered his way through the mountain full of ferocious beasts blocking the path. The baptism of blood made him fight more courageously. He was born for battle. Moreover, the surge and slaughter was the driving force behind his relentless ascent. Kill value accumulated, 17777. At this moment, Chu Tian had only one thought in his mind, light the heavenly lamp. Kill gods if they block the way, slay beasts if they appear. Roar! A peak second-tier bloodwing bat descended from the sky. Chu Tian's eyes flashed, without any extra movement, he thrust out with a spear, directly piercing through it. Slaughter value, plus 300. Total slaughter value, 18,077. Such battles no longer sparked any interest for Chu Tian, they had become dull. He lifted his leg and continued walking toward the heavenly lantern at the mountain peak. But at this moment, Chu Tian's body suddenly trembled, his eyes filled with shock. This shock did not stem from the battle but because he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the mountain peak, as if some ancient force was awakening. Could it be him? Chu Tian's heart jolted, and in an instant, all his previous fatigue and boredom vanished without a trace. He raised his head, his gaze intense, fixed on the direction of the sky lantern, as if engaging in a silent confrontation. "No matter who you are, I will not back down." Chu Tian's heart ignited with unprecedented determination, his steps firm as he charged toward that aura. "This time, I will make the whole world remember my name." Chu Tian trembled violently, the spiritual energy within him surging like magma, flowing through his entire body, accompanied by roaring sounds, as if every bone was ablaze. "Break for me!" Chu Tian let out a low roar, his momentum rising once again. The demonic flames of the flame dragon spear in his hand suddenly surged, converging into a massive fire dragon in the void. It spiraled around him, emitting an earth-shaking dragon's roar. At the same time, the flames beneath his feet transformed into a giant fire lotus, slowly blooming. The scorching heat wave instantly evaporated the surrounding ferocious beasts, leaving not even ashes behind. An invisible pressure swept across the entire demon-locked mountain like a tsunami. Whether it was the vicious and savage beasts or the awe-inspiring examinees, all were filled with terror upon sensing this horrifying aura. Breaking through at this moment, does he have a death wish? Fortune favors the bold. What a madman! Werewolf? Just a bit more ruthless than a tough guy. If he breaks through, he'll definitely light the sky lantern. Yang Dianfeng, halfway up the mountain, listened to the rising and falling discussions, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. He gripped the black long blade in his hand tightly, its blade surging with violent spiritual energy, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Tian. "Reckless fool, at this moment, you still dare to break through? Watch me destroy you!" Yang Dianfeng muttered to himself. His figure flickered as he dashed toward Chu Tian. However, just as he was about to approach Chu Tian, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air, blocking his path. "Miss Su?" Yang Dianfeng frowned, a trace of anger appearing on his face. "Step aside." Su Ruwashi stood with a long sword in her hand, the blade shimmering with a gentle sword aura. Her gaze was calm yet resolute. "Yang Dianfeng, taking advantage of others' peril, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Joke?" Yang Dianfeng sneered coldly, Miss Su, this is Demon Lock Mountain. Ruthlessness is the most basic rule. Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Su Ruwashi gently shook her head, the tip of her sword slightly raised, sword energy raging. If you insist, then I have no choice but to experience the strength of the young commander. Fine. As you wish. A trace of anger flashed in Yang Dianfeng's eyes as the black long blade slashed down fiercely. Su Ruwashi's figure flickered, easily dodging. However, Yang Dianfeng's strike split the onlooking white steel bear in two, proving his undeniable strength. Your blade is still not fast enough, Su Ruwashi said indifferently, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. Yang Dianfeng's face darkened, and he was about to strike again when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura emanating from Chu Tian's direction. He turned sharply, only to see Chu Tian, completely enveloped in crimson demonic flames, with the dragon shadow on the flame dragon spear becoming increasingly solid, as if it could break through the void at any moment. Damn it! Yang Dianfeng muttered under his breath, his mind racing. Facing the combined forces of Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi, defeat was inevitable. At this moment, the most important thing was to light the sky lantern and seize the championship of the Tianyuan simulated battle. After weighing the pros and cons, though filled with immense reluctance, he had no choice but to give up. Miss Su, believe me, you will definitely regret your choice today. Su Ruwashi rarely disliked someone so much that even looking at them felt like an insult to her eyes. You really disgust me. Get lost. Humph. Yang Dianfeng snorted coldly and said, one day, I will go crazy over you. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air, a streak of sword energy tore through the pitch-black night, slashing straight down. Yang Dianfeng's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly positioned his blade horizontally in defense. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out as Yang Dianfeng's blood surged uncontrollably, his throat tightening with a taste of iron. He was forced to retreat violently. His face twisted in fury as he roared, Su Ruwashi, just you wait. Before his words had fully left his mouth, a fiery dragon swept straight down from the mountain. Wherever it passed, the space itself distorted and warped, barriers shattered, and ferocious beasts were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of their remains. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, Yang Dianfeng felt an unprecedented sense of impending death. Every hair on his body stood on end as he frantically circulated his spiritual energy, swinging his long blade with desperate intensity. In the span of mere seconds, he unleashed over 100 arcs of blade light. Yet, before the might of the fiery dragon, these blade arcs were utterly powerless, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. No! Yang Dianfeng took off on the spot, leaving behind a roar filled with endless killing intent and hatred. Su Ruwashi raised her eyes to look. The young man held the flame dragon spear, surrounded by crimson flames like a dragon, walking forward step by step. With each step he took, the fierce beasts before him prostrated themselves on the ground and retreated. Su Ruwashi's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, her red lips slightly parted, crimson flames scorched the heavens and shatter the nine skies, dragon's roar shakes the earth and subdues the demons. Her melodious and gentle voice echoed across Demon Lock Mountain. Excellent poem. Chu Tian curled his lips into a smile, praising endlessly. As their eyes met, it seemed as though an inexplicable emotion began to sprout in both their hearts. Su Ruwashi smiled gently, her beauty dazzling in an instant, making the bloody scene seem almost pleasant. She sheathed her longsword and said softly, "Congratulations on your breakthrough." Chu Tian nodded slightly, gratitude evident in his gaze. "Thank you. Then how will you repay me?" Su Ruwashi teased with a playful smile, her bright eyes sparkling mischievously. Chu Tian paused for a moment, then responded with a smile, "I'll protect you to the mountaintop." "Great!" Su Ruwashi's laughter was as crisp as a bell. The two exchanged a smile, brimming with confidence, and lifted their legs to head toward the mountain peak. At the peak of Demon Ceiling Mountain, a faint light flickered in the wind, as if waiting for the one who could restore its brilliance. "Damn it! Chu Tian, I will tear you to pieces." In a dark corner, Yang Dianfeng's twisted face burned with rage as he slammed his fist into the ground, as if trying to punch a deep hole into it. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Suddenly, an eerie voice broke through his fury. Yang Dianfeng suddenly turned his head, his eyes blood-red, gritting his teeth as he said, "It's you? Are you here to laugh at me?" "No, no, no. Young commander, I'm here to help you take revenge. You must have experienced firsthand how powerful Chu Tian is. If you want revenge, the only way is for us to join forces. What do you say?" The young man curved his lips into a sinister smile. "You would be so kind?" Yang Dianfeng looked at him skeptically, secretly measuring him up. The young man burst into laughter. "Young commander, you're sharp. For one, I also want Chu Tian dead. Secondly, if I help you get revenge and assist you in igniting the Sky Lantern flame, I want a satisfactory outcome regarding the Tian Yuan army. Yan Dianfeng furrowed his brows deeply, sinking into thought. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "All right, I agree. As long as you help me kill Chu Tian and assist me in igniting the Sky Lantern flame, the matter of the Tian Yuan army will be handled by me." Deal. The young man nodded excitedly. Deal. The two shook hands, swearing an oath as firm as iron, their determination unwavering. The slaughter atop demon-locking mountain continued, the stench of blood thick in the air, as if even the wind had been tainted red. On the ground, the corpses of feral beasts piled high, their blood pooling into streams that snaked down the mountain, staining it entirely crimson. Severed limbs and broken bodies were scattered everywhere, some still twitching faintly, like whispers from the Grim Reaper. Finally, we're about to reach the summit. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled, and seeing the peak less than 100 meters away, a surge of hot blood coursed through his veins. He raised the flame dragon spear, and demonic flames transformed into a roaring fire dragon. The feral beasts in front of him dissolved into a mist of blood without even a chance to scream. Su Ruwashi wielded a long sword, her sword aura overwhelming. Though her attacks lacked Chu Tian's flashy effects, every strike she made brought a rain of blood, striking fear into her enemies' hearts. "Stay close to me," Chu Tian suddenly shouted, charging toward the summit at full speed. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Chu Tian abruptly stopped in his tracks. The scene before him made him shudder violently, cold sweat soaking his entire body. His instincts screamed, what lay ahead would be a moment of life and death. Chu Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks, his heart trembling at the sight before him. A massive ferocious beast slowly emerged from the darkness. Its body was like a small mountain, its skin as black as ink, covered in uneven bumps. The most terrifying feature was its gaping bloody mouth, which nearly took up half its body. The mouth was filled with sharp fangs, exuding a foul stench. Its eyes were blood-red, fixed intently on Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi, as if waiting for its prey to walk right into its trap. The abyssal giant-mouthed frog. Outside the rift of the ninth abyss, Huang Shiyu abruptly stood up, exclaiming in shock, his aged face full of astonishment. In the Chu family section of the audience, Chu Shang asked with a puzzled expression, "Father, why is that old man Huang Shiyu reacting so strongly? Isn't it just a toad?" When Chu Wenjong heard the last sentence, the corner of his mouth twitched, his old face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Idiot, this is the abyssal giant-mouthed frog, one of the ancient great fiends. Although its realm has been worn down, its strength is still comparable to the peak of the Pangu realm. This beast rarely appears, but whenever it does, it signifies the failure of the Sky Lantern trial, because no examinee can defeat it." After hearing this, Chu Sheng's face lit up with excitement. "Great! This is fantastic!" As soon as he said this, the entire spectator stand fell silent, and countless angry gazes turned toward Chu Sheng. "Idiot! Shut up!" Chu Wenjong growled in a low voice, gritting his teeth. "You're only thinking about getting Chu Tian killed. Have you even considered what will happen to Xiao Feng?" Hearing this, the smile on Chu Sheng's face froze instantly. "Father, what will happen to Xiao Feng?" "Get lost." At this moment, Jiangcheng fell into a deathly silence. Everyone in the city was staring intently at the screen showing the abyssal giant-mouthed frog and the young man holding a spear. The atmosphere was unbearably tense, especially at the Jiangnan night market, where the mood was even heavier. Wang Huiro clasped her hands tightly against her chest, her heart suddenly constricting, her face pale. "Aunt Wang, don't worry. Xiao Tian will definitely defeat the toad. That's right. He's the genius ranked first on the leaderboard. Let's all cheer for Chu Tian together. All right. Chu Tian, go for it. Chu Tian, go for it. Chu Tian, go for it." Meanwhile, within the rift of the ninth abyss, Su Ruwashi exclaimed in surprise, her voice tinged with a hint of tension, "This is one of the legendary ancient ferocious beasts. Its saliva is highly toxic. If bitten, death is certain." Chu Tian's expression froze for a moment, and he remarked in surprise, "An ancient ferocious beast turns out to be a toad." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the abyssal giant-mouthed frog suddenly opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar. A wave of foul stench surged forward, almost suffocating everyone. Immediately after, its tongue, like a massive whip, lashed toward Chu Tian with lightning speed. "Watch out!" Su Ruwashi urgently warned. Chu Tian's muscles tensed, already prepared. His figure flickered, easily dodging the attack. In an instant, the flame dragon spear in his hand swung fiercely, and crimson demonic flames transformed into a fiery dragon, charging straight toward the giant mouth of the abyssal giant mouth frog. Boom! The fire dragon struck the frog's tongue, erupting into scorching flames, filling the air with the smell of burnt flesh. The giant mouth frog let out a piercing howl of pain, quickly retracting its tongue. Yet, the intense pain completely unleashed its ferocity. Its massive body suddenly leaped forward, lunging at Chu Tian, its enormous shadow almost entirely enveloping him, courting death. A cold glint flashed in Chu Tian's eyes as spiritual energy surged wildly within him. The dragon's shadow on the flame dragon spear grew increasingly solid, as if it could break through the void at any moment. He suddenly leaped up, the flame dragon spear aimed straight at the giant-mouthed frog's head. Crimson demonic flames merged with thunder, converging at the spear tip into a single point before erupting violently. You, Toad, want to eat me? Dream on! Thunderous wrath. With a low growl from Chu Tian, the spearhead, wrapped in demonic flames and thunder, carried immense power as it fiercely pierced into the giant-mouthed frog's skull. Splurt! Blood gushed out like a fountain. The giant-mouthed frog let out a piercing wail, its massive body trembling violently before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Slaughter value, plus 555. Total slaughter value, 18,632. Damn! This kid is way too monstrous. On the spectator stands outside the ninth abyss rift, Zhao Lin exclaimed, his face flushed with shock. Chu Wenzhou's eyes were filled with fervor. He had already made up his mind to agree to Chu Tian's return to the Chu family. Chu Tian landed steadily, the demonic flames and thunder on the flame dragon spear gradually dissipating. He walked over to the giant-mouthed frog's corpse, cast a cold glance at it, and then stomped on its skull, crushing it completely. Is that all? Chu Tian snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Su Ruwashi stepped forward, witnessing the bloody scene before her, and exclaimed, "You're so strong." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. Chu Tian was surprised by her praise, his expression froze for a moment, and then, as if guided by instinct, he gently reached out to pat her head and said with a smile, "Big brother is impressive, right?" Su Ruwashi's delicate body trembled slightly, she suddenly looked up, her cheeks instantly flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Impressive." At this moment, Chu Tian realized his earlier action, lowered his head to look at his hand, and couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. The shy and bashful girl in front of him left him somewhat at a loss. She won't be angry, right? Chu Tian pondered to himself, quickly withdrawing his hand and touching his nose awkwardly as he said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine. I'm not upset." Su Ruwashi replied, then turned and left as if trying to escape, her steps slightly unsteady. Chu Tian watched her back and muttered to himself, "Could she have fallen for me?" This remark happened to be broadcast live. The tense atmosphere in Jiangchang was instantly broken, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. This kid is really full of himself, but that girl is indeed beautiful. If she could end up with Xiao Tian, it wouldn't be bad at all. Wang Huiro couldn't help but mutter to herself, clearly very satisfied with her potential future daughter-in-law. Amid the bustling sounds of the night market, people began celebrating early for Chu Tian, lighting lanterns. However, Chu Tian was unaware that in a dark corner, a pair of crimson eyes were fixed on them, filled with resentment and murderous intent. "Chu Tian, you won't be smug for long." Yang Dianfeng muttered to himself, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the young man behind him, asking coldly, "When do we start the operation?" "Major, what's the rush?" the young man responded indifferently. "If we don't act now, he'll soon light the sky lantern, and it'll be too late." Yang Dianfeng roared angrily, his face full of fury. The young man grinned widely, completely unfazed. "No need to rush, just wait a little longer. Are you playing games with me?" Yang Dianfeng's fury flared. With a flick of his arm, a cold glint flashed, and a black longsword instantly rested against the young man's neck. Just a slight application of force, and his life would be forfeit. However, the young man's smile remained radiant, utterly fearless as he said, "Commander Yang, I advise you not to act rashly. I am your ally, the only partner who can help you achieve both fame and win the woman you desire." Killing intent surged in Yang Dianfeng's eyes as he said coldly, "The thing I hate most is being threatened. You've crossed my bottom line." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Dianfeng suddenly exerted force, and the atmosphere became unbearably tense. Yang Dianfeng's sudden burst of power was accompanied by a tearing crack sound that echoed in the air. But unexpectedly, the scene of blood spraying and a lifeless corpse did not appear. Instead, Yang Dianfeng slashed backhandedly, cutting through the air with a blade that streaked like a rainbow. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" he asked coldly. The young Chu Feng, however, burst into hearty laughter, utterly fearless, not afraid. "I believe that the young commander is a smart man and would never make a foolish decision." Yang Dianfeng was slightly taken aback, staring deeply at Chu Feng before slowly saying, "Chu Feng, you've changed." The young man before him was none other than Chu Feng. His composure and calmness were like a lurking viper, instilling fear in others. Chu Feng's lips curled into a sly smile. "If I don't change, how can I face Chu Tian, my mortal enemy? He makes me feel fear." Yang Dianfeng's pupils suddenly contracted, and the image of Chu Tian's deadly shot vividly resurfaced in his mind. At this moment, Chu Feng extended his hand, his face full of smiles, and said, "Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you." The two shook hands, and an atmosphere of collusion instantly spread. Meanwhile, Chu Tian stepped closer and closer to the peak of Demon Lock Mountain, now less than 10 meters away from the heavenly lantern that countless examinees had fought desperately to claim, within reach. "Keep going, this heavenly lantern belongs to you." Su Ruoshi's voice was as melodious as a clear spring, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. "Thank you." Chu Tian nodded gratefully and stepped toward the sky lantern swing in the darkness. Each step felt as if it were treading on the hearts of everyone in Jiangcheng, instantly heightening the tension, an entire city watching intently. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. Su Ruoshi's face turned pale as she cried out in alarm, "Watch out!" Whoosh! A sound of something piercing through the air rang out, as a black blade light shot forward like lightning. Chu Tian didn't even turn his head. Lightning flickered beneath his feet as he easily dodged. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The spot where Chu Tian had just been standing instantly turned into a deep trench, with rubble flying and dust billowing everywhere. "You are unworthy of obtaining the sky lantern." A cold and resentful voice echoed from the darkness. Then, Yang Dianfeng emerged slowly, holding a black longsword. At this moment, everyone in the ninth abyss was stunned. They had thought the outcome was already decided, but unexpectedly, a twist occurred. Chu Tian seemed to have anticipated this, looking toward the darkness with great interest. "You might as well come out now." "Still hiding at a time like this?" Everyone held their breath, the tense atmosphere suffocating. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Feng's figure slowly emerged. While clapping, he teased, "My dear brother, I never would have thought that you, after losing your innate life bone, could make it this far and become so powerful." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, killing intent spreading. "This time, I won't let you escape again. What you owe me will be repaid sooner or later." "Big brother, at least a third of the same blood flows in both of us. Do we really need to draw such clear lines? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine." Chu Feng's shamelessness was truly astonishing. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "All right. Then right now, I want your life. Come on, show me." Chu Feng froze, the smile on his face instantly stiffening, and the Dao heart he had just established nearly collapsed. "All right, enough with the nonsense, take him down first." Yang Dianfeng, worried about delays, urged hastily. Chu Feng nodded slightly, the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a tangible killing intent in his eyes. Holding a long spear, his blood surged violently. "Kill!" The two shouted in unison and instantly charged at Chu Tian. "I'll help you!" Su Ruoshi exclaimed softly, ready to act, but Chu Tian stopped her with one hand. "Don't let these two pieces of trash dirty your hands. I can handle this myself." Looking at Chu Tian's serious expression, Su Ruoshi felt an unprecedented sense of trust and softly said, "Brother, be careful." "What did you call me?" Chu Tian's lips curved into a smile. "Brother. Can you say it again?" "Brother, brother." "Ah ha ha ha." Chu Tian laughed heartily, his face flushed as if infused with endless power. The spiritual energy within him surged like a tide and erupted with a roar. "Watch as your brother slaughters all enemies." Chu Tian's voice echoed across the peak of Demon Lock Mountain. He suddenly raised the flame dragon spear, demonic flames rising abruptly, the spearhead pointing directly at the two as he roared, "Come here and face your death." "This guy, how can he be so strong?" Yang Dianfeng gritted his teeth and growled, the black long blade in his hand trembling slightly. The cold gleam on the blade's edge seemed dull and lifeless under Chu Tian's overwhelming aura. Chu Feng's face also darkened. He stared intently at Chu Tian, his heart filled with dread. He had thought that joining forces with Yang Dianfeng would be more than enough to crush Chu Tian completely, but he had underestimated his opponent's strength. "Don't panic. No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. If we work together, we can wear him down to death." Chu Feng's words were meant to reassure himself, but the fear within him was impossible to conceal. You two, come at me together. Before the voice had faded, the flame dragon spear in Chu Tian's hand suddenly swung, and the crimson demonic flames instantly transformed into a massive fire dragon, charging straight at Yang Dianfeng and Chu Feng. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar erupted, and the all-consuming demonic flames instantly ignited the surrounding air, even burning the space itself into a distorted, warped state, suffocating all around. Yang Dianfeng and Chu Feng exchanged glances, not daring to take it head-on. They hurriedly dodged aside, but the fire dragon, carrying an unstoppable force, forced them to retreat repeatedly. Damn it! How can the sky's flames be so terrifying? Yang Dianfeng gritted his teeth and roared, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his cheeks as he secretly cursed the dire situation in his heart. Chu Feng did not speak. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed firmly on Chu Tian. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly, as spiritual energy surged wildly within his body. Sky-splitting spear! Chu Tian, prepare to die! Suddenly, Chu Feng roared furiously. The spear erupted with a surge of violent spiritual energy, tearing through the void as it shot straight toward Chu Tian's heart, its momentum unstoppable like a rainbow piercing the sky. Yang Dianfeng's face lit up with joy at the sight, and he had just started to laugh when, in the next second, his laughter abruptly stopped. Chu Tian merely sneered disdainfully, lightly flicking the flame dragon spear in his hand to effortlessly neutralize Chu Feng's attack. Is that all? You really disappoint me. Chu Tian shook his head inside, his tone full of mockery. Chu Feng's face instantly turned ashen, his heart filled with shock and anger. He hadn't expected his full-force strike to be so easily blocked by Chu Tian, followed by merciless ridicule. No, you piece of trash. Chu Tian cursed angrily, immediately throwing a punch that sent Chu Feng flying. He crashed heavily onto the hard, rocky ground, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Chu Feng! Yang Dianfeng's expression changed drastically at the sight. He frantically channeled the spiritual energy within his body and darted out, his heart filled with despair and rage. Chu Tian slowly turned around, his voice low and commanding, thunderous might. In an instant, the pitch-black sky above was suddenly illuminated by streaks of violet lightning, slithering like dragons through the air. The tension in the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Chu Tian raised the flame dragon spear high with one hand, and countless bolts of lightning poured down, converging at the tip of the spear as if to tear the entire world apart. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu, who had just climbed to the peak of Demon Lock Mountain, saw the scene. His legs went weak, and he almost collapsed headfirst, his face full of terror. His face was pale as he muttered softly, "If that spear strikes me, I'll definitely be black and blue all over." Chu Tian. My dad is the commander of Jiangqing's city guard army, Yang Kuan. Let me go, let me go. Yang Dianfeng roared desperately. His eyes filled with fear. Despair and terror intertwined as he wondered in his heart what fate awaited him at this moment. Chu Tian looked at Yang Dianfeng, whose face was twisted in agony, with no trace of pity in his eyes, only endless coldness and murderous intent. Yang Kuan? Your father is Wang Feng, and that won't help. Chu Tian sneered, raising the flame dragon spear high. The thunder and demonic flames intertwined at the tip of the spear, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. Chu Tian. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll die too. Yang Dianfeng's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Kill you? Rest assured, I won't kill you. But, while you may escape death, punishment is inevitable. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he swung the flame dragon spear downward. The thunder and demonic flames at the tip of the spear erupted instantly, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that shot straight out. Ah! Yang Dianfeng let out a piercing, anguished scream as his entire body was flung backward by the force, crashing heavily onto the ground. A deep wound on his chest was continuously oozing fresh blood, but what filled him with utter despair was the realization that the spiritual energy within him was rapidly dissipating. You destroyed my innate lifebone. Yang Dianfeng's face was filled with terror, his voice carrying endless despair. Chu Tian lifted his leg and walked over to Yang Dianfeng, looking down on him from above. Suddenly, he grinned and said, "So, how do you feel? Surprised? Shocked? You bastard, ah." Yang Dianfeng gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse and furious. Chu Tian remained unfazed. He turned around, picked up the spear that Chu Feng had dropped on the ground, and then walked back to Yang Dianfeng. With a sly grin, he said, "Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you, I'm the one who burned your Lamborghini." What? Yang Dianfeng's eyes widened in rage, his gaze bloodshot as he roared, "It really was you?" Chu Tian nodded. "Yes, it was me." Surprised? Shocked? Before his words had even fully landed, and before Yang Dianfeng could react, Chu Tian thrust the spear forward, piercing straight through Yang Dianfeng's shoulder and pinning him firmly to the rock wall behind him. Ah! Yang Dianfeng's screams were heart-wrenching. Blood flowed down the length of the spear, staining the rock wall bright red. Slaughter value, plus 333. Total slaughter value, 18,965. This scene plunged the entire Jiang city outside the Ninth Abyss Rift into dead silence. What a decisive and ruthless little fellow. I didn't expect that even I, the commander of the city garrison, would be disregarded. A deafening roar echoed through the audience, and anyone could easily hear the killing intent and fury contained in that voice. Huang Shiyu's face changed dramatically, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Chu Tian has destroyed Yang Dianfeng's innate life bone, and Yang Kuan will definitely not let this go. For a moment, the atmosphere in the audience became subtle, and everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. However, at this moment, Chu Sheng stepped forward and said loudly, Commander, I have something to say, though I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Speak! Yang Kuan growled in a low voice. Chu Sheng clasped his hands in salute, bowed slightly, and said with heartfelt pain and anger, Commander, this villain Chu Tian is bloodthirsty and ruthless. If we allow him to grow unchecked, he will surely become a great threat. I believe we must eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. However, most people were cursing Chu Sheng in their hearts, calling him a true beast. Yang Kuan glanced at Chu Sheng and nodded slightly, very good. It seems the Chu family still has someone who understands the bigger picture. Huang Shiyu frowned deeply, his face full of anxiety. With his strength and status, there was no way he could stop Yang Kuan. What should he do? Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in Huang Shiyu's eyes. He quickly took out his phone and sent a message, thinking to himself, this is the moment of truth. At worst, I'll risk my old life to get him out of here. Not good. That useless man, he wants to lay hands on Xiaofeng. Lu Milan, who was smiling just a second ago, had a drastic change in expression the next moment and cried out in shock. Chu Sheng also shouted anxiously, Commander Yang, please step in and stop Chu Tian. Yang Kuan spread his hands helplessly, this is a Tianyuan simulated battle, I have no authority to intervene. Hearing this, Chu Sheng's face turned ashen. He could only look up at the big screen helplessly. On the screen, Chu Tian was walking step by step toward Chu Feng, who was lying on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Each of Chu Tian's steps seemed to tread on Chu Feng's heart, and the suffocating feeling of death swept over his entire body. No, don't come over here. Chu Feng roared hysterically while retreating backward. But how could his crawling speed compare to Chu Tian's walking pace? Last time you managed to escape, but this time you won't. Chu Tian said as he quickly caught up. Chu Feng raised his head, his eyes filled with fear. Chu Tian, brother Tian, I beg you, spare me. Spare me. Spare me. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the dull sounds that echoed repeatedly, Chu Feng caught out an apology, his head continuously striking the ground, leaving him bloodied and battered. Chu Tian's eyes were full of mockery as he laughed and said, last time you escaped, do you know how guilty I felt? Chu Feng trembled violently, his vision blurred by blood, and a dizzying sensation surged like a tide. Yet he bit his tongue hard to keep himself awake. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your innate life bone. It's my fault. I'm not human, I'm a beast. Please don't hold it against me. Since you know you shouldn't have taken my innate life bone, then return it to me. Chu Tian sneered, flipping his palm as a wisp of demonic flame ignited, instantly reducing Chu Feng's clothes to ashes and exposing his already sunken chest. No, don't, let me go. Chu Feng struggled desperately, despair surging in his heart. Chu Tian grinned, the smile on his face as dazzling as that of a demon. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt too much, just a tiny little bit. Before his words finished, his left hand clawed viciously towards Chu Feng's chest. Splurt! Blood sprayed out along Chu Tian's 5 fingers, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Chu Feng's eyes widened to their limits, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. The pain was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. At that moment, he even forgot to scream. The excruciating pain that tore through his soul was indescribable. This agony of having one's bones dug out by hand was even more despairing than what young Dianfeng had endured, an absolute torment of an entirely different magnitude. Ah! Chu Feng let out a single scream, his voice filled with helplessness from start to finish. Witnessing the entire scene, Yang Dianfeng suddenly felt lucky, as though his own suffering wasn't all that painful in comparison. A white light slowly seeped out from Chu Feng's flesh and bones. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared in anguish, "Brother Tian, I beg you, for Grandpa's sake, spare me. Please, I'm begging you." His voice carried despair and terror. Hearing this, Chu Tian paused his movements, looking at Chu Feng in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? For whose sake?" Chu Feng, thinking his words had worked, hurriedly repeated, "For Grandpa's sake." "All right. For Grandpa's sake, I'll kill you, you damn idiot." Chu Tian growled through gritted teeth, snapping all of Chu Feng's exposed ribs in one swift motion. In the end, Chu Feng couldn't endure it anymore. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. No matter how Chu Tian continued to torment him, Chu Feng remained completely unresponsive. Chu Tian felt secretly smug. If it weren't for the faint signs of breathing, he would have thought the guy was already dead. Little crispy skin, already fainted? I haven't had enough fun yet. Chu Tian muttered softly, his heart filled with even more resentment. He had no choice but to dig out the S-grade talent life bone that originally belonged to him. However, just as he held it in his hand, an unexpected change occurred. Chu Tian looked at his empty palm, his expression froze for a moment, then he lowered his head to look at his chest. A faint white glow flickered and gradually disappeared. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of clarity swept through his entire body. Spiritual energy surged within him like a tide, restless and agitated, beginning to circulate on its own. The realm he had just broken through loosened once again. Chu Tian's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, it seems this talent life bone suffered greatly in Chu Feng's trashy body. The two talent life bones fused smoothly, and the white glow completely vanished. He clearly felt that his comprehension had more than doubled, which could be described as defying the heavens. Perhaps there were still unexpected surprises waiting for him to discover. However, there was no time to waste now. The heavenly lantern atop the mountain flickered on and off, about to extinguish. If the heavenly lantern went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The rules of Demon Sealing Mountain would collapse, and all the ferocious beasts locked on the mountain would lose control and regain their strength. By then, all the examinees would surely die. Chu Tian quickly turned around and headed toward the heavenly lantern swaying in the darkness. All the examinees on Demon Sealing Mountain and the people of Jiang City instantly grew tense. Is it finally time to light the heavenly lantern? Ta-ta-ta. At this moment, the resounding footsteps were the only sound at the scene. Chu Tian stood before the sky lantern, his gaze fixed on the utterly ordinary oil lamp. The lamp's body was cast in bronze, its surface covered with the marks of time, and the mottled patina told of its long history. The wick flickered slightly, its light faint yet capable of piercing through endless darkness, illuminating the entire Demon Lock Mountain. The flame danced gently, like the pulse of life, carrying an indescribable power. Beside the sky lantern was a beer bottle, already weathered with age, containing half a bottle of lamp oil. Everything seemed so haphazard. When Chu Tian picked up the beer bottle, Zhao Deju's mouth twitched, and he exclaimed in shock, "Oh my goodness! Brave the world, Brother Tian, are you about to spin one?" Chu Tian's hand trembled upon hearing this, almost throwing the beer bottle away. That sly old fox. Phew! Chu Tian took a deep breath, picked up the beer bottle, and poured it over the sky lantern. As the lamp oil flowed down, the sky lantern gradually lit up, once again radiating brilliance. Boom! The sky lantern suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, as if a blazing sun had risen from the mountain peak. The light surged outward like a tide, instantly illuminating the entire Demon Sealing Mountain. The golden light dispelled the darkness, revealing countless chains, each one coiled around the massive bodies of ferocious beasts. At this moment, the chains were also coated with a layer of brilliant gold. Roar! Howl! The deafening roars of myriad beasts shook the heavens, causing the Demon Sealing Mountain to tremble. The bodies of all the ferocious beasts were tightly bound by the chains, golden runes flowing visibly along them, tightening further. The Demon Sealing Formation was fully activated. The ferocious beasts struggled madly, the chains clanging loudly, yet they could not break free from their shackles. At the mountain's peak, Chu Tian stood proudly, his black robes stained with blood, billowing fiercely in the raging wind. Holding the flame dragon spear, its tip ignited with demonic flames, he stood in stark contrast to the golden radiance of the sky lantern. At this moment, Chu Tian radiated brilliance. Zhao Deju widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Damn! So handsome, I'm almost turning gay." Su Ruwashi blinked her beautiful eyes, her gaze sparkling, and her rosy lips slightly parted. "This guy is really so handsome." Meanwhile, Yang Dianfeng, who was pinned to the rock wall, was filled with resentment, his face twisted as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! All of this should have been mine. Chu Tian, I will make you wish you were dead, I swear." "Ah! Who? Who the hell ambushed me? Suddenly, Yang Dianfeng, who was spewing threats, coughed up a mouthful of blood and screamed in agony. Zhao Dezhu chuckled, shrinking his head back. Who can understand the joy of being the sixth sibling? Family, you know. As the sky lanterns were lit, this round of the Abyss simulation battle came to an end. Each examinee was enveloped in spiritual energy and transported away from the ninth Abyss rift. In just a matter of minutes, all examinees had been evacuated. But at this moment, within the rift of the ninth Abyss, a figure was still moving swiftly. It was Mo Lu, the assassin of the Abyss Army's 7th Squad. Suddenly, Mo Lu stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brows as he looked at his watch and muttered to himself, its presence was clearly here, how could it suddenly vanish? After speaking, he raised his arm and reported into the watch, "Boss, that thing is gone." A stern and hoarse voice came from the watch. "Come out." "Yes, boss." Just as Mo Lu was about to end the call, Wei Pingxing on the other end suddenly said in a deep voice, "Chu Tian might be in danger. I can't leave for now, so act as you see fit when the time comes." "Understood. Boss, tell me honestly, is Chu Tian really not your illegitimate child? Get lost. If you dare bring this up again, watch out or I'll tear your mouth apart." Mo Lu was so frightened that he quickly ended the call. Actually, after recruiting Chu Tian last time, he couldn't help but ask Wei Pingxing on the way back. As a result, from that night onward, he spent 3 whole days crawling in bed. The butt hurts so much. It burns with pain. Outside the ninth Abyss rift, all the examinees stood amidst the ruins, their expressions weary, with almost everyone bearing some injuries to varying degrees. Before entering the ninth Abyss rift, there were as many as 6,000 examinees, but by the end, fewer than 4,000 remained. This simulated battle in the Abyss resulted in the sacrifice of over 2,000 examinees, making it the most tragic in history. Although all parents and examinees had mentally prepared for death before the simulated battle in the Abyss began, when it truly happened, who could accept it calmly? After all, those were vibrant lives. The parents of the candidates who died in the Abyss rift were heartbroken, their cries echoing one after another, and the atmosphere at the scene was unbearably oppressive. The sky was so gloomy it seemed as though water could be wrung from it, with heavy, low-hanging clouds pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Occasionally, a few streaks of lightning flashed through the clouds, yet no thunder could be heard. The wind swept up the dust on the ground, carrying a hint of chill as it blew through the ruins, across everyone's faces, yet it could not dispel the heavy atmosphere. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood, mixed with the smell of scorched earth from the ruins, weighing heavily on the heart. But at that moment, a roar full of resentment rang out. "Dad! Help me kill Chu Tian, I want him dead." In the crowd, Yang Dianfeng's face was pale, twisted, and terrifying. On his shoulder, Chu Feng's spear was still embedded, with blood dripping along the shaft, the drip sound piercingly sharp. Yang Kuan sat on the high platform, his face dark and terrifying, staring intently at Chu Tian, the killing intent in his eyes almost tangible, ready to erupt in the next moment. "Chu Tian." Yang Kuan's voice was low and icy. "Even though your talent and strength are extraordinary, your methods are bloody and ruthless. If left to grow, you would become a major threat. Therefore, to eliminate future troubles, I have decided to cripple your cultivation." Before the voice had faded, the ruins fell into a deathly silence. The crowd looked at Chu Tian with eyes full of sympathy. Their gaze involuntarily fell on the leaderboard. First place, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Chu Tian, 50,789 points. At this moment, how ironic this ranking looks. In the face of power, even the first place in the Tianyuan simulated battle is as insignificant as an ant. Chu Tian raised his head and looked directly at Yang Kuan, the corners of his mouth slightly curved into a faint smile, and said, "General Yang, as the commander of the city Guard Army, are you unaware that the Tianyuan simulated battle is equivalent to a battlefield? Your son wanted to kill me, so I destroyed his gifted life bone. Was I wrong? You were wrong. What's wrong? The problem is that he is my son, Yang Kuan." Before the words had even faded, Yang Kuan suddenly stood up. A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted, overwhelming everything as it surged toward Chu Tian. The oppressive aura from the commander of Jiangcheng's city guard instantly reached its peak. "General Yang, show mercy." Huang Shiyu shouted loudly, his figure flickering as he shielded Chu Tian behind him. Seeing this, Yang Kuan's eyes filled with murderous intent. "Principal Huang, you're a smart man. You should know what to do and what not to do. I believe you can distinguish clearly." Faced with Yang Kuan's threat, Huang Shiyu did not retreat a single step. He said firmly, "This is what I should do." "Ha ha ha." Yang Kuan, consumed by extreme anger, burst into laughter, then suddenly changed his tone, "Then you can die along with him." With that, the spiritual energy within Yang Kuan surged out, and the oppressive aura of a radiant realm expert was instantly unleashed. Everyone within the ruins felt a suffocating pressure. Huang Shiyu's blood surged, his face turning red. Seeing this, Chu Tian was deeply moved and hurriedly said, "Principal Huang, thank you, but please step aside first. Today, even if it costs me this old life, I will protect you." Huang Shiyu finished speaking, took a sudden step forward, and his energy surged. Yang Kuan's face was extremely grim as he threw a punch. The overwhelming force of his fist bore down on Chu Tian like a crushing wave. "Old man, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Dad, what are you waiting for? Make your move." Suddenly, an anxious voice rang out, breaking the dead silence within the ruins. Su Ruwashi's delicate face tensed, a trace of anger appearing between her brows. "Hey! You little girl, what's the rush? It's just a mere captain of the city guard. Such a trivial matter doesn't require me to step in, does it?" A teasing voice came from the void. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, and they all looked up at the figure sitting cross-legged in the void, their hearts trembling. Lin Fan could be seen leading the Tianyuan army, standing respectfully on either side, a clear testament to his esteemed status. Even before the Tianyuan simulated battle began, everyone had been fiercely speculating about Yi Wuliang's identity, with almost everyone believing he was an important figure in the Tianyuan army. Now, combining his earlier words with Lin Fan's attitude, everyone's suspicions grew even firmer. However, since this prominent figure chose not to help Chu Tian, who else on the scene could stop Yang Kuan's frenzied assault? At the same time, Yang Kuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. What he feared most was Yi Wuliang's intervention. In contrast, Chu Tian's mood was as cold as a harsh winter. He dared to destroy Yang Dianfeng's gifted life bone precisely because Yi Wuliang was backing him. But in the end, damn! This guy is really unreliable. Just as Yang Kuan's attack was about to land, Huang Shiyu exhausted all his strength to release spiritual energy in an attempt to block it. However, the gap in strength was like an unbridgeable chasm. The moment the punch landed, Huang Shiyu's spiritual energy instantly collapsed. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire ruin shook violently, dust filled the air, blurring the vision of everyone present. Ha ha ha! Yang Dianfeng stared intently at the area shrouded in dust, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Chu Tian, so what if you're a champion? So what if you've lit the heavenly lamp? Offending me, you still have to die." At this moment, everyone felt sympathy for Chu Tian. Such a genius, yet destined to die under the shadow of power. Is the life of an ordinary person truly so insignificant? The scene was deathly silent, with even the sound of a pin drop audible. However, at that moment, as the dust gradually settled, Chu Tian and Huang Shiyu appeared before everyone completely unharmed. The smile on Yang Dianfeng's face froze instantly, and he shouted sharply, "Dad! Why isn't he dead? Kill him now!" Boom! With a loud bang, rubble and dust scattered everywhere, as if a small explosion was brewing on the scene. Everyone stared in astonishment, only to see an elderly man with white hair and beard, a kind yet dignified face, standing steadily atop the pit. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, with his hands clasped behind his back. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. On the back of the robe was embroidered a vast blue sky, as if clouds and winds were churning within it. This was none other than the emblem of the Tianyan Academy. The audience in the stands consisted of the prominent families and elites of Jiangcheng, people of power and influence who naturally knew Tianyan Academy well. Although there were many martial arts academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, the 8 great academies were undoubtedly the best among them, and Tianyan Academy happened to be one of the 8. And the purple robe signified the rank of a vice dean, an absolute superpower. The old man turned around, squinted his eyes, carefully examined Chu Tian, and nodded repeatedly, looking very satisfied. "Good, good, good. A promising young talent." Chu Tian felt uncomfortable under the old man's gaze, quickly touched his nose, clasped his hands in salute, and bowed slightly. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." The old man gently stroked his long beard, swaying his head. "No need to thank me, young man. Let me ask you, are you willing to join the Tianyan Academy?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was astonished. Although they had already speculated about this outcome, hearing it directly from the old man's mouth still left them deeply shocked. "Senior, of course I want to join the Tianyan Academy, but do you want the corpse? Damn! This brat has such a sharp tongue." Yi Wuliang in the void twitched the corner of his mouth and cursed with a laugh. The elder raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Chu Tian pointed to Yan Kuan, whose face was dark and full of despair, and said, "Senior, I destroyed the talent bone of the general's son, and now the general wants to kill me." "Humph." The old man snorted coldly, abruptly flicking his sleeve. "If he dares to touch you, then the position of commander of the Jiangqing City Guard will cease to exist." Zhao Dizhu, amidst the crowd, couldn't help but exclaim with a burst of national slang, "Damn. This old man is truly badass, directly abolishing the Jiangqing garrison." At this moment, Yang Kuan's face changed dramatically. Others might not recognize this old man, but he knew very well it was Manhwa, the vice dean of Tianyan Academy. He indeed had the power to abolish the Jiangqing garrison. Yang Kuan took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face, and said loudly, "Dean Yan, Chu Tian is the champion of Jiangqing's Tianyuan battle trials. How could I abuse my power for personal gain? I was just joking with him, wasn't I, Chu Tian?" After speaking, Yang Kuan turned to look at Chu Tian, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes full of menace. "Joking around?" Chu Tian feigned shock, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Your family's joking around costs lives? Just now, you were loudly proclaiming you wanted my life, everyone heard it." Yang Kuan's smile froze instantly. He glanced around, his face full of anger, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Who heard it?" Under his imposing presence and threats, the audience lowered their heads and chose silence. But there are always the brave ones who dare to say no to dark forces. "I heard it." A melodious voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Su Ruwashi's lips curved into a gentle yet resolute smile as she spoke slowly, "I heard it with my own ears. Commander Yang said he wanted Chu Tian's life, and he even made a move." "Ridiculous." "Shut up." Yang Kuan abruptly turned around, glaring at Su Ruwashi with burning rage as he roared, "What right do you have to speak here?" Before his words had fully landed, a muffled thud accompanied by an overpowering force slammed Yang Kuan to the ground. He crashed hard, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. "What kind of thing are you, daring to scold my daughter? Apologize immediately." A cold, authoritative voice echoed, carrying an immense weight of majesty. Yang Kuan tried to resist, but as soon as he circulated his spiritual energy, the pressure on his body doubled instantly. Ugh! Another mouthful of blood spewed out. Overwhelmed by the suffocating grip of death, Yang Kuan was consumed with fear. Sorry," he stammered, trembling as he endured the excruciating pain, his voice quivering with terror. "Speak louder, and be serious." Chu Tian looked at him coldly. Yang Kuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Miss Su, I'm sorry." At this moment, he was utterly humiliated, but the pressure weighing on him receded like a tide. Yang Kuan trembled as he stood up, his gaze filled with apprehension as he looked at the figure sitting in the void. "Dean Yan, I didn't think this matter through properly. I ask for your forgiveness," he said in a deep voice. "From now on, Chu Tian officially becomes the chief student of our Tianyan Academy. If you harbor any malicious intent again, you will be opposing Tianyan Academy, and you will bear the consequences yourself." The elder's voice was as thunderous as a storm, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Becoming a student of Tianyan Academy is already a great honor for one's family, but being the chief student is an even greater glory, worthy of establishing a separate family lineage. Even though Yang Kuan felt deeply unwilling in his heart, he could only nod slightly. "Dean Yan, rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. Farewell." Yang Kuan left in disgrace, taking Yang Dianfeng, whose innate talent and destiny bone had been destroyed, with him. Who could have imagined that a dignified frontier official and commander of the city guard would suffer such a setback in front of a mere youth? In the Chu family territory, Chu Wenzhong's face lit up with excitement like a blooming chrysanthemum when he heard that Yanhua had named Chu Tian the chief student of the Tianyan Academy. His eyes revealed a fervent glow. Ahem, he cleared his throat, stood up, and said loudly, "Thank you, Dean Yan, for recognizing Xiao Tian. This is an honor for the Chu family. Rest assured, I..." "Shut up! What does this have to do with you? If you keep babbling, I'll have Dean Yan use you as a sacrifice to the heavens first." Chu Tian showed no mercy, immediately launching into confrontation mode. "Xiao Tian, I know you have a lot of grievances against the family and me. Today, in front of Dean Yan and everyone here, Grandpa apologizes to you." Chu Wenzhong was not angry, instead, he spoke cheerfully and bowed deeply to Chu Tian. "Xiao Tian, I'm sorry. Please forgive Grandpa." Seeing this, Chu Tian's lips curled up into a radiant smile as he thought to himself, "This is just the chief of the Tianyan Academy. If that old dog Chu Wenzhong knew I was a soldier of the Tianyuan army, he would definitely kneel down and beg me immediately." Thinking of this, Chu Tian let out a sneer, coldly scanning the surroundings. His gaze swept over the Chu family members who had once treated him with disdain, finally landing on Chu Wenzhong's hypocritical smiling face. Chu Wenzhong, do you think a casual apology can erase everything your Chu family has done to me? Chu Tian's voice was icy, laced with undisguised mockery. Chu Wenzhong's smile stiffened slightly but quickly returned to normal. He sighed, feigning helplessness, and said, Xiao Tian, I know you hold resentment in your heart, but after all, blood is thicker than water. We are family. You have now become the top student at Tianyan Academy, with boundless prospects. The Chu family also needs someone like you to lead the family to glory, he continued to persuade. Let the past be the past, shall we? The past? Chu Tian sneered, a sharp glint in his eyes. Do you forget how you treated me back then? Ignoring whether I lived or died, you dug out my gifted life bone and then kicked me out of the family like a stray dog. All of this, have you forgotten? Chu Wenzhong's expression finally changed, not expecting Chu Tian to mercilessly expose these past events in public. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to swallow his displeasure and continued to persuade, Xiao Tian, I truly wronged you in the past. But now you are the top student of the Tianyan Academy, a status far different from before. As long as you are willing to return, all the resources of the Chu family will be at your disposal. You? Chu Tian raised his hand to interrupt, his eyes full of amusement. How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you can do it, I'll return to the Chu family. Say it. Say it. Say it. Grandpa will definitely make it happen. Chu Wenzhong was overjoyed, secretly thinking, you brat, I knew you still wanted to come back to the Chu family and earn my approval. Chu Tian chuckled mischievously. All of you take off your clothes, hold hands, and run around the ruins while singing Ding Dong Chicken. Complete 10 laps, and I'll return to the Chu family. Chu Wenzhong's smile froze. Xiao Tian, you're deliberately making things difficult for me. That's right. I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. And I'll tell you this, even if you do exactly as I say, I still won't return to the Chu family. You, scoundrel! Chu Wenzhong roared angrily, instantly turning his head to look at Yan Hua, speaking in a deep voice, Dean Yan, you see this, don't you? This is Chu Tian's true nature. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues, and no matter how talented he is, his character is lacking. He's simply a disgrace to Tianyan Academy. Get lost. Yan Hua waved his hand impatiently, spiritual energy bursting out from his palm. Ah! Chu Wenzhong let out a miserable scream and was sent flying. The members of the Chu family turned pale at the sight and hurriedly chased after Chu Wenzhong, following his trajectory. One particularly sharp-witted individual even shouted at the top of his lungs, Master, slow down. We can't keep up with you. Hearing this, Chu Wenzhong nearly choked on his breath and almost died on the spot. As the Chu family and Yang Kuan departed, the ruins fell silent once more, and everything returned to normal. A trace of killing intent flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. As long as the Chu family remained, his heart could not be at peace. At this moment, Lin Fan slowly descended and announced loudly, I declare, the top 3 in the Tianyuan battle simulation are. 3rd place, Yin Xian. 2nd place, Su Ruoshi. 1st place, Chu Tian. As he said this, Lin Fan paused, looked up in Chu Tian's direction, and his admiration was unmistakable. In his eyes, Chu Tian, with a score of 50,789, has successfully claimed the title of provincial top scholar of Jilin province. Lin Fan's words were earth-shattering. Whoa! Awesome, brother Tian is mighty. Zhao Dezhu shouted, waving his arms, his face flushed red. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was the provincial top scorer. After a brief moment of silence, the scene erupted in thunderous applause. It was as if they wanted to tear open the heavens above the ruins. At the same time, the footage of Lin Fan announcing the results was broadcast across the entire city. Earlier, due to Yang Kuan's attempt to kill Chu Tian, he had specifically ordered the broadcast to be stopped. However, as soon as the broadcast resumed, such explosive news was heard, causing a sensation throughout Jiangchang. Next, let's welcome Chu Tian, Su Ruoshi, and Yin Xian to come on stage to receive the reward from the Tianyuan army. As Lin Fan's words fell, the 3 of them walked toward the temporary podium provided by Yi Wuliang. When Chu Tian stepped onto the stage and saw the girl beside him, his eyes widened abruptly, and he froze in place. It's her! Chu Tian's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze like a torch fixed on the girl beside him. She seemed to notice his stare and smiled faintly. Chu, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? That voice, as crisp as a bell, even in the dim light, left her appearance somewhat unclear to him. Yet that voice was like a brand, deeply etched into his memory. Just as Chu Tian was about to speak, Suruwashi on the left suddenly interrupted with a slightly jealous tone. Could it be that brother has fallen for classmate In? At this moment, Chu Tian's thoughts were entirely focused on In Sion, his brows slightly furrowed. Are you better now? In Sion raised her eyebrows, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Classmate Chu, I've always been fine. What are you referring to? Chu Tian originally wanted to say directly, weren't you crazy, but upon second thought, saying it like that seemed too abrupt. So, he had to express it more tactfully, your injury. My injury is not serious. In Sion paused, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. Classmate Chu, thank you for your concern. Chu Tian's eyebrows raised again, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. His intuition told him that there was something off about this girl, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. He shook his head and suddenly noticed Suruwashi's flushed face, looking quite upset. Ruwashi, what's wrong? I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Brother, are you done talking? Suruwashi's voice carried a trace of dissatisfaction. Chu Tian's expression froze, his eyes widened as he scrutinized the indignant young girl in front of him, and he asked suspiciously, Ruwashi, could it be, you're jealous? Yes. I am jealous, so what? Suruwashi said angrily, then stormed toward the temporary podium, leaving Chu Tian utterly bewildered. At that moment, a faint voice reached his ears, Classmate Chu, being so outstanding and so considerate, it's really hard not to like you. Ha! When Chu Tian snapped back to reality, he found In Sion already standing beside Suruwashi. An invisible rivalry seemed to form between the two girls, and the tense atmosphere in the air made Chu Tian's spine tingle. Fortunately, Lin Fan's voice rang out in time, breaking the awkwardness of the moment. Third place, the Tianyuan Army rewards a Tier 4 martial skill manual and 500,000 Great Xia coins. Second place, the Tianyuan Army rewards a Tier 5 martial skill manual and 1 million Great Xia coins. First place, the Tianyuan Army rewards a Tier 6 martial skill manual, 2 million Great Xia coins, plus 1,000 spirit pearls as the provincial top scorer's reward. Holy crap! 1,000 spirit pearls. Chu Tian's heart trembled, as if he had soared into the sky. He was overjoyed. I don't envy him for being the champion of the Tianyuan mock battle, I don't envy him for being the provincial top scorer, but those 1,000 spirit pearls, I'm so damn jealous. The Tianyuan army is really extravagant. 1,000 spirit pearls, this is equivalent to the entire wealth of a top-tier family. The surrounding discussions grew increasingly intense. Although Chu Tian was the person involved, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Spirit pearls, like demon cores, could be directly absorbed and converted into spiritual energy, making them invaluable tools for cultivation. Moreover, the price of a single spirit pearl was at least 1 million, and they were often so rare that they couldn't even be bought. Their value was immeasurable. As for the Chu family, their entire fortune combined amounted to no more than 500 pearls. If that old geezer knew I had 1,000 spirit pearls in my hands, wouldn't he immediately strip naked and run around? Chu Tian thought to himself, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Just as he was contemplating how to deal with Chu Wenzhong, the rewards for the top 2 positions had already been distributed. Lin Fan, holding a Shenkuan pouch, walked up to Chu Tian. His usually cold face unexpectedly showed a hint of a smile as he said loudly, Chu Tian, congratulations. Thank you, Captain Lin. Chu Tian stood at attention and saluted, his heart filled with excitement. Lin Fan sighed lightly, if such a promising talent were to join my Team 139, he would definitely shine brightly. Hearing this, Chu Tian's heart stirred, and he whispered, Captain Lin, why don't you talk to the guard? Try to fight for it? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched, and his face instantly turned pale. The guard? You can call them the guard, but I have to call them the General Guard. After speaking, he handed the Qiankuan bag to Chu Tian, then turned around and returned to the center of the temporary podium. Sweeping his gaze around, he declared in a deep voice, I announce that the Tianyuan simulated battle has successfully concluded. As Lin Fan's voice fell, Yi Wuliang in the void waved his hand, causing 8 golden chains to shatter and transform into streams of golden spiritual energy that scattered into the air. The 9th Tianyuan rift slowly closed, and Lin Fan soared into the sky, mounted the flying warhorse, and led Squad 139 towards the rift. The Tianyuan army soldiers around the ruins stood at attention and saluted, shouting in unison, salute. As Lin Fan led Squad 139 away, the Tianyuan simulated battle officially came to an end. The candidates gradually boarded buses to return to the city, their moods varied. What are your plans next? Will you go to the Tianyan Academy? Suruwashi suddenly spoke, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. Chu Tian pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and a resolute light flickered in his eyes. Yes. I'll join the Tianyan Academy. Then I'll see you at Tianyan Academy. A hint of anticipation flashed in Su Ruoshi's eyes. You're going to Tianyan Academy too? Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, a wave of joy surging in his heart. Su Ruoshi blinked her star-like, dazzling eyes and smiled brightly. Of course. Don't you want to be in the same academy as me? I do. Chu Tian blurted out almost instinctively, feeling secretly pleased. Su Ruoshi's gentle, water-like face flushed with a faint blush. Pretending to be calm, she clasped her hands behind her back and turned to step down from the podium. Anyone could tell that this girl was overjoyed, as sweet as if she'd been coated in honey. At this moment, Yin Xian suddenly interjected, Chu, I'll be going to Tianyan Academy too. Chu Tian was momentarily stunned, looking at the other person's back, and thought to himself, what does it matter to me whether you go or not? But he didn't say it out loud. Below the podium, Huang Shiyu was full of pride, patting Chu Tian on the shoulder. Good lad, provincial top scorer, you've really given me an enormous surprise. Chu Tian clasped his hands in salute and bowed slightly. Principal Huang, if it weren't for you today, I'm afraid this provincial top scorer wouldn't have escaped death. That's right. Yan Hua nodded in agreement, smiling. It's indeed thanks to old Huang for promptly messaging me, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to arrive in time either. Chu Tian felt grateful. It turned out that Principal Huang had called for reinforcements. He silently vowed in his heart, great kindness needs no words of thanks, but it will surely be repaid in the future. At this moment, Yan Hua took out a transparent card from his pocket and said with a smile, write your name on this. Chu Tian complied, using his most confident handwriting to write the two characters. Just as he lifted his hand after finishing, the transparent card emitted a dazzling golden light, as if celebrating his moment of glory. As the light gradually faded, a golden student ID unexpectedly appeared in Chu Tian's palm, with a 2-inch photo of Chu Tian prominently printed on the front. Below the photo were two very striking words. Chief. Further down was Chu Tian's personal information. Tianyan Academy, Student ID. Student number, 003. Name, Chu Tian. Gender, male. Note, this certificate proves that the aforementioned student is a student of our school. Under the sun and moon, where the heavens extend, a scholar of our academy, please show respect. In any place, our school students have the right of way, either they pass, or our academy sends someone over. So domineering. Chu Tian looked at the golden, gleaming student ID in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. He thought to himself, with this student ID and the knight emblem, I can run rampant within the borders of Disya. Yan Hua gently stroked his long beard and smiled proudly. To date, only 3 people have held this chief student ID. You are the third. Keep it safe, and report to Tianyan Academy within a week. Chu Tian clasped his hands in salute and respectfully said, yes. Dean Yen. Go on. Get some good rest. Yan Hua waved his hand, his face full of gratification. Dean Yen, Principal Huang, I'll head back now. Goodbye. Chu Tian turned and boarded the Jiangcheng No. 1 high school bus, returning to the city with the main group. However, Huang Shiyu watched Chu Tian leave, unable to regain his composure for a long time, as if lost in thought. He murmured to himself, this little guy probably doesn't know that Lot Demon Mountain has another name. Yan Hua's pupils slightly contracted, a hint of reminiscence appearing in his eyes as he slowly spoke. Zhenghao Mountain. Night fell, and the city of Jiangcheng was brightly lit with thousands of households, exuding a sense of prosperity. Inside the commander's mansion, the atmosphere was oppressive and stifling, with an invisible killing intent permeating the air, making it hard to breathe. Inside the villa, Yang Kuan sat expressionlessly on the tiger-skin sofa, the surrounding temperature dropping to freezing point. Like a cold statue, no one dared to approach him even half a step. Suddenly, with the sound of hurried footsteps, an elderly man quickly approached from outside the door. Stopping 5 meters in front of Yang Kuan, he suddenly fell to his knees with a loud thud. Reporting to the general, the young general's injuries have stabilized, and he has lain down to sleep. Yang Kuan raised his head, his voice deep and thunderous, slowly asking, is there a way to restore Fonger's innate life bone? Forgive me, General. This old man is useless and cannot restore the young general's innate. The elderly man replied in a trembling voice, his face pale. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a cloud of blood mist suddenly appeared where the old man had just been kneeling, striking fear into all who witnessed it. Since you know you're useless, then why are you still alive? Yang Kuan's voice was hoarse, filled with endless rage. Inside the villa, the city guards and servants simultaneously dropped to their knees, bowing their heads and trembling violently, their heavy, fearful breaths echoing one after another. Yang Kuan narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, "Can any of you tell me what to do about Fonger's gifted destiny bone? Speak! Tell me!" Crack! The sound of shattering glass rang out, and the villa's windows instantly exploded, as if tearing apart the oppressive atmosphere. Shards of glass scattered in all directions, like sharp raindrops piercing into the bodies of the city guards kneeling on the ground and the servants nearby. Blood splattered everywhere, and the pain was unbearable. Yet at this moment, the room was eerily silent, not a single soul daring to muster the courage to scream. Pain is still better than death. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door shattered the silence. "Enter!" Yang Kuan's voice was deep and commanding, carrying an intangible aura of dominance. A soldier of the city garrison pushed the door open, trembling as he knelt on the ground, stammering, "Commander, Chu Wenjong is here to request an audience. Tell him to get lost. I won't see him." Yang Kuan roared, his voice filled with murderous intent, instantly heightening the tension in the room. "Yes, Commander." The soldier, as if struck by lightning, hurriedly got up and turned to leave. But at that moment, Yang Kuan's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Let him in." "Ha!" The soldier froze, seemingly unable to process what had just happened. "Let him in, do you understand?" Yang Kuan's voice was low again, carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, I understand." 5 minutes later, Chu Wenjong's voice came from outside the door, carrying a hint of mature steadiness. "General Yang, this old man has come to bother you again." "Come in," Yang Kuan said bluntly. Chu Wenjong pushed the door open and was immediately hit by the pungent smell of blood. He paused slightly, taking in the sight of the floor covered in fresh blood, a scene that was truly shocking. "Mr. Chu, come in quickly." Yang Kuan took the initiative to invite him, though a flicker of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Chu Wenjong took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the villa, sitting down on a chair nearby with a solemn expression. "General Yang, are you furious because the gifted destiny bone of the young general has been destroyed?" Yang Kuan didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "I know you have a solution. Speak, what is your goal?" Chu Wenjong was taken aback for a moment, then burst into sinister laughter, his face full of malice. "Ha ha ha, General Yang, you are indeed clever. Then I'll be straightforward, I want Chu Tian's gifted life bone." A venomous glint flickered in his eyes, and his voice carried an endless killing intent. Yang Kuan frowned slightly and said calmly, "Chu Tian is the top student of the Tianyan Academy. Didn't you see Yan Hua's attitude today? Even if we take a step back, if I could extract Chu Tian's gifted life bone, why would I give it to you instead of keeping it for Fenger?" Yang Kuan's tone carried a hint of disdain. Chu Wenjong's lips curled into a calculating smile. "Commander Yang, have you forgotten that transplanting the gifted life bone comes at the cost of a life?" Yang Kuan snorted coldly, showing no fear. "I can help you capture Chu Tian, but I won't get involved in what happens afterward." Before the words had even settled, Chu Wenjong suddenly stood up and shouted, "Deal." Yang Kuan's expression changed, a faint sense of being schemed against rising in his heart. But for the sake of his son, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. "Deal." At this moment, Chu Wenjong took out a reddish-brown pill from his chest, a sinister smile on his face. "Commander Yang, this is the bone blood coagulation pill. It can stabilize the young commander's condition for 7 days." Yang Kuan's gaze sharpened, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. "Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare." "I merely wanted to explain the effective duration of the bone blood coagulation pill. Please don't misunderstand. Commander Yang," Chu Wenjong said as he bent down, offering the pill with both hands, then straightened up again. "I shall take my leave. Take care." Yang Kuan's voice followed coldly. Chu Wenjong stepped out of the commander's residence and got into the car, leaving promptly. Cough, cough, Chu Feng coughed violently, blood spurting out uncontrollably. Grandfather, will Yang Kuan really help us?" Chu Feng's voice carried a trace of unease. Chu Wenjong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of anger flashing through his eyes, but it quickly subsided. "Yang Kuan isn't helping us, he's helping himself. Don't worry, he will act. Grandfather, but Chu Tian is now the chief of Tianyan Academy. Isn't this move too risky?" Chu Feng's voice trembled, his heart filled with anxiety. Chu Wenjong's eyes widened suddenly, his expression twisting like an enraged lion. He growled in a low, furious voice, "Are you scared?" The chilling killing intent instantly filled the car. Chu Feng immediately felt suffocated, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, as though on the verge of choking to death. Grandfather, I'm not afraid," he struggled desperately, his voice weak. Blood gurgled in the throat, and the murderous aura around Chu Wenjong receded like a tide, restoring calm inside the car. "Xiaofeng, are you okay?" Chu Wenjong asked with concern. Chu Feng looked at the kindly old man in front of him, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. The fear just now seemed like nothing but an illusion. Grandpa, I'm fine, he replied hastily. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Grandpa got a little too excited just now, I hope I didn't scare you. Chu Wenjong's face showed a concerned expression. Chu Feng felt helpless in his heart and wanted to say, Grandpa, you almost scared me to death. But instead, he said, Grandpa, I understand you. I'm sorry, I let you down. If I get another chance, I definitely won't disappoint you. Chu Wenjong comfortingly patted Chu Feng's head. Good. Grandpa believes in you. Rest for a while, I'll call you when we get home. Chu Feng nodded, closed his eyes, leaned back against the chair, and silently vowed in his heart, I will never let Grandpa down. Chu Wenjong turned his head to look out the car window, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted into a strange smile, as if he were plotting some unspeakable scheme. The small courtyard on the second floor. Creak. Chu Tian pushed open the rusted iron gate, and a rich aroma wafted toward him, as if beckoning him into this cozy little world. The entire small courtyard was steaming with heat, filled with a fragrant aroma that made one's mouth water. Wang Huiru, wearing an apron, was busy with a happy smile on her face, completely unaware of Chu Tian standing at the door. Mom! Chu Tian opened his mouth and softly called out, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Wang Huiru, who was cooking, froze in her movements and suddenly turned to look at the door. Xiao Tian. She quickly put down the spatula and walked briskly toward Chu Tian, her eyes full of concern. Let Mom take a look. Are you hurt anywhere? Wang Huiru circled around Chu Tian, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper as she asked with visible worry, Xiao Tian, why is there so much blood on your clothes? Are you injured? Do you need to go to the clinic for a checkup? The nagging in his ears was like a warm melody. Chu Tian's lips curved into a smile as he said, Mom, I'm not hurt. The blood on my clothes is all from those ferocious beasts in the abyssal rift. Really? Don't lie to Mom. Really? Wang Huiru finally breathed a sigh of relief, the smile that had just disappeared blossomed again. Go upstairs and take a shower, change into clean clothes, and then come down to eat. Good. Chu Tian chuckled, quickly ran upstairs, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He looked at the groundhog hanging on the doorknob and couldn't help but gently press it with his hand. Ah! The marmot let out a sharp scream, and Chu Tian quickly withdrew his hand, secretly amused. Then, he picked up the marmot and examined it closely, only to find that it was actually an exquisite paper cutting. Mom's craftsmanship is simply divine. Chu Tian exclaimed, hanging the marmot back in place, feeling a deep sense of warmth in his heart. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water cascaded down as Chu Tian stood under the showerhead, eyes closed, savoring this moment of tranquility, as if all his worries were being washed away with the water. Outside the bathroom door, the nightfall squad watch he had casually tossed onto the bed buzzed incessantly, as if urging him to hurry up. Half an hour later, Chu Tian walked leisurely out of the bathroom wearing just a pair of briefs. Standing in front of the mirror, he narcissistically admired himself, clicking his tongue in praise, damn, I'm so handsome. Not only handsome but also very big. Suddenly, a cheeky voice sounded in his ear. Chu Tian's whole body stiffened as he slowly raised his head and looked through the mirror. Ah! A sharp scream pierced the dark night. Shocked, his heart raced as if it were about to leap out of his throat. No one knew how much time had passed. Chu Tian, now fully dressed, glared angrily at the handsome man lounging on the bed. His mind was completely blank. Mo Lu. Get down here right now. Mo Lu rolled his eyes flirtatiously, and Chu Tian actually felt for a moment that he was full of charm, leaving him both helpless and disgusted. Crack, crack, crack. He slapped himself hard 3 times, killing the dirty thoughts in his mind before they could take root. Mo Lu. I advise you to give up on this idea. I don't mess around, and I definitely don't want a fence with you. Chu Tian said very seriously, his tone carrying a hint of nervousness. In contrast, Mo Lu treated his warning as a joke, laughing with a crisp sound like silver bells, hee hee hee. However, the next second, this goblin pulled a long face, his voice low and magnetic, I'm a man, a real man. Chu Tian's cheek twitched, and he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What are you doing here? Why are you in my room? Damn! Do you know how many times I called you? You didn't answer, and I thought something had happened to you. So I rushed over in a panic. How was I supposed to know you were taking a shower? Mo Lu's tone carried a hint of complaint. Chu Tian was indeed very touched, but reason told him not to be swayed by such emotions. Then why didn't you knock on the door to let me know you were here? I did knock, you didn't hear it. Chu Tian. The sudden silence was almost palpable. The The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere subtly froze. Eh? Chu Tian couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising all over, and quickly changed the subject. Do you have a mission? Mo Lu immediately became serious, his brows furrowing as he said in a deep voice, yes. The Ninth Abyss Rift has shown signs of alien presence. The Ninth Abyss Rift? Chu Tian's eyes flashed, his heart alert. Isn't that the place where I just finished the Abyss simulation battle? That's right. Mo Lu nodded slightly, his gaze solemn. Do you remember that group of bizarre ferocious beasts? I remember. Are you saying it was the work of the alien race? Chu Tian's heartbeat quickened, sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse. Mo Lu raised his arm, tapped furiously on his watch, then gave it a gentle tug, pulling out a virtual screen. Alien race code S002, undead, control type. Features, can control the emotions of humans and ferocious beasts, causing them to fall into a frenzy, and can also survive silently within the bodies of humans or ferocious beasts. Danger level, SS class. Chu Tian glanced at the introduction about the wraith on the virtual screen, his brows furrowed, and a familiar face emerged in his mind. Ain Sion. For some reason, he always felt that Ain Sion was the embodiment of the undead. Then did you find the undead? Chu Tian asked curiously, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. Mo Lu shook his head and calmly said, no. When I entered the Ninth Abyss Rift, the undead aura had completely vanished, leaving not a single clue behind. Chu Tian's gaze instantly sharpened, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. Do you think it might be among us examinees? Clang! Mo Lu snapped his fingers, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Great minds think alike. At that moment, Wang Huira's voice came from downstairs. Xiao Tian, come down for dinner. Ah, I'm coming right away. Chu Tian responded while apologizing to Mo Lu. Sorry, I have to eat now. Not seeing you off. Mo Lu shrugged and gave a mischievous smile. Who said I was leaving? Before the words had even finished, Mo Lu had already pushed open the door and gone downstairs. And Wang, let me help you serve the dishes. No need, you sit down. Xiao Tian, why are you still standing there? Quickly greet your classmate. Wang Huira's face was adorned with a warm smile. Chu Tian stood frozen to the side, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Classmate? Classmate, my foot. Colleague is more like it. The steaming dishes exuded an enticing aroma, and bursts of laughter echoed occasionally, making the meal warm and delightful. Moonlight spilled into the small courtyard, with dappled shadows reflecting a sense of tranquility. After eating and drinking his fill, Mo Lu stood up to leave, but before departing, he tossed a car key to Chu Tian. Brother, congratulations on becoming the provincial top scorer. This is my gift to you. Chu Tian glanced at the car key, his mouth twitching. Damn! You're so stingy. Don't tell me you're giving me one of those infamous 3 aunties of the road cars. Mo Lu didn't look back, letting out a cold laugh. Who do you think you're underestimating? When young Master Mo makes a move, it's bound to be top-notch. Chu Tian curled his lips and walked out of the small courtyard with a doubtful expression. Holy crap! A black warrior, Land Cruiser. And it's a V18. Chu Tian exclaimed in shock, the car before him was practically his dream ride. Immediately after, he asked with a wary look, Brother Lu, you're not trying to hit on me, are you? Mo Lu rolled his eyes helplessly. Got it. Let's go, keep your watch on and be ready at all times. Chu Tian stood at attention and shouted boldly, Roger that. The night deepened, and the night breeze outside the window gently brushed by. The rustling of leaves and the chirping of insects and cicadas created a pleasant atmosphere. Chu Tian slightly closed his eyes and silently recited in his heart. Slaughter value accumulated, 20003. Ding! Would the host like to draw a divine ability or a magical treasure? Droll Chu Tian responded without hesitation. Ding! 10,000 points of slaughter value consumed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, Heaven and Earth Transformation, beginner level. Note, Heaven and Earth Transformation works better in conjunction with the God of Slaughter form for enhanced attack effects. Ding! 10,000 slaughter points consumed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability, Sky-Splitting Technique. Note, kindly remind, Sky-Splitting Technique, tearing the void, traversing space, use cautiously if lacking strength. Chu Tian was full of anticipation for the Heaven and Earth Manifestation Technique. This is an extremely powerful divine ability. After casting it, will that place also? He. Brothers, give me 1 minute. The next day, the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the mist and spilled onto the earth. Open the window in the morning, and the sunshine is so lovely. Chu Tian pushed open the window, took a deep breath of fresh air, and instantly felt refreshed. At this moment, he seemed to experience the relaxation after the college entrance exams, with a heart yearning for freedom, indulgence, and unrestrained fun. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Chu Tian picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the answer button. "Hello? Brother." A melodious and playful voice came through the phone, causing Chu Tian's heart to tremble, as if the morning atmosphere had instantly brightened. MHM. So thrilling early in the morning, heart racing, this feeling makes one both excited and nervous. "Ruwashi? What's wrong?" Su Ruwashi chuckled softly, her tone playful. "Can't I call you for no reason? I didn't mean that, it's just that calling so early usually means either something's up, or you miss me." As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, Su Ruwashi's slightly flustered voice came through. "Stop being smug, I wasn't thinking about you." "Then it must be something important." "Yes. A mysterious person is going to borrow the Wanwang building later to hold an auction. Are you interested?" Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "An auction held by a mysterious person? Is it really that mysterious?" "That's right. Very mysterious." Su Ruwashi paused for a moment and continued. "My dad called this morning and asked me to attend to broaden my horizons. He even specifically told me to ask if you wanted to join. Maybe there will be a surprise." Chu Tian smiled helplessly after hearing this. "Since you put it that way, of course I'll go." "When is it?" "Half an hour later, meet at the entrance of Wanwan Tower." "Okay." Chu Tian hung up the phone, tidied up briefly, and, filled with anticipation, hummed a little tune as he went downstairs. "Xiao Tian, are you heading out?" "Ruwa, a classmate invited me to attend an auction to broaden my horizons." "Classmate?" Wang Huiro looked at Chu Tian with a half-smile. Could it be that little girl named Su Ruwashi? Chu Tian almost instinctively asked, "Mom, how do you know?" "Xiao Tian, do you still remember during the Tianyuan simulation battle, you said, could it be that she likes me?" Chu Tian's eyes widened abruptly, his face instantly turning red. "Mom, did you plant a listening device on me? You child, what nonsense are you talking about?" That sentence was broadcast live, and the entire people of Jiangcheng heard it. Chu Tian suddenly felt utterly embarrassed, realizing that he was the biggest laughingstock. "That girl Su Ruwashi is beautiful, and I think you're good to her too. If you two can really be together, Mom supports you." Wang Huiro finished speaking and suddenly turned around to run into the room. After a while, she came out holding a bank card. "There's 200,000 yuan in this card. Although it's not much, when you're with a girl, don't let her spend money." "Mom!" Chu Tian felt helpless, his head aching. "We're just ordinary friends, it hasn't reached that stage yet." However, Wang Huiro forcibly stuffed the bank card into his pocket and said with a smile, "Go ahead, if you're not coming back tonight, don't forget to let me know in advance." Chu Tian's mouth twitched repeatedly, feeling helpless, and fled in panic. Boom! Accompanied by a beast-like roar, the Black Knight suddenly roared to life. The powerful thrust sent adrenaline soaring, and inside the car were the incense sticks, sunglasses, and Lucky Cat prepared for him by Mo Lu. Opening the armrest box, he unexpectedly found a box of Okamoto 001, ultra-thin, ribbed, with a dual sensation of ice and fire. What the hell? Isn't this completely unnecessary? 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Wanwan Tower, the automatic sliding doors opened to both sides. As Chu Tian stepped inside, a familiar and excited voice rang out. "Young Master Chu." Hearing the voice, Chu Tian looked over to see Gui Yorong striding quickly toward him, her long legs wrapped in silky stockings, and the two prominent curves on her chest bouncing up and down, drawing plenty of attention. It couldn't help but make one curious about how spectacular the scene would be if she jumped. However, as Gui Yorong felt Chu Tian's intense gaze, her charming face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she took a slightly shy step forward. Cough, cough, cough. After being exposed, Chu Tian quickly coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Gui Yorong remained steadfast, her lips slightly parted. "Young Master Chu, congratulations on winning the top spot and becoming the provincial champion." "Thank you, I was just a bit lucky." Chu Tian rarely showed humility, though he secretly felt proud. Gui Yorong smiled and said, "Young Master Chu truly deserves it. You've come to the Scroll King today, could it be that you're here to take on another task?" Chu Tian nodded slightly, just about to speak. "Brother." Suddenly, a melodious and gentle voice rang out. Chu Tian turned his head and saw Su Ruwashi with her hair styled in a bun, walking briskly toward him, instantly making his heart race and skip a beat. Gui Yorong, standing nearby, quietly observed Chu Tian's reaction, sighed inwardly, and finally chose to step away. The trio's activities were filled with joy, but the love between them was shrouded in a heavy gloom. Su Ruwashi blinked her sparkling eyes, a radiant smile blooming on her face. Come on, follow me upstairs. Wait a moment. What's wrong? I want to exchange this martial skill for money. Before Chu Tian finished speaking, he pulled out a blue-covered martial skill book from his chest. It was the championship reward issued by the Tianyuan army, a 6th-level fist technique. After last night's practice, he realized that this fist technique did not significantly enhance his strength, it was practically useless. So, he decided to exchange it for money, simple and straightforward. Wei Yorong stepped forward to take the martial arts manual and smiled. Young Master Chu, let me handle this. Thank you. It's no trouble. Being able to help young Master Chu is my honor. Her smile was as beautiful as a blossoming flower, captivating and enchanting. Su Ruwashi's eyebrows raised slightly, a trace of peculiarity flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She gently tugged on Chu Tian's sleeve and whispered, Brother Tian, let's go up quickly. The auction is about to start. Chu Tian nodded and said to Wei Yorong, then I'll trouble you. I'll come find you after the auction. Wei Yorong smiled faintly, watching the two leave, but her expression instantly turned complicated. Golden Boy and Jade Girl, they are simply a match made in heaven. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi took the elevator to the 87th floor of the Wanwang building. The place had been arranged into a luxurious auction venue, with crystal chandeliers emitting a soft glow and the walls adorned with priceless artworks. The entire venue exuded an extraordinary sense of sophistication and opulence. The venue was bustling with people, each dressed impeccably and exuding extraordinary presence. Chu Tian glanced around. Besides the local experts from Jianchang, there were also a few unfamiliar faces with powerful auras, making him secretly vigilant. What kind of treasure could attract so many people to come? Chu Tian asked curiously, Ruwashi, do you really not know what's being auctioned? I really don't know. Su Ruwashi shook her head, her tone filled with helplessness. The two casually found 2 empty seats and sat down, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Meanwhile, inside the commander's mansion. Dad, is my life ruined? Yang Dianfeng's voice trembled, his face full of unwillingness and fear. Yang Kuan clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and said, Fomer, don't worry, I will definitely help you repair your innate destiny bone. Even without that old dog Chu Wenjong, I have a way. Dad, really? Really? Yang Dianfeng was so excited that his face turned red, his chest heaving violently, blood seeping through the bandages. He hurriedly asked, what way? I just received news that the Wanwang building will host an auction, and one of the items is a cultivation technique. If practiced to perfection, it can sanctify the physical body. This technique is specifically designed for those with low-level innate destiny bones or those without innate destiny bones. Yang Kuan finished speaking, his tone filled with urgency. Yang Dianfeng suddenly sat up, despite the blood dripping from his chest. He grabbed Yang Kuan's hand with excitement written all over his face and said, Dad, I want it. Yang Kuan heavily patted Yang Dianfeng's shoulder, his expression resolute. Don't worry, I am determined to get this technique. Whoever tries to take it from me will face my wrath. You stay home and wait for me to bring it back. Yang Dianfeng nodded forcefully, all right. After Yang Kuan left the ward, Yang Dianfeng, supported by the young nurse, lay back down. However, just as the nurse was about to stand up, he grabbed her firmly and commanded without question, I'm furious, help me vent. Yes, Deputy Commander. The young nurse quickly responded, not daring to delay, promptly pulling back the blanket and getting to work. Yang Dianfeng closed his eyes, a look of enjoyment appearing on his face, secretly feeling pleased. This was his little-known quirk, licking plates brought him immense joy. In the villa of the Chu family in the eastern part of the city, Chu Wenjong frowned deeply, holding an invitation in his hand, lost in thought. An auction? Why has the king of competition suddenly decided to host this, and even sent out widespread invitations? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chu Shang walked into the room and bowed slightly, Father. Someone saw Yang Kuan taking a car to the Wanwang building. City Lord Qin is also on the way, and other family members are rushing there as well. Chu Wenjong frowned deeply, rubbing his temples, his face full of confusion. Chu Shang stood quietly by the side, afraid to interrupt Chu Wenjong's thoughts. Time passed in silence. After a long while, Chu Wenjong's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he said coldly, Prepare the car. We're going to the Wanwang building. Yes, Father. Chu Shang immediately bowed and withdrew. At this moment, the Wanwang Tower was packed with people, with Rue realm experts visible everywhere, and even Yao realm experts numbering no fewer than 5. Yao realm experts were the patriarch-level figures of top-tier families, rare and powerful. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi were perhaps the lowest-ranking and weakest individuals in the venue, as even the servers pouring tea and serving drinks were in the Pan realm. Ruwashi, are we really supposed to be here on such an occasion? Chu Tian nervously scanned the surroundings. However, Su Ruwashi remained calm, a smile playing on her lips. Why not? It's just an auction. Besides, I am the sole heir to the Scroll King's mission, and you are the top scholar of the Tianyuan simulated battle province, with more spirit beads on you than even first-class noble families. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's heart brightened, as if he had found confidence. Although he lacked a strong background, he realized he had his own advantages. Suddenly, Chu Tian's gaze sharpened, and a murderous aura emanated from him. He saw Yang Kuan and Xu Wenzhong appearing simultaneously at the entrance of the venue, whispering to each other, clearly plotting some sinister scheme. Do you want me to have them thrown out? Su Ruwashi asked domineeringly. Chu Tian frowned slightly and shook his head, saying, no need. Let's observe their movements first. As the guests invited by the King of Roll gradually arrived, the doors of the venue slowly closed. At that moment, the bright and spacious auction hall suddenly plunged into darkness, with screams echoing one after another. Chu Tian looked around, unable to see his hand in front of his face. However, this darkness lasted only 10 seconds before the venue was illuminated once again. On the stage, a clown dressed in a black suit and holding a cane appeared out of nowhere. He wore a bizarre mask on his face, sending chills down everyone's spine. Welcome everyone to my auction venue, I'm delighted to meet you all here. The clown bowed deeply, his voice low and mysterious. However, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the clown on stage in shock, their faces gradually showing expressions of fear. Sack? He's actually Sack. Damn it! Is the king of hustlers trying to get me killed? Why did he send me an invitation? Hard to imagine that one day I would share a room with Sack. Chu Tian listened to the discussions around him, filled with confusion. Sack? Is this person very famous? Su Ruwashi nodded, her expression grave, not exactly famous, more accurately infamous. He has another nickname, Demon Clown. Chu Tian's eyes widened instantly, his heart filled with shock. Although he didn't know Sack's background, the name Demon Clown was already deeply ingrained in people's minds. Killing without a trace, devouring without leaving bones, it was utterly terrifying. I know everyone doesn't have a great impression of me, but this time, I come with sincerity to make friends with all of you. Thanks to the king of tasks for providing me with a stage, I really like it. Sack said, slightly bowing, his eyes bright, as if striving to seize every opportunity. The audience below instantly felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. All guests are welcome. City Lord Qin Xijing decisively broke the silence, his voice resonating like a loud bell. Sack, what do you plan to auction? Let's not waste time. City Lord Qin, straightforward as always. Alright, let's get straight to the point. The first item, a 5th-tier weapon, Dragon Slayer Saber. Sack's tone carried an innate confidence. As Sack's voice fell, two men dressed in black suits, with faces eerily resembling clowns, worked together to lift a large blade. The blade was as black as ink, its broad and thick edge gleaming with a chilling light, as if it could slice through the air, evoking a sense of dread. The hilt was entwined with a lifelike dragon pattern, and two blood-red gemstones embedded in the dragon's eyes exuded a suffocating aura of hostility. Ancient runes on the back of the blade shimmered faintly, as if whispering countless legends. This dragon-slaying blade is said to have once killed a real giant dragon, with the dragon's soul sealed within the blade. The wielder can harness the power of the dragon's soul, unleashing unparalleled might. Sack gently stroked the blade, his tone low yet filled with temptation. Starting bid 10 million dasha coins, or 10 spirit pearls. As soon as his words fell, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Everyone's gaze was tightly fixed on the Dragon Slayer blade, with shock and desire intertwined in their eyes. A 5th-tier weapon in Jiangqing's top-tier families would undoubtedly be considered a treasure of the clan, and no one had expected Sack to drop such a bombshell right at the start. Even Chu Tian was deeply drawn to the aura of the Dragon Slayer blade, secretly pondering, if he wielded a blade, he would definitely claim it for himself. 10 million. A loud voice broke the silence of the venue, and everyone turned to look. It was none other than Commander Yang Kuan. The reason he bid on the Dragon Slayer blade was self-evident, it was likely for his son, Yang Dianfeng. 10 million, once. The auctioneer's voice was like the beat of a war drum, stirring everyone's emotions. 10 million, twice. 10 million, 3 times. Sack waved his large hand, his voice sonorous and powerful. Sold. Congratulations to Commander Yang. Yang Kuan nodded expressionlessly. With the authority of a commander, he successfully acquired the Dragon Slayer saber. At this moment, a strange smile appeared. on Sak's face hidden beneath the clown mask. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, instantly pushing the already excited atmosphere to its peak. This next treasure, everyone, keep your eyes wide open and take a good look. I dare say, it has never appeared in any auction before. Sak's words acted like a catalyst, successfully igniting the anticipation in the room. Now, let's welcome the second treasure to the stage. He cleared his throat, his voice thunderous and irresistible. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire venue instantly erupted. Two men in clown masks appeared once again, carrying a cage covered in runes onto the stage. Inside the cage was a massive ferocious beast. Its body was covered in dark red scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, striking fear into all who beheld it. Its head resembles that of a bull, but its short horns glimmer with a faint purple light, exuding immense power. The most striking feature is its deep golden eyes, radiating majesty without a trace of bloodthirstiness. Its limbs are sturdy and powerful, each step causing the cage to emit a muffled vibration. Its tail resembles a long whip, with flame-like mane burning at the tip, swaying gently. When Chu Tian saw this fierce beast, the first word that came to his mind was, Qilin. Although the bloodline of this Qilin is not pure, the ancient aura of oppression it carries still makes one's heart tremble. Its breathing sounds like thunder, and each exhale stirs up heat waves within the cage, causing the air to quiver. Its appearance instantly plunged the entire venue into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at this mythical beast. Sak's voice rang out at the right moment, tinged with mockery and pride. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Qilin. Although its lineage is not pure, it still inherits part of the Qilin's power. It's still a cub now and can be fully tamed. If there's a chance for its bloodline to revert to its ancestral state in the future, it would undoubtedly be an investment with immense potential. This Qilin starts at a bidding price of 30 million dasha coins, or 30 spirit pearls. 3, 2, 1, start bidding. The previously quiet venue instantly became lively, with discussions rising one after another. The vast majority of people were eager to own this Qilin. Although it was difficult to tame, the Qilin was valuable in every aspect. Even killing it and drinking its blood was highly nourishing. If one were ruthless enough, exchanging for the Qilin's kidney or its arm, they would be invincible in the world, with no one daring to challenge them. Chu Tian's eyes flashed, and he was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected such a rare and ferocious beast to appear at this auction. Turning his head to look at Su Ruwashi, he found the same dazzling shock in her eyes. This Qilin will probably trigger a frenzy of bidding, Su Ruwashi said softly. Chu Tian nodded, his gaze once again fixed on the Qilin in the cage. At this moment, the ferocious beast seemed to sense everyone's gaze, suddenly raised its head, and let out a thunderous roar. The runes on the surface of the iron cage glowed brightly. Accompanied by a muffled bang, the Qilin was suppressed by a terrifying force, crouching on the ground and growling incessantly. 30 spirit pearls. The auction began. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in a luxurious robe, exuding an imposing aura with violent spiritual energy, fluctuations emanating from his entire being. He sat beside the city lord Qin Xizheng, radiating arrogance, his identity unmistakable. Is this young man the son of city lord Qin? No, I've seen the young city lord before, the age doesn't match. I remember now, he's the third son of the royal Shen family, Shen Fei. No wonder he can sit next to the city lord. The Shen family has a remarkable younger generation, and Shen Fei, with his S-grade gifted fate bone, is the champion of the Tianyuan simulated battle in Fengtian City. What's the use of that? The top scorer in the provincial exam is right here in Jiangcheng. Amid the crowd's discussions, Sak's voice rang out once more. 30 spirit pearls, going once. 30 spirit beads. 40. A calm yet resolute voice rang out, successfully drawing everyone's attention. Chu Tian. Chu Wenzhong and Yang Kuan spoke in unison, their faces full of shock, but soon sinister smiles appeared on their faces. Chu Wenzhong sneered coldly and scolded, Chu Tian? You reckless fool, daring to bid against the third young master is simply courting death. Old man, blocking my path to wealth, you're really tired of living. At this moment, Sak on the stage spoke gloomily. As soon as his words fell, a monstrous surge of blood energy erupted, instantly enveloping Chu Wenzhong. Ugh! Chu Wenzhong let out a muffled groan, the suffocating feeling of death sweeping over his entire body. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he still wanted to save face and angrily shouted. Sak! What do you mean by this? I'm disciplining an insolent junior from my family. What does it have to do with you? When did I block your path to wealth? Sak snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. You want to be the Shen family's dog? That's none of my business. But if you dare utter another word at this auction, I'll kill your entire family. Sak's voice was icy and bone-chilling, each word sharp as a blade, brimming with endless murderous intent. The scarlet glow in his eyes beneath the clown mask resembled the gaze of a demon, sending shivers down one's spine. As his voice fell, the surge of blood energy intensified once more, gushing out as if it had substance, exuding a pungent smell of blood that instantly enveloped the entire venue. The air was thick with the suffocating presence of death, and the temperature plummeted, sending chills down everyone's spine. Chu Wenjong's blood surged, his face flushed red, his body trembling uncontrollably. Beads of cold sweat seeped from his forehead, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, leaving him nearly breathless. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but what dominated was unwillingness and anger. As the head of the prestigious Chu family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Yet, in the face of the cold and ruthless Sak, Chu Wenjong dared not utter a single word of rebuttal. This demonic clown, a merciless killer with cruel methods, if truly provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Wenjong's heart tightened. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and remained silent. Sak let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping toward Chu Tian in the corner. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Little brother, feel free to raise the bid. In this auction, I will ensure your safety." Clap clap clap. Before Chu Tian could respond, applause surged like a tide. Xin Fei laughed heartily, his gaze sharp as a blade, as expected of the demon clown, killing entire families at the drop of a hat. "You truly have no regard for rules." Sak chuckled slyly. "Third young master, I am but a mere rogue, ignorant of laws and heavens. I only know that whoever blocks my path to wealth is my enemy. The highest bidder wins, that's my rule. I hope third young master will cooperate." "Of course, I will cooperate," Xin Fei replied, turning to look at Chu Tian sitting in the corner, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "Chu Tian, isn't it? First, you snatched away my provincial top scholar title, and now you're here to compete with me for this Qilin. What? Do you think Xin Fei is easy to bully?" Chu Tian sneered. "The provincial top scholar title was earned by my own ability. As for this Qilin, the highest bidder wins." Good, good, good." Xin Fei laughed in anger. "I really want to see what level you are at, daring to challenge me?" 45 beads. This was the scene Sak most wanted to see. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he awaited the upcoming spectacle. 45 spirit beads, once. 45 spirit beads, twice. 60 pieces. Chu Tian's voice exploded like thunder, instantly plunging the scene into a deathly silence. At this moment, Chu Wenjong felt a surge of ominous foreboding in his heart. He suddenly stood up and loudly questioned, "Chu Tian, where did you get so many spirit beads?" Chu Tian, with an innocent and pure expression, smiled and replied, "Aren't we family? Aren't we family? To hell with your whole family." Chu Wenjong's face turned red with anger as he vehemently distanced himself from Chu Tian. "He has absolutely nothing to do with the Chu family." 60 spirit pearls, this was no small amount, nearly 1/10 of the Chu family's entire wealth. Chu Wenjong had worked tirelessly his whole life to save up just a few hundred, and now his heart raced with anxiety. Chu Tian sneered coldly, completely indifferent to his anger. However, Xin Fei frowned slightly. 60 spirit pearls were no trivial matter, even for him. Giving up such an amount would be painful. Moreover, he would need to apply for approval from the family in advance. Thinking of this, Xin Fei couldn't help but glance at Chu Tian in the corner, a surge of anger rising in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he declared, 65 pearls. The eyes beneath the sack mask gleamed with a cunning light, 65 beads each. 100 beads. Damn! Someone in the crowd exclaimed first, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on Chu Tian, hardly believing their ears. Does this guy have a grudge against spirit beads? What kind of family is this, so extravagant? Could he be a shill? At this moment, even Saks on the stage hadn't expected Chu Tian to directly raise the bidding price to 100 spirit beads, completely exceeding his budget. He was overjoyed but also somewhat skeptical. "Young man, are you sure it's 100 spirit beads?" Chu Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. "Relax, it's just 100 spirit beads. I can afford it. Besides, my grandfather is here, what are you afraid of?" Chu Wenjong, who was watching the commotion, suddenly changed his expression drastically and roared, "You scoundrel! I'll say it one last time, I've already expelled you from the family. You have absolutely nothing to do with the Chu family. Shut up! Old man, if you dare to shout at my most esteemed guest again, don't blame me for being rude." Saks snorted coldly, his powerful aura forcing Chu Wenjong to close his mouth. Then, he turned to look at Xin Fei and asked with a smile, "Third young master, what do you say? Will you raise the bid?" "Raise the bid?" Shenfei's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Raise the bid, my ass. 100 spirit pearls? Even if I sold my kidney, it wouldn't be enough." Sak didn't waste any more words and directly struck the hammer. "Deal. Congratulations to this young man for successfully winning the bid for a Qilin." What followed was the moment everyone was waiting for, the exchange of money and goods. Sak personally picked up the cage and walked toward Chu Tian, with everyone's eyes closely following, eager to see the outcome of this grand event. 2 minutes later, Sak arrived in front of Chu Tian, and the surrounding crowd stood up and stepped aside. He slowly placed the cage down, and with a thud, the ground trembled slightly. "Young man, this black Qilin is yours now." Chu Tian, with a calm and composed expression, raised his arm, and in an instant, a dense spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire venue. A total of 100 spirit pearls lay in Chu Tian's palm, and the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Chu Wenzhong's eyes flickered as he hurriedly checked his storage ring. Finding that none of his spirit pearls were missing, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the problem arose. "Chu Tian, how do you have so many spirit pearls? Where did they come from?" Chu Wenzhong roared furiously, looking utterly enraged. Chu Tian sneered and said, "What the hell does it have to do with you, old man?" At the same time, Sak waved his hand and collected all the spirit beads, saying, "Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you." The people around responded one after another. Chu Wenzhong saw this and his face turned extremely grim, his molars grinding audibly. "You wastrel. 100 spirit beads to buy a beast? Let me ask you, do you still have spirit beads on you? Hand them over to me." Chu Tian grinned, his smile radiant. "Give them to you? Sorry, you're not even as good as this beast. Once I tame this black Qilin, I'll have it bite you to death. Bastard! You!" Chu Wenzhong was so furious that his head buzzed and he couldn't stop trembling. However, before he could calm down, Sake Lang on the stage announced, "The third treasure, 9 turns golden body technique, a cultivation method that allows even those without innate talent or destiny bones to achieve sanctification of the physical body upon mastery. 9 turns golden body technique, grade unknown, grows stronger when faced with strength. Starting bid, 50 million great xia currency, 50 spirit pearls." Before the words had even finished, Yang Kuan immediately raised the bid, 100 million great xia currency. 100 million, once. 100 million, twice. Just as everyone thought Yang Kuan would successfully secure the second auction item with his status as a commander, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out, 200 spirit pearls. The venue was in an uproar, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Their gazes all fell on an elderly man in the last row, dressed in coarse linen clothing. He wore a straw hat that covered his entire face, making it impossible to see his appearance. The scene was utterly silent. Everyone stared at the old man in shock. They were not only astonished by the exorbitant price of 200 spirit beads but also by the old man's courage in disregarding General Yang Kuan's status. Yang Kuan remained expressionless and started raising the bid again. 3 billion. 400 spirit pearls. 5 billion. 600 spirit pearls. 700 million. 800 spirit pearls. At this moment, the venue was left with only the sound of Yang Kuan and the elderly man bidding against each other. 800 spirit pearls are absolutely an astronomical price among astronomical prices. Both of them are determined to obtain this 9 revolutions golden body technique. Next, it all depends on who can laugh until the end. Chu Tian, however, didn't care about this at all. Right now, he only wanted to tame this black Qilin and turn it into his beast companion. One man and one beast locked eyes. Roar, roar, roar. The golden pupils of the black Qilin exuded an intense hostility, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, lifted his hand, and slapped it, speaking in a low voice. "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll eat you." The black Qilin seemed to understand human speech, suddenly opening its massive blood-red maw, exhaling a wave of bloody stench that rushed forward. "How can I tame it?" Chu Tian scratched his head, muttering softly. However, at that moment, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The system can assist the host in taming beasts. Chu Tian's face lit up with joy after hearing this. "How can you help me?" Ding! The host can consume slaughter points. Chu Tian, how many slaughter points are needed? 50,000. What the hell? Why don't you just go rob someone? Chu Tian exclaimed in shock, instantly breaking the dead silence in the venue. Everyone turned their heads to look in unison. Sak frowned and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" "I didn't snatch it, they raised the price on their own." Chu Tian hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I was talking to myself, not about you." Sak smiled and didn't say anything further. Chu Tian let out a sigh of relief and gritted his teeth, saying, 50,000 kill points? Why don't you just go rob someone? Besides, where am I supposed to get 50,000 kill points right now? Ding! The host can choose to pay in installments. Would you like to tame the beast? Chu Tian frowned, falling into deep thought. He never expected that even after transmigrating, he would encounter something like advanced consumption. Do it or not? Do it! Ding! Contracting beast pet. As the system prompt ended, a slightly immature voice appeared in Chu Tian's mind. Master! Chu Tian's expression froze for a moment, then he suddenly looked up at the black Qilin in the cage. The latter was staring at him with wide eyes, all the hostility in its gaze completely gone. Was it you speaking? Chu Tian asked in disbelief. The black Qilin nodded, and its tender voice sounded again, it's my master. Chu Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but sigh, money makes things easier. Others use money to make ghosts work, but I'm even more impressive, I use slaughter points to make a Qilin recognize me as its master and speak. The black Qilin lay at Chu Tian's feet through the cage, looking as docile as a cat. Su Ruoshi saw this scene, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly open, and her breath fragrant as she spoke, Brother Tian, you've tamed this Qilin? Chu Tian nodded slightly, his expression seemed to say, basic operation, don't be surprised. Su Ruoshi's pupils contracted, and her heart surged with shock. This black Qilin was at the third peak stage, and with the Qilin bloodline, its strength was comparable to a Sharp Realm warrior. How exactly did he manage to do it? Clang! Deal! At this moment, Sak on the stage made the final decision. Congratulations to Commander Yang for acquiring another treasure. The final transaction price was 10 billion Daxia currency. It has already set a new record for auctions in Daxia. Commander Yang lavishly spent 1 billion for his beloved son. Fatherly love is as precious as gold. In the venue, under Sak's lead, thunderous applause erupted. However, Yang Kuan's face turned ashen as he looked back at the elderly man in a hemp robe seated in the last row. The latter seemed to have noticed Yang Kuan's gaze. The old man slowly raised his head, and the face under the straw hat gradually came into everyone's view. When the crowd saw the old man's true appearance, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The old man's face was as wrinkled as tree bark, his skin pale to the point of being almost translucent, devoid of any trace of blood. His eyes were deeply sunken, the pupils cloudy, as if covered by a layer of gray mist, exuding a chilling light. The most chilling thing was the corner of his mouth, slightly raised, revealing a strange smile. Inside the venue, the air froze. Someone held their breath. Someone instinctively stepped back. Some people even dropped their cups, which shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that face, as if an invisible force had gripped their throats, making it hard to breathe. Fear spread like a plague, plunging the entire venue into dead silence, with only the sound of heartbeats pounding in their ears. Thump, thump, thump. He is the jade-faced old ghost. It's over. It's over. It's over. The jade-faced old ghost seemed to glance at me just now. How could the jade-faced old ghost appear here? Commander Yang must be dumbfounded too. Amidst the bursts of exclamations, everyone instinctively turned to look at Yang Kuan in the first row, just as the person had mentioned. At this moment, Yang Kuan indeed looked utterly bewildered, his brows furrowed, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes, even mixed with a hint of apprehension. How could it be this guy? Jia jia jia. Suddenly, a hoarse and piercing laugh echoed, like a rusty blade scraping against glass, stabbing painfully into everyone's eardrums. The laughter of the jade-faced old ghost reverberated through the venue, an invisible pressure spreading and causing everyone's heartbeat to quicken, cold sweat sliding down their spines. Commander Yang, you truly are wealthy and powerful. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. The jade-faced old ghost slowly stood up, the face beneath the straw hat appearing even more sinister under the dim light. Yang Kuan's face instantly turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Suppressing the dread in his heart, he said coldly, Jade-faced old ghost, what are you doing here? This is no place for you. Commander Yang, where I should or shouldn't go is none of your concern, and I certainly don't need you pointing fingers. You. Yang Kuan, having been publicly humiliated for 2 consecutive days, was already at the brink of his anger as the commander of Jiangqing's city guard. The words of the jade-faced old ghost completely shattered his last line of defense. Yang Kuan abruptly stood up, the killing intent in his eyes turning tangible, and roared, Jade-faced old ghost, have you forgotten that this is Jiangqing? So what? The jade-faced old ghost retorted, taking a sudden step forward, causing the entire King of Scrolls Tower to tremble. Violent spiritual energy surged forth. Yang Kuan's heart skipped a beat, and He quickly circulated his own spiritual energy to counteract it. However, just as the tension reached its peak, the conference hall doors burst open, and the burly Yen Luo strode in with tiger-like steps. "Stop!" Yen Luo bellowed, his voice reverberating with spiritual energy. Under the terrifying aura, both Yang Kuan and the jade-faced old ghost felt a chill in their hearts, their eyes revealing shock. Yen Luo sternly commanded, "You two, this is the King of Scrolls Tower. Whatever grievances you have, settle them outside." The King of Hell truly lives up to his reputation, the old man is impressed. The jade-faced old ghost finished speaking, pressed down on his straw hat with his hand, then turned to look at Yang Kuan with a sinister smile. "Yang Kuan, take good care of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique." After saying this, he turned and left directly. The venue returned to a deathly silence once again. Yen Luo's imposing gaze swept across the room, his voice booming like thunder. "Sack. The boss asked me to tell you, he gave you a meal to eat, and you smashed your own bowl." Upon hearing this, Sack's pupils contracted sharply beneath his clown mask. He clasped his hands and bowed slightly. "Please trouble President Yen to convey to the master that I greatly cherish this meal." At this moment, the strength of the boss behind the King of Hell's mission was once again vividly demonstrated. To make the demon clown so fearful and apprehensive, one could only imagine his identity. Yen Luo turned around, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the faces of Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi in the corner. He nodded in acknowledgement, then strode out of the venue. Sack straightened his back, exhaled a heavy breath, and his voice became somewhat low. "Next, we present the final treasure." As his words fell, Sack dropped to one knee, holding his hands up at chest level, his eyes full of reverence, as if in prayer. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled, rippling layer upon layer, with visible waves spreading outward. Shortly after, the ripples in the void began to condense, as if an invisible force was tearing open a rift in the air. Accompanied by a deep humming sound, a black robe slowly emerged from the void, hovering above Sark. The robe was entirely pitch black, with faint dark golden patterns flowing across its surface, resembling ancient runes pulsating. The robe moved gently without wind, swaying lightly, and each motion seemed to carry the overwhelming momentum of a mighty army. The air in the venue instantly grew heavy, pressed down by an invisible force that made it hard to breathe. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the robe. It was not merely a piece of clothing but more like a towering mountain, a vast battlefield. This is... Someone murmured softly, their voice filled with unconcealed shock. "The Battle Soul Robe. Battle Soul Robe." Sack's voice was deep and solemn. Legend has it that this robe was formed from the countless heroic souls of an ancient battlefield. Wearing it grants mysterious powers. As Sack introduced it, the dark golden patterns on the robe suddenly lit up, as if countless phantom warriors appeared around it. The warriors held spears, donned armor, their eyes sharp and piercing, their aura overwhelming, shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone in the venue held their breath, their hearts racing, the atmosphere tense like a taut string. However, Chu Tian was different from others' fervor. He frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. For some reason, the moment he saw this battle soul robe, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if a connection ran through his veins and surged in his heart. Sack held the battle soul robe with both hands and slowly spoke, "This treasure is somewhat special. It won't be auctioned but will depend on fate." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into discussions, with voices of surprise rising one after another. Fate? Even in a high martial world, the word fate still seems extremely mysterious. Sack cleared his throat, his voice suddenly becoming heavier. "Silence. Everyone present has a chance to obtain this battle soul robe. Whoever can take it away will be its owner." As soon as the words fell, Shenfei in the first row immediately asked, "Can we use spiritual energy to forcibly take it?" Sack nodded slightly, "Of course. By any means necessary, you can use all your strength. As long as you can take it, it will belong to you." After hearing the rules, everyone's expressions instantly became colorful. They rubbed their hands together, eager to try, and the atmosphere heated up once again. "Begin!" Zhongqing City Lord, Qin Shizhen, was the first to step onto the stage, striding toward the battle soul robe. His eyes were like torches, his aura overwhelming, and spiritual energy surged wildly around him, resembling a ferocious beast about to strike. "Ha!" Qin Shizhen let out a low shout, his hand suddenly reaching out, directly aiming for the battle soul robe. His power swept through like a flood, even tearing the air apart, producing a sizzling sound. However, the scene that followed left everyone dumbfounded. Qin Shizhen grabbed the robe, spiritual energy raging and power surging, yet the black robe held in Sack's palm remained completely still, its dark golden patterns faintly shimmering. Unwilling to give up, Qin Shizhen once again channeled his spiritual energy furiously, attempting to shake the battle's soul robe. However, the battle's soul robe still showed no reaction, standing quietly like a towering mountain. How is this possible? Everyone in the venue gasped when they saw Qin Shijing drenched in sweat while the battle's soul robe remained completely motionless. Qin Shijing's strength in Jiancheng was beyond question. If even he couldn't budge the battle's soul robe, the terrifying nature of this robe was self-evident. Even City Lord Qin can't lift it. Just how heavy is this battle's soul robe? It's not about the weight. It seems this robe has developed its own intelligence. It is refusing. Spiritual intelligence? It seems we really have to rely on fate, just like Sak said. Amid the surrounding discussions, Qin Shijing reluctantly withdrew his hand. As expected of the battle's soul robe, interesting. It seems I am not its destined owner. His words were filled with unwillingness, but he had no choice but to leave regretfully. Let me give it a try. At this moment, Shenfei, who was sitting in the front row, walked up to the battle's soul robe. His eyes sparkled, and a red glow emanated from his chest as his S-grade talent, Fate Bone, activated. He wanted to use his S-grade talent, Fate Bone, to become the destined one. However, as Shenfei raised his hand and was about to touch the battle's soul robe, he was suddenly repelled by an irresistible force. His blood surged, and he spat out fresh blood, looking utterly disheveled. Damn it! What the hell is this? Shenfei angrily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he retreated from the stage. The crowd's pupils contracted, and they felt a sense of dread, but faced with the allure of the battle's soul robe, they still chose to give it a try, silently thinking to themselves, what if I am the destined one chosen by fate? However, while the idea was beautiful, reality was harsh. Half an hour passed, and still, no one had successfully picked up the battle's soul robe. Now, only 4 people had yet to step onto the stage to try, Yang Kuan, Xu Wenzhong, and in the corner, Su Ruoshi and Chu Tian. Everyone's gaze shifted uncertainly among the 4 people, and the tense atmosphere intensified once again. At this moment, Xu Wenzhong was the first to break the silence, saying with a forced smile, Commander Yang, please go ahead. All right. Then I'll give it a try. Yang Kuan finished speaking, stood up, and walked onto the stage, causing the atmosphere to tighten once more. The murmurs from the audience rose and fell continuously. If Commander Yang can't succeed, then this battle soul robe might end up unsold. Commander Yang, whether in terms of status or strength, is the person here who seems most destined for it. Commander Yang, you can do it. Who? Yang Kuan took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming sharply as the spiritual energy within him erupted, instantly enveloping the battle soul robe in a powerful aura of slaughter. Rise for me. Yang Kuan let out a roar, his hand darting out like lightning to grab the battle soul robe. Look, Commander Yang has successfully touched the battle soul robe. A cry of surprise came from the crowd, the tense atmosphere stretched taut like a bowstring, and no one dared to breathe. Could it really be a success? Some people were so nervous that they swallowed their saliva, their mouths dry and tongues parched, secretly thinking, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rise! Yang Kuan roared again, his voice thundering across the entire venue. Buzz, the runes on the surface of the battle soul robe shone brightly, like stars twinkling, and everyone held their breath. Yang Kuan was so excited that his face turned red, his eyes filled with fervor, shouting, I did it. Bang! A sudden muffled sound rang out, as if tearing through the air. Yang Kuan shot up like a cannonball, slamming hard onto the ground. The deafening impact sent chills down everyone's spine. Spurt! Blood sprayed out wildly, staining the ground red. He was clearly the closest to success, yet he was also the most severely injured. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Yang Kuan struggled to stand up, his face filled with unwillingness, his eyes burning like fire. I'll try again. Whatever. Sak's lips curled into a strange smile as he extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Yang Kuan channeled his spiritual energy, adjusted his state, and resolutely stepped onto the stage. This time, he wasn't as reckless as the first time. Instead, he first released that aura unique to a soldier. The glow on the surface of the battle soul robe was indeed gradually fading, as if responding to his call. Everyone saw this scene and immediately became tense, their hearts pounding like thunder, afraid of missing this moment. Yang Kuan was even more excited, trembling slightly, and thought to himself, it really works. He began to raise his hand, inch by inch, reaching out toward the battle soul robe, a flame of hope igniting in his heart. Closer and closer. Getting closer and closer. More and more. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire venue, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Yang Kuan's body was struck by an invisible force, instantly sent flying backward like a fallen leaf swept away by a fierce wind. His figure disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a massive crater, dust swirling, and rubble flying, as if time itself had come to a halt. The venue fell into dead silence, everyone's expressions frozen on their faces, their hearts filled with shock. General Yang, where is he? Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came from the 86th floor, breaking the silence. Everyone craned their necks to look down, only to see Yang Kuan lying on the ground, vomiting blood uncontrollably in large gulps, the bright red blood spreading across the floor. Sak stood at the center of the stage, still wearing his signature clown smile, completely unfazed by it all. He lightly clapped his hands and said casually, "It seems that Commander Yang is not the destined one either." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them in the dead of winter. Even Yang Kuan failed. Who else could claim this battle soul robe? "Mr. Chu, aren't you going to give it a try?" Sak unexpectedly extended an invitation to Chu Wenjong, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "I'm too old to take such risks." Chu Wenjong waved his hand with a smile, declining the offer. Then, his tone shifted as his hawk-like gaze swept toward Chu Tian in the corner, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. "Chu Tian, as the provincial top scorer, aren't you going to give it a try?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes simultaneously fell on Chu Tian. Su Ruoshi raised her delicate brows and softly asked, "Brother Tian, are you going to give it a try?" Chu Tian's eyes flickered, and a confident smile curved his lips. "I'll give it a shot. What if I'm the chosen one?" With that, under the gaze of the entire audience, he steadily walked toward the stage, as if each step resonated with the rhythm of their hearts. In front of the battle soul robe, Chu Tian neither activated his spiritual energy nor released the unique aura of his SSS level innate life bone. He simply raised his hand and reached directly for the robe. The next second, an unexpected change occurred. The battle soul robe seemed to come alive, instantly breaking free from Sak's grasp, transforming into a streak of light, and flying straight toward Chu Tian. Dark golden patterns flickered wildly across the surface of the robe. With a gentle shake, the robe automatically draped itself over Chu Tian. The venue fell into a dead silence, and all eyes were frozen on him. At this moment, Chu Tian felt a warm power enveloping him. The battle soul robe fused with him, as if it had become a part of his body. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into him like a tidal wave. Golden light instantly enveloped Chu Tian, spiritual energy roared, and it seemed as though thousands of troops stood behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. The crowd in the venue finally snapped out of their shock, and a wave of murmurs erupted. How is this possible? He picked up the battle soul robe so effortlessly? Could he really be the chosen one? Impossible. Why him? Even City Lord Qin and General Yang failed. How could a young man like him possibly succeed? Chu Wenjong's face darkened terrifyingly, a trace of jealousy and resentment flashing in his eyes. He stared intently at Chu Tian. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it! Why does this brat get all the good fortune? Old Chu really knows how to keep the benefits within the family, huh? Could it be that you already predicted Chu Tian's success and are just putting on a show for all of us here?" At this moment, Yang Kuan's sarcastic voice rang out. Chu Wenjong's face stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. "General Yang is truly pragmatic. Now that you have no use for me, you start mocking me?" Yang Kuan was at a loss for words, let out a cold snort, and stormed off. Chu Wenjong turned his head again to look at Chu Tian on the stage, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Just then, Chu Tian also looked at Chu Wenjong, his smile growing even brighter as he slowly spoke. "Old Deng, are you mad?" "You?" Chu Wenjong was burning with rage. "I'll drive you mad." Chu Tian's provocation was like adding fuel to the fire. "Bastard!" Chu Wenjong slammed the table and stood up, exuding a murderous aura. "You unfilial descendant, today I must cleanse the family name." Boom! A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted, and Chu Wenjong truly harbored the intent to kill. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed, shaking the entire venue. The sound was like a thunderclap, causing pain in everyone's eardrums, while the air was filled with a wild and violent aura. All eyes were instantly drawn to the scene, where the black Qilin, previously suppressed by the rune-engraved iron cage, suddenly raised its head, its golden pupils radiating a piercing light. Its body trembled violently, and its dark red scales shimmered with a metallic luster under the lights, as if each scale was accumulating boundless power. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the rune engravings on the iron cage began to fracture, their glow rapidly dimming. The black Qilin's four limbs suddenly exerted force, its thick muscles bulging like coiled dragons. The iron cage emitted groaning creak sounds, unable to bear the immense pressure. "Not good. It's about to break through the iron cage," someone exclaimed in alarm. However, it was already too late. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the iron cage instantly shattered into pieces, fragments flying in all directions. The black Qilin, like a dark red lightning bolt, suddenly leaped out. Its massive body traced an arc through the air and landed steadily in front of Chu Tian. As its forelimbs touched the ground, the earth cracked instantly, sending rubble flying. Its tail, like a long whip, lashed out, the fiery mane at its tip drawing a scorching trail through the air, filling the atmosphere with an intense heat. The black Qilin let out a low growl, its voice brimming with majesty and ferocity. Its golden pupils locked onto Chu Wenjong, glinting with a chilling intent to kill. Every scale on its body trembled slightly, radiating a destructive power. Chu Wenjong's pupils contracted as he felt an ancient, oppressive force, but he quickly adjusted his stance. With a light wave of his sleeve, spiritual energy burst forth, and the Qilin's oppressive aura vanished in an instant. Just a mere beast, and it dares to act recklessly in front of me? Foolish creature. Chu Wenjong's icy voice carried an endless killing intent. Roar! The Qilin roared once again, its eyes brimming with overwhelming hostility. The situation had spiraled out of control, and the flames of war were on the verge of igniting. At this moment, Chu Tian patted the Qilin's head and said with a smile, "Step back quickly, don't let this old dog bite you." The Qilin's body suddenly froze, the murderous intent in its eyes swiftly dissipating. It turned around and returned to Chu Tian's side, obediently lying at his feet. Everyone in the venue who witnessed this scene was utterly dumbfounded. They suddenly realized that Chu Tian had actually tamed the Qilin, which was even harder to accept than Chu Tian taking the battle soul robe. Of course, the person who found this fact most unacceptable was Chu Wenjong. His old face gradually twisted, and the killing intent in his eyes became tangible. He absolutely couldn't allow him to continue growing like this. Suddenly, Chu Wenjong threw a punch, spiritual energy rampaging, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. But Chu Tian stood still, motionless, as if he had been scared stiff, letting the attack fall upon him. "Reckless fool, do you think you can break the rules of the king of competition?" A furious roar suddenly erupted like thunder, only to see Yen Luo's towering figure appear in front of Chu Tian, shielding him completely behind. Chu Wenjong's attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, not stirring up the slightest ripple. Immediately, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "Mr. Yen, this is my family matter, please don't interfere." "Family matter?" Yen Luo sneered coldly and suddenly slapped him without warning. Smack! Chu Wenjong fell to the ground with a thud, 5 crimson finger marks instantly appearing on his face, and the left side of his face swelling up like a pig's head. "I don't care what it is. Breaking the rules of the king of rolls comes with a price." As Yen Luo spoke, he advanced aggressively, towering over the snarling Chu Wenjong, and said coldly, "I hit you, and you still refuse to accept it, is that right?" Chu Wenjong, slapped in front of so many people, was understandably furious. His anger surged like a tidal wave. "Scoundrel! Yen Luo, you've gone too far." He completely lost his composure, his eyes bulging with rage, his voice hoarse and strained, as spiritual energy erupted from within him. Boom! Chu Wenjong suddenly stood up, spiritual energy swirling madly around him. His eyes glimmered with a crazed light, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, clearly showing that Yen Luo's slap had inflicted significant damage on him. "Yen Luo, do you really think this old man is afraid of you? Today, even if it costs me this old life, I will make you pay the price." Chu Wenjong's voice was filled with hysterical madness. He suddenly raised his hands, and spiritual energy surged forth like a flood, directly targeting Yen Luo. At that moment, everyone held their breath, the tense atmosphere enveloping the entire venue, as if an earth-shattering battle could erupt at any time. Chu Wenjong's voice was filled with hysterical madness. He suddenly raised his hands, as if trying to resist the impending doom. As a result, the next second, a massive slap descended from the sky, infinitely magnified in his pupils, as if time had frozen at that moment. Getting closer and closer. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The slap landed as expected, with astonishing momentum. Just as Chu Wenjong stood up, his body surging with spiritual energy, he once again made a violent contact with the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Chu Wenjong spewed blood wildly, his breath instantly weakened, as if the 2 slaps from Yama had knocked his soul out, nearly sending him away. At this moment, Chu Wenjong's gaze became much clearer and more lucid. His eyes were filled with fear, like an old dog barely clinging to life, curled up on the ground, completely losing his former prestige. "Mr. Yen, I was wrong." With these words, it was clear that Chu Wenjong had surrendered, completely subdued, with no strength to resist. Yen Luo's two strikes, as powerful as thunder, snapped Chu Wenzhong out of his madness. Get lost. Yen Luo waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away an annoying fly. Chu Wenzhong struggled to stand up, staggering as if every step was a battle against fate, and headed toward the door of the venue. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. At this moment, Chu Tian behind him revealed a cold smile and bowed deeply. Grandpa. Have a safe journey, Southwest Avenue, walk the bright road. A second bow, Grandpa. Have a safe journey, Southwest Avenue, walk the bright road. A third bow, Grandpa. Have a safe journey, Southwest Avenue, walk the bright road. Chu Tian's 3 bows were like a verdict, causing Chu Wenzhong to tremble violently and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Poof! For a moment, Chu Wenzhong's already aged figure became even more hunched, almost shuffling step by step out the door, as if walking toward the end. The people in the venue saw this and began whispering among themselves, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. After all, old Chu is Chu Tian's grandfather. Isn't this child going too far? Without understanding others' suffering, do not judge their faults. Chu Wenzhong personally dug out Chu Tian's innate destiny bone and gave it to Chu Feng, then disregarded his life and kicked him out of the family. Wasn't Chu Wenzhong's behavior excessive? I heard before that Chu Wenzhong favored Chu Feng. Whether it was cultivation resources or family benefits, everything went to Chu Feng, while Chu Tian lived worse than a servant. Every action has its cause. Chu Wenzhong brought this upon himself. Chu Tian listened to the surrounding discussions, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to pat the Qilin and walked toward Yen Luo, saying, President Yen, thank you for stepping in to save me. Yama glanced at the black Qilin beside Chu Tian, which was as docile as a kitten, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. It was clear that he hadn't expected Chu Tian to actually tame this Qilin. The young man before him seemed increasingly extraordinary. The boss's ability to judge people is getting even sharper. After sighing inwardly, Yama collected his thoughts, his face breaking into a broad smile as he said loudly, Prince Chu, you're too kind. Chu Wenzhong broke the rules first, and besides, you are the most distinguished guest of the King of Tasks. Ensuring your safety is my duty. Everyone stared in shock at Yen Luo's slightly respectful attitude toward Chu Tian, utterly dumbfounded. Is this really the same Yen Luo who wouldn't even give General Yang Kuan face and publicly warn the demon clown sack? Why does he seem much more amiable now? Chu Tian chuckled lightly, President Yen, then I'll trouble you. I have other matters to attend to, farewell. Young Master Chu, take care. Yen Luo extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, watching Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi leave side by side, secretly marveling in his heart. Wanwang Tower, reception hall on the first floor. Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi sat on the sofa, while the Qilin lay obediently on the ground basking in the sun, leisurely and carefree. Suddenly, Su Ruoshi blinked her watery eyes, eager to try, and tentatively asked, Brother Lin, can I touch it? Roar! The Qilin suddenly turned its head, its golden eyes glinting with hostility, fierce and imposing. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Chu Tian raised his hand and delivered a slap, causing the Qilin to let out a dog-like yelp, as if warning it not to be rude. Hey Z, don't be rude. Stay there obediently. The Qilin had no choice but to reluctantly lie down, though its heart roared with anger. Chu Tian looked at Su Ruoshi beside him and grinned, Go ahead, touch it. Su Ruoshi reached out her hand but quickly pulled it back, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, I don't dare. What are you afraid of? I'll help you. Chu Tian finished speaking, gently holding Su Ruoshi's cool and delicate jade-like hand, then placed it on the Qilin, stroking it smoothly from top to bottom. The two were pressed closely together, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous, as if the entire space was filled with a subtle electric current. Su Ruoshi's charming face was flushed with redness, her red lips tightly bitten, exuding a delicate allure, while her heart raced nervously like a startled deer. But at that moment, Chu Tian suddenly froze, as if he had sensed some kind of presence. Su Ruoshi raised her head slightly in confusion, their eyes meeting, and for a moment, it felt as if the air had frozen. Su Ruoshi's eyelashes trembled gently, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, her heartbeat quickened, and she felt an indescribable emotion flowing in the air. Chu Tian's hand remained on the back of hers, the warmth from his palm making her breath quicken, her chest rising and falling slightly, her ears so red they seemed about to drip blood, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. Gulp! Chu Tian swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving as his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The faint fragrance emanating from the young girl lingered at the tip of his nose, leaving him momentarily dazed. He silently vowed in his heart that he would never let anyone destroy this warmth. Tiange, what's wrong with you? Su Ruoshi asked tremblingly, her eyes filled with concern and unease. Chu Tian slowly spoke, Ruwashi. His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a hint of probing, as if he were brewing something. Roar! Suddenly, the Qilin let out a low growl, abruptly stood up, and entered a battle-ready state, instantly breaking the tension between the young boy and girl. Su Ruwashi snapped out of her daze, quickly withdrew her hand, and stood up, lowering her head. However, her heart was in turmoil, making it hard for her to remain calm. Chu Tian, on the other hand, swiftly turned to look at the Qilin, his eyes flashing with anger and vigilance. Master! It's not my fault, someone is coming. Heizi's childish voice had just fallen when Gui Yorong's panicked voice followed, Young Master Chu, miss, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? Chu Tian glared fiercely at Heizi, then waved his hand and forced a smile, no, you didn't interrupt. By the way, where did you go? Gui Yorong hurriedly explained, Young Master Chu, there's a new task that requires me to handle the handover, so I came back late. A new task? Su Ruwashi raised her delicate brows. Although the blush on her face had not faded, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. What kind of task requires even the reception staff to handle the handover? Gui Yorong's expression turned grave as she said in a deep voice, Miss, the isolated Grey House village was massacred last night. Over 1,000 villagers vanished without a trace overnight, leaving only one survivor who managed to escape. Su Ruwashi immediately tensed up. Was it a beast tide, or something else? Beast tide. A Tier 3 ghost-faced wolf. Gui Yorong's voice was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi. Ghost-faced wolf. The two spoke in unison, their expressions instantly turning extremely grave. The ghost-faced wolf is a terrifying hybrid of ferocious beasts and alien races. Although classified as a ferocious beast, its level of danger is by no means inferior to that of alien races. The ghost-faced wolf not only possesses the cunning and malevolence of alien races but also the powerful physique of ferocious beasts, making its danger level a full 5-star rating. Chu Tian frowned deeply, his tone somber. Ruwashi, if I remember correctly, Grey House Village is a necessary route from Jiangqing to the Tianyan Academy. That's right. Su Ruwashi nodded slightly, then seemed to think of something. Her eyes flashed as she asked, Brother Tian, are you going to take this mission? Chu Tian was about to speak when the watch on his wrist buzzed, as if reminding him that danger was already approaching, and with it, an opportunity. Mo Lu sent a message, a ghost-faced wolf has appeared in Huiwu village. Go handle it. I need to stay in Jiangqing to continue searching for that thing. Chu Tian immediately replied with an OK emoji, then lowered his arm and said firmly, I must take on this mission. Su Ruwashi heard this, a trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes, and she wondered in her heart who had sent the message. However, being exceptionally intelligent, she understood that some questions should not be asked. At this moment, she smiled and said firmly, then let's go together. Chu Tian's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. All right. When do we set off? The sooner, the better. Su Ruwashi's eyes lit up as she suggested, why don't we set off now? After the mission is completed, we can head straight to Tianyan Academy to report. Chu Tian's expression froze slightly. After thinking for a moment, he nodded slightly, all right, but I need to go home first. How about this? You wait for me at Wanwang Tower. I'll go home to pack my things and then come back to pick you up. Su Ruwashi agreed without hesitation. Chu Tian kicked Heizi, who was lying on the ground drowsily, and said irritably, stop sleeping, let's go. Roar! Heizi grunted as he got up and followed closely behind Chu Tian, heading toward the entrance of Wanwang Tower. A man and a beast stood in front of the Black Warrior, staring at each other wide-eyed. The Black Warrior's interior was spacious, but in front of this nearly 2-meter-tall, almost 3-meter-long black Qilin, it seemed like a toy car. There's no time to worry about that, the task is urgent, and this is the only way. Heizi, Master. Chu Tian pointed to the roof of the car and commanded, lie on top, can you hold on? Heizi glanced at the tiny car roof, its golden eyes wide open. Master, don't blame me if I crush it. You can't hold back a bit? Get up there. Oh. Koriko leapt up, landing lightly on the roof of the car, causing the Black Warrior's suspension to instantly sink by 10 centimeters. Chu Tian's mouth twitched, and he quickly shouted, hold back a bit. Master, I've tried my best to control it. How about I get off and follow behind you, okay? Let's not make things difficult for each other. Heizi said helplessly. Chu Tian shook his head and refused, no way. If you follow behind me, won't that cause panic? Forget it, let's go like this. Move out. After saying that, he slammed on the accelerator. The Black Warrior roared, its exhaust pipe puffing out black smoke as it slowly started up. The black Qilin on the car roof lay there like a small mountain, its limbs tightly pressed against the roof, its tail twitching and gently swaying with the car's bumps. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the scene. Someone rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing things. Holy crap! That big guy, is it a Tibetan Mastiff? Why is it lying on the car roof? So cool! Roar! Heisey let out a roar and angrily cursed, "You're the Tibetan Mastiff. Your whole family are Tibetan Mastiffs. I'm a Qilin, an ancient ferocious beast, the black Qilin. Damn your mortal eyes." Chu Tian sighed helplessly and thought to himself, if Heisey could change size at will, that would be great. I can change size. Heisey's voice happened to ring out. Chu Tian's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Then why are you still making a spectacle of yourself at the market? Shrink down and come in." "Master, you didn't say anything either." "Well, I'm saying it now. Hurry up and shrink, get inside the car." "Yes, master." Heisey transformed into the size of a rabbit and obediently lay on the passenger seat. Chu Tian saw this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that spending 50,000 slaughter points was totally worth it. The small courtyard on the second floor. Chu Tian pushed the door open and entered. Wang Wiru, who was hanging clothes, froze for a moment and asked, "Xiao Tian, why are you back so early?" Chu Tian replied with a smile, "The auction ended, so I came back." "Are you hungry? I'll go make you some food." As she spoke, Wang Wiru wiped her hands and headed to the kitchen. Chu Tian quickly stopped her. "Mom, I won't be having dinner, and I might not come back to stay tonight." "Not coming back to stay?" Wang Wiru was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. With a serious expression, she earnestly reminded, "Xiao Tian, you're not a kid anymore. Sooner or later, you'll have to go through this kind of thing. But I must emphasize one thing, if you do it, you must take full responsibility for the girl, understand?" Chu Tian was speechless, his face turning red with embarrassment. "Mom, I'm going to complete a mission and report to the Tianyan Academy." "What are you thinking about? A mission?" Wang Huiru also felt awkward. "You child, you should explain things more clearly. Make sure to stay safe while doing your mission." "I got it, Mom. I'll go pack my things now." "Go ahead." Chu Tian packed his belongings and, after Wang Huiru's repeated reminders and instructions, stepped out of the house and drove away. Huiwu village is nestled deep in the mountains between Jiangcheng and Tianyan Academy, surrounded by towering peaks. The village houses are scattered harmoniously, with green tiles and white walls, exuding an ancient and tranquil charm. It seems like a paradise isolated from the world, yet no one could foresee the earth-shattering upheaval about to unfold. Due to its unique geographical location and the natural barrier encircling Huiwu village, any foreign species entering this barrier would become lost within it. The villagers live in such a secure environment that, despite being surrounded by mountains teeming with ferocious beasts, they can still lead peaceful and simple lives. However, all this tranquility and beauty were completely shattered overnight, as if a massive wave was about to sweep through, and the villagers' fate was about to change. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi drove for an hour to reach Grey House Village. The night was deep, with only faint moonlight illuminating the road ahead. At the village entrance, 5 city guard soldiers, drowsy and responsible for standing watch, were stationed. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, the 5 immediately became alert, quickly raising their weapons to block the way. "Get out of the car, submit to inspection, no passage allowed," one of the city guard soldiers shouted loudly, his voice tinged with a trace of nervousness. Chu Tian remained calm, rolled down the car window, took out his student ID from Tianyan Academy from his pocket, his gaze sharp and exuding extraordinary confidence. Tianyan Academy, Student ID. Student ID, 003. Name, Chu Tian. Gender, male. Note, this certificate confirms that the above-mentioned student is enrolled in this school. Under the sun and moon, where the heavens extend, this institution's scholar deserves respect. Anywhere, for students of our academy, it's either they go over, or our academy sends someone over. The city guards took the student ID, examined it carefully, and their expressions instantly turned respectful. Chu Tian's identity was like an invisible sword, instantly cutting through their doubts. "So, you're a student of Tianyan Academy. My apologies." The city guard soldier quickly put away his weapon, handed the student ID back to Chu Tian with both hands, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. Chu Tian took the student ID, nodded lightly, and prepared to raise the car window to continue forward. However, at that moment, the city guard soldier outside the car hesitated and said, "Young Master Chu, this village isn't very peaceful right now. Are you sure you want to go in? Wasn't it attacked by ghost-faced wolves?" Chu Tian frowned slightly, seemingly sensing something amiss. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the city guard soldier, who shook his head and said, "No, not just that. An even more powerful beast has appeared in the village, so terrifying that even the ghost-faced wolves dare not approach." Chu Tian's heart trembled. Could there be an even greater secret hidden here? A storm was about to break. Could he and Su Ruwashi uncover the truth and survive in this perilous place? Not just that? Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, slammed on the brakes, and turned to look at the city guard soldier whose eyes were flickering with fear. "What do you mean? Young Master Chu, it seems like the village is haunted." The city guard soldier glanced nervously at the pitch-black village, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. "We just went in to patrol and vaguely saw a woman in red. But when we got closer, there was nothing there. Could it be that you were just seeing things?" Su Ruwashi in the passenger seat looked skeptical. The city guard soldier shook his head and said firmly, "I wasn't seeing things. Not only did I see it, they all saw it too." The remaining 4 city guard soldiers nodded one after another, their faces pale. Su Ruwashi frowned slightly and looked at Chu Tian, as if seeking his opinion. At this moment, the city guard soldier added, "Young Master Chu, I forgot to tell you, an hour ago, 3 students from Tianyan Academy entered the village, and they still haven't come out. This is also the reason why the city guard soldiers are so respectful to the students of Tianyan Academy. Commander Yang Kuan personally ordered them to let them pass." Chu Tian's eyes flashed, but he was not surprised. Grey House Village is only 30 kilometers away from Tianyan Academy. With such a major incident occurring, the academy would inevitably send people to investigate. "Then let's go in and take a look," Chu Tian said decisively. The city guard soldiers immediately let them pass without hesitation. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi drove slowly into Grey House Village, the car's headlights cutting 2 faint beams through the pitch-black night. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood, seeping into the car through the cracks of the doors and windows, suffocating. Just as they entered the village entrance, the tires rolled over a patch of viscous liquid, making a squelching sound. Chu Tian looked down, and under the car's headlights, the dark red bloodstains had already dried, mixing with the soil and appearing particularly ghastly. The village's narrow paths were deserted, eerily silent, with only the rustling sound of wind brushing through the leaves. Most of the houses by the roadside had their doors and windows wide open, violently damaged. Wooden door panels were shattered, scattered all over the ground. The walls were splattered with blood, as if someone had casually thrown paint. Some of the bloodstains had not yet dried, slowly dripping down and forming shocking streaks. The car continued forward, and the scenes along the road grew increasingly tragic. Fragments of flesh and internal organs were scattered on the ground, some already gnawed beyond recognition by wild animals, leaving only a few tattered pieces of skin and bones. A severed hand lay alone in the middle of the road, its fingers stiffly curled, clearly showing that the victim had struggled desperately before death. Not far away, a head rolled into the corner of the wall, its face twisted in agony, eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. "Beast!" Su Ruwashi clenched her jade-like hand, her face revealing a murderous intent, her eyes flashing with a cold light. "Brother Tian, do you think the ghost-faced wolf is still in the village?" Chu Tian shook his head. "Not sure. Logically, with that beast's cunning and treachery, it wouldn't stay after slaughtering the village. But now the whole village feels eerie, and I'm worried the ghost-faced wolf massacred the village to cover something up." "Ha?" Su Ruwashi's expression changed. "Brother Tian, do you mean the ghost-faced wolf's slaughter of Grey House Village is part of some conspiracy?" I always feel that there's something off about this village." As the two were talking, the Qilin lying on the back seat let out a low growl, suddenly stood up, its golden eyes flashing, nostrils slightly flaring as it sniffed the surrounding air. "Master! Something's happening! Rustle, rustle, rustle!" The noisy footsteps echoed in the silent, pitch-black village, sharp and clear, approaching from afar. Chu Tian slowed down the car and quietly channeled spiritual energy. Su Ruwashi's hand instinctively rested on the sword hilt. The Qilin stared fixedly out the window, growling incessantly. The 3 people and 1 beast all entered combat mode, ready to strike. "Stop the car!" Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. 3 figures appeared within the range of the headlights. Although their faces were unclear, their identities were unmistakable. They were the students of Tianyan Academy mentioned by the city guard soldiers. Bang, bang, bang! A slender young man shielded his eyes and quickly walked to the car, forcefully knocking on the window. He pressed his face against the car window, trying to see clearly inside the vehicle. His expression appeared peculiar, especially his crossed eyes, which left a deep impression. "Hey! Who are you two? Get out of the car!" the young man shouted. Chu Tian frowned slightly and pressed the window button. Squeak! Brother Yin screamed miserably, his face scraped by the car window, instantly becoming distorted, his eyes almost blinded. *T. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He clutched his burning face in pain, cursing angrily. Roar! Just as Chu Tian was about to speak, the Qilin beside him let out a low growl, its face full of hostility. Brother Yin was startled and instinctively retreated, but when he saw the Qilin, which was about the size of a little rabbit, he immediately stopped in his tracks and shouted angrily, "What's with you, little black dog? Growling for what?" Roar! The Qilin was furious and was about to return to its true form, but was stopped by a single glance from Chu Tian. "Do you have any business here? If not, step aside." "I do." My brother looked at Chu Tian, his face full of arrogance. "The students of Tianyan Academy are carrying out a mission ahead. Unauthorized personnel, step back. Which of your eyes saw that we are unauthorized personnel?" Chu Tian smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. "Both of my eyes saw it." My brother replied confidently. Chu Tian looked at him and curled his lips. "Brother, you're quite arrogant, huh? You never look at people directly." Yen Gu froze for a moment, then unexpectedly started to feel proud. "Of course. I'm naturally arrogant, what can you do about it?" "Put." Suruwashi, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but laugh, her voice as crisp as a ringing bell. Yen Gu was instantly stunned, his mind engaged in intense contemplation. In just a few seconds, it felt as though billions of his brain cells had been annihilated. "Awa awa awa. You're mocking me," he shouted furiously. Chu Tian shook his head and said earnestly, "No. I'm not mocking you, I'm praising you. Get out of the car. I now suspect there's something wrong with you. Quick, get out of the car." Brother Yin roared, the anger on his face almost bursting forth. Chu Tian asked with a smile, "What evidence do you have?" Brother Yin pointed at his own eyes and said word by word, "My eyes are the ruler." "Put. Ha! Ho ho!" In the car, Chu Tian, Suruwashi, and even Qilin couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This clown," Chu Tian thought to himself. "Awa awa awa. Laugh? I'll make you laugh." Yen Gu, furious and humiliated, suddenly threw a punch without warning. Boom! Yen Ji's fist shot toward Chu Tian's face like a cannonball. His strength was not to be underestimated, as a peak Feng realm expert, his violent spiritual energy surged forth like a flood. At such close range, combined with the element of surprise, even a pan-realm master would find it hard to escape. However, he was facing Chu Tian. Bang! A loud bang resounded, and Yen Ji's eyes widened, his face filled with terror. Staring at that pale hand, he cried out in shock, "No! This is impossible." Chu Tian smiled faintly, revealing his white teeth. "Anything is possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tian's 5 fingers suddenly clenched, exerting force in an instant. Crunch! The sound of bones grinding was spine-chilling. "Awa awa awa. It hurts, let go, brother help." Brother Yen turned his head and shouted for help to the man and woman not far away. "Stop!" Accompanied by a loud roar, Brother Yen's teammate quickly rushed over. The tall and imposing young man exuded an aura of dominance, while the sexy and charming young woman wore a figure-hugging camisole and tight yoga pants, looking as if she was ready for a wild adventure. The boy saw that Chu Tian showed no reaction and felt displeased, continuing to command, "Let go." "Not letting go." Chu Tian responded coldly, his fingers tightening again. "Ah, it hurts. Let go of me. What do you want? Just say it." Yen Gu was in great pain, his voice trembling. "Apologize." Before Chu Tian could react, the boy next to him shouted urgently, "No way. Lu Shuai, you can't apologize to him. To hell with you, Li Jida. Was it you who got pinched by him?" Yen Gu roared, his smile looking more like a grimace. "Bro, I was wrong." Louder. "Bro, I was wrong, I'm sorry. You're quite the talent, Benji." Chu Tian listened and loosened his grip. Ibro quickly stepped back, clutching his deformed right fist, his eyes red as he said, "Baby, are you okay? I can't lose you." Ibro's dramatic antics left Chu Tian somewhat stunned. At that moment, Li Jida stepped forward, his eyes flashing coldly, "Do you even know who we are?" Chu Tian couldn't be bothered to say more and directly pulled out his student ID from Tianyan Academy. "Recognize this? Are you also a student of Tianyan Academy?" Li Jida frowned deeply, clearly filled with doubt. Chu Tian smiled faintly and slowly opened his student ID. The striking word chief shocked Li Jida to his core. "Do you think you can fool us with a random student ID? Tianyan Academy only has 2 chiefs, and that's common knowledge. Do you know the consequences of impersonating a chief of Tianyan Academy?" Li Jida sneered, his tone full of mockery and disdain. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's lips curled slightly, his eyes brimming with mischief. Oh? Is that so? Then have you ever wondered why my student number is 003? Li Jida froze for a moment, his face immediately turning even darker as he gritted his teeth and said, "You really are the top student." Chu Tian smiled without saying a word, suddenly flooring the gas pedal. The black warrior roared like a dragon and disappeared into the night. Ah, damn it. My brother spat out a mouthful of bloody mud and cursed F***K. Li Jida stood in place, his fists clenched tightly, clearly still unable to recover from the shock of Chu Tian's student ID. Dage, could this young man be the top freshman of this year's class? Yoga Jia asked thoughtfully, her eyes fixed on the direction where the black warrior had disappeared. Li Jida snapped out of his thoughts, turned his head, and glared at Yoga Jia, gritting his teeth as he said, "What are you trying to do, you little flirt? Are you unsatisfied with me, huh?" Yoga Jia withdrew her gaze, gently stroked Li Jida's livid face, and laughed, "Darling, you look so cute when you're jealous." "I'm yours." Li Jida snorted coldly, "Good that you know your place. Otherwise, I'd deal with you." Yoga's sister rolled her eyes and secretly thought to herself, if bragging were taxed, you'd have gone bankrupt long ago, 3-second guy. So what if he's the top student? My dad is Li Gang. A sinister smile flashed in Li Jida's eyes as he continued, "Come on. Let's go. Up ahead and take a look. If I can slay the ghost-faced wolf this time, maybe the academy will grant me the title of top student too." Before the words were finished, my brother gagged, "Ugh." Li Jida's smile instantly froze, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Lu Shuai, what exactly do you mean by this? Damn. A chunk of bloody mud is stuck in my throat, call the team together now." My brother cursed, standing up first and walking forward. Li Jida burned with rage, "Cross-eyed fool, if it weren't for your dad being friends with mine, I would have straightened your eyes long ago." The black warrior slowly came to a halt. Ahead lay a pitch-black forest, as if endless dangers lurked within the darkness. At the same time, Blackie let out another low growl. Roar! Its nostrils twitched slightly, and its golden eyes glimmered with a wary light. The air was filled with a strong, pungent stench, as if the breath of death was closing in. Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi exchanged a glance, the spiritual energy in their hands quietly gathering, ready to respond to any sudden situation. "Ruwashi, there's no road ahead. Get out of the car quickly," Chu Tian said in a deep voice. "All right," Su Ruwashi responded. The two got out of the car one after the other, with Hei Zi following closely behind. Chu Tian surveyed the surroundings. The pitch-black forest appeared unusually eerie, the ground covered with a thick layer of dead leaves that made a creaking sound with every step, each one unsettling. Suddenly, a cold wind swept past, and as the shadows of the trees swayed, it felt as if something was watching them from the darkness. Su Ruwashi gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, the blade flashing coldly under the moonlight. "Brother Tian, something feels off here." Chu Tian nodded, his brows slightly furrowed. "Indeed, there's no blood on the ground, yet the air is filled with the scent of blood." A sharp light flickered in Su Ruwashi's eyes as her red lips parted slightly. She analyzed, could it be the blood-fawn wolf nearby? The bloody scent might be coming from it. Just as Chu Tian was about to respond, a sudden burst of hurried creak footsteps came from behind. Li Jida and the other two came chasing. After them, panting heavily. Yen Ge rubbed his swollen face, cursing under his breath, clearly still holding a grudge over what had just happened. Yoga Jie closely followed behind Li Jida, her face showing a trace of unease. "Brother De, there seems to be something ahead." My brother Lu Shuai suddenly stopped in his tracks, pointing at a patch of darkness ahead, his voice trembling. Li Jida frowned. Although he felt a bit uneasy inside, he forced himself to appear calm and said, "What are you afraid of? With me here, even a ghost-faced wolf wouldn't dare act recklessly." However, just as his words fell, a deep growl suddenly came from the darkness, followed by a massive shadow leaping out of the bushes, charging straight at them. "Oh whoa!" Li Jida screamed, "Damn! It's a ghost-faced wolf." Only to see, the ghost-faced wolf had a massive build, its entire body covered in black fur. Its huge wolf head was riddled with ferocious scars, fangs bared, and its blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its speed was unparalleled, almost instantly charging to the front of the group. Brother Yen was so frightened he froze in place, shouting urgently, F***K. Li Jida, even the ghost-faced wolf doesn't want to listen to your bragging anymore. Cut the crap, run. Li Jida scrambled and crawled toward Chu Tian, with only one thought in his mind, even if I die, I'm taking a few down with me. However, how could Li Jida's little scheme escape Chu Tian's eyes? Just as Li Jida was about to reach him, Chu Tian took a stance and delivered a powerful flying kick, sending him straight back into the ghost-faced wolf's embrace. Oh whoa! The ghost-faced wolf never expected happiness to come so suddenly. It opened its bloodthirsty jaws and bit down hard. In a moment of desperation, Li Jida had a sudden flash of inspiration, dropped to the ground, and shouted, "Daddy!" Plop saliva from the ghost-faced wolf's mouth dripped onto Li Jida's face, its razor-sharp fangs less than a fist's distance from his head. At that moment, the world fell silent. Li Jida trembled violently and tentatively called out again, "Daddy!" Oh whoa! The ghost-faced wolf let out a strange cry and actually spared Li Jida. Seeing this, Brother Yen exclaimed, "What the heck? Truly a case of a wolf won't harm its own cubs." Chu Tian and Su Ruwashi did not expect such a dramatic scene to unfold. The ghost-faced wolf moved its steps, its massive figure making a sound with each step, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, brimming with fighting spirit. He knew that the ghost-faced wolf truly lived up to its reputation, possessing formidable strength. Oh whoa! Another furious roar echoed as the ghost-faced wolf suddenly accelerated, transforming into a black shadow that darted straight out. Chu Tian advanced instead of retreating, stepping forward with such force that a deep pit instantly formed beneath his feet, sending rubble flying in all directions. Dragon Tiger Blazing Fist. Before the words had even faded, demonic flames erupted, and the phantom images of a dragon and tiger converged. The dragon's roar and tiger's growl were deafening. Chu Tian struck with a punch, and the dragon-tiger phantom shot out explosively. The ghost-faced wolf's offensive did not waver, swiping out with a claw. With a resounding boom, the shockwave of the attack rippled outward visibly. Both Chu Tian and the ghost-faced wolf were forced to retreat violently. Chu Tian's feet carved two deep furrows into the ground as he slid back. The ghost-faced wolf suffered a heavy blow, blood spraying wildly as its piercing screams echoed across the land. Black smoke rose from the claws that had just collided with the demonic flames, trembling violently, seemingly unable to touch the ground again. However, to everyone's shock, its crimson wolf eyes showed not a trace of fear but were instead filled with boundless killing intent and ferocity. Aru! The ghost-faced wolf let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Chu Tian once more. Good timing! Chu Tian shouted angrily, stepping on lightning and instantly moving in front of the ghost-faced wolf. Boom, boom, boom! The muffled sounds of collisions rang out repeatedly, shaking the void and stirring up ripples layer by layer. Man and wolf were evenly matched, their battle fiercely intense. Su Ruwashi gripped the sword hilt, ready to join the battle at any moment, while Yengu stared intently at the fight. Despite the double vision before him, he could still discern Chu Tian's immense strength. Damn! The prestige of the chief is still rising, he exclaimed. Li Jida and Yoga Jie stayed far away, their faces full of terror. At that moment, the ghost-faced wolf howled toward the sky, its voice filled with pain and madness. Oh whoa! With a roar, its body began to tremble violently. Its black fur stood on end, seemingly corroded by some eerie force. The ghost-faced wolf's body swelled at a visible rate, muscles bulging, and bones cracking audibly, as if its skin might burst at any moment. On its wolf head, the hideous scars twisted and deformed, eventually transforming into a pale and grotesque ghostly face. Its mouth split to the ears, revealing blood-stained fangs, while its crimson eyes glowed like two blood lamps, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura. This is, what kind of monster? Yen Ji's eyes were filled with fear as he tightly held on to Hei Zi, stammering as he shouted. This is the true, ghost-faced wolf. Su Ruwashi said coldly, as the spiritual energy within her began to circulate. Yengu was so frightened that he fell to the ground, babbling incoherently, I can't believe this. The ghost-faced wolf can still transform? This is freaking cheating. Li Jida and Yoga Jie quickly retreated, afraid of being dragged into the fight. Oh whoa! The ghost-faced wolf completed its mutation, its howl becoming even more piercing. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Chu Tian, filled with bloodlust and ferocity. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ghost-faced wolf's sturdy limbs stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to crack instantly. The fissures spread outward like a spider web. Then, the massive figure of the ghost-faced wolf leaped into the air, opening its jaws to bite. Brother Tian, watch out! Su Ruwashi rushed forward without hesitation, gripping her long sword tightly. However, Chu Tian suddenly raised his hand to stop her. I'll handle this myself. With that, he reached out, and the flame dragon spear instantly appeared in his hand. His arm gave a powerful shake. Buzz buzz buzz, the spear's shaft vibrated, its tip shrouded in demonic flames and lightning. The surrounding spatial barrier collapsed with a thunderous crack-crack sound. Thunderous might! Chu Tian's gaze was sharp as a blade, and he roared deeply. The flame dragon spear thrust forward like a bolt of lightning, its tip tearing through the air and trailing a blazing dragon of fire. This strike was as fast as lightning and utterly unstoppable. Splurt! The flame dragon spear pierced through the ghost-faced wolf's body with pinpoint accuracy. Yen Gu and the other two raised their heads in shock, their minds completely blank. Holy crap! This big boss must be cheating. Yen Gu felt like he was dreaming, muttering in disbelief. Too powerful. Absolutely absurd. Although Li Jida was inwardly resentful, he could only shut his mouth obediently at this moment. Yoga Jie's eyes sparkled as she licked her lips and whispered, "This big spear is so strong. It must feel amazing. You little flirt, are you itching for trouble?" Li Jida gritted his teeth. However, Chu Tian frowned deeply, a vague sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He slowly raised his head, looking at the ghost-faced wolf he had just pierced with a shot. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. The ghost-faced wolf's blood-red eyes and the violent aura emanating from its body felt eerily familiar, just like the rampaging beasts from the Rift Inn. The Ninth Abyss. This was no ordinary creature, it was an alien race, the undead. The true mastermind behind the massacre of Grey House Village was not the ghost-faced wolf, but the undead. Awah! The ghost-faced wolf, resurrected from the dead, let out a howl and once again opened its bloody maw, lunging at Chu Tian without the slightest regard for the spear still piercing its body. Brother Yen tightly grabbed the horn on Heizi's head and exclaimed, "What the heck? Still not dead? This can't be real." Roar! Heizi, enraged, was about to swallow this reckless guy whole when a sudden loud noise echoed in his ears. Boom! The ground shook violently, cracks spread instantly, and the surrounding jungle was leveled. Brother Yen and the other two spewed blood furiously, their faces contorted in agony. Just less than a meter away from Chu Tian, the ghost-faced wolf self-destructed, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere in a horrifying scene. Brother Tian! Su Ruashi's eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling as she rushed toward Chu Tian. At this moment, Chu Tian was at the center of the explosion, his body covered in blood and flesh fragments. His eardrums buzzed, his head spun, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Brother Tian, where are you hurt? Su Ruashi asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, it's just that my ears feel a bit uncomfortable, Chu Tian said with lingering fear. In that instant, he had felt the battle soul robe emanate a powerful force, as if an invisible hand had shielded him. That was close, I almost bit the dust. Thinking of this, Chu Tian gratefully touched the battle soul robe on his body. Then, his body shook, and the blood and flesh instantly disappeared. The battle soul robe returned to its original state, clean and pristine. Seeing this, Su Ruashi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the suspense in her heart dissipated. That scared me to death just now. Chu Tian chuckled and teased, "Are you that worried about me? Who cares about you? I certainly don't." Su Ruashi spoke against her true feelings, her pretty face blushing as she quickly walked to the side to hide her nervousness. Chu Tian stroked his chin, secretly pondering, at this rate, winning over the white moonlight is just a matter of time. Killing value, plus 887. Killing value total, 890. Suddenly, a scream filled with fear pierced through the pitch-black night sky. Ah! Help! Roar! Heizi let out a deep growl, looking down from above at Yen Gu, who was already paralyzed with fear. Its sharp fangs scraped against each other, glinting coldly. Yen Gu looked up at the colossal figure looming just inches away, his mind blank and his heart filled with despair. He never expected that the little black dog he was just holding in his arms would transform into a ferocious beast in the next second. Roar! Heizi roared again, raising its massive claw and slamming it down. Yen Gu trembled violently, immediately dropping to his knees and shouting in despair, "Dad!" Bang! With a muffled sound, Yen Gu disappeared into the night, but he left behind one final sentence, "You're a stepdad, not a real dad." After knocking away Eyebrow, Heizi did not stop but instead walked toward Li Jida and Yoga Sister, who were filled with terror. Boom, boom, boom! The powerful and resounding footsteps echoed like thunder, making hearts tremble. "No, don't come over." Li Jida retreated in fear, his voice trembling. "Help!" Yoga Sister's voice was high-pitched, her face full of despair. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out, and Li Jida and Yoga Sister turned to ashes, disappearing without a trace, following Brother Yan's footsteps. As the three were sent flying by Heizi, the surrounding world froze, as if even the air had solidified. Su Ruashi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering, "Brother Tian, is this ghost-faced wolf similar to those ferocious beasts in the Tianyuan simulated battle?" "Yes." Chu Tian nodded slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. There is a type of alien race called the undead. They can manipulate the emotions of humans and beasts, driving them into frenzy, and can silently parasitize their bodies. Aliens? Suruwashi exclaimed in shock, her face turning pale. As the top lady of the competitive circle, she naturally understood the terror of aliens. Brother Tian, are you saying that the ghost-faced wolf is just a puppet, and the real mastermind behind the scenes is the aliens, the undead? A flash of realization appeared in her eyes. I'm just speculating. However, this matter has already exceeded our capabilities. There will be someone specifically assigned to handle it. Chu Tian said casually, stretching lazily as he walked toward the edge of the forest. Suruwashi glanced back over her shoulder, a vague unease stirring in her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was watching her, sending chills down her spine. Ruwashi, what's wrong? Let's go. Chu Tian paused and asked in confusion. Suruwashi shook her head. No, nothing. The two left the jungle and drove away. V-room. The roar of the engine gradually faded, eventually disappearing into the night. However, 10 minutes after Chu Tian and Suruwashi left, rustling sounds came from deep within the jungle. A figure shrouded entirely in a black robe slowly emerged, cradling a ghost-faced wolf cub in their arms. Only a pair of eyes were visible from head to toe, staring intently in the direction where Chu Tian and Suruwashi had departed. A strange smile flickered in their gaze, with red light glimmering unpredictably. Interesting, your flesh and blood must taste delicious. The eerie and hoarse voice sent chills down one's spine, making it impossible to discern whether it was male or female. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight spilled over, Tianyan Academy, one of the 8 great academies, stood as a preeminent presence in the Daxia Kingdom, both in heritage and strength. The entire structure of Tianyan Academy was situated on Yulong Mountain, and from a distance, it resembled a giant dragon sprawling across the earth. Yulong Mountain, shrouded in mist and clouds, revealed the architectural complex of Tianyan Academy faintly, like a celestial paradise. The grand gate of the academy stood tall and imposing, with the plaque inscribed with the 4 bold and vigorous characters Tianyan Academy, exuding an ancient and rustic charm. Screech! The sound of brakes screeched. Chu Tian steadily parked the car in front of the academy's main gate. Earlier on the way, he had already informed Wei Pingsheng about the approximate time of his arrival. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry and simply waited at the school gate. As time ticked by under the warm sunlight, Chu Tian and Suruwashi, who had traveled through the night, felt drowsy. As for the snorer in the back row, the sound of his snoring was like thunder, resembling a slumbering giant beast. But just as Chu Tian adjusted his seat and prepared to take a nap, a smiling face suddenly appeared outside the window, pressed tightly against the car window. It was still those familiar crossed eyes. Chu Tian instantly lost all sleepiness, rolled down the window, and erupted in anger. Are you out of your mind? Why do you keep sticking to my car window? Brother Yen squinted his cross-eyed gaze slightly, his face full of a flattering smile. Brother Tian, are you unable to get into the school gate? Come on, I'll take you in. Chu Tian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth. Thank you, but I don't need it. Brother Tian, no need to be polite. Before Chu Tian could finish speaking, a loud shout suddenly erupted out of nowhere. I report. This freshman has a ferocious beast hidden in his car. Quick, arrest him. The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense, and Chu Tian's expression turned grim as alarm bells rang in his mind. He abruptly pushed open the car door and strode aggressively toward the shouting man, like an enraged lion ready to strike back. Who dares to touch me? Chu Tian sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over them like a fierce storm. The surrounding classmates were intimidated by his aura, retreating one after another, their eyes filled with awe. You said there's a ferocious beast in my car, so do you dare to come and check? At that moment, Wei Pingsheng happened to arrive, his gaze sharp and his presence commanding, instantly calming the chaotic situation. What are you doing? Such audacity, daring to lay hands on a freshman? The air was filled with tension, and Chu Tian secretly felt proud. It seemed that Wei Pingsheng held a significant position in the academy, truly a powerful ally. Take me through the school gates, and I'll show you what a real ferocious beast is. Chu Tian silently vowed to make those who dared challenge him pay the price. Damn! This bastard! Yen Gu turned around in an instant, burning with rage. Li Jida, are you out of your mind? Brother Tian is our benefactor. Li Jida snorted coldly and said righteously, Lu Shuai, you still have time to regret now. Otherwise, be careful, you might be dealt with as well. Colluding with ferocious beasts and betraying others, this is a capital crime. How could I have ever associated with a despicable and shameless dog like you? I hate it. The heavens have blinded my eyes. Brother Yan howled toward the sky, his voice filled with anguish. Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh. The heavens didn't blind your eyes, they twisted them. Brother Yan's mouth twitched, filled with righteous indignation. Brother Tian, don't worry, Lu Shuai, will protect you. I'll call my dad right now. This brother is truly loyal. When something happens, he really gets his dad involved. Chu Tian was somewhat moved. Brother Yan's eyes may be crooked, but his character is upright. Unlike some people, whose eyes are straight, but their hearts are crooked. Li Jida sneered disdainfully. Lu Shuai, you're such a disgraceful idiot. If your dad knew you were shielding someone who's harboring a ferocious beast, he'd definitely beat you to death. Shut up, you bastard. I, Lu Shuai, may be cowardly and afraid of death, but I know how to repay kindness. Without Brother Tian, we would have been eaten by the ghost-faced wolf long ago. Brother Yan's anger had already been ignited. His face was red, his neck veins bulging, exuding an imposing aura so dashing. But at this moment, 3 young men dressed in black uniforms appeared at the school gate, with a glittering golden character embroidered on their chests. The 3 exuded an imposing aura, walking forward with overwhelming momentum. Who is hiding a ferocious beast? The young man in the center had a cold expression, radiating an aura of peak Pantian realm energy fluctuations. Li Jida was overjoyed when he saw the newcomer. Big brother. You're here just in time. Humph. Unexpectedly, the young man frowned deeply, raised his hand to interrupt him, and said coldly, What big brother? During work, address by title. Yes. Captain Li, I report that this person is hiding a ferocious beast and even intends to bring it into the academy. Li Jida pointed at Chu Tian and shouted loudly. The young man looked in the direction pointed by Li Jida, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and commanded, Get out of the car and submit to inspection. But before Chu Tian could react, Brother Yan spread his arms and swiftly blocked the car. Li Jikong, I'm telling you, you can't touch this person. Step aside. Harboring a ferocious beast is a crime punishable by death. Lu Shuai, out of respect for your father, I won't hold this against you, but if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for taking you along as well. As Li Jikong spoke, he took a step forward, spiritual energy surging wildly within him. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the pinnacle aura, Yen Gu was unable to withstand it. His blood surged, and he felt a sweetness in his throat. Get lost. Li Jikong let out another low shout, his momentum domineering. Brother Yen ultimately couldn't hold on, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, but still gritted his teeth, refusing to yield an inch, and shouted angrily, Li Jikong, damn you. Brother Tiana is the chief, what right do you have to arrest him? Chief. Li Jikong's eyes flashed, and his aura visibly trembled. He turned to look at Li Jida, who reluctantly nodded. Li Jikong's pupils contracted, his face instantly turning ashen. In Tianyan Academy, no one understood better than him what being the chief truly meant. Becoming the chief has always been his dream. If I capture this person, the academy will highly approve of me. By then, it might not be impossible for me to become the chief. Thinking of this, a sinister smile flashed in Li Jikong's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He shouted in a deep voice, What about being the chief? Colluding with ferocious beasts is an unforgivable crime. Take action. If you want to catch Brother Tian, you'll have to step over my body. After Yen Gu finished speaking and was about to lie down, Chu Tian stopped him with a firm grip. Brother Tian? Chu Tian said nothing but forcefully pulled Yen Gu up, then pushed open the car door and walked out expressionlessly. Just a bunch of clowns, get up, it's not that serious. Impudent. Li Jikong roared deeply, spiritual energy surging out. The 2 people behind him also charged forward. Li Jida wore a sinister smile and said in a low voice, So what if you're the chief? Competing with me? It's still a dead end. I advise you to hand over the ferocious beast immediately, perhaps you can still keep your life. If you dare to resist, there is only one path, death. As Li Jikong spoke, spiritual energy gathered in his palm. If Chu Tian dared to utter even half a no, he would act immediately. Would the discipline committee have the authority to strike first and report later? Chu Tian's eyes flickered with mischief as he slowly spoke, All right. After speaking, he tapped on the car window, Hey Z, come out. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air. A dark shadow flashed by. Hey Z crouched on the ground, staring intently like a tiger eyeing its prey. Li Jikong's face froze, and he said coldly, I told you to hand over the ferocious beast, not a pet dog. Brother. Captain Li, be careful, this ferocious beast can transform. Roar. Before Li Jida could finish speaking, a deafening roar suddenly erupted out of nowhere. Li Jikong struggled to lift his head, and when he saw the colossal creature right in front of him, his expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated backward and shouted, "Take action! Subdue it!" The other two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror. However, faced with Li Jikang's orders, they dared not disobey and had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. Roar! Heisey roared skyward once again, his momentum unstoppable. The next second. Thud! One of them fell headfirst to the ground, lying motionless. The teammate nearby saw this and cursed under their breath, "Old Six, shameless." But he imitated it quite convincingly, tripping his right leg with his left and falling straight down. 6 out of 10. Brother Yan gave a thumbs up, offering the highest praise. Li Jikang was completely dumbfounded, utterly incredulous. He glared angrily, "Useless. You two useless fools, you've completely disgraced the Discipline Council." However, despite his hoarse shouting and furious roaring, the two on the ground were sleeping more soundly than anyone. It's all about ignoring, like a turtle chanting scriptures. Chu Tian asked with a faint smile, "Captain Li, still going to arrest me?" Arrest! Li Jikang's spiritual energy surged wildly. The crime of harboring a ferocious beast has been confirmed. Even if I die today, I will arrest you all. Thunder Fist! Wretched beast, die for me! Li Jikang shouted angrily, and the spiritual energy within him surged like a raging tide. A dazzling layer of lightning instantly condensed on his fists, crackling as if countless tiny bolts of electricity were dancing on them. Heisey's golden eyes were filled with endless ferocity and savage brutality. "Master, I want to eat him." Chu Tian curled his lips into a smile and said, "If you're tired, sleep. If you're hungry, eat. Do you really need to ask me about such trivial matters?" Roar! Heisey grinned, his sharp fangs sending chills down one's spine. In truth, he was smiling, seemingly anticipating the upcoming battle, secretly thrilled in his heart. In Heisey's golden eyes, hostility surged like a tide, as if it would devour everything. Li Jikang instantly felt a wave of mortal fear. He knew there was no way out. Despair ignited a furious fire in his heart, and he threw a punch. The force of the punch roared, lightning intertwined, as if it would tear the sky apart. The air was thick with a scorching tension, as though even time had frozen in this moment. Yet, facing the ferocious punch, Heisey merely raised its front paw. Lightly. The movement seemed casual, but it carried boundless power. As its paw descended, even the space was torn apart, emitting a piercing sonic boom. Boom! Li Jikang's thunderbolt fist collided instantly with Heisey's paw, and the aftermath of the clash exploded like a miniature thunderstorm. In the next second, a crisp crack of bone breaking suddenly echoed. Li Jikang's arm hung limp, his entire hand mangled and bloody. The excruciating pain twisted his features, leaving his face contorted in agony. Ah! The scream tore through the night sky, desperate and heart-wrenching. However, Heisey showed no intention of stopping, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging at Li Jikang. "No, don't!" Li Jikang's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. And the arrogant demeanor he had displayed earlier vanished instantly. Just as Heisey was about to strike, at the moment of despair, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. "Little one, that's enough." Before the words had fully settled, a crack appeared in the void barrier, and Wei Pingsheng stepped out with a broad smile on his face. Chu Tian clasped his hands in salute and bowed respectfully. "Student Chu Tian greets Dean Wei." Ha ha! Wei Pingsheng gently stroked his long beard, his laughter booming like thunder. "You rascal, you really can't stay out of trouble, causing such a commotion right after reporting in?" Chu Tian looked innocent. "Dean Wei, I didn't make a move the whole time." "Dean, he didn't make a move, but he colluded with ferocious beasts and betrayed humanity." Li Jikang, seeing Wei Pingsheng appear, grabbed onto a lifeline, pointed at He Zi with bloodshot eyes, and shouted sternly, "Dean Wei, this is his ferocious beast. It almost killed me. The witnesses and evidence are all here, the proof is conclusive." Wei Pingsheng was slightly taken aback and asked, "Don't you know he's the chief?" Li Jikang felt a wave of ominous foreboding in his heart and stammered, I know, but Dean, even the chief can't collude with ferocious beasts." Wei Pingsheng flicked his sleeve, clasped his hands behind his back, and an immense invisible force instantly spread out. Li Jikang trembled violently and finally fell to his knees with a thud, spitting out fresh blood. Colluding with a ferocious beast? This Qilin is Chu Tian's beast companion. Slandering the chief, how dare you? Wei Pingsheng shouted coldly. Li Jikang spat out more blood, his face deathly pale. At this moment, Brother Yin suddenly raised his fist of justice, pointed at Li Jida, and shouted, "Dean, this scoundrel also slandered Brother Tian. Lu Shuai, you son of a..." Li Jida hadn't even finished his sentence before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Neither of the brothers was spared. Wei Pingsheng snorted coldly, slandering the chief. Li Jikang is dismissed as the squad leader of the disciplinary committee, and Li Jida's credits are reset to 0. Do you have any objections? Yes. If you have objections, just endure them. After saying this, Wei Pingsheng turned and walked toward Chu Tian, his face once again showing a smile. Let's go. I'll personally take you and Su Girl to your dormitory. Thank you, Dean Wei. Chu Tian said gratefully. Wei Pingsheng casually waved his arm, his palm lightly brushing the space before him. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, and the space in front of them was directly torn open into a fissure. The lightning-like spatial rift unfolded, revealing an internal void that exuded a terrifying spiritual pressure. So this is a spatial rift? Chu Tian exclaimed in awe. Let's go. Wei Pingsheng stepped forward, half of his body entering the space, then turned back and said, "Keep the car running." "Ah, Koriko, hurry up." Chu Tian quickly jumped into the Black Warrior, slammed the accelerator, and rushed into the spatial rift. After the group left, Yen Gu walked up to Li Jida and coldly said, "Dazi, don't be such a dog." Then he strode away. Li Jida gritted his teeth. "You. Lu Shuai, I'm not done with you." "Shut up. You idiot, hurry over here and help me up." Li Jikong roared in fury. Li Jida's heart tightened, not daring to defy him. Stammering, he said, "Brother, don't be angry. We'll go find father. We can definitely restore your position as the captain of the disciplinary council." The villa complex of Tianyan Academy suddenly saw a crack, as a spatial rift tore open in the courtyard of one of the villas. Wei Pingsheng stepped out with the bewildered Chu Tian, Su Ruoshi, and He Zi. Clap! With a snap of Wei Pingsheng's fingers, the two people and one beast snapped out of their daze. Chu Tian immediately looked around and, upon seeing the courtyard in front of him, exclaimed in surprise, "This is the villa district of Tianyan Academy." Wei Pingsheng said with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. Pointing to the villa behind him, Wei Pingsheng said with a smile, "This will be your residence from now on. The facilities inside are fully equipped, so there's no need to prepare anything. It's truly luxurious," Chu Tian exclaimed sincerely. This villa has 3 floors, with a spacious area of about 200 square meters. Including the courtyard, it is estimated to cover 500 square meters, a level of luxury that draws attention. You are the chief, and this is just the basics. If Tianyan Academy couldn't even manage this, how could I have the face to recruit you?" Wei Pingsheng said as he waved his sleeve, gesturing to the surrounding open space. Whoosh! Spiritual energy surged, and complex patterns suddenly lit up on the ground around the courtyard. These patterns spread rapidly like living creatures, intertwining into a massive formation diagram. Every line of the formation emitted a faint spiritual glow, as if countless tiny points of light were flowing through the patterns, converging into a brilliant web of light. Buzz! A deep humming sound resonated in the air as the spirit-gathering formation officially activated. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned, frantically converging toward the center of the formation. The concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyard increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the air was filled with a refreshing aura, as if immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy. Chu Tian couldn't help but close his eyes. As he breathed in and out, the spiritual energy circulated within his body on its own. That feeling was simply irresistible, so exhilarating. Su Ruoshi couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The treatment of the top student at Tianyan Academy truly lived up to its reputation. She secretly wondered if her dormitory would also have a spirit-gathering formation. "Dean Wei, where is my dormitory?" "Your dormitory?" Wei Pingsheng's face froze, pointing at the 3-story villa in front of him, and said, "Isn't this your dormitory?" Chu Tian's face froze, "Isn't this my dormitory?" "Exactly." Wei Pingsheng replied with a serious expression. Su Ruoshi asked anxiously, "Then where is my dormitory?" Wei Pingsheng answered without hesitation, "Here as well." Chu Tian and Su Ruoshi spoke in unison, "You mean the 2 of us will live in the same dormitory?" "That's right." Wei Pingsheng looked puzzled, "Is there a problem?" Su Ruoshi's face turned red, and she said coyly, "Of course there's a problem." Chu Tian muttered softly, "Actually, it's not that big of a deal." "Tianji, how can you be like this?" Su Ruoshi's face turned as red as if it were bleeding. Chu Tian said very seriously, "Ruoshi, you might have misunderstood. What I meant was that us staying in the same dormitory could save resources. Besides, you've seen the conditions of my dormitory. It's hard to find a second one like it in Tianyan Academy, isn't it?" Chu Tian is right, this dormitory is indeed the best in Tianyan Academy. Wei Pingsheng chimed in. "You 2 are living in the same villa, not the same room, so what's the big deal?" Cultivators shouldn't fuss over such trivial matters. Wei Pingsheng continued to persuade. Su Ruwashi's face was full of shame and anger as she stammered, "Alright. Stop talking about it, I'll stay here, okay? Alright." Wei Pingsheng breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Chu Tian, winking at him suggestively. Cough. Then it's happily decided. Additionally, any important notifications from Tianyan Academy will be promptly conveyed to you by the assistant. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. Anytime. Wei Pingsheng finished his instructions and hurriedly left, leaving behind a blushing Su Ruwashi, a secretly amused Chu Tian, and He Zi, who was basking in the sun and dozing off. The air suddenly grew quiet. After a while, Chu Tian was the first to break the silence, tentatively suggesting, "Ruwashi, how about we go inside and take a look?" Good. Su Ruwashi turned around and walked toward the villa, her steps slightly unsteady. Heizi wobbled as it stood up and followed behind the two. Bang! But in the next second, it suddenly took off on the spot. Immediately after, Chu Tian's gritted voice echoed in its mind, "Get lost, stay outside." The Black Panther let out a low growl, blinking its golden eyes with a look of partial understanding. Inside the villa, it was indeed as Wei Pingsheng had described, fully equipped with facilities. The decor was minimalist yet luxurious. The first floor featured a spacious living room and a servant's room. The second and third floors each had 2 bedrooms. The rooftop housed a training room equipped with various advanced instruments, including a blood pressure monitor, speed evaluator, and strength testing machine. After a brief glance around, Chu Tian asked, "Ruwashi, should we stay on the same floor or separate floors?" Separate floors. I'll stay on the 3rd floor," Su Ruwashi said, then quickly walked up the stairs. Looking at the girl's flustered back, Chu Tian touched his chin, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "We're already living in the same house, how far can sharing a room be?" Meanwhile, after leaving the villa, Wei Pingsheng immediately took out his phone and made a call. "The matter you asked me to arrange has been taken care of. Don't worry, it's definitely the best dormitory in Tianyan Academy. You can trust me to handle things." "You're welcome, don't forget the wine you promised me." Wei Pingsheng hung up the phone, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He felt secretly pleased, as if he could already see the impending storm. In the evening, the full moon hung high, stars scattered across the sky, making Jiangqing's night unusually tranquil. Yet within the general's residence, it was the prelude to a storm. A furious roar erupted, and the city guards instantly entered combat mode, surrounding the reception hall completely, with an oppressive atmosphere surging like a tide. Inside the hall, Chu Wenzhong's face was grim as he angrily said, "General Yang, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to detain me?" Yang Kuan sneered disdainfully, letting out a cold laugh. "Old Chu, I understand your feelings, but anger won't solve the problem. This is the general's residence, I advise you to calm down." "Calm down?" Chu Wenzhong, burning with rage, slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his old face livid. "General Yang, we agreed that within a week you'd help me capture Chu Tian, and I would help the young general repair his lifebone. Now why are you going back on your word?" Just an hour ago, Chu Wenzhong received a call from Yang Kuan, learning that all previous agreements had been nullified. Burning with rage, he rushed to the commander's residence overnight to confront him. "Plans can't keep up with changes. My son has already reached his peak and no longer needs the lifebone. So why should I still risk taking action against Chu Tian?" Yang Kuan curled his lips, completely indifferent. Chu Wenzhong cursed inwardly, reminding himself not to act impulsively. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Commander Yang, Chu Tian destroyed the lifebone of the young commander. Are we not avenging this grudge?" "Revenge! Of course, we must take revenge." Yang Kuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Then, Commander Yang, why don't you keep your word?" Chu Wenzhong asked anxiously. "If you can wait, I don't mind continuing to fulfill our agreement." Yang Kuan's smile was as sharp as a blade, razor sharp. "How long do I have to wait?" Chu Wenzhong asked, suppressing the anger in his heart. Yang Kuan burst into hearty laughter. "It could be a day, a week, a month, or even a year. The exact time depends on when Fonger successfully masters the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique. I can't wait for a year, not even a month." Chu Wenzhong was anxious, as Chu Feng's situation was extremely critical. "Commander Yang, are you determined to stand by and do nothing, is that it?" His brows furrowed tightly, and anger surged in his heart. "Ha ha ha." Yang Kuan laughed loudly, then his expression darkened, and murderous intent filled his eyes. "Chu Wenzhong, when you threatened this commander before, did you ever think this day would come? Chu Wenjong wanted to explain but was interrupted by Yang Kuan. I won't trouble you, I've already given you a lot of face. Don't be ungrateful. Get lost. Yang Kuan's voice was like thunder, deafening. As soon as the word get lost was uttered, a powerful spiritual energy erupted instantly, forcing Chu Wenjong to stagger backward repeatedly, his face turning pale in an instant. He never expected that Yang Kuan would turn against him so ruthlessly. Fine. 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 Chu Wenjong said angrily, his eyes filled with indescribable fury and resentment. Yang Kuan, I will remember today's events. We'll see about this. Yang Kuan waved impatiently, get lost. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll slaughter your Chu family tonight. Chu Wenjong's expression turned grim. He let out a cold snort, flung his sleeve, and stormed off, seething with anger. Meanwhile, Yang Kuan also got up and left the reception hall. As he approached the door of the training room and raised his hand to knock, a sudden pungent smell of blood hit him, making his heart jolt. Bang! Yang Kuan smashed the door of the training room into pieces with a single punch, sending wood splinters flying. He strode into the training room, and the scene before him sent a chill through his heart, blood everywhere, and a piece of. Yang Kuan strode into the training room, and the sight before him made his heart jolt, a floor covered in blood and a bloody, fur-covered chunk of flesh, as if heralding some horrifying event. Fomer, you. Yang Kuan's eyes widened like copper bells, his breath momentarily frozen, his heart pounding wildly. He slowly shifted his gaze upward, bracing himself for a truth that should not exist. Slowly. Finally, Yang Dianfeng's blood-stained crotch came into Yang Kuan's view. His heart instantly sank to the bottom, his mind went blank, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Fomer, you, what have you done? He rushed toward Yang Dianfeng in 2 strides, took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Yang Dianfeng raised his head, his face as pale as paper, his voice slightly hoarse. Dad, I pulled that thing off. After speaking, Yang Dianfeng revealed a sorrowful smile, as if feeling helpless about his own choice. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Kuan's vision went dark, almost fainting as he staggered back several steps, fury burning in his heart. Fomer, why? Why would you degrade yourself like this? Why? But Yang Dianfeng appeared unusually calm, flashing a carefree smile. Dad, this technique says to master this skill, one must first self-castrate. I want to practice it, I want to become stronger, I want revenge, so I can do without that thing. Yang Kuan's face was streaming with tears, filled with remorse. Fomer, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. After speaking, he pulled Yang Dianfeng into his arms and casually picked up the book that had cost his son his dignity, 9 Turns Golden Body Technique. Opening the first page, sure enough, 8 bold characters leapt into view. To master this skill, one must first self-castrate. How could there be such a harmful cultivation technique in this world? Yang Kuan burned with anger, silently vowing to uncover the truth. He turned to the second page, and suddenly, his gaze froze as he noticed a line of extremely small text in the bottom right corner. He focused his eyes and read. No need for self-castration, success is still possible. Ah! Bastard! Boom! A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted instantly, filling the entire cultivation chamber. The surrounding spiritual energy churned as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering, leaving one breathless. Yang Dianfeng's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dad, what's wrong? Fomer, actually, this technique. Yang Kuan's tone paused, his expression extremely grim. Dad, what's really wrong with you? Yang Dianfeng asked anxiously. Yang Kuan swallowed hard, thinking to himself, if I tell Fomer that he doesn't need to self-castrate to succeed, will he go mad? No, I absolutely can't let him know. Thinking of this, Yang Kuan gently twisted his fingertips, spiritual energy flowing as he erased the small line of text. Then, forcing a smile, he shook his head and said, Daddy's fine. Fomer, since you've already made your decision, your father will fully support you. Once you've cultivated this technique to perfection, I'll find a way to turn you back into a man. Yang Dianfeng nodded, secretly thinking, perhaps by then, he might no longer like the identity of being a man anymore. At the same time, in the villa district of Tianyan Academy, Chief Courtyard No. 1. Chu Tian stepped onto the balcony, the cool evening breeze brushing against his face, dispelling some of his fatigue. He leaned on the railing with both hands, his dark eyes like a quiet spring under the moonlight, gazing at the scenery outside, lost in thought. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he had fantasized countless times about scenarios of crossing into another world. But when fantasy became reality, Chu Tian felt confused, fearful, and even nostalgic for the days of being a workhorse on Earth. However, as time passed, He gradually adapted to his new identity and fell in love with this high martial world where strength reigns supreme. A strong fist is reason, is law. Ha! Chu Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking up at the starry sky as if talking to himself. Let me surpass countless novel protagonists and stand at the pinnacle of the world. How embarrassing. Chu Tian felt a wave of goosebumps, his mouth twitching as he muttered, such flashy words really aren't something a serious person like me can pull off. I believe you can do it. At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice sounded. Chu Tian turned around and saw Su Ruoshi blinking her clear black and white eyes, staring at him intently. Chu Tian was slightly startled, his heart inexplicably stirred. The moonlight spilled onto her face, casting a soft halo. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, seemingly shy yet resolute. The night breeze gently brushed past, lifting a few strands of hair by her ear, and the air was filled with a faintly ambiguous atmosphere. Why are you out here? Chu Tian asked softly, his voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable awkwardness. Su Ruoshi pressed her lips together, her gaze slightly evasive, yet she couldn't help but glance at Chu Tian. I heard you outside, so I came out to take a look. Her voice was gentle, like a whisper in the night breeze, tinged with a trace of shyness and hesitation. Her fingers unconsciously twisted together, as if trying to conceal the turmoil within her heart. Chu Tian looked at the young girl and couldn't help but smile. His tone softened as he said, "The wind is strong outside. Aren't you cold?" Su Ruoshi shook her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "Not cold. What about you?" Chu Tian didn't answer, simply gazing at her quietly, his eyes carrying a hint of determination. Their eyes met, as if an invisible force was pulling them toward each other. The air was filled with a subtle emotion, like the tender buds of early spring, quietly breaking through the soil yet hesitant to grow freely. Su Ruoshi's cheeks gradually turned red, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. She lowered her head and whispered softly, I heard everything you just said." Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly. "Huh? You heard everything? Well, I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously." Su Ruoshi raised her head, her eyes shining with a resolute light. "No, I believe in you. You can definitely do it, standing at the pinnacle of the world." At this moment, a surge of strength rose in Chu Tian's heart, a wave of trust and expectation. He suddenly felt that perhaps he really could do it. "Let's go back. Are you hungry? I'll cook some noodles for you." Su Ruoshi, being stared at directly by Chu Tian, blushed slightly and said softly. Hearing this, Chu Tian raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "Are your noodles tasty?" "Of course. What flavor do you want? I'll make it for you. Seafood noodles." "All right." The two turned and walked into the room, both secretly looking forward to the possibilities of the future. Jiangcheng Chu family. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Chu family was oppressively tense, with an air of unease permeating the darkness. Chu Wenzhong's aged face was twisted in a terrifying grimace, his eyes brimming with boundless killing intent. "Bang! Bastard! Yang Koan, you've gone too far. Do you really think this old man is easy to bully?" Chu Wenzhong roared in fury, his voice shaking the air around him. But just then, a knock on the door broke the silence. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." A hoarse voice, filled with the boundless anger in Chu Wenzhong's heart. Creaked the door slowly opened. Chu Sheng bent over and cautiously walked in. "Father, Xiaofeng's condition is not very optimistic. He just vomited a lot of blood again, and his breathing is also." "Also what?" Chu Wenzhong frowned slightly, his tone revealing impatience. Chu Sheng quickly said, "Xiaofeng's breathing is weak and listless. He hasn't eaten for several days. If this continues, I'm afraid he won't hold on." "I understand. I'll go and talk to him. You may leave now." Chu Wenzhong waved his hand, dismissing Chu Sheng. Squeak! The moment the door closed, the room plunged into darkness, and the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. A pair of scarlet eyes, brimming with malevolence. "Chu Tian, why have you suddenly become so strong? Why? Zhang Hao, what exactly did you leave for this beast?" The eerie voice echoed in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was cloudless. Chu Tian woke up naturally, and when he opened his eyes, it was already noon. Walking out of the room, Su Ruoshi was not in the living room on the first floor. It seemed she might be in the training room on the rooftop. Chu Tian poured a glass of water, took a sip to moisten his throat, and was about to think about his next plan. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong! The sudden sound of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. The next second, a virtual screen appeared in front of Chu Tian. Yan Go, with his crossed eyes, popped up on the screen. "Brother Tian, are you there?" Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" Hearing Chu Tian's voice, Yen Gu put on a fawning smile and cautiously replied, "Well, it's nothing major. I just thought, since you're a freshman, I could show you around the academy and be your guide." This was the conclusion Yen Gu had come to after a whole night of careful consideration upon returning to the dormitory last night. He was determined to stick with Chu Tian. Of course, Chu Tian could sense Brother Yan's intentions, but he never expected such a big change. He shook his head and refused, "I'm not going anywhere." The smile on Brother Yan's face froze for a moment, but he quickly plastered on another smile. "Brother Tian, have you ever heard of underground fighting rings?" "I've heard of them." Brother Yen grinned mischievously and said, "Brother Tian, Tianyan Academy has its own underground fighting ring. Are you interested in checking it out? I guarantee it's thrilling and worth your time." Chu Tian was quite surprised. Normally, underground arenas were the favorite of those reckless, thrill-seeking cultivators and were synonymous with bloodshed and cruelty. In underground arenas, one must sign a life and death agreement. Over 90% of the students at Tianyan Academy were geniuses, and the remaining 10% were super geniuses. As long as they stayed alive, they could become powerful. Why would anyone risk their lives in an underground arena? However, Chu Tian felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps this was his chance to showcase his strength and turn his fate around. Yen Gu, not hearing Chu Tian's response for a long time, felt a bit uneasy and quickly explained, "Brother Tian, although the underground arena is dangerous, the rewards are incredibly generous. Dasha coins, spirit pearls, and even academic credits, it's truly a chance to get rich overnight." Chu Tian suddenly realized and understood upon hearing this. So that's how it is. He silently recited in his heart, "People die for wealth, birds perish for food." It truly makes sense. In the end, it's all about profit. This damn world remains unchanged. What time does the underground arena start? He raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of anticipation igniting in his heart. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Yen Ge's eyes as he quickly replied, 2 in the afternoon. We can grab a meal first and then head to the Qiao's octagon." Chu Tian nodded slightly, having already made up his mind. "All right. I'll go change my clothes." "All right, Brother Tian, no rush, I'll wait for you at the door." "Aye, brother," said excitedly. Beep beep beep. Chu Tian cut off the video intercom and quickly headed to the top floor. The door to the cultivation room was tightly closed, and Su Ruwashi was inside practicing. As soon as he approached, Chu Tian felt an extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation and thought to himself, Ruwashi's innate destiny bone must also be S-level. What an incredible aura! He did not disturb Su Ruwashi and quietly left. At the villa entrance, just as Chu Tian stepped out, brother quickly walked over. "Brother Tian, over here. I'll take you to a hidden gem restaurant of the Tianyan Academy." "How much of a hidden gem is it?" Chu Tian teased with a smile. Yen Gu scratched his head, his eyes darting around before he spoke mysteriously. "Brother Tian, let me put it this way, this little treasure of a restaurant will guarantee you won't forget it after eating there. You'll definitely want to come back every day." Chu Tian looked skeptical. "I'm pretty picky with food." "Brother Tian, just wait and see," Yen Gu said confidently. Speaking, Brother Yen slammed the accelerator. The Range Rover roared and instantly shot forward. Chu Tian's heart tightened, instinctively gripping the handle, exclaiming, "Brother Yen, slow down. With your eyes driving this fast, can you even keep up?" Brother Yen gave a wicked smile. "Tianer, you're underestimating these eyes of mine. Born to be a racer, one eye fixed ahead, the other scanning all directions, no problem at all. Show off." The car sped all the way, passing through the tree-lined avenue of Tianyan Academy, and finally stopped at the entrance of a small alley. The alley was not wide, flanked by quaint buildings, and the road paved with bluestone slabs looked particularly ancient. Yen Gu parked the car and led Chu Tian deep into the alley. "This is it." He pointed to an inconspicuous little shop, with 4 crookedly carved characters and 2 pinyin on the wooden board, "Erba de Gang Xiaokao." Chu Tian raised an eyebrow. "Let's not talk about the taste for now, this sign alone is already a masterpiece." Yen Gu looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "Brother Tian, trust me, the owner's skills are absolutely top-notch. Since we're here, let's just take it as it comes." The two pushed the door open and entered. The shop wasn't big, with only a few tables, but it was clean and tidy. The owner, a middle-aged man, was sitting behind the counter smoking. When he saw someone come in, he looked up and smiled. "Young Master Lu is here, bringing a friend today?" Yen Gu nodded. "Old Bai, you better show off your skills today. My brother Tian has quite the picky taste." Old Bai laughed heartily. "All right, you two have a seat. I'll get started right away." With that, he got busy. Chu Tian and Yen Gu found a seat by the window. Not long after, Old Bai came over with a plate of sizzling, oil-dripping skewers, the aroma wafting irresistibly. Gulp! Chu Tian couldn't help but swallow his saliva, picked up a skewer, and began to feast. His eyes lit up instantly. This taste, it's really good. Yen Gu smiled smugly. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Old Bai's skills are a specialty of Tianyan Academy. So many people line up but still can't get a bite. Chu Tian nodded, eating so enthusiastically that sparks seemed to fly, feeling in great spirits. The two chatted while eating, their relationship taking another step forward. After finishing the meal, Yen Gu checked the time. Tian Gu, it's about time. We should head to the Qiao's octagonal cage. His tone was filled with excitement, as if he were about to face an exhilarating challenge. Chu Tian wiped his mouth and stood up. Let's go. I want to see just how thrilling this underground arena really is. The two left the restaurant, and Yen Gu drove Chu Tian straight to Qiao's octagonal cage. On the way, Yen Gu briefly explained the rules of the underground arena. Tian Gu, the underground arena is dangerous, but the rules are simple. Before stepping into the ring, you sign a life and death agreement. If you win, there are generous rewards. If you lose, well, that depends on your luck. His words carried a hint of excitement. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and asked, does the Academy allow the existence of underground arenas? Allow? They even encourage and support it. My brother's laughter carried a tone of confidence. As the two spoke, they had already arrived at the Qiao's octagonal cage. Many luxury cars were parked at the entrance, including some sports cars, worth tens of millions. Just the sight of this lineup made Chu Tian's heart tremble. It seemed underground arenas were deeply favored by the wealthy. My brother parked the car and led Chu Tian toward the entrance of Qiao's octagonal cage. Two burly security guards stood at the door, their sharp gazes suggesting they were ready to act at any moment. My brother greeted them familiarly and handed over two black cards. The guards glanced at them and immediately allowed entry. Walking through the gate, a strong mix of the scent of blood and sweat hit him head-on. Chu Tian frowned slightly but was quickly captivated by the scene before him. The underground arena was vast, with a massive octagonal cage at its center. The iron mesh of the cage was stained with mottled blood, and in some places, dried blood had formed black marks. Surrounding the cage were tiered rows of seats, all of which were now filled. The faces of the audience were brimming with fervor and anticipation, and the air was thick with a tension that made hearts race. Above the octagonal cage hung several glaring spotlights, their beams illuminating the center of the cage in a stark, pale glow. The floor around the cage was splattered with blood, as if setting the stage for the impending battle. Brother Tian, what do you think? This atmosphere is intense, right? Yen Gu leaned close to Chu Tian's ear and shouted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chu Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping around, and he couldn't help but be influenced by the atmosphere. Although he didn't like such overly bloody occasions, he had to admit that this environment indeed had a way of stirring a certain impulse deep within people. It hasn't even started yet, and these people are already this excited? Chu Tian asked, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt. Yen Gu chuckled, Brother Tian, you have no idea. The audience at underground fight clubs are all seasoned veterans. They're already used to this kind of rhythm. Even before the match begins, the atmosphere has to be hyped up first. Look over there, he pointed to a group of people not far away, who were gathered together, holding a few pieces of paper and seemingly discussing something. That's the betting area, Yen Gu explained. Before every match starts, the audience can place bets on who they think will win. Some people come here just for this. If they win their bets, they can make quite a bit of money. Chu Tian raised an eyebrow, the Academy doesn't care? Care? The Academy couldn't be happier about it. My brother laughed. The underground arena exists to inspire students' fighting spirit and potential. Betting is just a side game. The Academy turns a blind eye as long as it doesn't cause major trouble. Chu Tian nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the rules of Tianyan Academy. This place was indeed not ordinary, strength was revered, and the weak were prey. The Academy encouraged competition, even to the extent of life and death battles to unleash students' potential. Let's go, Brother Tian, we're heading upstairs. Going upstairs? Chu Tian raised his head and glanced around. Wow! Impressive! It turned out that there was a circle of private rooms on the second floor, occupied by young people with imposing auras and formidable strength. Tianer, I'm a VIP here, so I can go up to the second floor. Besides, the view up there is perfect for watching the action, truly immersive. Yen Gu said as he spoke, pulling Chu Tian through the crowd and heading straight to a private room on the second floor. After sitting down, Chu Tian looked down and observed the audience below. He noticed that not only were there students in the seats, but also some spectators who appeared to be much older. They were dressed in suits and carried themselves with composure. Who are those people? Chu Tian pointed to a group of middle-aged men not far away. Yen Ge followed Chu Tian's gaze and smiled. Oh, those are either the academy's higher-ups or powerful figures from external forces. The underground arena isn't just a stage for students, it's also a place for them to scout investment prospects. Some students who perform exceptionally well might catch their eye and be directly recruited into their forces. Yen Ge's words sent a jolt through Chu Tian's heart. Such an opportunity was not to be underestimated. At that moment, the music in the venue suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a loud voice echoed through the speakers, spreading across the entire arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chao's Octagon. Tonight's matches are about to begin. Let us wait and see who will become tonight's champion. The entire venue instantly erupted, with applause and cheers resounding through the skies. Chu Tian's heartbeat also quickened. Tonight's competition was destined to be extraordinary. Next, let's welcome the 5-time champion of the Chu Family, the Beast, to the stage. Before the words had even faded, the audience burst into deafening cheers, and the atmosphere instantly reached its climax. The underground arena truly lived up to its reputation. As the host's words concluded, an iron door beside the octagonal cage suddenly opened, and a young man wearing a tiger head mask stepped out. He was bare-chested, his muscles knotted, his body covered in scars, and his eyes exuded a beast-like ferocity. He slowly walked onto the stage, grabbed the iron mesh with both hands, and let out a low, guttural roar. The audience went wild in an instant, with screams and whistles erupting one after another, as if they were about to overturn the entire venue. Brother Tian, this is today's first contestant, nicknamed Beast. He's already won 5 matches in a row. Yen Ge introduced excitedly. Every time he steps into the ring, he beats his opponents half to death. Once, he even tore off an opponent's arm. Chu Tian squinted his eyes, his gaze fixed on the man in the ring. He could feel the violent aura emanating from the man, truly like a wild beast. At the peak of the Feng realm, his strength was comparable to the Pan realm. Perhaps this is why Tianyan Academy allows underground arenas to exist. Chu Tian thought to himself. Meanwhile, the host's booming voice rang out again. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the champion of the last match, Shadowblade, to the stage. The audience's cheers and shouts once again echoed throughout the underground arena. Shortly after, another iron door opened, and a slender man stepped out. He was dressed in a tight black outfit and wore a ghastly white mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His steps were light, and with a flicker of his figure, he had already reached the center of the ring. This is Shadowblade, incredibly fast and skilled in ambushes. His blade is so quick that his opponents can't even see it. Yen Ge continued to explain. Chu Tian nodded slightly, his heart growing cautious. Just then, the host shouted, "The first match of the arena begins now." With the host's announcement, the atmosphere inside the octagonal cage instantly became taut to the extreme. Beast let out a low growl, clenching his fists tightly, his muscles taut like steel. The floor beneath his feet trembled slightly under his weight. His gaze was like that of a predator locking onto its prey, fixed firmly on Shadowblade across from him. Shadowblade, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, his eyes cold as frost beneath the mask. At some point, a short blade glinting with icy light had appeared in his hand. His body leaned slightly forward, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. His aura was restrained to the extreme, even his breathing had ceased. Suddenly, the beast moved. Like a tiger unleashed from its cage, he charged at Shadowblade with a thunderous roar, his heavy steps pounding the floor with a resounding thud, thud, causing the arena to tremble. Boom! The beast threw a punch, his fist cutting through the air with a howling wind, aiming straight for Shadowblade's face. Sonic booms echoed. However, Shadowblade lightly shifted, his figure vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, he reappeared at the beast's rear flank. A glint of cold light flashed. Squelch, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh was clearly audible, and blood instantly gushed. From the beast's side. Roar! The beast let out a pained howl, but instead of retreating, it seemed to awaken the savage, bloodthirsty violence within him, unleashing his beastly nature. He spun around abruptly, throwing a sweeping punch, his fist enveloped in terrifying spiritual energy, hurtling straight toward Shadowblade's head. This punch was powerful, ferocious, and unstoppable. Shadowblade crouched low, narrowly dodging the punch, but the wind from the blow grazed his mask, instantly leaving a crack. He quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance between himself and the beast, his short blade still firmly gripped in his hand, its tip dripping with fresh blood. The audience erupted into deafening cheers, everyone captivated by the intense battle, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. Beast! Tear him apart! Shadow Blade! Take down that beast! The shouts rose and fell, turning the underground arena into a frenzied coliseum. Chu Tian sat in a private box on the second floor, his gaze fixed intently on the two fighters in the ring. He could clearly sense the raging power within the beast, as well as the deadly, snake-like threat emanating from Shadow Blade. The two had completely different fighting styles, yet both were equally dangerous. Brother Tian, who do you think will win? Yengu asked excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Chu Tian did not answer immediately but continued to carefully observe their movements. Each clash was like a spark of lightning, stirring the soul and igniting the blood. After a moment, he slowly said, "The beast has strong power and defense, but his speed is his weakness. Shadow Blade has the advantage in speed and technique, but he lacks strength. If the beast seizes an opportunity, the consequences could be dire. If I had to choose one, I think Shadow Blade." Yengu nodded, great minds think alike. I also think Shadow Blade has a better chance of winning. His blade is too fast, the beast simply can't catch him. Chu Tian said nothing, merely continuing to focus intently on the arena. At this moment, the battle in the ring had already reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, in another private room on the second floor, two young men were half reclined on the sofa, their expressions dazed, seemingly completely immersed in the frenzy of the fight. Beside them, two girls were busy pouring drinks, their clothes disheveled, with private areas faintly visible. The air was filled with a pungent smell, suffocating and oppressive. Phew! The young man on the left closed his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and shook his head. Brother Li, what's wrong with you today? Not in the zone? You finished so quickly. His companion Wang Wei teased with a laugh. Wang Wei, stop pretending you don't know and making fun of me. Li Zhikong retorted bluntly. Ha ha ha. Wang Wei burst into laughter, suddenly pressing down on the girl's head forcefully, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Phew! Comfortable. Wang Wei let go of his hand, turned his head, and said with a smile, "Brotherly, how could I be laughing at you? I just want to ask what you plan to do next." Li Zhikong's face instantly darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, "What else can I do? Of course, I'll first step down as the squad leader of the disciplinary committee. But one day, I, Li Zhikong, will return. Brotherly, I believe in you." Wang Wei raised his glass, his face full of anticipation, and said, "Come on. Cheers to wishing you an early return to the disciplinary committee." Clang! The crisp sound of clinking glasses rang out. Li Zhikong tilted his head back and sent the liquor down his throat, finishing it in one gulp, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. At this moment, inside the octagonal cage, the beast's body was covered in countless wounds, blood dripping and shocking to behold. Yet his attacks grew even fiercer, like a raging wild beast. His fists pounded Shadow Blade like a torrential storm, the deafening sounds making hearts race. Bang! 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 Dull thuds rang out one after another, and the audience's hearts raced with every punch. Although Shadow Blade moved like a slippery eel, always managing to evade attacks at the last possible moment, the short blade in his hand left wound after wound on the beast's body. Blood flowed down the beast's frame, staining the arena floor red. Roar! Suddenly, the beast let out a roar, its eyes turning blood red, and its muscles swelled once more, as if entering some kind of berserk state. Its speed surged abruptly, and it swung a punch at Shadow Blade. The force of the punch roared through the air, as if even the atmosphere was being torn apart. Shadow Blade's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged, but this time, his movements were a beat too slow. Bang! The fist grazed Shadow Blade's shoulder, and the immense force sent him flying, slamming heavily into the iron mesh of the octagonal cage, producing a piercing sound as if it might shatter at any moment. Shadow Blade let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face slightly pale. He quickly scrambled to his feet, but the beast had already charged at him again, its fist pounding toward his head like a cannonball. At the critical moment, Shadow Blade suddenly crouched, the short dagger in his hand stabbing toward the beast's abdomen like a venomous snake. Put! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed once more. The beast's movements paused slightly, but its fist still came crashing down with force. Bang! Shadow Blade took the punch to his chest, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily at the edge of the arena and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The audience erupted into frenzied cheers, everyone stunned by the brutality of the battle. Beast! Take him down! Shadow Blade! Stand up! Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and said softly, the outcome is decided. Yen Gu was stunned for a moment. Brother Tian, are you saying the beast won? Chu Tian shook his head. No, Shadow Blade won. As soon as the words fell, the beast on the arena suddenly staggered and then heavily knelt on the ground. Blood gushed from its abdomen like a spring, staining the entire arena red. Shadowblade slowly climbed up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly stared at the beast kneeling on the ground. You lost. Shadowblade's voice was cold and hoarse, like the pronouncement of a verdict. The beast opened its mouth, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately collapsed powerlessly, blood spreading across the ground. The entire underground arena fell into a brief silence, then erupted with deafening cheers, sweeping through like a tsunami. Shadow Blade! Shadow Blade! Shadow Blade! All the spectators shouted frantically, welcoming a new champion, as if this moment embodied all their hopes and fervor. Chu Tian looked at Shadow Blade on the arena, a hint of peculiar emotion flashing in his eyes. This was the underground arena, bloody, brutal, yet filled with endless allure. Here, the victor is king, and the defeated are scorned. No mercy, only survival and destruction. The beast was carried away by the spirit healer who had been waiting nearby. Congratulations to Shadowblade for defeating the 5-time champion beast, claiming the crown, and successfully challenging the arena. The host's resonant voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the underground arena. Awesome! The new king ascends the throne. Shadowblade is awesome. Woohoo! The venue erupted with wild and enthusiastic cheers and shouts, and the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. The audience's emotions were intense and high, as if the entire arena was cheering for Shadowblade's victory. Shadowblade looked up at the host in front of him, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Where's my prize money? His purpose for the challenge was very clear, the prize money. The host raised his hand, revealing a Qiankuan bag in his palm, and his smile grew even brighter, successfully challenging the arena. The reward is 3 spirit pearls and 3 million great xia coins. Catch! Thank you! Shadowblade took the Qiankuan bag without hesitation and turned to leave, as if he no longer cared about the glory of this battle. But at that moment, a cold voice rang out, instantly shattering the celebratory atmosphere. Wait a moment! Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the voice, looking at the second-floor private box. Both the host in the octagonal cage and Shadowblade froze for a moment, as the air grew thick with tension. However, the host, having weathered many storms, quickly adjusted his composure, smiled, and said loudly, Captain Li, what advice do you have for me? Li Zhikong ignored the host and instead looked at Shadowblade with a sinister expression. Fight me to your heart's content, win or lose, and I'll give you 5 spirit pearls. How about it? The venue instantly fell into a brief silence. Everyone realized that Shadowblade was seriously injured, while Li Zhikong was at the peak of the Pan realm. This battle was completely one-sided. Shameless. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune is bad enough, but bullying the weak as well. Exactly. And he's still the squad leader of the disciplinary committee, shameless. The underground arena buzzed with discussions, the flames of anger igniting in the hearts of the audience. The sinister smile on Li Zhikong's face vanished completely. He was burning with rage, gritting his teeth. Shut the hell up, all of you. Who said I bully the weak? If you're not bullying the weak, why are you challenging Shadowblade? If you want a fair fight, go find Master Qiao. Just don't beat the crap out of him. Brother Yen raised the fist of justice once again, fearlessly confronting him. Li Zhikong turned his head and looked over, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Shuai, are you looking for death? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm looking for trouble, so I found you. Haha. Yen Gu turned around without hesitation and walked into the private room, leaving Li Zhikong fuming with anger behind him. At this moment, the host gently advised, Captain Li, why don't you calm down? I'll arrange 2 people for you later to have a good match. Li Zhikong narrowed his eyes, pointed at Shadowblade, and said grimly, I want him. Captain Li, you. Enough. I won't make things difficult for you. Doesn't your Qiao family have binding realm pills? Get me a 9-pattern binding realm pill. Before Li Zhikong finished speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed in Shadowblade's eyes. He suddenly spoke, I agree. Good. Li Zhikong let out a cold laugh and said, did you hear that? He agreed. Go get the binding realm pill. The host frowned and looked at Shadowblade. Although uneasy, he still turned and left to arrange the binding realm pill. Shadowblade sat down on the ground, quickly took out a spirit orb, and stuffed it into his mouth to replenish the depleted spiritual energy, striving to restore himself to peak condition in the shortest possible time. The venue also fell silent, with all the spectators instinctively holding their breath, anticipating the intense showdown that was about to unfold.